On the day Yang Fendu acquired his extraordinary vision, the beautiful president sought him out, thereby thrusting him into a treacherous world of antiquities filled with exquisite artworks, enchanting women, and perilous tomb traps. As he navigated this realm, he endeavored to maintain his composure amidst adversity and turn misfortune into fortune. Chapter 1. A treasure unearthed at the construction site. Beneath the blazing sun, Yang Fendu, bare-chested, labored diligently to finish loading a cart with sand, before collapsing onto a pile of it. He wiped his face with a soiled towel, soaked in cool water that hung around his neck. He merely 20 years of age. His skin had darkened under the relentless sun, marked by peeling patches, while calluses adorned his hands and shoulders. Having returned to Shiha City 3 months prior, he had spent this time working as a laborer on construction sites and collecting scrap, all to earn money for his sister's medical treatment. For the sake of his mother and sister, he was willing to endure any hardship. "Boss son, it seems we've unearthed something here. You should come take a look." As thoughts of his family occupied his mind, a worker nearby shouted excitedly from the foundation site. "What are you yelling about? Did you uncover your ancestral grave?" grumbled a middle-aged man in a suit, striding past Yang Fendu. In his left hand, he clutched a brand-new hard hat, while his right grasped a bulging briefcase, a glimmering gold chain hanging around his neck. This was the construction site's foreman, Sun Gang, known behind his back as Bald Sun due to his receding hairline. Yang Fendu, intrigued, followed him. Amidst the freshly turned earth, a basketball-sized earthen jar emerged, though it had a gaping hole, spilling its contents onto the ground. Ancient coins? Yang Fendu's eyes widened at the sight of a jar full of copper coins. His father, Yang Jincheng, was renowned in Shiha City as a treasure appraisal expert, and from the age of 3, Yang Fendu had begun learning about antiques under his father's guidance. With a mere glance, he recognized the considerable value of the coins. Sun Gang's eyes sparkled greedily upon seeing the coins. Squatting down to gather them, he bellowed, "Everyone, back off. If anyone breathes a word of this, they'll break your legs." The laborers, toiling for their wages, dared not provoke Sun Gang, retreating in fear. Yet, in an inexplicable impulse, Yang Fendu crouched down. Slap! Sun Gang, noticing him, swiftly dealt Yang Fendu a stinging blow to the face, igniting a fiery pain across his left cheek. "Damn it, Yang Fendu, what do you think you're doing?" Sun Gang's furious roar followed. Stunned by the strike, Yang Fendu slowly rose, gazing blankly at Sun Gang while clenching his fists tightly. "Still daring to glare at me? Have you lost your mind, or do you no longer wish to work?" Sun Gang thundered once more as Yang Fendu remained silent. In that moment, he yearned to deliver a punch that would incapacitate the man, seizing his briefcase and the golden chain around his neck. Yet he could not. Not for himself, but for the sake of his mother and sister. "Boss son, you've misunderstood that I was merely concerned that you might struggle to gather everything alone. So I wanted to assist you," Yang Fendu explained in a hushed tone. "Humph! What are you holding?" With a disdainful snort, Sun Gang's piercing gaze fell upon Yang Fendu's clenched fists. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Yang Fendu slowly opened his hands, revealing nothing but sand. Seeing that Yang Fendu had spoken the truth, Sun Gang resumed collecting the copper coins. "This afternoon, the work is suspended. Everyone, head home and wait for my call to resume work," Sun Gang commanded as he gathered the last of the coins, then turned and hurriedly left the construction site. This man, a sudden wealthy individual, had a penchant for antiques and often scoured antique streets for treasures. He had a strong premonition that he would profit immensely this time. Once Sun Gang departed, Yang Fendu instinctively touched his cheek, still marked by fingerprints. However, he cast aside the pain, his heart racing with excitement. Just moments ago, he had deftly slipped a copper coin into his pocket, confirming the coin's presence in his pocket. He quickly dashed away. A short while later, he mounted his bicycle, purchased for a mere $20, and pedaled furiously towards the West River City Hospital. Half an hour later, Yang Fendu arrived at the hospital, securing his bicycle in the bike rack. He paid no heed to the sweat trickling down his forehead and hurried into the nutrition cafeteria, pulling out a crumpled bill to luxuriously buy 2 bowls of century egg and lean meat congeon for his mother and 1 for his sister. 5 minutes later, Yang Fendu entered the hospital ward. Upon seeing him, drenched in sweat, both his mother, Yiyun, and sister Yang Xiaoxiao were taken aback. "Fendu, why are you back at this hour?" Shouldn't you be at the construction site? Yiyun inquired curiously. The site is closed for the afternoon, the boss sent us home. Yang Fendu replied as he set down the 2 bowls of congee. Mom, you and Xiao Xiao should eat while it's hot. Century egg and lean meat congee. Sensing the rich aroma, Yang Xiao Xiao couldn't suppress her curiosity. Brother, why did you buy such expensive congee? Plain rice porridge would have sufficed. Hee, silly girl, you can't eat plain porridge every day. Can you? Your body wouldn't stand it, Yang Fendu chuckled. Besides, I can earn money, I can afford a few good meals. Good daughter, just eat what your brother has bought for you, let me feed you. As Yiyun spoke, taking the bowl of congee from Yang Fendu to feed her daughter, she inadvertently noticed the marks on her son's face. Fendu, what happened to your face? Mom, it's nothing. I accidentally bumped into something while working. Yang Fendu replied nonchalantly, touching his cheek with a smile. A mother knows her child best. Yiyun immediately sensed that her son was not being truthful, but she hesitated to press further, fearing it might distress her daughter as well. However, the perceptive Yang Xiao Xiao caught a hint of the truth. Looking at her brother, her eyes began to redden. It's all my fault for making you work at the construction site and collect scraps. Let's not proceed with the treatment, let's just go home. Foolish child, what are you saying? For you and our mother, I am willing to do anything. Life is merely a journey of enduring hardships before savoring sweet moments. Trust that I will ensure a bright future for both of you. Hearing his sister's words, Yang Fendu smiled gently to comfort her. Xiao Xiao, mother knows you are a good child, and your brother is right. Your illness will improve, and our lives will get better. Just cooperate with the treatment, Yiyun said, noticing her daughter's emotional turmoil. But my illness will burden you both. Even if we find a kidney, we cannot afford the exorbitant surgery fees. This illness is an endless abyss. Yang Xiao Xiao spoke through tears, her voice heavy with heartache, grievance, and helplessness. Seeing her daughter in such distress, Yiyun could not help but shed tears, bearing a burden far greater than that of the siblings. Yang Fendu looked at his mother and sister, feeling a wave of compassion wash over him. You need not worry about this, I will soon have the means, he declared earnestly. At this statement, Yiyun scrutinized her son, sensing something amiss about him today. Her heart filled with unease, however. She refrained from probing further and began to soothe Yang Xiao Xiao, whose emotions finally stabilized after a moment. Observing this, Yiyun said, Xiao Xiao, you stay here in the hospital. If you need anything, call Nurse Fengyue. Your brother and I will return home for a while. All right, mother, you both go ahead. I can manage on my own, Yang Xiao Xiao replied, nodding understandingly as Yang Fendu and his mother exited the ward. A lingering worry for his sister being alone in the hospital gnawed at him. Hesitating, he quickly suggested to Yiyun, Mother, why don't you go home and rest? I will stay here with my sister. Unexpectedly, Yiyun's expression turned grave. Ever since her husband's incident, her anxiety for her son had escalated, and today that worry intensified. She sensed that her son was hiding something from her. Come home with me, I have matters to discuss. Chapter 2. Mother's Demands. Yang Fendu was bewildered, unsure of what was troubling his mother, and thus he followed her out of the hospital. The family resided in a village on the outskirts of Shihe City, a choice made by Yiyun for both financial prudence and, most importantly, safety. The residents of the village were engrossed in their daily struggles and paid little attention to the past of Yang Fendu's family or their former status. In the large courtyard they lived in, houses were built on all sides, resembling a traditional Sihiyuan. Yang Fendu's family occupied a small room of less than 30 square meters in the western part, furnished with 2 beds, one large and one small, leaving little space for anything else. Upon entering the house, Yiyun locked the door and turned to her son with a serious expression. What exactly happened today? Who did this to you? And why did you say you will have money soon? She questioned him coldly. Seeing his mother's anger, Yang Fendu felt a twinge of anxiety within him. Over the years, his mother had scrimped and saved to ensure that he and his sister could attend school, imposing exceedingly strict demands on them. Any hint of slackness would result in her reprimands. Ultimately, he was compelled to drop out due to his sister's illness. Nonetheless, their mother continued to instill in them a love for learning. Although Yang Fendu did not complete high school, his knowledge was on par with that of high school graduates, and he was fully capable of sitting for university entrance examinations. Today, a jar of antique coins was unearthed at the construction site, and I picked one up. I thought of selling it at the antique market to raise money for my sister's treatment. Yang Fendu finally spoke the truth. Shut your mouth. Upon hearing the term antique, Yiyun's emotions spiraled out of control as she sternly admonished Yang Fendu. It's just as I feared. Have you forgotten what I told you? Mom, I remember. You insisted that I must never enter the antique trade. But have you considered that as a laborer on the construction site, it may take an eternity to earn enough for my sister's treatment? Yang Fendu's face was etched with anguish as he continued. For all these years, I have been studying the books and notes left by my father. I believe I possess the capability and insight to make money. Yiyun sighed in resignation. Do you think that merely learning a bit of theoretical knowledge makes you an expert? Let me tell you, it is not the depths of antiques that are unfathomable, but the depths of human hearts. I do not wish for you to follow in your father's footsteps. Mom, I understand your concerns, but for the sake of my sister's health, I must take this risk. I cannot stand idly by and watch my sister leave us, Yang Fendu declared with unwavering determination. In that moment, gazing into her son's eyes, Yiyun suddenly felt that her son had truly matured. Amid her worries, a sense of solace began to blossom. It seemed that the time had come to let go. Have you truly made up your mind? Yiyun asked, regaining her composure. That I have.
Yang Fendu replied resolutely.
Very well, if that is the case, you must agree to a few conditions, she stated. Please go ahead, he responded. After a brief silence, Yiyun continued. Firstly, you may enter the antique circle, but you must never disclose anything about your background. Secondly, you must learn to discern people before appraising treasures. Lastly, you must not investigate your father's past. Do you understand? Yang Fendu nodded, saying, Mom, I agree to the first two conditions, but I must uncover the truth about my father. Absolutely not, Yiyun immediately countered. Mom, why not? Although I was young when my father met with misfortune, I vaguely recall that he was in charge of safeguarding a collection of artifacts. That night, a great fire broke out. The artifacts vanished, and my father mysteriously disappeared. Some claim he was involved in theft. Silence. Yiyun's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted at Yang Fendu. You must remember. Your father was an honorable man, a source of pride for me and for you. I understand, Mom, Yang Fendu replied, his nose tinged with emotion as tears began to fall. That I grant you a year if, within this time, you truly undergo a transformation and mature, acquiring sufficient capability, I shall reveal all that I know to you, and I will not oppose your investigation into your father's affairs. Having spoken, Yiyun turned and walked toward her bed. She crouched down, retrieving a leather suitcase from beneath it, and opened it with a code to extract a reddish-brown rosewood box. Yang Fendu had seen this box before. It belonged to his father and had been kept by his mother ever since his father's disappearance. My son. This is the heirloom that generations of the Yang family have defended with their lives. I now entrust it to you. Whether you possess the capacity to fathom its mysteries is contingent upon your own fortune. As she spoke, Yiyun solemnly placed the rosewood box into Yang Fendu's hands. Gazing at the weighty box, Yang Fendu felt an overwhelming complexity within his heart. In that moment, he suddenly sensed the enormity of the burden upon his shoulders. Rest assured, mother, I will defend and protect the treasures of the Yang family with my life, he declared earnestly, casting a serious glance at her. My son, human greed knows no bounds. Once you immerse yourself in the world of antiques, you must constantly remind yourself to act with humility, to temper your actions, and never to reveal your brilliance too openly. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yang Fendu nodded solemnly. Very well, I shall go to the hospital to accompany Xiao Xiao. Yiyun intended to say more, but after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately opened the door and exited the house. Jincheng, regardless of where you are, whether alive or deceased, I hope you watch over our son, Yiyun murmured as she gazed up at the sky, cradling the exquisitely crafted rosewood box imbued with an ancient aura. Yang Fendu's expression was a blend of excitement and anxiety. He exhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, then held his breath as his fingers began to manipulate the mechanisms atop the box. This mechanism resembled an ancient 9-grid puzzle. Despite toiling for over 10 minutes, he could not unlock it, and in a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently sliced his left index finger on the wood, drawing blood. Yet, he brushed aside the pain, quickly wiping the blood and continuing his efforts. Crack, fortune favors the diligent. After half an hour, a faint click echoed, and the box finally opened. Yang Fendu's face lit up with exhilaration as he cautiously lifted the lid, and a burst of green light emanated from within the box. Chapter 3. Entering the Antique Street. In an instant, the previously dim room became suffused with a vibrant green glow. Yang Fendu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried to the door, securing it from the inside, and drew the curtains before returning to his bedside. Before him lay a bead, glowing green and as large as a cat's eye. Yang Fendu swallowed hard, striving to steady his racing heart. With trembling hands, he reached out to grasp the bead. Is this the legendary night pearl? As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a yellowed booklet resting within the box. Art of the Imperial Eye. The title was boldly inscribed in 4 seal characters. Is this truly the ancestral treasure? Yang Fendu felt as if his heart were leaping from his throat. He set down the luminous pearl and cautiously retrieved the scroll, gently turning to the first page. This pearl is the cherished heirloom of the Yang family, the Eye of the Imperial Cat. Those fortunate descendants may glimpse its mysteries, yet fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Tread carefully. If one is without fate, do not force it, lest calamity befall you. Remember well. This line of text was likely a testament left by an ancestor of the Yang family. Reflecting on it now, he realized his father had never spoken of this matter. It seemed he too was among the fated few. Yang Fendu set the scroll aside and lifted the pearl once more, yet after a prolonged scrutiny, he discerned no secrets within. He even rubbed it vigorously several times, but still gleaned nothing, and his initial excitement gradually gave way to disappointment. Could it be that I too am without fortune? With a silent sigh, Yang Fendu casually placed the pearl in his right hand as his index finger brushed against the pearl. He was suddenly struck by an icy chill, involuntarily gasping in surprise. To his astonishment, the blood from the previously inflicted wound seemed to seep into the pearl, and he stared intently at the luminous gem. Suddenly, he perceived a flicker of red light emerging from its center. Before he could react, the red glow shot towards his eyes like a bolt of lightning. Yang Fendu felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and with a cry of anguish, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Half an hour later, Yang Fendu gradually opened his eyes as he rose from the floor. Shaking his head vigorously, it still felt somewhat heavy, and he had to brace himself against the edge of the bed to stand. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the luminous pearl. Its green glow had dimmed considerably, and to his surprise, he could clearly see myriad cracks within the pearl. How could this be? With questions swirling in his mind, Yang Fendu hurriedly took hold of the scroll on the Art of the Imperial Eye. An ancient aura enveloped him, and the information contained within the scroll flooded into his mind instantaneously. Part of the information detailed the history and background of the Yang family, while another portion unveiled the secrets of the Eye of the Imperial Cat. The remainder comprised essential techniques pertaining to the art itself. In that moment, enlightenment struck him. He had glimpsed the mystery of the Eye of the Imperial Cat, and he was indeed one of the fated descendants of the Yang lineage. According to the records, the Yang family had thrived as appraisers of treasures for generations, all thanks to the insights granted by the Eye, perceiving what others could not. Yang Fendu struggled to contain his excitement, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a copper coin. He hurriedly rubbed away the dirt from its surface, his gaze slowly settling upon the coin. Jingkong Tongbao. Though it bore green rust, the inscription was remarkably clear. From a young age, his father had taught him to recognize and appraise various antiques, and this copper coin was no exception. A hint of joy emerged on his face. This Jingkong Tongbao was certainly worth a considerable sum. Now, however, he sought to test the acuity of his newfound vision. Thus, he took a deep breath, focusing intently on the coin before him. In less than a second, a miracle indeed transpired through the surface of this Jingkong Tongbao. He discerned the pristine interior of the coin, devoid of any impurities entirely. Composed of white copper. As astonishment washed over him, an inexplicable wave of melancholy surged within his heart, causing his eyes to redden slightly. He hastily averted his gaze, inhaling deeply, and murmured to himself, "What an immense atmosphere of slaughter and tragic grandeur." Indeed, during the Jingkong period, the populace was engulfed in despair and lamentation. Not only did he ascertain the authenticity of the Jingkong Tongbao, but he also felt a profound historical resonance emanating from it. At this moment, he was entirely convinced that his discerning eyes could perceive what remained hidden from others. In a fervor of excitement, he quickly tucked away the Jingkong Tongbao. With mere minutes to spare before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he resolved to visit the antique street to sell it, hoping it would alleviate his sister's medical expenses. After a brief tidy-up, at precisely 3 o'clock, Yang Fendu set forth, pedaling swiftly on his sturdy bicycle towards the antique street. The urban village was not far from the Shenyu Bridge Antique Street, and he arrived in about 20 minutes. The antique street was bustling with activity at this hour, the thoroughfare teeming with people, and numerous vendors had set up stalls. The cacophony of boastful merchants and haggling buyers filled the air. With eyes wide with curiosity, Yang Fendu eagerly perused the various antiques and relics displayed on the stalls, seizing the opportunity to further test the prowess of his keen.
Seit Qing Dynasty Pestel Porceliniar, a Forgery, Ming Dynasty Bluandweite Floral Vase, Mirli a Kreft, Qing Dynasty Dragon Paternet Generalesiar, Worthless.
After scrutinizing 3 items, he had effortlessly discerned their true nature. Just as he intended to continue his examination, a sudden dizziness enveloped him, and he recalled the limitations documented regarding the use of the imperial eye technique. Having recently acquired this ability, he realized that viewing 3 items was already his limit. He needed to rest and recuperate. Best to sell the coins swiftly. The thought crossed his mind as his gaze began to scan the shops lining the street. After observing more than a dozen establishments, his steps came to a halt in front of a shop named Jichuan Pavilion, which prominently advertised the buying and selling of various ancient coins. Yang Fendu surmised that this shop was likely specialized and staffed by knowledgeable individuals, and he stepped inside. The shop appeared modest in size, featuring an inner and outer chamber, with 3 display cases in the main hall. To his left, at the counter, a man and woman were engaged in discussion over an item. Respecting their conversation, Yang Fendu busied himself examining the display cases, which primarily showcased coins from various dynasties and some bronze mirrors. "Hey, don't touch that. You'll break it and be unable to afford the damages. Get out. This isn't a soup kitchen." As he reached for a coin, a disdainful voice abruptly interrupted him. The speaker, appearing to be in his 40s with a gaunt frame and sharp features, was likely the shop owner, who regarded him with evident disdain. Only then did Yang Fendu realize that he was still clad in his work clothes, soiled from the construction site, and he took no offense, attributing the misunderstanding to the man's misjudgment. "Sir, you have misunderstood. I am not here to beg, but to sell goods," Yang Fendu hurriedly clarified. "Misunderstand? Nonsense. Can't you see I'm attending to a distinguished guest? I have no time for you. Just leave," the shopkeeper replied curtly. Yang Fendu was taken aback by such disdainful treatment on his first visit to the antique shop, but he found little merit in further arguing with someone so dismissive. Surely, valuable items would sell themselves. However, just as he was about to depart, he caught sight of a young woman observing him. This girl appeared to be in her 20s, with cascading long hair styled in glamorous waves, her fair complexion accentuating her tall, elegant figure, and a strikingly beautiful visage marked by an air of aloofness. Independent and proud, this was Yang Fendu's initial impression of her. At that moment, the enchanting beauty furrowed her brows slightly as she gazed at him. Perhaps it was the age of heightened pride, but being insulted in the presence of such a captivating woman made Yang Fendu acutely aware of the heat rising to his cheeks, as if a torrent of flames were poised to erupt within him. Chapter 4. The Dog's Eye seized the lowly. As Yang Fendu stood there motionless, the ire of Boss Wu Tian surged forth. "What are you still doing here? Get out. Boss Wu, this is hardly a way to treat customers. Anyone who enters your shop is your guest, and regardless of whether they buy or sell, such an attitude is uncalled for." At this moment, the girl finally spoke. Chairman Shang, just look at his attire. How could he possibly possess anything of value? In our line of work, we thrive on discernment, and he clearly seems to be here to swindle us. Wu Tian flashed a confident smile towards the beauty. With your narrow-mindedness, your business is bound to fail. Even if you wanted to buy, I wouldn't sell to you. Yang Fendu suppressed his anger and strode toward the door. "You little brat, are you looking for trouble?" Wu Tian's fury ignited upon hearing such insolence. Just as he was about to confront Yang Fendu, the beauty intervened. "Boss Wu, are you still in the business? You really are judging by appearances. It's your own fault." Upon hearing her words, Wu Tian's expression shifted. He hurriedly donned an apologetic smile. "Chairman Shang, my apologies. You're right. Let's not allow this brat to disrupt our business. This bronze mirror is undoubtedly authentic. I spent a month in Lo City seeking the merchant who would allow me to sell it." As Yang Fendu reached the entrance, he caught sight of the bronze mirror in Wu Tian's hand. His heart skipped a beat in surprise. It was indeed a sea beast grape mirror. However, after a moment's contemplation, he began to suspect something was amiss. Judging by its shape, pattern, and the copper patina, it should be a Tang Dynasty mirror. Yet, he felt an underlying inconsistency. To verify his suspicions, he activated his vision once more. Fortunately, after his earlier rest, he felt no adverse effects this time. Upon scrutinizing the bronze mirror, a cold smirk crossed his face. No wonder he sensed something was off. It all made sense now. Kid, I've spared you out of respect for Chairman Shang. Yet you continue to mutter. Wu Tian's expression darkened as he shouted at Yang Fendu once more. You understand bronze mirrors? The beauty regarded Yang Fendu with curiosity. Initially, Yang Fendu had no intention of meddling. However, Wu Tian's blatant arrogance was intolerable, and since the beauty had previously defended him, he decided to repay her kindness. With a fleeting thought, Yang Fendu shook his head, saying, I don't claim to know much, but I can assure you that the item you wish to purchase is flawed. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Tian erupted in rage at this assertion. Enough. Boss Wu, if you continue this way, the deal will fall through, the beauty warned, her previously haughty demeanor now tinged with frost. Seeing her anger, Wu Tian's expression shifted faster than a page turn. Chairman Shang, please calm down. How about this? Since you trust this young man, let him explain what is wrong with my bronze mirror. The beautiful woman furrowed her brows. Not because she believed Yang Fendu's words, but rather because she found Wu Tian's earlier insults difficult to bear. In essence, sympathy and compassion were her primary sentiments. So where exactly is this thing you speak of? Before the lady could respond, Yang Fendu directed his words towards Wu Tian. It seems you are merely spouting nonsense without understanding. Upon hearing this, a hint of derision crossed Wu Tian's face. Boss Wu, you didn't clarify earlier. I would like to hear a proper introduction from you. The lady interjected, addressing Wu Tian. Very well, Mr. Shang. Allow me to provide you with a detailed introduction. Wu Tian shot Yang Fendu a glare before turning to the lady with feigned courtesy. This copper mirror is a Haisho grape mirror from the Tang Dynasty. Observe the plump form of the beast depicted upon it, and the construction is exceptionally clear. Notably, its eyes possess a piercing sharpness, exuding a sense of vigor and agility. Each of the 8 sea creatures is uniquely shaped, showcasing the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient artisans. As he spoke, Wu Tian lightly tapped the copper mirror. Continuing, listen to this sound. Deep and resonant. Such a tone is characteristic of an old copper mirror. Now, take a look at the patina. At first glance, it reveals its age and the passage of time. Finally, inhale the aroma of this mirror, imbued with the ancient scent of copper, akin to the fragrance of earth. This copper mirror is exceedingly rare in the market. Hence my asking price of 2 million is quite modest. Having said this, Wu Tian wore a self-satisfied expression and even cast a contemptuous glance at Yang Fendu. What you say indeed seems credible, and the price is certainly reasonable, the lady nodded in agreement. However, her gaze soon shifted back to Yang Fendu. You mentioned earlier that this copper mirror has issues. Perhaps you could elaborate now? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's irritation mounted. Unable to fathom why Shang Mei, who typically paid no heed to men, was now so fixated on this beggar. Yang Fendu, disregarding the two, nodded slightly and remarked, you are correct. Identifying a copper mirror primarily relies on 4 aspects: sound, shape, patina, and aroma, and the price is indeed quite affordable. Then why are you still talking? Wu Tian scoffed. The issue lies in 2 points. First, your previous explanation was incomplete. Second, your price is far too low. As soon as Yang Fendu finished speaking, both Wu Tian and Shang Mei's expressions shifted dramatically. You should be aware that both patina examination and aroma detection require water. However, you failed to mention this, so I can assure you that your copper mirror must not come into contact with water. At this proclamation, Wu Tian's eyes widened, and a sense of alarm gripped him as he hastily shouted at Yang Fendu. What do you know? This is an antique. How could it possibly be exposed to water? Do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate further. In this industry, you ought to be aware of the price trends of bronze mirrors. I need not reference the present. Consider the several bronze mirrors auctioned at Hong Kong's Poly Auction in 2011, many of which fetched prices exceeding 6 million. In 2012, a wealthy businessman in our country willingly spent over 10 million on a sea beast grape mirror, whereas you are only offering yours for 2 million. Are you truly ignorant or simply foolish? You. Silence yourself and cease your nonsensical chatter. Wu Tian never anticipated that Yang Fendu, appearing as though he were a beggar, possessed such profound knowledge of bronze mirrors and was well acquainted with market trends. Enraged, he found himself seething. Xiang Mei, not one to be trifled with, quickly discerned Wu Tian's desperation. With an arched brow, she coldly addressed him, Mr. Wu, I believe he raises a valid point. Why not employ his method for authentication? That is out of the question, Ms. Xiang. You do not comprehend that bronze mirrors are even more precious and delicate than porcelain. They should not be exposed to water lightly, Wu Tian replied, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. It is readily apparent with hot water. Yang Fendu thought smugly, relishing the unfolding drama, especially given Wu Tian's earlier insult. He felt it was imperative to teach him a lesson. Mr. Wu, you know I have many acquaintances in this field. Shall I call and consult with someone knowledgeable to ascertain whether bronze mirrors can indeed come into contact with water? Xiang Mei's suggestion caused Wu Tian's expression to shift drastically. He hastily waved his hands and said, There is no need for such trouble. I shall prepare hot water at once. Chapter 5. We are square. As Yang Fendu gazed at Wu Tian's expression, reminiscent of someone who had just swallowed a fly, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Wu Tian, mustering his courage, trudged towards the inner chamber, casting a venomous glare at Yang Fendu. However, he could scarcely afford to indulge in anger at Yang. He had to devise a strategy for explaining the situation to Xiang Mei, his esteemed benefactor. He could not allow this opportunity to slip through his fingers. In no time, Wu Tian returned with a basin of hot water, cautiously placing it on the counter. He tentatively inquired, Is it truly your intention, Ms. Xiang? Indeed, Xiang Mei responded with unwavering resolve. I believe it is prudent to address the matter directly. You mentioned your desire to procure such a copper mirror during our last conversation, and I have kept that in mind. I traveled to Lushur for over a month solely for you, and only through great effort did I secure this item. If there are any issues with it, I assure you, I bear no responsibility. To any discerning listener, it was evident that Wu Tian was attempting to create an escape route for himself. Let us begin, Xiang Mei instructed, ignoring his protests. Reluctantly, Wu Tian lifted the copper mirror and delicately submerged it into the water. The trio's eyes fixated on the mirror as it met the water's surface. To their astonishment, a visible crack emerged in the center of the mirror, accompanied by a pungent odor. It appeared that the mirror had been hastily mended from two halves. A smile flickered across Yang Fendu's face, and he felt a sense of relief. Seizing the moment while the two were distracted, he discreetly exited the shop. With his grievances alleviated and his obligations fulfilled, there was no need to linger. He had to hasten to find a buyer for the copper coins to settle his sister's hospital expenses. What is happening? This cannot be. Wu Tian feigned shock, calling out to Xiang Mei, I have been deceived by the supplier. Xiang Mei's brows furrowed, a frigid expression gracing her features as her piercing gaze fixed on Wu Tian. Mr. Wu, we have been acquaintances for some time, and I never expected such treachery from you. I believe it is best we consider ourselves strangers from now on. Wu Tian recognized the gravity of the situation and was about to unleash his fury upon Yang Fendu, only to discover that he had already departed. He turned to Xiang Mei, pleading for understanding. Miss Xiang, I was genuinely unaware. I too have been misled by the supplier. Please, grant me a little more time, and I shall procure a mirror of superior quality for you. Yet, Xiang Mei seemed impervious to his entreaties, turning on her heel and departing from Jichuan Pavilion. Damn it, that wretched beggar dared to ruin my plans. Wu Tian fumed, realizing he had squandered his opportunity, all thanks to the interference of a filthy beggar. In a fit of rage, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, second brother. Gather the brothers immediately. An insolent fool has disrupted our affairs. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu noted that the clock had already struck 4 in the afternoon. He needed to swiftly convert the copper coins into cash. Otherwise, not only would his sister's surgery be jeopardized, but even her hospital stay could be at risk. Wait a moment. Just as Yang Fendu was about to enter another shop, a voice called out from behind him. He turned to find that it was the alluring woman from earlier. What do you want? As Xiang Mei caught up, before she could utter a word, Yang Fengdo coldly inquired. You left in a hurry. I came to express my gratitude. Initially, Xiang Mei had merely spoken on Yang Fengdo's behalf out of sympathy and compassion, but she was taken aback to discover that he truly possessed remarkable abilities beyond his appearance. At that moment, a desire to become acquainted with Yang Fengdo began to blossom within her. No need. I merely repaid your earlier favor. Now we are even, and I have no time for further discussion, Yang Fengdo replied, turning to leave. Xiang Mei, astonished, realized that as the beautiful chairwoman of the Xiang group, men typically sought to curry favor with her, yet she had never bothered to acknowledge them. This young man, however, seemed utterly oblivious. Hey! Even if you are repaying me, your manner of speaking is rather impolite, don't you think? Xiang Mei exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. Yet, Yang Fengdo appeared to be impervious to her words, showing no intention of pausing. Feeling a sting to her pride, she resolved not to back down easily. Aren't you selling something? I'll buy whatever it is. Upon hearing this, Yang Fengdo finally halted and turned back, asking, Are you truly interested in purchasing? Indeed, money spoke volumes. A smirk of satisfaction graced Xiang Mei's lips as she approached him. Of course I am. How much for this copper coin? Yang Fengdo glanced around, noting the sparse presence of onlookers, before retrieving the coin and presenting it to her. Jing Kong Tong Bao. Xiang Mei furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the coin. To be frank, she possessed little knowledge about copper coins. Her interest in purchasing copper mirrors stemmed solely from her father's fondness for them, and his understanding of such items was minimal. However, given Yang Fengdo's keen insight in identifying the counterfeit mirror earlier, she was convinced of his expertise. Thus, she was determined to forge a connection with him today, willing to spend money to ensure his assistance in appraising antiques in the future. I'll buy it for 200,000. Xiang Mei calculated before addressing Yang Fengdo. 200,000. He exclaimed in disbelief. Yang Fengdo understood that, based on the typical market value, the copper coin was worth between 50 to 60,000. Her offer of 200,000 was clearly absurd. What's wrong? Then I'll raise it to 300,000. Xiang Mei, misinterpreting his expression, believed she had initially undervalued it and added another 100,000. Are you pitying me or expressing gratitude? Yang Fengdo retorted, visibly displeased. If it's pity, it's unnecessary. If it's gratitude, it's unwarranted since we are already even. Though he was in need of money, he understood the principle that a gentleman values wealth obtained through rightful means. Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei quickly grasped the situation. It seemed her earlier impression had been mistaken. This fellow was not motivated by greed. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she confessed. I merely believe you possess a certain talent for identifying treasures and wish to befriend you. To be honest, I know nothing about this copper coin. Apologies, but I have no interest in making friends. Yang Fengdo replied curtly, dismissing her explanation with a wave as he turned to depart once more. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiang Mei felt a surge of urgency within her. She stamped her foot and called out to Yang Fengdo. Stop right there. Is there something you need? Yang Fengdo turned back and inquired. Though I may not be well versed in copper coins, I am aware of a collector who has a penchant for them. Are you not deceiving me?
Yang Fengdo asked.
Why would I mislead you? I assure you, the individual in question is an expert in antique appraisal. Humble in demeanor and amiable in nature. I guarantee he will offer you a fair price. At this, Yang Fengdo's interest was piqued. After a brief contemplation, he asked, Where is he located? I shall take you to him right now, Xiang Mei exclaimed, noticing Yang Fengdo's growing curiosity. After a moment of reflection, Yang Fengdo finally nodded in agreement. Xiang Mei led him out of the antique street and directly to a white BMW 740 parked by the roadside. Get in, she urged. Glancing at the luxurious vehicle, Yang Fengdo hesitated and said, My bicycle is over there. Perhaps you could lead the way, and I shall follow behind. To his surprise, the usually aloof Xiang Mei burst into laughter at his remark, saying, What jest is this? If you wish to sell your copper coins, you must get in the car quickly. Ultimately, Yang Fengdo had no choice but to enter the vehicle. With a swift push on the accelerator, Xiang Mei propelled the car forward, and Yang Fengdo instantly experienced a powerful surge of momentum, realizing that driving indeed surpassed cycling in exhilaration. Chapter 6. Copper coins ignite conflict. Xiang Mei's vehicle sped along, veering off the main road and winding through a labyrinth of narrow streets, eventually arriving at a district of single-story houses. Despite the modest exteriors, each courtyard could easily be exchanged for a villa, as they were all remnants of ancient Sihiyuan, and the residents here were far from ordinary affluent individuals. Here we are, Xiang Mei announced as she parked at the entrance of a Sihiyuan. Yang Fendu instinctively glanced at the time. It was precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As Xiang Mei exited the car and approached the door to knock, Yang Fendu idly surveyed the entrance. The typical RUE door of a Sihiyuan was painted a deep red-brown, adorned with lion-shaped door knockers on each of its 2 leaves. However, it was evident to Yang Fendu that while the door was original, the knockers were a later addition. Miss Xiang has arrived. Mr. Wang is in the courtyard speaking with a guest, greeted the Wang family's housekeeper with a smile as she opened the door. Thank you. I brought a friend along today, Xiang Mei replied, gesturing to Yang Fendu as they both entered the Sihiyuan. This particular courtyard was a single Sihiyuan, consisting solely of this one yard, without any additional annexes. The surrounding buildings stood independently yet harmoniously, imparting a sense of spaciousness and brightness. On one side of the courtyard, the owner had cultivated a variety of flowers, while the other side featured a modest fish pond. Once the door closed, the clamor of the outside world faded away, replaced by a serene natural beauty. Yang Fendu noticed 2 individuals engaged in conversation within a small pavilion at the center of the courtyard. One of them, facing him, appeared to be in his 40s, with a rosy complexion and kind features that exuded benevolence, a clear indication of a genuinely good-natured individual, for such a quality cannot be feigned. The other person, whose back was turned to Yang Fendu, seemed to be dressed in a suit, with thinning hair, though Yang Fendu could not discern his appearance. Uncle Wang, I brought a friend to see you, Xiang Mei greeted Wang Jianan as she approached the pavilion. Ah, young lady, I knew you wouldn't come to visit me without reason. Are you here to have me show you something again? Wang Jianan chuckled lightly. However, do wait a moment. I have a guest here who wishes to discuss some copper coins with me. Please make yourselves comfortable. All right, we shall wait for you, but not for too long, or you might regret it, Xiang Mei remarked, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Wang Jianan shook his head in amusement before redirecting his gaze to the man across from him. Sun Gang, although these copper coins you brought me are indeed old, they are quite ubiquitous in the market, thus lacking significant value. How about I offer you 3,000 for them? Does that sound fair? Sun Gang? Yang Fendu, who had been standing outside the pavilion, felt a twitch in his eyelids upon hearing the name, his thoughts racing. Could it be that unscrupulous contractor? At that moment, a desire to leave swiftly began to take shape in his mind. Should Sun Gang catch sight of the copper coins in his possession, he would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Mr. Wang, as you mentioned, these coins are indeed old and have legitimate origins. Might I suggest a slightly higher price? The voice unmistakably belongs to Sun Gang. At this moment, Yang Fendu felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing that the coins in his possession were all unearthed from the construction site. Let us do this. Do not rush to sell just yet. Go out and inquire a bit. The price I offer you is absolutely fair. However, Wang Jinan shook his head and replied, I have some pressing matters. I shall not sell these coins today. With that, he departed. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fendu decided it was best to leave, whispering to Xiang Mei. Yet, Xiang Mei was unaware of Yang Fendu's thoughts and, with a furrowed brow, asked in surprise, What is the rush? I must remind you that Uncle Wang is an expert in antique coins. If your items are indeed good, the price will not be an issue. Xiang Mei's voice was a tad too loud, causing Wang Jinan's gaze to fall upon Yang Fendu, and even Sun Gang, who had been facing away from them, turned to look. Just as one fears, so it comes. In an instant, Yang Fendu and Sun Gang locked eyes, both momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, a flicker of anger appeared on Sun Gang's face as he coldly remarked, So it is you, brat. You too have come to sell coins? Yang Fendu did not respond directly, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Observing this, Xiang Mei seemed to grasp something, hesitating before addressing Sun Gang. What is the matter? Are you the only one allowed to sell coins? Isn't that rather domineering? Indeed, Sun Gang, your attitude lacks generosity. Wang Jianan too, appeared somewhat irked at this moment. Gentlemen, you may not realize, but the coins in this lad's possession are rightfully mine. Upon hearing this, both Wang Jinan and Shang Mei's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes instinctively focusing on Yang Fendu. Particularly, Shang Mei, with an incredulous look, tentatively asked, "Are your coins stolen?" "Absolutely not,"
Yang Fendu vehemently denied,
insisting that the coins were his own. "How absurd. Hand over the coins and return them to me, and I shall let you off lightly. Should you wish to keep them for yourself, do not blame me for being impolite." Sun Gang shouted angrily. At this, both Wang Jinan and Shang Mei were at a loss regarding what to do next. "Sun Gang, there is no need for your rudeness. Since you claim the coins belong to you, I shall call the authorities." After the earlier tension, Yang Fendu now stood firm, thinking that no one would emerge unscathed. Sun Gang was taken aback by Yang Fendu's newfound confidence, as the usually submissive young man now dared to retort. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, stepping forward as if to strike Yang Fendu. "Sun Gang, stop. This is my home, and you shall not act recklessly here." Seeing this, Wang Jinan suddenly issued a stern warning. Sun Gang dared not provoke Wang Jinan, for he still hoped to sell items to him in the future, and quickly forced a smile, saying, "Uncle Wang, please do not be angry. This lad is merely a temporary worker at my site. If he possesses any coins, they must surely belong to me." From this moment onward, Sun Gang declared that he would no longer work at the construction site. He had completed 30 days of labor, earning 100 yuan per day, totaling exactly 3,000 yuan. Today, he encountered his employer and requested his wages. Yang Fendu, quick of mind, abruptly shifted the conversation, threatening, "You still dare to ask me for money? Do you believe I won't break your legs?" Sun Gang was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this fellow would have the audacity to demand payment from him. Withholding wages from migrant workers is illegal, and judging by his attire, this man appeared to be a boss. Would he truly risk everything for a mere 3,000 yuan? At that moment, Shang Mei glanced at Yang Fendu, feeling inclined to trust him, and thus spoke on his behalf. Wang Jinan, unable to contain himself, chimed in, "Indeed, Sun Gang, if you persist in this manner, how shall we conduct business in the future?" He had been observing Yang Fendu, sensing a hint of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had encountered him before. Most importantly, he believed that Yang Fendu was not a thief. Sun Gang stood there, bewildered. Having failed to reclaim his money, was he now to forfeit 3,000 yuan? Chapter 7. This matter is not resolved. Sun Gang dared not provoke Wang Jinan. Ultimately, with a reluctant expression, he retrieved 3,000 yuan in cash from his bag and begrudgingly handed it to Yang Fendu. "Young man, since you are here to sell copper coins as well, let us take a look," Wang Jinan remarked with a cheerful demeanor as he observed Yang Fendu preparing the money. However, internally, Yang Fendu felt somewhat troubled. He was hesitant to display the copper coins in front of Sun Gang. Moreover, he was well aware of Sun Gang's character, knowing that matters were unlikely to be resolved so simply. "Old Wang, I no longer wish to sell these copper coins. I apologize for disturbing you today. If I decide to sell in the future, I shall return," Yang Fendu stated, turning to leave. "Old Wang, I too have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first." As Yang Fendu made to exit, a sly smile flickered across Sun Gang's face, prompting him to hastily address Wang Jinan. Noticing this, Wang Jinan furrowed his brow and called out to Yang Fendu, "Young man, since you were brought here by Shang Mei, we are friends now. Whether you decide to sell the copper coins or not is inconsequential. Come, let us sit down for some tea and conversation." Wang Jinan, being astute, understood Yang Fendu's concerns and was well aware of Sun Gang's intentions. Yang Fendu paused, discerning the underlying meaning in Wang Jian's words, and turned back to express his gratitude. "Very well, I shall accept your kind invitation." Seeing Yang Fendu stay, Sun Gang appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he reluctantly turned to Wang Jian, saying, "Old Wang, shall we discuss my copper coins further?" "That won't be necessary. You mentioned you had urgent matters, so please attend to them. If you come across anything worthwhile in the future, feel free to seek me out. I still have guests to entertain, so I must not detain you," Wang Jian replied, feigning difficulty as he glanced at Sun Gang. Faced with Wang Jianan's dismissal, Sun Gang could only suppress his frustration and force a smile. Very well, I shall take my leave. As he passed by Yang Fendu, a cold smirk crept onto Sun Gang's face as he whispered, "You better be ready. This matter is not over." Yang Fendu chose to ignore him. "Auntie, please close the door. I shall not be meeting anyone from now on." Wang Jianan instructed the housekeeper after Sun Gang departed. "Come, young man, have a seat." Wang Jianan beckoned to Yang Fendu, reclaiming his attention. Once the three were seated, Wang Jianan personally poured a cup of tea for Yang Fendu. "Now that there are no outsiders here, do not be too reserved. Please present the copper coins," Wang Jianan suggested with a hint of a smile. "Thank you, old Wang, for helping me out earlier." Yang Fendu expressed his gratitude. "Ah." Wang Jianan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "There is no need for thanks. First, I know Sun Gang's character well. Second, I believe you are a fine young man, not the thief he claims you to be. Lastly, I am eager to meet young individuals like yourself. Indeed, do not let his age fool you. Uncle Wang is quite the playful spirit." Shang Mei chimed in with a smile. "What are you saying, girl? I am not yet 50. How can you call me old?" Wang Jianan retorted light-heartedly. The once proud Shang Mei appeared remarkably vivacious in the presence of Wang Jianan. Naturally, Yang Fendu harbored his own intentions, recognizing that his nascent venture into the antiquities realm necessitated utmost caution at every turn. However, driven by an urgency to part with the copper coins, he ultimately decided to present them. Jingkong Tongbao. Upon receiving the coin and casting a glance at it, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Jianan's face, prompting him to hastily retrieve a magnifying glass for a closer inspection. "What a treasure! I never anticipated I would finally encounter a Jingkong Tongbao." Within a minute, Wang Jianan struggled to contain his excitement. Observing the expression on his face, Shang Mei beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Uncle Wang, I was right, wasn't I? Today, I've done something to make you happy." "Child, I shall remember this favor," replied Wang Jianan. For years, he had diligently collected copper coins, yet he had long been missing a Jingkong Tongbao. Given the limited issuance of these coins initially, they had become exceedingly rare in today's market, almost a source of vexation for him. Thus, he was elated to finally come across one today. "Fendu, how much do you intend to part with this coin for?" Wang Jianan, being a straightforward individual, bypassed any formalities and directly inquired about the price. Yang Fendu was taken aback by Wang Jianan's forthright demeanor. According to the unspoken rules of the antiquities trade, if a buyer displayed their emotions, the seller could essentially demand an exorbitant price. Yet, as a newcomer to this realm, Yang Fendu was focused on establishing a foothold and leaving a favorable impression, knowing that future dealings would arise. Thus, he refrained from making an outrageous demand. "Mr. Wang, to be honest, I am not fully aware of the market value of this coin. Perhaps you could propose a price, and if it seems fair, I shall agree to part with it." Upon hearing this, the now composed Wang Jianan revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. Unbeknownst to Yang Fendu, Wang Jianan's earlier display of excitement and astonishment had been deliberate. Having navigated the antiquities world for many years, he had encountered countless treasures and had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. His intent was to gauge Yang Fendu's character and ascertain whether he would inflate the price. It seemed that the young man's integrity was indeed commendable. "My dear, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. You did not judge based on appearances. Fendu is undoubtedly a friend worth having." Wang Jianan refrained from stating a price and instead turned his attention to Shang Mei with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shang Mei's heart swelled with happiness, although she dared not display it openly. "In fact, I have only just met Yang Fendu. He even assisted me in authenticating a copper mirror earlier. Had he not identified the issue, I would have been severely misled by Wu Tian from Jichuan Pavilion." "Is that so?" Wang Jianan's gaze fell upon Yang Fendu, and he chuckled. "Fendu, you possess a sharp eye. I merely stumbled upon it," Yang Fendu replied with an embarrassed smile. "Setting that aside, this Jingkong Tongbao is currently valued in the market at approximately 30,000 yuan. I shall offer you 50,000. What do you think?" This price took Yang Fendu by surprise. Originally, he believed that selling it for 30,000 would suffice, But to his surprise, Wang Jinan truly did not incur any losses. Well then, I must thank old Wang, Yang Fendu remarked with a nod. Once a stranger, now a friend. In the future, you may address me as Uncle Wang or simply Old Wang. Yang Fendu was somewhat taken aback by Wang Jinan's words and, after a moment's contemplation, opted to call him Uncle Wang. After all, to directly refer to him as Old Wang felt somewhat disrespectful. You all enjoy your tea. I will fetch your payment, Wang Jinan said before rising and heading toward the main room. So how is it? Did I deceive you? Uncle Wang is a kind and affable individual, and he conducts his affairs with utmost fairness. He would never mislead you, Xiang Mei remarked, unable to suppress a smile as she turned to Yang Fendu upon concluding the business deal. Yang Fendu remained silent but internally concurred with her assessment. Before long, Wang Jinan returned with a leather bag in hand. Here, this is 50,000, he announced. Yang Fendu did not count the money. He merely glanced at it before setting it aside.
Ah, splendide.
Now that our transaction is settled, you need not harbor any reservations. Perhaps you could now enlighten me on the origins of this copper coin and its connection to Sun Gang. Wang Jinan refilled Yang Fendu's cup of tea, gazing at him with an amiable expression. Chapter 8 The Dawn of Hope. Yang Fendu was taken aback by Wang Jinan's insatiable curiosity. Although their financial dealings had been settled, the latter still had questions to pose. Noticing the change in Yang's expression, Wang quickly surmised his thoughts and, with a reassuring smile, began to elaborate. Fendu, please do not overthink it. To put it plainly, I find you to be a decent young man, and considering your connection with the charming Xiaomei, I am simply inclined to forge a friendship with you. Yang nodded, acknowledging Wang's sentiment. I too find you to be a commendable person, Uncle Wang. Since you inquired, I shall share the story behind this copper coin. He recounted the coin's origins, deliberately omitting any sensitive details. Wang Jinan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he fiddled with his teacup. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. Fendu, it is apparent that you are new to the antiquities trade, and there are numerous rules and practices that may elude you. Allow me to impart this wisdom. If you remain obscure in this field, it may suffice, but should you gain any notoriety or possess valuable items, proceed with utmost caution. There are individuals in this realm who would resort to any means to acquire the treasures in your possession. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I shall heed your advice, Yang responded, feeling a newfound respect for Wang, as few in the antiquities sphere would share such insights. Continuing, Wang remarked, let us discuss Sun Gang. I have some acquaintance with him. He is somewhat entrenched in the antiquities scene and possesses a network. As for Wu Tian, Sun is often seen in his company. Based on my understanding of Sun, the events of today will not simply be forgotten, and should he wish to part with that copper coin, he will undoubtedly seek out Wu Tian. I worry that your name may come up, so exercise caution in the coming days. Understood, Uncle Wang. To be honest, it was this copper coin that brought me to the antique street. Otherwise, I would not have the means to dabble in such matters and would seldom return. Even if they seek me out, it will not be an easy endeavor, Yang affirmed. Do not underestimate the capabilities of these individuals. They are well acquainted with all walks of life. As he spoke, Wang handed Yang a business card. This is my contact information. Should any issues arise, feel free to call me or mention my name. I have a modicum of renown in the antique street. Gratefully, Yang accepted the card and nodded in appreciation. Upon leaving Wang's residence, Xiaomei offered to drive Yang home, but he declined, preferring to ride his bicycle to the antique street. Reluctantly, Xiaomei drove him back to the Xian North Chao Antique Street. After disembarking, Yang pondered for a moment before leaning into the car, saying, regardless of everything, thank you for today. Is that all you have to say? Xiaomei retorted. What else would you like me to say? Yang felt a twinge of regret for his earlier expression of gratitude. How about this? I own a jewelry company, and you could serve as my private consultant, helping me with a discerning eye whenever you have the time. Xiaomei suggested, biting her lip suddenly. I apologize, but firstly, I possess no knowledge of jade, and secondly, I lack interest. Moreover, I owe you nothing. Upon concluding his statement, Yang Fendu disregarded Xiaomei, striding towards his bicycle, unlocking it and departing with purpose. Xiaomei watched him leave, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot and gritted her teeth, declaring, just wait. I will ensure you owe me. However, she immediately regretted her words, for she had not even sought Yang Fendu's contact information. In this vast city, encountering him again would undoubtedly prove challenging. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall find you. Soon, Xiang Mei regained her composure and retrieved her iPhone 13 to make a call. Xiang, the stunning beauty is calling me. Could it be to treat me to a meal? A teasing voice emerged from the phone. Meng Kaiyu, spare me your vanity. I require your assistance in investigating someone. Xiang Mei retorted with irritation. No problem, but should I assist you, how shall you repay me? I must inform you, the individual I wish for you to locate is a treasure appraisal expert. With that, Xiang Mei abruptly hung up and sped away. By the time Yang Fendu arrived at the hospital with dinner, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Upon entering the ward, he found his sister, Yang Xiaoxiao, just finishing her 4-drip, engaged in conversation with their mother. Brother, you've come. Xiaoxiao greeted him with a smile. Yes, I had some matters to attend to, hence my tardiness. I brought you and Mom 2 bowls of pork bone soup. Enjoy it while it's hot. As he spoke, Yang Fendu placed the meal on the bedside cabinet. Where did you acquire such funds? Pork bone soup and century egg lean meat porridge? Xiaoxiao looked at him with concern. Seeing his emaciated figure and the scars upon his body, her heart ached. Do not worry, your brother can earn money, Yang Fendu reassured her with a smile. Their mother, Yiyun, had remained silent throughout but surmised that Yang Fendu must have sold that copper coin, likely having examined the family heirloom. In truth, she was unaware of the contents of that heirloom. After her husband's departure, she had attempted to open the box but had been unsuccessful. Come, xiao xiao. Since your brother has brought you food, eat while it's warm. Yiyun, feeling for her daughter, opened the food container and began to feed Xiaoxiao, while Yang Fendu sat beside them, smiling as he watched his sister eat. After their meal, Xiaoxiao lay down to rest, and Yiyun and Yang Fendu stepped into the corridor outside the ward. Did you open that box? Yiyun inquired gravely, regarding Yang Fendu with concern. I did. He nodded. However, I cannot articulate what lies within. Just trust your son. One day you shall take pride in me, and I will uncover the truth regarding our father. So, you have resolved to venture into the antique trade? Indeed, Yang Fendu affirmed earnestly. Very well, I believe in you, but you must remember what I have told you. Yiyun gazed at her son. Indeed, he had matured into adulthood, and it was time for her to relinquish control and allow him to venture forth into the world. Mother, please return to the hospital and rest. I sold the copper coins for 50,000 yuan. I will pay for my sister's hospital fees, and I have decided to leave the construction site. Starting tomorrow, I will head to the antique street. Very well, just ensure you return early after settling the fees. I can manage taking care of Xiaoxiao alone. Yiyun nodded in response to her son. Soon after, Yang Fendu paid his sister's hospital fees, retaining 13,000 yuan for other purposes. The following day, Yang Fendu rose early, quickly freshened up, and delivered breakfast to the hospital before departing for the mobile phone market. He spent 2,000 yuan on a fully functional smartphone and then ventured to the second-hand market, where he purchased a used electric bike for 900 yuan. This made his trips to the hospital much more convenient. He transferred the SIM card from his old phone to the new one and was just about to head to the antique street when his phone rang. Hello. Is this the recycling service? We are moving and we no longer need the old items. If you are interested, please come over now. The address is... He intended to visit the antique street and of course he would accept any recycling opportunities. As long as it was profitable, he was willing to engage. It was precisely through this recycling endeavor that he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 9. Striving to settle riding the newly acquired second-hand electric bicycle, Yang Fendu swiftly returned to the courtyard of his rented accommodation. To deter theft, he decided to push the bicycle inside his room, feeling reassured only after watching the tricycle depart from the premises. 40 minutes later, Yang Fendu arrived at the designated location discussed over the phone. He parked the tricycle and dialed the number of the person selling scrap. The individual resided on the 5th floor, and upon opening the door, a woman in her 40s cast a disdainful glance at Yang Fendu, inquiring, "Are you the one collecting scrap?" "Yes, that's me," Yang Fendu nodded in affirmation. "Come in," she said, revealing a living room cluttered with refuse, save for a few old appliances. If the price is right, I'll sell them to you. If not, I'll look for someone else. There are plenty of scrap collection advertisements in the hallway. The woman scrutinized Yang Fendu, her tone laced with a hint of threat. Rest assured, I promise to offer you a fair price. Let me assess the items first, he replied, beginning to examine the old appliances. How about this? For the refrigerator, washing machine, and television plus the scrap, I'll give you 800 yuan, Yang Fendu proposed with a smile after surveying the items. Are you joking? The television is a flat screen, and the washing machine is a front loader. You think I'm going to let you take them for only 800? That's outright robbery. The woman responded, visibly displeased. Yang Fendu observed her closely. During their conversation, her eyes darted around, indicating that his offer was already quite generous. He chose not to respond, squatting down to sift through the pile of junk. Suddenly, he spotted something among the refuse painted in red, resembling a scholar's inkstone. Could it be yet another treasure? Yang Fendu stifled his excitement, discreetly activating his discerning gaze. Indeed, beneath the red paint lay an authentic inkstone, faintly exuding an ancient charm.
Noticing Yang Fendu's silence,
The woman grew impatient. All right, stop rummaging. I won haggle. Just take it all for 1,000 yuan. Yang Fendu refrained from further discussion, nodding in agreement. Then it's 1,000 yuan. In the future, if you have old items to sell, just think of me. After retrieving the money from his bag, he handed it to the woman. Originally, this money was intended for antiquities hunting at the market. Good. Hurry and take everything away. I'm in a rush to move, she said, her expression softening upon receiving the cash. All right then, I'll start gathering this junk, and then I'll call someone to help with the appliances, she added. Yang Fendu called his neighbor, Old Lu, who fortuitously was nearby collecting scrap. He arrived within 10 minutes, and together they lifted the old appliances down. Seizing the opportunity while Old Lu was distracted, Yang Fendu stealthily tucked the inkstone away. Old Lu, you handle selling these items yourself. I won't be joining you, he said as they finished organizing the haul. Lao Lu, in his 50s, bore a simple and honest demeanor. Upon hearing Yang Fendu's words, he hastily waved his hand and exclaimed, Why don't you go? What if I end up selling at a loss? It's fine. This isn't my first encounter with the recycling station. They wouldn't dare to undervalue it too much. I must also visit my sister at the hospital, so I must take my leave. After Yang Fendu finished speaking, he rode away on his tricycle, leaving Lao Lu to shout after him, I'll give you the money when I return tonight. Once home, Yang Fendu eagerly retrieved the inkstone, examining it closely. He swiftly grabbed a half bottle of floral water from the windowsill and sprayed it onto the inkstone. 5 minutes later, he began scrubbing the inkstone with soapy water and a brush, watching as the red paint gradually peeled away. The true color of the inkstone began to emerge. It revealed a deep black-brown hue, with flecks of green within the stone, reminiscent of floating duckweed on water. At this sight, Yang Fendu could hardly contain the elation on his face, for he instantly recognized the quality of the inkstone. Its vibrant green was akin to blue, smooth and warm to the touch, with an exceptionally fine texture. This was a quintessential piece of green jade stone, specifically a type of Tao inkstone, a true masterpiece among inkstones. Yang Fendu, cradling the Tao inkstone with excitement, marveled at its remarkably well-preserved condition, adorned with a depiction of a waterfall. The Tao inkstone is one of the 4 renowned inkstones, and this particular piece could fetch at least several 100,000 in the market. With this, his sister's surgical expenses seemed to hold promise. After examining it further, he flipped the inkstone over and suddenly noticed a few small characters. Old man holding ice. Zhang Jidong, the governor-general of Liangguang during the late Qing dynasty, known for his passion for collecting inkstones. However, historical records indicate that he primarily favored Dong inkstones, making this Tao inkstone a surprising find. Rarity enhances value, and this inkstone's worth could multiply several times. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yang Fendu hastily packed the inkstone and left his home in a rush. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the Xian Enchao antique market. After securely locking his electric bike, he proceeded directly into the antique street. Young man, are you here to buy or sell? A cheerful individual suddenly blocked his path after Yang Fendu had wandered for a few minutes. I'm just browsing, Yang Fendu replied, furrowing his brow. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad person. I know nearly every shop owner and vendor on this street. I usually just help friends make connections, the man smiled. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu understood the man's role. In the antique trade, there are individuals like him who, lacking treasures of their own, rely on introducing buyers and sellers to each other, profiting from the transactions. These individuals are known as brokers. While not the most reputable profession, their connections and information are quite extensive, showcasing a certain level of expertise. Yang Fendu found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. With the broker's words, he anticipated that many troubles could be alleviated. What are the terms if the deal is struck?
Yang Fendu inquired.
The simple, 3 parts for the buyer, 2 parts for the seller, the broker replied with a smile. Yang Fendu understood the significance of this arrangement. The buyer would provide 3 parts of the commission, while the seller would offer 2 to the broker once the transaction was finalized. This was indeed a long-standing tradition, although Yang Fendu had not been involved in the antique business. He was well-versed in its customs, as the 3-for-2 rule had persisted through the ages. So, young man, are you looking to buy or sell? If it's the latter, I must first inspect the item. The broker maintained his cheerful demeanor. As for the seller, I can only reveal that I am offering an inkstone. Once you assist me in finding a buyer, you shall undoubtedly reap your rewards. Yang Fendu deliberately kept the inkstone concealed. Haha, you are quite cautious, young man. It is wise to be so in these times. Come with me. I happen to know an expert in inkstones, the broker urged. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Fendu nodded and followed him ahead. Haha, this lad has fallen into the trap. At that moment, 2 figures in a nearby shop were closely watching Yang Fendu. Chapter 10. The mother was assaulted before long. Yang Fendu followed the broker through a series of winding alleys, arriving at a narrow lane behind the antique street. This alley appeared to be over 5 meters wide, devoid of any pedestrians, lending it an air of desolation. As Yang Fendu walked further, an unsettling feeling began to creep into his heart. He abruptly halted and inquired of the broker ahead. Where exactly is the buyer you mentioned? Where are you taking me? The broker paused, slowly turning his head to regard the puzzled Yang Fendu, a sinister smile suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth. You've thwarted my brother's plans. Do you truly believe I would lead you anywhere good? As his words echoed, over 10 individuals emerged from the shadows of the alley. Each one bore the unmistakable demeanor of street thugs, and in the blink of an eye, they had encircled Yang Fendu. Observing these figures, Yang Fendu's mind raced with realization. They were undoubtedly the henchmen of Wu Tian, the owner of Jichuan Pavilion. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Yang Fendu's expression shifted, his voice cold and resolute. Humph, playing the fool here isn't-wise. I've heard that not only did you swindle my brother, but you also pilfered someone else's copper coins. The broker sneered. The situation became crystal clear. These individuals were indeed dispatched by Wu Tian and Sun Gang. Initially, a sense of apprehension washed over Yang Fendu, but at this moment, he found a newfound calm. So, you come from Wu Tian and Sun Gang? He asked indifferently. Kid, now that you know, I need not waste breath. Hand over the copper coins and the inkstone on you. Perhaps you might avoid some bodily harm. Otherwise, I assure you, you won't leave the street today. The broker threatened with a wicked grin. Ha! If you have the guts, come and take them.
Yang Fendu suddenly laughed coldly.
Damn it! Do you really think you're formidable? Today, I will show you that not everyone can thrive in this antique street. Brothers, break his legs first. With a furious roar, the broker commanded, and the group of thugs lunged at Yang Fendu en masse. Seeing this, Yang Fendu's expression turned icy as he clenched his fists, fixating his gaze on the advancing thugs. When one of them swung a punch, Yang Fendu raised his leg and delivered a kick, resulting in a sharp cry as the thug was sent sprawling 3 meters away. Despite his seemingly lean physique, Yang Fendu had developed considerable muscle from his time working at the construction site. Moreover, since acquiring the legacy of the Eye of Sovereignty, he had discernibly felt changes within his body. The kick he had just unleashed startled even him, for he hadn't exerted his full strength. Could it truly be the influence of the Eye of Sovereignty? As this thought flickered through his mind, he instinctively sidestepped, causing one thug to miss his target entirely. Yang Fendu dared not lose focus. He quickly retaliated with 2 punches, clearly hearing the sound of bones cracking. You can fight pretty well. The broker's demeanor shifted as he observed the unfolding chaos, prompting him to rush toward Yang Fendu. Meng Kaiyu, aren't you going to help? At that moment, a man and a woman entered the alley. The woman was Shang Mei, while the man, Yang Fendu, was unfamiliar to Meng Kaiyu. Without uttering a word, Meng Kaiyu charged forward, swiftly dispatching over 10 ruffians to the ground in a brutal display of prowess within mere minutes. Dare to bully others under my very eyes? Have you all grown weary of life? Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, glaring fiercely at the broker. Upon seeing Meng Kaiyu, the broker was drenched in cold sweat. Captain Meng, it's you. We acknowledge our mistake. It was merely a trivial conflict. Please grant us a chance to amend our ways. He pleaded. Wu Lao Air, you've only been out a few days and already your old habits resurface? Meng Kaiyu clearly recognized the broker as well. Captain Meng, we truly know our wrongs and promise it won't happen again. Wu Lao Air stammered, nearly bowing in fear. Today I shall grant you a chance for redemption. Should this occur again, I will ensure you all find yourselves behind bars. Now scram. Meng Kaiyu huffed, prompting Wu Lao Air to scramble to his feet and hastily beckon his subordinates to retreat. Why are you here? Once Wu Lao Air and his gang had departed, Yang Fendu turned his attention to Shang Mei, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Had I not been with Meng Kaiyu, you would likely have been beaten to a pulp by now, Shang Mei replied coldly. Yang Fendu, not wishing to engage in a debate with her, shifted his focus back to Meng Kaiyu and said earnestly, Thank you for your assistance earlier. No need for thanks. It was a trivial matter. I am Meng Kaiyu, he introduced himself. Yang Fendu. The 2 men shook hands. Witnessing this exchange, Shang Mei felt a pang of jealousy and snapped at Yang Fendu. Hey, I saved you. So shouldn't your gratitude be directed towards me? Apologies, but I'm in a hurry. I must take my leave, Yang Fendu replied, wishing to avoid further argument as he aimed to sell the inkstone in his possession to gather funds for his sister's surgery. You are being unreasonable. Do you truly think of me as heir? I brought you here to introduce you to Meng Kaiyu. He has a particular fondness for antiques. If you're looking to earn some money, you could help him appraise things. Money is not an issue, Shang Mei called after him, stamping her foot in frustration. Meng Kaiyu, meanwhile, wore an expression of helplessness. When had he ever suggested seeking someone to assist in appraisals? Yang Fendu paused, slowly turning back to face Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu. Believing Yang Fendu was intrigued, Shang Mei felt a sense of triumph. However, Yang Fendu approached Meng Kaiyu instead. Brother Meng, do you know of any shops or individuals who buy inkstones? He inquired. Inkstones? A glimmer of excitement illuminated Meng Kaiyu's face. There was no need to search elsewhere. If the item was right, he would acquire it directly. Meanwhile, Shang Mei seethed with anger. Yang Fendu truly regarded her as invisible. Elsewhere, in the inner sanctum of the Ji Quan Gu shop, Wu Lao Air, sporting a bruised face, was reporting to Wu Tian. What am I to say about you? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Wu Tian slammed his fist on the table. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of Meng Kaiyu? Wu Lao Lu wore a face of grievance. Boss Wu, please do not be angry just yet. I have thoroughly investigated this young man's background. He has a sister currently residing in the West River City Hospital, Sun Gang remarked, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, on Yang Fendu's side, Meng Kaiyu had been eager to procure a fine inkstone for his father, only to discover that Yang Fendu possessed one. Young Master Yang, this place is not suitable for examining goods. Let us find a quieter location to inspect the inkstone you have. If it meets my approval, I shall purchase it without seeking others. Rest assured, you shall not suffer any loss financially. Seeing Meng Kaiyu so animated, and given that he was accompanied by Shang Mei, Yang Fendu felt a slight easing of his suspicions. He nodded in agreement, saying, very well, let us find a place to review the items. Just then, the sound of a ringtone pierced the air. As the trio was about to depart, Yang Fendu's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from the nurse responsible for his sister's care, and he answered hastily. Nurse phone. Is there something wrong with my sister? He inquired urgently. Yang Fendu, you must come to the hospital at once. Our director has stated that your sister's hospitalization fees have been exhausted, and they are preparing to discharge her. Security has been called in, and your mother attempted to reason with them, resulting in her being struck by the director. What? Yang Fendu's expression darkened instantaneously. He could hear not only Nurse Feng's voice but also the commotion and his mother's pleas in the background. Brother Meng, please take me to the West River City Hospital. At that moment, both Meng Kaiyu and Xiang Mei could distinctly sense the chilling aura emanating from Yang Fendu. Chapter 11. Do you deserve to be human? In an instant, Meng Kaiyu and Xiang Mei were momentarily taken aback by Yang Fendu's formidable presence. Brother Meng, I implore you, take me to the hospital. Yang Fendu, sensing their hesitation, grew increasingly agitated. All right. Meng Kaiyu quickly regained his composure, nodding fervently as the three of them hurried towards the car. Observing Yang Fendu's palpable anxiety and tension, Meng Kaiyu revved the engine and sped towards the West River City Hospital. Seated in the back, Xiang Mei's delicate face bore a mixture of nervousness and confusion. From Yang Fendu's earlier demeanor, she discerned just how much he cherished his mother. Such filial piety is truly rare. In a bid to save time, Meng Kaiyu accelerated recklessly, even disregarding a red light. He managed to cover a half-hour journey in merely 15 minutes. Yang Fendu leapt from the car and dashed towards the inpatient department. The hospital corridor was teeming with people. Director Chung, my son just paid 40,000 yuan in hospitalization fees this morning. How could there be an outstanding balance? Yang Fendu heard his mother's voice, tinged with tears, as he ascended the stairs. Humph. The billing department has no record of your payment. A slender, somewhat unsavory-looking middle-aged man was shouting angrily at Yiyun. This man was Cheng Wei, the director of the nephrology department, who had been a thorn in their side ever since Yang Fendu's sister was admitted. Yang Fendu was acutely aware that this hostility stemmed from his failure to offer a bribe. That's impossible. When my son arrives, I'll have him show you the receipt, Yiyun replied, her voice trembling. Humph. The hospital is already facing a shortage of beds. Who has time to wait for you? You must vacate immediately to make room for patients in need, Cheng Wei coldly retorted. Is this how you practice medicine? With no compassion, Yiyun countered, tightly embracing the trembling Yang Xiaoxiao. Though fragile, a mother's strength emerges in dire circumstances. Doctors are people too. Hospitals are not charitable institutions. If you can afford to stay, then stay. If not, you must leave. What illness can you treat without money? It's simply a waste of hospital resources, Cheng Wei shouted with a frigid demeanor. The crowd around them grew larger, whispers of discontent circulating as many began to silently criticize Cheng Wei for his lack of medical ethics. Upon hearing the murmurs, Cheng Wei's expression darkened, and he pointed accusingly at the patients and their families, bellowing, Am I wrong? What illness can the poor afford to treat? At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, rushing towards Cheng Wei without a second thought. Before the man could react, a powerful fist struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! Thud! Cheng Wei was sent sprawling 3 meters back, clutching his chest in agony as he knelt on the ground. The assailant was none other than Yang Fendu. Cheng Wei, do you deserve to be a doctor? Do you even deserve to be human? Yang Fendu's fists were clenched, his piercing gaze ablaze with fury as he coldly stared down Cheng Wei. Yang Fendu, how dare you create a scene in the hospital? Have you lost your mind? Cheng Wei was momentarily stunned by a punch from Yang Fendu, and after a brief pause, he hastily shouted at the security guards, Seize these medical troublemakers. Instantly, 3 security personnel rushed towards Yang Fendu. Enraged, Yang Fendu struck out with a flurry of punches, bringing all 3 guards to the ground, howling in agony. Witnessing this, a flicker of anxiety crossed Cheng Wei's face, which was otherwise contorted with anger. Yang Fendu had always struck him as a frail and insignificant individual, yet the formidable strength he displayed now was utterly astonishing. If you dare take another step closer, I guarantee you will be left searching for your teeth. Yang Fendu bellowed, exuding an air of chilling menace that left the security guards visibly terrified. Here is the receipt for my payment today. Verify whether it was issued by your hospital. As he spoke, Yang Fendu thrust a receipt at Cheng Wei's face. How can I trust that this isn't a forgery? You country bumpkins, with your meager talents, are adept at deceit and playing the victim to garner sympathy. Cheng Wei remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Having received preferential treatment due to his commendable medical skills and overseas experience, he had developed a haughty disposition. Usually, he would only accept a few bribes, but today he felt emboldened by the support of his uncle, Sun Gang. Sun Gang harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yang Fendu and concocted a nefarious plan, promising Cheng Wei 2 rare coins in exchange for expelling Yang Fendu's sister from the hospital. The allure of money, coupled with Cheng Wei's penchant for antiquities, made him readily agree. However, he now realized that the seemingly timid Yang Fendu possessed a fierce tenacity capable of nearly incapacitating him with a single blow. Whether it is true or false, accompany me to the billing department to verify. Yang Fendu seethed with restrained fury. As the crowd of onlookers grew, Cheng Wei felt a rising tension. Prolonging this commotion would yield no benefit for him. With a cunning glint in his eye, he retorted, "I am quite busy and have no time for your trivialities. Let us assume this is merely a misunderstanding on the billing department's part, and your sister may continue her stay." As he spoke, Cheng Wei attempted to rise from the ground, eager to extricate himself from this quagmire. "You expelled my sister from her room and slapped my mother. Do you think you can simply walk away unscathed?" Just as Cheng Wei tried to make his escape, Yang Fendu swiftly blocked his path. Faced with Yang Fendu's icy glare, Cheng Wei felt a surge of anxiety, though he feigned indifference. "My suspicions are well-founded. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. I have shown you sufficient respect. What more do you want from me?" Yang Fendu's expression hardened as he gritted his teeth. "I demand that you kneel and apologize to my mother and sister." At this, the crowd erupted in murmurs once more. Some expressed concern for Yang Fendu, recognizing that this was Cheng Wei's territory and fearing for his safety. Others, however, believed that Yang Fendu was right to stand his ground, embodying the true essence of a man's responsibility. Shang Meili, who had been observing from the crowd, furrowed her brows, her face betraying a hint of concern. Yet, beside her, Meng Kaiyu remained remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation. "Meng Kaiyu, at such a critical juncture, why did you not reveal your identity and step in to mitigate the chaos? Do you truly wish for matters to escalate?" In a moment of exasperation, Shang Meili cast a disapproving glance at him. "To be honest, I never perceived that Yang Fendu possessed any fighting spirit. I am quite eager to see how he will proceed from here." Meng Kaiyu chuckled lightly, watching Yang Fendu and Cheng Wei with keen interest, relishing the unfolding drama. "One who enjoys watching the spectacle does not shy away from trouble," Shang Meili remarked, somewhat irritated, as she hastily retrieved her phone to make a call. "Yang Fendu, are you still lost in a dream? If I do not hasten your sister's discharge from the hospital, you should count your blessings. However, should you continue this unreasonable commotion, I shall not be so accommodating." Chapter 12. The wicked first complains. As Cheng Wei's words fell, he noticed Yang Fendu's silence and a smug smile flickered across his face, believing he had intimidated Yang. Little did he know that every individual has a breaking point, and for Yang Fendu that point was his mother and sister. Even if he were still an ordinary person, he would fiercely protect them from any harm. "So, you refuse to apologize?" Cheng Wei, reveling in his perceived triumph, was taken aback as Yang Fendu suddenly stepped closer. The atmosphere grew heavy, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Cheng Wei's forehead as he gazed into Yang Fendu's grim expression. "What do you intend to do? Slap?" Before Cheng Wei could finish his sentence, Yang Fendu delivered a resounding slap that left him dazed. "This slap is for my sister." Yang Fendu ground his teeth in fury. "Yang Fendu, you slap." Yang Fendu had no interest in his protests and landed another blow. Cheng Wei felt the world spin as he staggered. "This slap is for my mother. How dare you?" Slap. Cheng Wei's words were cut short as Yang Fendu struck him once more, leaving him utterly bewildered, the world around him blurring into a haze. "This slap is for me." After delivering 3 stinging slaps, Yang Fendu stood over the dazed Cheng Wei, who swayed precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. Just as Yang Fendu lifted his hand to continue, Yiyun rushed over, grasping his arm. "Fendu, you mustn't strike him anymore. It could lead to serious consequences." Turning to his mother, Yang Fendu replied emphatically, "Mom, I can endure his insults towards me. But when it comes to him bullying you and my sister, I cannot stand idly by. I understand, my dear. I understand. Yi-yun's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling both touched and worried for her son. However, violence was not the solution. She pleaded with him to refrain from further aggression. Hearing his mother's entreaty, Yang Fendu's emotions began to settle. Yet, upon seeing the imprint of a hand on her cheek, his anger surged anew. He lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Cheng Wei's abdomen. Thud! Unprepared, Cheng Wei doubled over in pain, collapsing to his knees before Yang Fendu and his mother. Unable to contain himself, he coughed up blood, revealing 2 of his molars among the crimson. Stop! Just as shock enveloped the crowd, a chilling voice pierced the air. A group of more than 10 individuals clad in white coats approached swiftly. Leading them was a man with a ruddy complexion and graying hair, appearing to be in his 50s, Lu Ming, the hospital director. Having been in a meeting at the administrative building, Lu Ming was unaware of the turmoil at the inpatient department until he received a call from Xiang Mei and hurried over. Upon noticing the arrival of the dean, the onlookers hastily parted to create a path. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he observed Cheng Wei, reduced to a pitiful state, kneeling in disarray after being beaten. Cheng Wei had been a high-profile recruit, and now, his disheveled appearance could tarnish the hospital's reputation, not to mention Lu Ming's own dignity as the dean. Dean, I was assaulted by a patient's family member. You must advocate for me and have him arrested immediately. Upon seeing Lu Ming approach, Cheng Wei suddenly regained his audacity, his bloodied lips slurring accusations. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the surrounding crowd before fixing his gaze on Yang Fendu. You are openly attacking hospital staff within these premises. This behavior is utterly reprehensible. Such actions fall under the category of medical disturbances, warranting legal repercussions. Yang Fendu felt a surge of indignation at this remark, but before he could respond, Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu arrived at his side. Uncle Lu, while violence is unacceptable, it is unjust to heed only one side of the story. Have you inquired why my friend felt compelled to strike him? Xiang Mei smiled as she addressed Lu Ming. Xiao Mei, what is the situation here? He is your friend? Lu Ming's face contorted with confusion upon seeing Xiang Mei. Regardless of whether Yang Fendu is my friend or not, even if he were merely a stranger, I would defend him. You doctors deserve to be reprimanded. If you doubt my words, you may review the surveillance footage for clarity.
Xiang Mei asserted earnestly.
I have a video. I recorded everything just now. At that moment, a family member of a patient emerged from the crowd, presenting Lu Ming with a phone. Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming reluctantly accepted the device. As he watched the footage revealing Cheng Wei's actions, his complexion oscillated from pale to flushed with fury. Cheng Wei, you are nothing short of a disgrace. As a physician, where has your medical ethics gone? You are a blight upon our institution, ruining our reputation. After returning the phone, Lu Ming unleashed a furious tirade at Cheng Wei, his face burning with embarrassment. I was wrong, Dean, I was wrong. Cheng Wei, who had initially viewed Lu Ming as his savior, was taken aback by this unexpected outcome. Humph, you are hereby dismissed. Leave the hospital at once. Lu Ming's voice rang with authority. The security guards, previously assaulted by Yang Fendu, promptly seized Cheng Wei and dragged him towards the exit. Once Cheng Wei was removed, Lu Ming turned his attention back to Yang Fendu, bowing his head in contemplation. I apologize. Today's incident is entirely our hospital's fault, and as the dean, I bear an undeniable responsibility. As a gesture of our remorse, we shall waive your sister's subsequent hospitalization fees, and I will immediately contact relevant specialists to ensure she receives the best treatment available. Very well. The dean is wise. At this moment, applause and cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lu Ming finally exhaled a sigh of relief within himself. Certainly, this action serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it aims to restore both the hospital's and his own reputation. On the other, it is motivated by Xiang Mei's assertion that Yang Fendu is her friend. He and Xiang Mei's father have been old acquaintances for quite some time, and a misstep in handling this situation could truly jeopardize his standing. No need for that. My focus is solely on Cheng Wei, not the hospital. As a physician, I hold a compassionate heart, and I merely wish for us common folk to not feel disheartened while spending our hard-earned money on medical care. As Yang Fengdo concluded his remarks, a hint of embarrassment crossed Lu Ming's face. Yang Fengdo refrained from further comments, turning instead to his sister, crouching down to lift her into his arms and carry her into the hospital room. Rest assured, we will address this matter with utmost seriousness, ensuring a satisfactory resolution for everyone. Now, I kindly ask everyone to disperse, he stated. Brother, I'm so sorry for causing trouble for you and Mom. Perhaps we should discharge ourselves. My illness may be beyond cure. Yang Xiaoxiao gazed at Yang Fengdo, tears welling in her eyes as she voiced her distress. Yiyun, witnessing her understanding yet heart-wrenching daughter, could not help but shed tears. Yang Fengdo gently caressed Yang Xiaoxiao's forehead, smiling as he reassured her, Silly girl, do not worry about anything. Your brother is here for you. Let us stay here for now, and if there is no improvement, I will take you to a hospital in the big city. Indeed, little sister, you must heed your brother's advice. I also have connections with specialists in larger hospitals, and I will assist in gathering information when the time comes, added Meng Kaiyu, who entered the room and was visibly moved by the scene. Meanwhile, Shang Mei also stepped into the hospital room, followed by several doctors clad in white coats. Chapter 13. Indeed, experts among the physicians, Lu Ming took the lead, followed by a group of seasoned doctors, likely esteemed authorities within the hospital. Yang Fengdu, I just spoke with Uncle Lu, said Shang Mimi earnestly, her gaze fixed on Yang Fengdu. Your sister cannot be discharged just yet. To ensure she receives superior care and treatment, the hospital has decided to transfer her to a private suite, where facilities are more accommodating in every aspect. This revelation was somewhat unexpected for Yang Fengdu. The private suite, equipped with the most advanced medical apparatus and staffed by the hospital's finest professionals, was undoubtedly appealing. No need for that, Director Lu. We humble folk are not so delicate. Our priority is merely to receive treatment, regardless of the room. Besides, the costs are exorbitant, and we simply cannot afford it, interjected Yiyun without allowing Yang Fengdu to respond. She fully understood the principle of not receiving benefits without merit. Given her own past, she had encountered all manner of individuals and was currently unable to ascertain the intentions of the man and woman accompanying her son. Thus she could not acquiesce. You misunderstand. The transfer to the private suite is intended to provide Yang Xiaoxiao with enhanced treatment. While also expressing our sincere apologies, Lu Ming quickly clarified upon noticing Yi Yun's refusal. Yang Fengdu glanced at his sister in the hospital bed, realizing that securing the best treatment for her was of utmost importance. Ultimately, he nodded and said, All right, let us proceed with the transfer. Fengdu. Yiyun looked at Yang Fengdu, her gaze tinged with reproach. Mother, rest assured, even without their insistence, I share the same sentiment. My son is well off. He will not owe anyone. Yang Fengdu earnestly explained. Shang Mei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, believing Yang Fengdu was misinterpreting kindness for folly. Nevertheless, Yiyun ultimately consented. Before long, Yang Xiaoxiao was moved to the private suite. Grateful for Nurse Feng's assistance during this ordeal, Yang Fengdu suggested that she continue caring for his sister, citing her familiarity with the case. Lu Ming promptly arranged for Nurse Feng to be assigned to the private suite to attend exclusively to Yang Xiaoxiao. Nurse Feng Yu's joy was palpable upon receiving the news. Feng Yu, you are incredibly fortunate to be transferred to the private suite. Tell me the truth, Feng Yu. Does Yang Fengdu have a crush on you? The other nurses began to gossip animatedly, surrounding Feng Yu. Her cheeks flushed. She picked up her belongings and hurriedly made her way to the private suite. Meanwhile, Yang Fengdu had introduced Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu to his mother. Yiyun had formed a preliminary impression of the two, and surmised they harbored no ill intentions towards her son. Mother, we have some matters to attend to, Yang Fengdu said, glancing at Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu. Very well, go ahead, but remember what I've said, Yiyun replied with a nod. Always in my heart. Yang Fengdu responded and gestured to Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu before stepping out of the ward. 3 individuals drove to a tea house in the heart of the city. It was evident that Meng Kaiyu was a regular patron, as the waitstaff greeted him warmly, calling him Young Master Meng. Young Master Yang, how about a pot of Longjing? After settling into a private room, Meng Kaiyu inquired with a smile toward Yang Fengdu. Casual, I have little knowledge of tea, Yang Fengdu replied with a hint of indifference. Meng Kaiyu instructed the waiter to brew a pot of Mingxian Longjing and respectfully poured a cup for Yang Fendu, saying, "Young Master Yang, do give it a taste." Yang Fendu's gaze fell upon the cup, where the plump tea leaves danced in the clear green liquid, filling the air with a delightful bean fragrance. As he spoke, he lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. The refreshing aroma and rich aftertaste lingered, captivating his senses. "Excellent tea," he proclaimed. "Aha! And you claimed to know nothing about tea. Clearly, you are quite the connoisseur." Meng Kaiyu burst into laughter. Xiang Mei, sitting nearby, was equally astonished. The seemingly impoverished Yang Fendu appeared to possess an unexpected depth of knowledge. Her curiosity about him intensified, especially after witnessing his mother, Yiyun, at the hospital, a rural woman who exuded an inexplicable air of nobility. "I am grateful to both of you for today. Allow me to express my appreciation with this tea in place of wine," Yang Fendu said, lifting his cup in gratitude. "From now on, we are all friends. Such formalities are unnecessary." Meng Kaiyu waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, I am quite familiar with Uncle Lu Ming. Feel free to reach out to me in the future," Xiang Mei added earnestly. Miss Xiang, to be precise, it is your father who has a closer relationship with Lu Ming, isn't it?" Meng Kaiyu teased. "Just go away." Xiang Mei shot a playful glare at Meng Kaiyu. Yang Fendu chuckled along with her. "Xiang Mei, I will honor my previous promise. While I won't serve as your appraisal consultant, you may call me if you need my expertise on anything," Yang Fendu offered. Hearing this, Xiang Mei felt a surge of happiness. Although he wouldn't be her consultant, their relationship had certainly grown closer, a suitable development. "All right, it's settled then. I will definitely reach out when I need assistance. Cheers." Xiang Mei took a generous sip of tea, which, to Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendu, seemed a bit extravagant. Yang Fendu merely shook his head and smiled, choosing not to comment, instead retrieving a square inkstone from his bag. "Meng Gu, take a look at this inkstone. If it catches your fancy, please keep it. If not, I would appreciate your help in finding a reliable buyer. As you know, my sister's medical treatment requires a substantial sum," Yang Fendu said earnestly, placing the inkstone on the tea table. Meng Kaiyu and Xiang Mei both turned their attention to the inkstone. Meng Kaiyu, visibly excited, eagerly wiped his hands on his clothing and delicately picked up the inkstone, inspecting it with great care. The black stone felt remarkably smooth to the touch, and his expression revealed a growing fervor. He freed one hand to retrieve the powerful flashlight he carried, and through its beam, he astonishingly observed that the black stone seemed to transform into a shade of green, which bore a hint of blue and was even adorned with several green speckles. "Young Master Yang, could this possibly be the coveted green ripplestone Tao inkstone?" Meng Kaiyu found it hard to believe his own eyes. Indeed, Brother Meng is an expert. This is unmistakably the green ripplestone Tao inkstone. Though the green speckles fall slightly short of expectations, Yang Fendu replied with a smile. "What a remarkable treasure! Truly exceptional." Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, unable to part with it. "Take a look at the inscriptions above," Yang Fendu suggested. "The icebound elder?" Meng Kaiyu's eyes lit up as he turned to Yang Fendu for confirmation. "Is this an item from the collection of Zhang Jidong, the Governor-General of Huguang?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu felt no embarrassment, chuckling as he said, "If Brother Meng is fond of it, I shall gladly part with it." In the world of antiques, the term part does not imply a gift but rather a sale. Meanwhile, Xiang Mei could hardly contain herself, snatching the inkstone with excitement. "Let me have a look." "Oh dear, be careful." Meng Kaiyu's face turned pale at this sudden turn of events. In the realm of antiques, when several individuals examine an item together, it is customary for one person to finish their inspection before handing it back, ensuring it is not passed directly from hand to hand. A careless bump or scratch could lead to significant trouble. Regardless of the item's authenticity, if the owner demands an exorbitant price, one would be left lamenting their fate. "Young Master Yang, if I may be so bold, from where did this item originate?" At this inquiry, Yang Fendu's expression subtly shifted, as such questions are often considered taboo among sellers. Chapter 14. Do not judge a book by its cover. Typically, it is customary that a buyer refrains from inquiring too deeply into the provenance of the items held by the seller. Such inquiries may arouse suspicions of future poaching, and they may lead the seller to question the buyer's integrity. However, Meng Kaiyu was not overly contemplative. He merely found it perplexing that Yang Fendu, who appeared quite ordinary, could possess such exquisite items as the Jingkong Tongbao and the Tao Inkstone. Noticing a change in Yang's expression, Meng realized that Yang had misunderstood his intentions and quickly offered an apologetic smile. Young Master Yang, please do not take offense. My curiosity stems solely from concern over the origins of these items. After all, I am still clad in the uniform of the system, and I must be cautious not to err. Mengu, Yang Fendu replied, I can assure you that the origins are entirely legitimate, and these items were purchased with my own funds. As for the price I paid, it is rather inconvenient to disclose, but I can guarantee that this inkstone is genuine. Should you find it to be a counterfeit, I will, without hesitation, refund you. Were it not for Yang's urgent financial need to sell, he would not have uttered such words. Nevertheless, he was inclined to trust both Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu's character. Very well, I must admit I was overly cautious. I shall take this item, Meng Kaiyu said, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he nodded in agreement. What do you mean you shall take it? This item is remarkable. I want it. Before Yang could respond, Xiang Mei interjected. Oh dear, Miss Xiang. Why must you always be present? Can we not reason together? I had intended to acquire this, Meng Kaiyu replied, his expression one of exasperation. Are you foolish enough to argue with a woman? Xiang Mei shot him a glance, then turned to Yang Fendu. You are the seller. Please state your asking price. Yang glanced between the two, a resigned smile gracing his lips. The market price for an ordinary Tao inkstone is typically around 300,000 to 500,000. But this particular piece was collected by Zhang Jidong, so the price must certainly reflect that. If you are interested, I would say 80,000. In all honesty, Yang Fendu's price was quite reasonable. Others would undoubtedly demand much more, and if this piece were to go to auction, it could fetch an even higher sum. Yet, Yang could not afford to wait. His sister's medical expenses loomed large, and the costs of her stay in a private room were escalating rapidly. I will offer 100,000. Sell it to me, Xiang Mei declared. Meng Gu, this is hardly fair. You're clearly being taken advantage of. Meng Kaiyu lamented, nearly at the brink of tears as he continued. My father's birthday is approaching, and I intend to gift him this item. Who knows, he might be so pleased that he agrees to my resignation. Humph. I do not believe your tall tales. Xiang Mei scoffed. If you are skeptical, simply call my father to confirm. Seeing Meng Kaiyu on the verge of distress, Xiang Mei's face softened with a gentle smile. Oh, what a big man you are, fine then, I shall yield. With that, Meng Kaiyu breathed a sigh of relief and hastily turned to Yang Fendu. Young Master Yang, let us dispense with the pleasantries. As Xiang Mei suggested, I shall offer you a round figure. Please sell this item to me. Yang Fendu, naturally pleased with the price, nodded and smiled. Thank you, Meng Gu. This inkstone is now yours. Upon hearing these words, Meng Kaiyu's face radiated joy, reminiscent of a child finally obtaining a long-desired toy. He hastily put away the inkstone, fearful that Yang Fendu might change his mind. After securing the inkstone, Meng Kaiyu eagerly urged, please provide me your bank account number. I shall transfer the funds immediately. In the realm of antiquities, a clear exchange of money for goods instills a sense of security. Yang Fendu relayed his account number, and without delay, Meng Kaiyu commenced the transaction on his phone. Ding! Yang Fendu's phone buzzed with a notification that 1 million had been deposited. A wave of excitement surged within him, though his countenance remained composed. With this substantial sum, there was hope for his sister's treatment. Ah, with everything settled, let us celebrate, Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration, as he raised his cup towards the two. The trio clinked their cups and took a sip of tea. I heard from Xiang Mei that your discerning eye is quite remarkable. Initially, I was skeptical as you appear younger than I, but it seems that one cannot judge a book by its cover. At such a young age, you have already become an expert in appraisal. Should the opportunity arise, I believe we could collaborate in the future. Although our acquaintance has been brief, I feel a genuine camaraderie between us. Meng Kaiyu, being a man of emotions, found the tea invigorating, akin to consuming a potent spirit, and his feelings began to overflow. Count me in. Xiang Mei chimed in, eager to join the revelry. You should focus on being a chairman. Meng Kaiyu teased. Are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing it? Do not forget it was because of me that you met Yang Fendu and acquired such treasures. Xiang Mei, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of annoyance. Just kidding, beautiful Xiang, do not take offense. How could I exclude you from good fortune? Meng Kaiyu quickly offered a conciliatory smile. That is more like it. Observing their playful banter, Yang Fendu found it amusing. Xiang Mei seemed different from their first encounter. It appeared that her position as a chairman had cultivated an air of aloofness over time. Thank you both for your assistance regarding the hospital matter. Yang Fendu expressed his gratitude once more, and both waved him off. Xiang Mei took a sip of her tea and remarked, Yang Fendu, there is no need for such formality. Now that we are friends, it is only natural to help one another. Rest assured, I have spoken with Uncle Lu Ming, and arrangements for an expert consultation for your sister will be made today. Consultation is one aspect, but my sister's condition is rather grave. To achieve a complete recovery, a kidney transplant may be necessary. Yang Fendu shook his head, a glimmer of despair crossing his features. Noticing this, the two exchanged glances, and Meng Kaiyu promptly reassured, do not worry, young Master Yang. We will assist you in inquiring about kidney sources. Meng Kaiyu was right. We are all here to support you, Xiang Mei quickly affirmed. However, the reality of finding a matching kidney is not a trivial matter. Such compatibility is rarely achieved with ease. Let us set that aside for now and discuss the matter at hand. I just received a message from Su Man. She mentioned that the Jada Li Auction Company will hold an auction tomorrow. Are you both interested in joining me to take a look? Tomorrow, I anticipate a lack of time, as I intend to return to the provincial capital for my father's birthday preparations. Meng Kaiyu expressed with a hint of reluctance. Do not regret your decision. It is said that a significant artifact will be auctioned at this event. Xiang Mei remarked with an air of mystery. A significant artifact. This piques my interest. Since I have resolved to immerse myself in the world of antiques, attending such an auction is indeed an opportunity to broaden my horizons. After all, such chances are rare, and the more I engage, the more enriching my experiences will become. Chapter 15. Dignity cannot be compromised. Yang Fendu pondered for a moment and promptly turned to Xiang Mei, expressing his desire to visit if there were no pressing matters the following day. Very well, where do you reside? I shall call you tomorrow to pick you up. Meng Kaiyu's presence was of little consequence. As long as Yang Fendu attended, he would be satisfied. Should he find something appealing, he could enlist Yang Fendu's discerning eye for assistance. I shall accompany you. Upon hearing Yang Fendu's intention, Meng Kaiyu quickly changed his mind. And who might you be?
Sheng Mei retorted, somewhat irked.
Hehe, it's quite significant. How could I possibly miss out on such an enticing affair? Besides, if I return late, my father cannot hold it against me, Meng Kaiyu explained with a smile. In truth, his motivation for attending was solely to gauge Yang Fendu's discernment, hoping to explore the potential for deeper collaboration. Yang Fendu paid little heed to their banter, fixing his serious gaze upon Meng Kaiyu. Brother Meng, there is something I would like to request your assistance with. The phrasing seemed somewhat formal, yet Meng Kaiyu quickly assured, whatever I can do, I will exert every effort. Yang Fendu cast a glance at the two, his expression gradually turning grave. Noticing this, both individuals exchanged curious glances. After a brief silence, Yang Fendu finally spoke. I feel something was amiss with today's incident at the hospital. Though Cheng Wei displayed a hostile attitude due to my failure to present him with a monetary gift, he would not dare to overtly create trouble for us. However, today's circumstances felt rather unusual. I suspect he is being manipulated by someone. Meng Kaiyu nodded slightly in agreement. He handled numerous cases daily and was well acquainted with such situations. A moment's analysis revealed that something was indeed amiss. He had momentarily forgotten to mention this matter in his excitement over the Inkstone incident. Yang, do you have any enemies in Shiha City? I too believe there must be a reason behind this. A department head would not be foolish enough to act on his own. Enemies? Yang Fendu furrowed his brow, contemplating two individuals that swiftly came to mind. I do, though I wouldn't classify them as enemies. One is Sun Gang, the foreman from my previous construction site, with whom I had some disputes over copper coins. The other is Wu Tian, the proprietor of Jichuan Pavilion on the Antique Street. Xiang Mei interjected. I previously mentioned that Yang Fendu discerned a problem with Wu Tian's copper mirror, which ultimately thwarted the transaction. so he is likely harboring resentment. Yang Fendu added, today, I overheard those who intended to harm me mention that their backers are indeed Wu Tian and Sun Gang. Rest assured, I shall have this matter investigated by tomorrow at the latest, Meng Kaiyu assured, thumping his chest with confidence. Thank you for your trouble. After discussing the matter, the three of them enjoyed tea and engaged in casual conversation before departing the tea house. They first escorted Yang Fendu to the hospital, after which Meng Kaiyu returned to his workplace, and Shang Mei also left for company matters. Yang Fendu entered his sister's hospital room alone, only to find that their mother was absent. Nurse Feng Yu was there, engaging in conversation with Yang Xiaoxiao. You're here, Feng Yu exclaimed, quickly standing up from her chair to greet him. Where's my mom? Yang asked. She went out to buy food and should be back soon, Feng Yu replied hastily. Yang nodded, his gaze lingering on Feng Yu as he hesitated before speaking. Thank you for informing me about today's events. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known the potential consequences. No need for thanks. It's merely my duty. I get along well with Xiao Xiao, and your mother has always treated me kindly. If anyone deserves gratitude, it's you. Most nurses without connections wouldn't be assigned to such a high-level ward, Feng Yu explained, her cheeks flushing slightly. Seeing her fluster, Yang Fendu felt a bit awkward and smiled, saying, I trust you to take care of my sister. At his words, a warmth spread through Feng Yu, and inexplicably, her cheeks felt warm. She quickly sought an excuse to leave the room, fearing that Yang Fendu might notice her embarrassment. Hee. Yang Xiaoxiao, lying in bed, appeared to be in good spirits, breaking into a silly grin at the sight of her brother. Silly girl, what are you laughing at? Yang Fendu asked as he approached her bed and playfully pinched her nose. Bro, don't you think Nurse Feng likes you? Yang Xiaoxiao whispered mischievously. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would you indulge in such gossip? Nurse Feng has been caring for you. You shouldn't say things like that. Yang Fendu pretended to be angry. I'm not making it up. Before you arrived, she was asking me all about you. Mom can vouch for it. And she even subtly inquired about Feng Yu's family situation.
Yang Xiao te aset.
Little brat, if you keep talking nonsense, I might just have to deal with you, Yang Fendu said, raising his hand playfully as if to swat her. Believe it or not, but I think she is interested in you, Yang Xiaoxiao giggled, covering her mouth. At that moment, Yiyun entered the room. What are you two so happy about? She asked, placing the food on the coffee table with a loving gaze directed at her children. I said Nurse Feng likes my brother. Young ladies shouldn't say such things. It's quite inappropriate, Yiyun interjected upon hearing this. Yang Xiaoxiao stuck her tongue out at Yang Fendu, deciding to remain silent. Mom, has a doctor visited Xiaoxiao? Yang Fendu quickly shifted the conversation. Yes, Dr. Lu personally led the team, and they consulted several specialists. The general consensus is that we cannot afford to delay. We must find a kidney source as soon as possible. Dr. Lu mentioned he would contact hospitals nationwide to search for a donor, Yiyun explained, nodding. That's good to hear. This situation is largely thanks to that girl, Shang Mei. Otherwise, the hospital wouldn't be so attentive. I also heard at the billing office that Shang Mei paid 50,000 yuan for Xiaoxiao's hospital fees. This was somewhat unexpected for Yang Fendu, as Shang Mei had not mentioned this matter to him at all. No worries, I will return the money to her later, he hastily assured, fearing that his mother might overthink and worry. Indeed, remember what your mother told you. A gentleman loves wealth but must acquire it through righteous means. Although we may be impoverished, we must not lose our dignity. I remember, he replied, but we are not entirely without funds at the moment. I recently sold an item and made a substantial amount of money. I will pay part of it to the hospital and keep some aside for emergencies, while reserving a portion as capital. Yiyun was not surprised by this. She understood that in the antiques business, wealth could come swiftly if one was fortunate enough to stumble upon a significant treasure, yet it could also take years to yield any profit. Of course, it was equally easy to incur losses in an instant. A mere oversight could result in the loss of tens of thousands, or even millions. After dinner, you should return and rest. I can manage here, she said, casting a tender glance at her son. In the afternoon, after leaving money for his mother and paying the hospitalization fees, Yang Fendu departed the hospital and returned to his rented room. The experiences of the past few days had been thrilling, akin to a cinematic adventure, and after selling the inkstone, his emotions gradually settled. Having tested the waters twice, he resolved to formally immerse himself in the world of antiques beginning the next day. Chapter 16. Different paths. This evening, Yang Fendu enjoyed a deep slumber. Since the unfortunate incident involving his father, he seemed to have not experienced a single restful night. In fact, he even dreamt 2 dreams. One dream transported him back to his childhood, where he played games with his father and learned the art of treasure appraisal. The other dream was rather peculiar. It seemed to feature the ancestors of the Yang family, who shared tales about their lineage and the secrets of the imperial pupils. However, upon awakening, the details eluded him. Despite the smile gracing his lips in the depths of slumber, his face bore the marks of tears, for he yearned deeply for his father. The following day, Yang Fendu was roused from his dreams by the insistent ringing of a phone. Groggily, he reached for the device. Hello?
Yang Fendu.
Surely you're not still asleep? Have you forgotten your promise to me? Came the voice of Shang Mei through the receiver. Rubbing his eyes and glancing at the clock, he was momentarily at a loss for words. It was barely past 6 o'clock. The auction was not set to commence until 9. I haven't even had breakfast yet in order to pick you up. What if there's traffic or unforeseen delays? Alright, quit your rambling. I'll get up right now. Hearing her incessant chatter, Yang Fendu found his sleep completely elusive. Wait, send me your location. Your place is difficult to find. I've circled the area several times already. Shang Mei continued. No need. Just park your car and wait for me on the side of the road. Without waiting for her response, he angrily tossed the phone onto the bed. Humph! Yang Fendu, how dare you hang up on me? Shang Mei exclaimed, her expression filled with irritation as she threw her phone onto the passenger seat. Yang Fendu got up, neatly folded the blanket, and after a quick wash, stepped outside. Finally up. I was just about to find you. I sold something for $2,000, and I'm heading home to grab it for you. Old Lu, who was tidying up some debris in the yard, greeted him with a smile as Yang Fendu locked the door. Oh, I have some urgent matters today. You hold on to the money for now, he replied, nodding to Old Lu as he made his way toward the gate. Wait, I need to discuss something else with you. Old Lu called out, noticing Yang Fendu's haste. I'll talk to you later, Yang Fendu shouted back as he hurried outside. Old Lu shook his head with a wry smile, pondering the sudden urgency that seemed to consume the young man each day, even disregarding the money. Meanwhile, Shang Mei was sulking in her car when she suddenly heard a knock on the passenger window. Turning her head, she saw Yang Fendu, prompting her to open the door with a frown. You certainly have a grand sense of self-importance, making such a prominent CEO wait by the roadside for you, she remarked with an eye roll. True, you are a CEO, but what does that have to do with me? He retorted.
HMPH. Fine.
But I cannot wait for you without compensation. You must treat me to breakfast, she insisted, her expression shifting. Well, Yang Fendu hesitated, contemplating a retort, but ultimately decided against provoking her further. All right, there's a nice breakfast shop not far ahead. I assure you it will be satisfying. That's more like it. Shang Mei's face bore a hint of pride as she pressed the accelerator and moved forward. After traversing less than 500 meters, Yang Fendu turned to Shang Mei. With a frown of confusion, Shang Mei followed him out of the car, but a glance around revealed no breakfast shop in sight. This is the place. Let us find somewhere to sit. A few minutes later, Yang Fendu led Shang Mei to a roadside breakfast stall. After securing a spot at the entrance, he turned to Shang Mei, who gazed at the humble establishment and the patrons enjoying their meals with astonishment. Is this truly the reputable breakfast place you mentioned? She inquired. Indeed. The flavors are delightful, and it's quite filling for just 10 yuan, Yang Fendu explained with a smile. Shang Mei was rendered speechless. It was her first experience dining at a roadside stall. Setting aside concerns about hygiene, a singular thought crossed her mind. Yang Fendu was exceedingly frugal. Boss, 2 bowls of wonton and 3 pieces of youtiao, Yang Fendu called out after they settled into their seats. All right, the proprietor responded. Yang Fendu's gaze shifted to Shang Mei, who wore an expression of disdain, carefully wiping her chopsticks with a tissue from her bag. This is the life of ordinary folks. Someone like you, living in comfort, cannot possibly understand, Yang Fendu remarked with a chuckle. You sold a copper coin for 50,000 and a slab of inkstone for 1 million. Yet you treat me to street food, I'm at a loss for words, Xiang Mei retorted, her tone sharp. Those who discuss matters from the sidelines ought to grasp the nuances of the situation. Yang Fendu replied, glancing at her with a smile. Without experiencing the hardships of others, how can one judge them so easily? At his words, Xiang Mei's expression shifted once more, this time revealing a hint of surprise and even admiration. She was taken aback that he possessed such insight. His demeanor and identity had completely reshaped her perception of him, deepening her curiosity about Yang Fendu. Here are your breakfast items, announced the proprietress as she approached with bowls of wonton and youtiao, her gaze instinctively falling upon Xiang Mei. With a face full of envy, the proprietress exclaimed, Fendu, is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. You might need glasses, madam, Yang Fendu responded, his forehead adorned with a bead of sweat. What did you mean by that? Do you think I'm unworthy of you? Xiang Mei questioned Yang Fendu with a displeased expression after the proprietress left. No, I simply feel I am unworthy of you. Our paths diverge, he replied. You! Let us eat. The wontons will lose their flavor if they cool down. He hastily redirected the conversation. Xiang Mei was poised to counter, but just then, her phone rang at an inopportune moment. It was a call from Meng Kaiyu, who inquired about their location and announced he would arrive in 10 minutes via taxi. 1 bowl of wonton and 2 pieces of youtiao. Meng Kaiyu greeted them as he approached, calling out to the proprietor. This revelation left Xiang Mei puzzled. She had never anticipated that such a wealthy young master would also indulge in roadside fare. During our case handling, there are times when we must stake out all night long, and in the morning, I relish a steaming bowl of wontons. This indulgence has little to do with my status as a young master. Rather, it compels me to reassess my choices, as I find myself humbly dining at a street stall. Enough, Xiang Mei retorted, her tone laced with irritation. As the two were about to engage in another verbal sparring match, Yang Fendu chose to ignore them, focusing instead on devouring his meal with great appetite. Within a mere 10 minutes, both Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu had finished their meals, while Xiang Mei had only taken a few token sips of the wonton soup, clearly still unaccustomed to the fare of street vendors. Yang Fendu said nothing. He simply rose to settle the bill, and the three made their way towards the vehicle parked by the roadside. Xiang Mei drove them directly towards the Jada Li auction house. Yang, regarding the matter you asked me to investigate, I have uncovered some leads. Meng Kaiyu turned to Yang Fendu as the car pulled away. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu's expression shifted slightly, his gaze locking onto Meng Kaiyu, revealing a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Chapter 17. Then give it a try. Upon noticing Yang Fendu's determined gaze, Meng Kaiyu nodded gravely, confirming, you are indeed correct. Cheng Wei is acting under someone's orders. Yang Fendu's expression shifted immediately. Who is behind this? This individual is Sun Gang. I have conducted some inquiries and found that he is Cheng Wei's brother-in-law. Meng Kaiyu hastily added. Moreover, the Sun Gang is acquainted with Wu Tian. On that day when Wu and his associates confronted you, this fellow likely had a hand in it as well. Yang Fendu's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as he lowered his head in contemplation. This aligns closely with my suspicions. I never anticipated that this old wretch could be so despicable. As Yang Fendu's voice resonated, a palpable chill enveloped the interior of the vehicle. Meng Kaiyu's gaze rested on Yang Fendu as he tentatively proposed, Young Master Yang, should I arrange for my colleagues to file a case immediately and apprehend both Sun Gang and Cheng Wei? I possess countless strategies to deal with such individuals. Yet, Yang Fendu shook his head. Even if we apprehend them, how long can they be detained? The trouble would only be temporarily alleviated. Meng Kaiyu and Xiang Mei remained silent, acknowledging the truth in Yang Fendu's words. Dealing with such lowly characters sometimes requires utilizing methods within the bounds of the rules, for it yields far superior results. I must ensure they understand that offending me comes at a cost, one they cannot bear. Upon hearing this, both Meng Kaiyu and Xiang Mei's expressions altered. Meng Kaiyu was particularly taken aback, for Yang Fendu's words seemed incongruous with his age and his modest, almost shabby attire. Yang Fendu was indeed quite astute. This was Meng Kaiyu's revised assessment of him. He felt fortunate to befriend such a person rather than face him as an adversary or enemy. I concur with Yang Fendu. One cannot address such individuals with conventional methods. They must be made to remember their lesson permanently, to the extent that they dare not provoke you again in their lifetimes. It is akin to the dynamics of business warfare, Xiang Mei remarked, who had been driving all along. Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. Creak. At 8:30, the vehicle came to a steady halt outside the Jia Li auction house. As the three alighted, they observed a continuous stream of people entering the establishment, accompanied by stringent security checks. It was Yang Fendu's inaugural experience at such an auction, and he couldn't help but observe with keen interest. The attendees were predominantly attired in tailored suits and elegant gowns, exuding opulence, making him feel somewhat out of place among the crowd. Younger Master Yang, we must thoroughly examine the offerings today. If we encounter something exceptional, we should participate, Meng Kaiyu said with a beaming smile. We shall see what unfolds. Yang Fendu replied with a nod. Please wait here for a moment. Entry to today's auction requires an invitation, so I will have Su Man come to escort us. Xiang Mei informed the two, pulling out her phone to make a call. In less than 5 minutes, a girl in a striking blue dress approached them. Xiao Mei, you have arrived. Of course, how could I not come when invited? In the company of two friends, one being Meng Kaiyu, and the other Yang Fendu. Xiang Mei greeted them before promptly introducing them to Su Man. Su Man's discerning gaze briefly assessed the two, and while Meng Kaiyu required no further introduction, Yang Fendu caused her to furrow her brow slightly. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. However, understanding Xiang Mei's character, Su Man surmised that any male friend of hers must possess some merit. Moreover, her experience in the auction house taught her not to judge by appearances, a principle ingrained in her profession. She had encountered many individuals who, at first glance, appeared to be ordinary folk, yet held treasures that would make anyone envious. Hello, I am Su Man, the general manager of Jia Li Auction Company, she declared, a professional smile gracing her lips. Meng Kaiyu, upon seeing the beautiful woman, hastily nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Fendu, however, casually glanced at Su Man. Her appearance was certainly commendable, and her poise rivaled that of Xiang Mei. Yet, when he caught sight of the pendant adorning her neck, he could not help but frown. Let us not linger here. I will take you to the exhibition hall on the first floor to view the items up for auction today. The auction will commence promptly at 9:30, Su Man informed them as she turned to lead the way. Is your friend truly the general manager of the auction company? Yang Fendu leaned toward Xiang Mei and whispered, pondering aloud. Of course. What do you mean? Xiang Mei replied, her brow furrowing in annoyance. It's just that I find it puzzling why such a high-ranking official would wear a piece of faux jade, Yang Fendu stated with a hint of helplessness. Surely not. You discerned that it was fake with just one glance? Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, his face reflecting astonishment. Impossible. Su Man is not lacking in wealth. There is no way she would purchase fake jade. Xiang Mei vehemently denied. A flicker of amusement crossed Yang Fendu's face. This is not a matter of wealth, he continued, striding further inside. What kind of person are you? Xiang Mei shot Yang Fendu a disapproving glance. Meng Kaiyu then whispered to Xiang Mei. Didn't you say that Yang has an excellent eye for detail? I believe you should forewarn your friend. There are many experts here today, and should it be revealed as fake, it would certainly be a source of great embarrassment. With a sly grin on his face, Meng Kaiyu's expression was slightly mocking, causing Xiang Mei to stomp off in irritation. To her, Su Man was akin to a close confidant, and she felt that Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendu were insulting her friend. Before long, the trio reached the first-floor exhibition hall, which was bustling with activity. Groups of people were either engaged in conversation or gathered around the displayed items, discussing their merits. Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu soon spotted familiar faces among the crowd and went over to greet them. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu took his time, intrigued by the various auction items. After surveying the collection, his expression remained largely unchanged. Though authentic, the items slated for auction were rather ordinary. Notably, the porcelain pieces lacked any outstanding examples from official kills, being predominantly mass-produced from folk kills, and thus held little value. Certainly, it is also possible that the auction house, fearing unforeseen circumstances regarding the items, refrained from displaying their finest treasures. Just as Yang Fendu felt a tinge of disappointment, his attention was drawn to a Zeton wood mechanized box nestled in a nearby corner. However, as he lifted his foot to approach, Two familiar figures approached from across the way. Truly, the road of adversaries is narrow. Upon seeing these two, Yang Fendu mused quietly to himself. Well, I never anticipated that even beggars could attend such a prestigious auction. Sun Gang came over, immediately launching into a derisive remark. Either the threshold of Jada Li has lowered, or they managed to sneak in while security was distracted. Wu Tian chimed in, his face a mask of mockery. Yang Fendu remained unfazed, a smile even gracing his lips. I have never paid heed to the barking of dogs. Yet I feel compelled to kindly remind you that our matters are far from resolved. Humph, indeed they are not resolved. You pilfered my copper coins and disrupted Boss Wu's business to the tune of millions. This debt will ultimately be repaid. The mere recollection of the copper coins ignited Sun Gang's fury, and coupled with the recent humiliation inflicted by Cheng Wei, his animosity towards Yang Fendu intensified. Then give it a try. Yang Fendu's smile faltered, and the air in the exhibition hall seemed to thicken with tension. Chapter 18. The pendant is a fake. At this moment of mounting tension, Su Man, who was attending to the guests, caught wind of the commotion and hurried over with a furrowed brow. What seems to be troubling you, Boss Wu? Why the grim expression? Su Man inquired with a smile directed at Wu Tian. Ms. Su, is your security somewhat negligent? How could they allow a beggar to enter? Wu Tian remarked, his gaze fixed on Su Man unbeknownst to her. Su Man was unaware of the underlying tensions among the three men. Upon hearing his words, a hint of embarrassment crossed Su Man's delicate features. Although Yang Fendu was a friend of Shang Mei, his disheveled appearance was certainly less than impressive. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to defend her friend. Boss Wu, you misunderstand. This gentleman is a friend of Shang Mei, and at Jada Li we advocate for equality. Anyone who enters is undoubtedly our guest. Ms. Su, I consider myself a loyal patron of your esteemed company, and I have several items I wish to auction with you. Your words seem to favor him rather overtly, Wu Tian countered, his tone genuine. While he would not dare provoke Shang Mei, Su Man was another matter entirely. Given that Wu Tian's items were consistently featured at Jada Li's auctions, it was only prudent for Su Man to show him some respect. Offending him would be detrimental to Jada Li. How can you say that, Boss Wu? It is precisely because I regard you as one of our own that I am so forthright. The auction is about to commence. You must maintain a good disposition. Who knows, you might secure something exquisite, she replied. Yang Fendu, overhearing her words, couldn't help but feel admiration for Su Man, who effortlessly embodied both beauty and intellect, possessing a high emotional quotient. As Wu Tian stood momentarily speechless, Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu rushed over, having heard the commotion. Wu Tian, are you openly challenging me? Shang Mei confronted him, her tone unyielding. Wu Tian's heart raced, fearing she might mention the incident involving the copper mirror. He quickly donned a sheepish smile and attempted to clarify. Miss Shang, I meant no offense. This is all just a misunderstanding. I thought this fellow had intruded. Misunderstanding. As Wu Tian conceded, Sun Gang, resembling a jester, nodded and offered explanations. Sun Gang, what brings you to the auction? Did Jada Li extend an invitation to you as well? Just then, a voice broke through the air, catching Sun Gang off guard. The crowd turned to see two individuals approaching, one of whom Yang Fendu recognized. It was none other than Wang Jianan, who had previously acquired his Jingkong Tong Bao, accompanied by a middle-aged man whom Yang Fendu did not recognize. Old Wang, you too have arrived. Sun Gang's heart sank as he hastily bowed to greet Wang Jianan. Others exchanged pleasantries, as they were all part of the same circle, generally familiar with one another. The attendees were astute individuals. Both Shang Mei and Wang Jianan were evidently aiding the poorly dressed young man. Old Wang, this Sun Gang is here with me, providing counsel, Wu Tian explained, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of cunning. Does this mean there is no invitation? What qualifications does he have to enter? Wang Jianan's expression darkened as he questioned. Sensing that the situation might escalate, Su Man quickly smiled at the crowd, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly an honor for us at Jada Li to have you here today. What just occurred was merely a misunderstanding. Now that it has been clarified, there is no issue. The auction will commence shortly, so please proceed upstairs to take your seats. As Shang Mei finished speaking, noticing that the crowd remained still, she forced another smile and continued, Everyone, I must apologize for the oversight on our part at Jayatali. To express our regret, let me share a little secret with you. The true treasures and the grand finale have yet to be revealed. So, let us not dawdle and head upstairs to indulge our eyes. Undoubtedly, Suman's emotional intelligence was remarkable. After sharing that small tidbit, people began to trickle towards the second floor. Fendu, you haven't called this old fellow in days. Have you forgotten me? Wang Jinan remarked, smiling at Yang Fendu after Wu Tian and Sun Gang had left in disgrace.
Old Wang, you jest.
Things have been rather busy lately, and I did not want to disturb you, Yang Fendu quickly explained. I was just joking. Since we are here, let us go upstairs and take a look. I have heard that today's featured items are rare and exquisite. As they bantered, Yang Fendu and Wang Jinan ascended to the second floor. Shang Mei was about to follow when Su Man pulled her aside, whispering, "What is the background of your friend? Dressed like that, it's no wonder others are confused. If I hadn't intervened, the situation would have spiraled out of control. I must tell you, he is not an ordinary person." Wu Tian discovered the issue with my copper mirror, which led to their earlier misunderstanding. It's a bit complicated to explain in just a few words, but I will share more with you later, Su Man quietly clarified. So he indeed possesses a discerning eye? Su Man found this hard to believe. By the way, there is something you might not like to hear. He mentioned that the jade pendant around your neck is a fake. As soon as Shang Mei finished her sentence, Su Man's expression shifted dramatically, for her jade pendant was indeed a counterfeit. This jade had been recently acquired from a colleague, and the company's experts had unanimously deemed it genuine, only for machines to reveal its true nature. She had kept it because she found its design particularly beautiful, believing no one could discern its authenticity. To her astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable young man had identified its falseness at a glance, leaving her somewhat taken aback. "Could you introduce your friend to me? Our company is in need of employees with a keen eye. He can propose any conditions he desires." Shang Mei never anticipated that Su Man would, after a long silence, utter such a statement. Her face was filled with surprise. "So, your jade truly is a fake?" Su Man offered Shang Mei an innocent smile, confirming the truth. "This fellow is truly remarkable. If he were to join my company." "Hey! Are you listening to what I said?" Just as Shang Mei was lost in her thoughts, Su Man directly interrupted her. Well, let us continue." Shang Mei replied ambiguously, hurrying towards the second floor. Best friends can share everything, yet each harbors their own little secrets when it comes to matters of the heart, even if this man has not yet established any intimate connection with them. The auction commenced promptly at 9:30. Thanks to Su Man, Shang Mei and Yang Fendo were seated in the front row. Su Man had already taken her place at the podium, indicating the significance of today's auction as she was to host it personally. Yang Fendo immediately noticed that the jade pendant Su Man had previously worn was now absent. Driven by curiosity, he quietly inquired of Shang Mei, "Did you inform your friend that the pendant was a fake?" Shang Mei disregarded Yang Fendo's question, her gaze fixed ahead without a glance sideways. Yang Fendo could only shake his head with a wry smile. "First, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our Jayatali auction. I hereby declare the auction officially open," Su Man announced, clearing her throat and smiling into the microphone. Chapter 19. He still lacks maturity. As Su Man concluded her opening remarks, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. However, not far away, Wu Tian and Sun Gang wore expressions akin to that of a liver, their faces marred by discontent. They had anticipated humiliating Yang Fendu, yet unexpectedly found themselves cast as the jesters. "Don't be angry, Brother Wu. That rascal Yang Fendu is merely relying on that foolish woman, Shang Mei, for support. I assure you, I shall find an opportunity to deal with him," Sun Gang whispered, casting a furtive glance at Wu Tian. "I have no desire to hear your drivel. Were you not the one who claimed you would handle him? Yet here he stands, perfectly well, attending the auction," Wu Tian replied, visibly irked. Sun Gang, feeling the tension, hastily defended himself. "I did not foresee such an outcome. However, rest assured, I will have ample opportunities to confront him. Keep a close watch. It appears he is here today to peruse items for Shang Mei. Once they begin bidding, we shall join in and compete." As Wu Tian's words fell, A shadowy grin flickered across Sun Gang's face, and he discreetly raised his thumb, acknowledging Wu Tian's brilliance. Their visit today was destined to be unfruitful. This auction was somewhat different. Our esteemed boss, Mr. Meng Dio, had called from abroad to inform me that prior to the bidding, he wished to present a few appetizers to thank everyone for their support of Jadali. Once the audience quieted, Su Man continued with a smile. Instantly, curiosity sparked among the crowd. It was indeed a rare occasion. Ah, a prelude of benefits before the live broadcast? Meng Kaiyu mused to himself with a chuckle. Silence, Shang Mei retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. Yang Fendu, intrigued, inquired, Brother Meng, does the owner of this company also share the surname Meng? This Meng is not that Meng. Meng Dio is renowned in the antique world, having made a name for himself nationally, consistently bringing antiques back from abroad, earning considerable acclaim. Meng Kaiyu explained with a wry smile. It is well known that beginning in the late Qing dynasty and early Republic era, many foreign invaders entered our nation, plundering countless artifacts and cultural relics. There are even foreigners who remain in our country solely to hoard antiques, with many items that cannot be taken away, such as rock murals, being deliberately destroyed. This is a tragedy for the antique world, and indeed a tragedy for the nation. If this is the case, then Meng Dio is truly a remarkable figure. Yang Fendu nodded slightly in agreement. As the group chatted, two stunning women clad in blue and white porcelain-patterned kipeos gracefully approached, each carrying an auction item. Esteemed guests, behold this exquisite pair of snuff bottles, adorned with the Qianlong Emperor's enameled longevity motifs. Their flat, oval shape and delicate craftsmanship render them a rare and exquisite pair. Su Man's voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention to the large screen. Some in the audience even seemed eager to ascend the stage and touch the items. Naturally, Yang Fendu's gaze was also drawn to the snuff bottles. Through his discerning eyes, he perceived every detail of these artifacts. They were indeed products from the Qianlong period, though not from the imperial kiln but rather from a folk kiln, exhibiting a somewhat coarse texture. Besides faint historical traces, Yang Fendu discerned nothing further. Young Master Yang, what do you think of this item? If it's favorable, I shall make a move, Sun Gang inquired. Meng Kaiyu observed Yang Fendu's silence and softly inquired. The item is genuine, however. Yang Fendu furrowed his brow and remarked, the Qianlong period inscription in running script upon it appears somewhat inauthentic. Do not speak nonsense. Jayadali has never engaged in deception, and every item comes with an expert certification, Shang Mei quietly reminded. No matter how loudly one proclaims, the truth remains unyielding. Moreover, I never claimed this item to be counterfeit. I merely suggested it is not from the official kiln. Yang Fendu replied with a resigned shrug. As all present are esteemed individuals, I shall refrain from further elaboration. The starting bid is set at 20,000. You may begin your bidding, Su Man announced with a smile. 25,000. 30,000. At this moment, some individuals have already begun to place their bids. I find myself truly enamored with this item belonging to Yang Xiao. Do you think I should proceed with the purchase? Meng Kaiyu was beginning to feel restless. Yang Fendu cast a glance at him and now understood why Shang Mei privately referred to Meng as a fool. It was evident that although this fellow possessed some discernment, his temperament was far too impatient, a cardinal sin in the realm of antiques. Now that you're anxious, if you manage to secure it, you will surely be consumed by frustration. Yang Fendu remarked with a sense of resignation. Meng Kaiyu was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, what do you mean by that? Yang Fendu, please do not keep us in suspense. What have you truly discerned? Shang Mei, her face adorned with curiosity, pondered deeply. If I am not mistaken, this set of snuff bottles should consist of 3 pieces representing Fu, Lu, and Shou, yet currently only the latter 2 are present. This implies that one piece is either missing or the proprietor has deliberately chosen to showcase only 2 for auction. With a slight furrow in her brow, Shang Mei pressed on, Yang Fendu, could you refrain from offering only half-hearted responses? If this is indeed a valuable item that could fetch a handsome price, why not present the entire set? Indeed, Meng Kaiyu nodded hastily, clearly unaware of what Yang Fendu was attempting to convey. This is the modus operandi of the antiques trade. If you are aware that the item in your possession is part of a trio, yet you only hold 2, would you not desire to acquire the elusive third piece? Certainly. Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei nodded in unison. He chuckled. Well, it seems we have fallen into the merchant's trap. These two items are merely decoys. The crux lies in the third one. When the time comes, if you wish to purchase it, the price will certainly be dictated by the merchant, won't it? Yang Fendu chuckled lightly and said, I see. Meng Kaiyu suddenly realized, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, It's all a ruse. This situation is truly intricate. Young Master Yang, I am utterly in awe this time. However, Shang Mei appeared somewhat skeptical, questioning, Could such a thing really happen? If you doubt it, after the auction concludes, inquire about the identity of the seller. We shall find a way to acquire the third item.
Yang Fendu smiled mysteriously.
While the three conversed, the snuff bottle had already fetched 200,000. Such an appetizer is already so frenzied. One can only imagine the intensity of the forthcoming formal auction. I bid 250,000. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed, and Yang Fendu instinctively turned his head to glance, only to find Wu Tian gazing at him with a provocative expression. 300,000. Yang Fendu turned his head, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that the opportunity would arrive so swiftly. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Yang Hao and his companions, while Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei stood there, somewhat dumbfounded. Yang Fendu, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what you just said?
Sheng Mei exclaimed, bewildered.
Glancing at Meng Kaiyu. Yet, Yang Fendu paid them no heed, his gaze fixed with a smile upon the snuff bottle at the podium. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind. Wu Go, this lad clearly intends to challenge you, Sun Gang declared angrily to Wu Tian from a distance. He is still too inexperienced to contend with me, Wu Tian retorted with a cold snort, raising his paddle once more. 350,000. 400,000. As soon as Wu Tian's words fell, before anyone could react, Yang Fendu had already raised his paddle again. Are you out of your mind, Yang Fendu? I just checked. This snuff bottle is hardly worth much, and it could very well be a trick by the seller, Shang Mei said, her brows furrowed in concern.
Yang Shao.
I've heard that valuable snuff bottles are either made of copper or are inner-painted pieces, and they must be exquisite official kiln products. You've already recognized this as a folk kiln item. Why pursue it further? Meng Kaiyu could not help but interject.
Yang Fendu remained silent,
instead turning to Wu Tian with a hint of a provocative smile. At that moment, both Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei understood. Yang Fendu was determined to engage in a contest with Wu Tian and Sun Gang. Chapter 20. The first step indeed. A mere smile from Yang Fendu contorted Wu Tian's expression. Beside him, Sun Gang looked bewildered and quickly inquired, Wu Go, is this snuff bottle truly worth that much? You know nothing, Wu Tian replied confidently. A pair of Qing Dynasty Qianlong official kiln enamel snuff bottles could fetch at least 1 million together. However, if sold individually, the price would multiply several times over. He continued, moreover, my intention today is not solely to acquire this snuff bottle, but to demonstrate to Yang Fendu that he is not qualified to contend with me. 500,000, Wu Tian declared, raising his paddle once more. Goodness! This is not characteristic of Boss Wu. What has prompted such extravagance for a pair of snuff bottles today? Those familiar with Wu Tian couldn't help but express their astonishment. Old Wang, it seems Wu Tian has taken a stand against that young man. This is getting interesting, a middle-aged man beside Wang Jianan remarked with a smile. Let us observe further, Wang Jianan replied cryptically, not engaging in the conversation. Yang Fendu, do not act impulsively. Just moments ago you claimed to have ways to deal with Wu Tian and Sun Gang. Why the sudden loss of composure? Shang Mei guessed Yang Fendu's thoughts and hurried to counsel him. Young Master Yang, if you're truly agitated, I can have my colleagues handle them right away. Remember, your money is meant for your sister's treatment. Meng Kaiyu added, his face etched with concern. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu remained silent, but a cryptic smile played upon his lips. 600,000. Yang Fendu, you have exceeded the maximum worth of this snuff bottle.
Sheng Mei urged anxiously.
On stage, Su Man appeared momentarily dazed. Hadn't Shang Mei claimed that this young man had keen eyesight? Did he not realize that the market is flooded with Qing Dynasty enamel snuff bottles, and that their prices have not been high in recent years?
Wu Ye.
This young man. Perhaps we should let it go, Sun Gang suggested cautiously. To be honest, Wu Tian hadn't anticipated Yang Fendu to be so formidable. Initially, he intended to humiliate his opponent, but now he found himself in a precarious position. Nevertheless, considering the official kiln snuff bottles, with a bit of marketing and some strategies, he believed he could avoid losses. I am well aware of my abilities. If I do not make him aware of my prowess today, I am not Wu Tian, he declared, raising his paddle again. 700,000. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Yang Fendu, who appeared to hesitate this time. Observing this, Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu finally exhaled in relief. There is no need to get angry. You mentioned that this is the most taboo behavior in the antique trade. Did you not? Shang Mei remarked, signaling to Su Man on stage. Understanding her cue, Su Man prepared to announce the countdown. The spectators, who had initially anticipated the spectacle, displayed a hint of disappointment upon noticing Yang Fendu's reluctance to raise his paddle. 800,000. Yet just as everyone was losing hope, Yang Fendu slowly raised his paddle again, increasing the bid. The atmosphere of the event once again reached its zenith. Wu Tiangang, initially relieved, had not yet savored his triumph when Yang Fendu unexpectedly raised the bid again. Damn it, this scoundrel! If I do not crush you beneath my feet today, I am not Wu Tian. 1 million. Wu Tian, consumed by rage, raised his paddle and shouted, "What on earth has Wu Tian gone mad?"
Absolutely, Mel.
The crowd buzzed with excitement, their attention fixated on Yang Fendu. Yang Fendu slowly rose and turned to look at the crimson-faced Wu Tian, smiling as he said, "Boss Wu, you've won." Upon hearing this, the crowd sensed something amiss, though they could not pinpoint what. No one noticed that Yang Fendu's palms were slick with cold sweat. The rules of the auction dictated that once the hammer fell, there was no turning back. If he wished to retract, it would be too late. He truly feared that Wu Tian would not fall for the trap. "Goodness, Yang, you have set a trap," leading Wu Tian step by step into your snare. At that moment, Meng Kaiyu finally grasped the truth. "Yang Fendu, are you deliberately inflating the price to make Wu Tian spend more?" Shang Mei, equally slow to comprehend, inquired. Yang Fendu glanced at the two, smiling as he nodded. "I promise to make him regret crossing me for a lifetime. This is merely the first step." "Goodness, Yang, I am truly in awe of you. After the auction concludes, I shall discuss resigning with the old man, and then I will join you to build a formidable partnership. I want in as well," Shang Mei excitedly declared. She had no desire to distance herself from Yang Fendu, especially since Su Man had urged her to introduce him. An inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped her. At this moment, Wang Jianan, who had been observing, revealed a relaxed smile. He mused that this young man was bold and astute, a promising candidate for the antiquities trade. The most conflicted of all was Wu Tian, who had initially reveled in his victory over Yang Fendu, believing he had firmly stepped on his rival's toes. Yet, after hearing Yang Fendu's words, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. Something was off. This brat had ensnared me. Damn, I have been duped. Wu Tian finally understood the meaning behind Yang Fendu's earlier statement. The scoundrel had first provoked my anger, and then deliberately inflated the price, forcing me to pay a steep sum for this pair of snuff bottles. Could it be? This rascal is utterly shameless. Sun Gang wore an expression of shock. Wu Tian's face was as grim as if he had swallowed a fly. Moreover, with all eyes upon him, he could only swallow this bitter pill. The auction continued, and soon more trivial items ascended the auction block. Having learned from the previous experience, Wu Tian no longer dared to bid recklessly. Furthermore, his budget was merely 1 million, now entirely consumed by the snuff bottles. Before the auction had formally commenced, he had relegated himself to the role of an onlooker. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu managed to acquire 2 small items for a minimal sum. One was a Qing Dynasty Qianlong period blue and white jar depicting figures and birds, purchased for 8,000, crafted with meticulous attention to detail, and promising potential for appreciation in value. One item is a palm-sized Zeton wooden puzzle box, purchased for 10,000 yuan. It is considerably smaller than the one at his home, and the craftsmanship appears subpar, with subtle scratches present. While it possesses a certain collectible value, its price is unlikely to be exorbitant. However, Yang Fendu places little emphasis on these aspects. Upon utilizing his eye of insight, He discerns that the box is far more complex than it initially appears. After managing to contain his excitement, he effortlessly acquired the Zeton box. Thus concludes the appetizer. Now we move on to the main course. I encourage all esteemed participants to bid eagerly. Following the successful auction of the last trinket, Suman joyfully announced the commencement of the formal auction, with item after item presented on stage. Over a dozen pieces were auctioned off without a single item failing to sell, each fetching prices that exceeded the expectations of Suman's company.
Curiously, Yang Fendo,
who had been quite active earlier, did not place a single bid, merely assisting Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu with their purchases. Each of them successfully acquired an item. Thank you all for your support. Now, we arrive at the highlight of our auction, the grand finale, where today Pai Siida, our assistants, will make its dazzling entrance. Please stay tuned. As Suman's voice faded, two beautiful attendants gradually wheeled the display cart of auction items to the center of the stage. Chapter 21. Seeing through without speaking in an instant, all eyes were fixated on the auction platform. A glass dome encased the item, which was draped with a layer of red silk. Suman stepped forward and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, delicately unveiled the silk. Instantly, the true visage of the treasured artifact was revealed. Could it be? Is that Yuan Qingua? Surely, Jayatali has outdone themselves this time. Upon witnessing the artifact's true form, the audience erupted in excitement. It was the Yuan Qingua with intertwining peony patterns, the general's jar. Suman, equally exhilarated, began her enthusiastic introduction. This general's jar was impeccably shaped and exquisitely crafted, standing at a height of 33 centimeters, with an opening of 5 centimeters and a base of 5 centimeters. Its rounded belly and masterful painting rendered it a rare, transcendent masterpiece. After extensive evaluation by numerous experts, the renowned antique collector, Mr. Fu Tianshi, confirmed the authenticity of this general's jar without a doubt. The crowd, already brimming with excitement, felt even more assured upon hearing Mr. Fu Tianshi's name. The general's jar was undoubtedly genuine. To ensure caution, attendees were invited to approach the stage in order of their seating numbers, observing the artifact from a meter away under the glass dome. Additionally, a large screen displayed a brief introduction of the general's jar for reference. After Suman concluded, Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu, seated in the front row, pulled Yang Fendu towards the stage. Unbeknownst to them, two women in the VIP lounge were intently watching the surveillance footage. Miss Mu, that seemingly impoverished youth, appears to possess some skill. Just now, during the bidding for the snuff bottle, he was clearly setting a trap for his opponent, remarked a striking beauty clad in a black leather jacket and jeans, as she observed Yang Fendu on the screen. The other woman, adorned in a white knitted top paired with a light green silk skirt, exuded an air of aristocracy, her natural beauty unadorned. Keep a close watch, and remember our purpose for bringing the general's jar to Shiha City, Miss Mu admonished. Understood. The leather-clad girl nodded eagerly, her gaze fixated on the screen. Miss Mu, look, that impoverished youth seems to have shaken his head. Could it be? Indeed, Miss Mu noted, her brows furrowing as she instructed, go fetch Suman. After viewing the Yuan Qingua, Yang Fendu and the others returned to their seats. Meng Kaiyu, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, I can't believe my eyes. Today has truly broadened my horizons. I never thought I would witness the Yuan Qingua general's jar. I'm glad I came, despite my initial hesitation. Xiang Mei shot him a disapproving glance. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu remained contemplative, gazing at the large screen, which detailed how this Yuan Qingua jar had passed through numerous hands before arriving at its current owner. The introduction alone hinted at the jar's extraordinary rarity. Meng Kaiyu turned his attention to Yang Fendu, while Xiang Mei wore an expression of anticipation. Yang, don't feign depth. Just tell us what you think of this piece. Absolutely genuine. Yang Fendu cast a glance at the two, uttering two words in a nonchalant manner. What they? Xiang Mei quickly whispered a reminder to Yang Fendu to refrain from frivolous remarks, emphasizing that this was the highlight of the day, personally authenticated by the venerable Fu Tianshi, a titan in the realm of antique collecting who had never been mistaken. Yang Fendu chuckled and shook his head, stating, in the world of antiques, I have yet to hear of anyone who has never made a mistake. Young Master Yang, Xiang Mei interjected, what I said holds truth. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. Setting aside Fu Laozong's discerning eye, the yuan blue and white general jar has become exceedingly rare over the years. Remember when the Gue Guzi descends the mountain painting emerged abroad, fetching over 2 billion at Christie's? It was rumored that amount could have bought 2 tons of gold. Additionally, in 2011, a yuan blue and white peony jar from Lingnan province sold for over 50 million, a staggering price. Such instances abound, ranging from millions to billions. Young Master Yang, you must tread carefully in your words. Meng Kaiyu may not possess a keen eye, but he was well-versed in the pricing of antiques, a quality that Xiang Mei admired. Your assertions hinge on the authenticity of the item, which is evidently not the case here. Yang Fendu did not dispute this, merely offering a calm explanation. However, you need only be aware, the owner of such a significant piece holds it in high regard. Should it be revealed as a counterfeit, the burden of responsibility is one I cannot bear. Of course, Yang Fendu was not incapable of shouldering the responsibility. He simply preferred to remain uninvolved in matters that did not concern him. In the world of antiques, it suffices to see through the facade without voicing it. The authenticity of the item was apparent to those present, none of whom were ordinary individuals. Observing the nods of approval from the crowd, he found it perplexing that he alone deemed it false. Xiang Mei regarded Yang Fendu with a look of confusion. This is not the appropriate venue for discussion. I shall elaborate later when the opportunity arises, Yang Fendu remarked while surveying his surroundings. As time passed, the attendees gradually returned to their seats, engaging in hushed conversations. Only Miss Mu shook her head at the boy, while the others seemed convinced of the jar's authenticity. The leather-clad girl turned her gaze toward Miss Mu. Mr. Su, do not rush into the auction. First, discreetly inquire about this person's opinion regarding my general jar. Mu Xiao pointed to Yang Fendu, who was being monitored. Upon entering the VIP room, Su Man hurriedly explained, he is a friend of my best friend, simply here for the spectacle. I will ask him right away. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. Understood. As Su Man walked away, she mused to herself about the oppressive aura surrounding the Mu family, feeling unable to breathe in front of Mu Xiao. Xiao Mei, what does your friend think of the general jar? Soon, Su Man called Xiang Mei to a secluded spot, whispering with an air of mystery. Xiang Mei furrowed her brows, her delicate features betraying a hint of distress. She did not wish to deceive her close friend but also hesitated to disclose Yang Fendu's opinion, finding herself in a dilemma. Su Man, understanding Xiang Mei well, quickly discerned her internal conflict. All right, you need not say more. I comprehend. Man, everyone present attested to its authenticity, and even Elder Fu has verified it, so Yang Fendu's opinions are utterly inconsequential. This statement undoubtedly conveyed to Su Man Yang Fendu's perspective on the matter. I understand. You go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to. After the auction, I shall treat you and your friend to a meal. Upon finishing her words, Su Man hurriedly made her way to the exclusive VIP room. Miss Mu, I just inquired, and although my close friend did not explicitly state it, I can discern that her companion doubts the authenticity of this general's jar. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao slightly furrowed her brow, her expression appearing rather complex. Su Man, fearing to offend the esteemed Miss Mu, quickly added, however, everyone else present, apart from him, firmly believes in its genuine nature. Withdraw the auction. Su Man exclaimed in astonishment, hastily responding. It has already been presented on stage. Retracting it at this point would violate protocol and lacks precedent. Moreover, if this were to leak, it would significantly tarnish the reputation of our company. Jayatali, Mu Xiao lifted her gaze, her piercing eyes fixed on Su Man as she coldly remarked. So, do you believe offending the Mu family would have a greater impact on your company or the withdrawal of the auction? Chapter 22, an unexpected conclusion. Even a mere general manager like her would not dare offend the Mu family, let alone Chairman Meng Dayou. The Mu family is a lineage steeped in the history of antiques and collectibles, and it is no exaggeration to say that many of the industry's conventions have been established by them. Who among those familiar with the antique trade would dare to cross the Mu family? Weighing the pros and cons, Su Man naturally grasped the stakes involved and nodded towards Mu Xiao, saying, Miss Mu, I will comply with your instructions and withdraw the auction. Ningyu, investigate this person's background. It is highly likely that they are connected to the individual we are searching for. Understood. The woman in leather readily agreed.
Su.
Are you off to a date? Everyone is waiting for the auction. Let us get started. As Su Man took the stage, voices began to rise from the crowd. Aha, just a joke. I, Su Man, am still a single noblewoman. Where would I be going for a date? Su Man, unfazed, jested with the audience and continued, I have just received a notice from the consignor that her general's large jar will not be auctioned. In the spirit of respecting the consignor and being responsible to all buyers, the company has decided to temporarily withdraw the yuan blue and white peony pattern general's jar from auction. We will inform you of the rescheduled auction date. What is going on? Is this not just teasing us? Jada Li is deliberately using this general's jar as a gimmick. Everyone's enthusiasm has been ignited, and yet you choose to withdraw it. This makes no sense. As Su Man's words fell, chaos erupted in the venue. Yang Fendu frowned and turned to Shang Mei, who was staring down, lost in thought. Yang Fendu quietly asked, Did you reveal my thoughts to Su Man? I didn't say it outright. Implicitly, Shang Mei denied having disclosed anything. Meng Kaiyu also appeared perplexed, uncertain of Shang Mei's true intentions. After a considerable pause, Su Man finally managed to restore order and promised everyone that there would be an internal auction of fine items exclusively for those present at the next event. What was initially expected to be a spectacular auction concluded rather anticlimactically, leaving attendees to depart in disappointment. Let us proceed with the paperwork, Yang Fendu said, rising and striding towards the service desk. After making payment, the bird feeder and sandalwood box were finally in hand, with Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei also acquiring their desired items. Just as the three were about to leave, Su Man hurriedly approached them. Please hold on, everyone.
Yang Shao.
I truly did not expect your discerning eye. Though these two trinkets are not rare treasures, they possess considerable potential for appreciation. Thank you for your kind words.
Yang Fendu replied nonchalantly.
Su Man's gaze lingered on him as she continued, I sought you out to discuss something. At Jada Li, we are always on the lookout for talent. If you are interested, why not consider joining our company? Feel free to negotiate the salary and other terms. As expected, Su Man was attempting to poach talent right before Shang Mei, which left her feeling quite displeased. I'm sorry, but I truly have no interest. Yang Fendu pondered for a moment and ultimately chose to decline. He naturally had his own thoughts. Once he entered the auction company, his ability to acquire items would be significantly restricted, and he might even earn a reputation for abusing his position. Su Man's charming face revealed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly masked it with a smile, suggesting that Yang could leave her his contact information. Even if he did not join the company, they could still become friends. Man, you should reconsider. With his demeanor, he hardly seems worthy of your esteemed company. Shang Mei interjected. Moreover, he is accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and is not suited for corporate life. It's best to let it go. Having said this, Shang Mei took Yang Fendu by the arm and led him outside before Su Man could respond. Su Man stood rooted in place, her face tinged with embarrassment, yet a peculiar smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Shang Mei, you were a bit out of line just now, Meng Kaiyu remarked with a mischievous grin as they stepped out of the company doors. Without even glancing at him, Shang Mei replied, What are you talking about? I don't understand. You seem quite concerned about Yang's interaction with Su Man. She merely invited him to join the auction company. Is it necessary for you to be so anxious? Not only did you dismiss Yang's merits, but you also didn't even leave him your number. Meng Kaiyu's words struck a chord with Shang Mei, causing her cheeks to flush. She shot him a sharp glare. My affairs are none of your business.
Whoa, Shang Mei.
You're blushing. Could it be that you have feelings for Yang? Meng Kaiyu teased, provoking her further. You're asking for trouble, Meng Kaiyu, Shang Mei exclaimed, stomping on his foot in exasperation as she stormed towards the car. Having witnessed their playful banter, Yang Fendu was somewhat accustomed to it, yet he sensed that Shang Mei genuinely seemed upset, which made him feel a bit guilty. Meng, you should refrain from such jokes in the future. I truly have not considered romantic matters, he advised. Meng Kaiyu clapped Yang Fendu on the shoulder, excitedly exclaiming, Oh, my! A graceful lady seeks a worthy gentleman. If it weren't for the fact that Xiang Mei and I grew up together and are too familiar with one another, I would have made my move long ago. Just look at her. She possesses everything one could desire. A quintessential rich and beautiful woman, my friend. Yang Fendu wore an expression of helplessness. After several days of interaction, he found Meng Kaiyu to be quite amiable, but his incessant chatter made him sound like a playboy. Fendu, congratulations. Your visit to this auction was not in vain. You've acquired 2 remarkable items. Just then, Wang Jianan and another man approached him. Haha, Uncle Wang, they're merely 2 trinkets that others overlooked. Which is why I had the chance to buy them, Yang Fendu replied, maintaining an attitude of humility and respect towards Wang Jianan, who had previously aided him in matters of copper coins. He would always remember this kindness. Let us set that aside for now. Allow me to introduce you. This is Li Jun, the owner of Junlai Hall on Antique Street. Hello, Yang Fendu. Yang Fendu greeted with a smile as he shook hands with Li Jun. Li Jun scrutinized Yang Fendu with a broad smile, noting that although the young man was dressed modestly, he exuded an extraordinary presence. You have great potential, young man. I invite you to visit my shop sometime. As we are both in the antique business, we may find opportunities to assist one another in the future. Wang Jianan smiled and interjected, Indeed, there are quite a few treasures in Boss Li's shop. If you need anything, feel free to seek him out. We are old friends, and he wouldn't dare to charge exorbitantly. Yang Fendu displayed a hint of gratitude and replied, Thank you, Uncle Wang, and thank you, Boss Li. I will surely trouble you both in the future. Very well, you may continue your conversation. We have a few matters to attend to and must take our leave. As they bid farewell to Wang Jianan and Li Jun, Meng Kaiyu could not help but exclaim, Li Jun appears quite sincere, though this person seems somewhat insincere. Huh? By the time Meng Kaiyu processed this, Yang Fendu was already making his way towards Xiang Mei's vehicle. Why does this lad's perspective always differ from others? Meng Kaiyu muttered to himself and hurried after him. Hey, are you planning to set the trap and then simply walk away? Just as Yang Fendu approached the car, Wu Tian and Sun Gang suddenly obstructed his path. Chapter 23. We shall see the unfading spirits. Yang Fendu did not even cast a glance at them, merely curling his lip and saying, Wu Tian, you'd better understand this. You secured the item, how can you claim I set you up? If you hadn't competed with me, I would have acquired it for at most 300,000, yet you forced me to spend an additional 700,000. Wu Tian gritted his teeth as he spoke. The auction is merely a test of skill. Besides, the item still rests in your possession, so the victor is undeniably you. Meng Kaiyu interjected, somewhat displeased. Meng, you are correct, but do not think this lad has truly triumphed. I assure you, this item could fetch at least 2 million in my hands. If you intend to set a trap for me, you are woefully naive. Yang Fendu, you better brace yourself. Our affairs are far from concluded. It won't be long before I compel you to kneel and apologize. Beside them, Sun Gang barked like a hound in agreement. Sun Gang, you who rely solely on underhanded tactics, are utterly unqualified to speak to me.
Yang Fendu retorted.
You think just because you have a woman backing you, you can act without regard for consequences? Just wait, Sun Gang bellowed. I advise you to vacate the premises immediately. Do not presume your actions are flawless. Do you believe Meng could escort you back for questioning at this very moment? At that moment, Xiang Mei suddenly alighted from the vehicle, her expression frigid as she spoke. Her displeasure had already been simmering due to Meng Kaiyu's earlier comments, and she was astounded that these 2 blind fools dared to approach her, practically throwing themselves into the line of fire. You shall see. With her face flushed with anger, she left a biting remark before departing with Sun Gang. How pitiful that you are still a precinct captain, unable to handle 2 rabid dogs. Xiang Mei shot a glare at Meng Kaiyu before turning to re-enter the car. Yang Fendu patted Meng Kaiyu on the shoulder, shaking his head with a wry smile as he opened the back door. Meng Kaiyu wore a look of resignation. It was evident that this woman was not to be trifled with, her mind too narrow for such matters. In the Guanyun Pavilion Villa area, the most opulent and prestigious neighborhood in Shihe City, a beautiful woman sat in the living room of a villa. It was none other than Mu Xiao, the owner of the coveted Yuan Qinghua vase adorned with peonies. Miss, we have gathered information. The individual who identified the Yuan Qinghua as a forgery is named Yang Fendu. He currently resides in a rental unit in a village within the city, along with his mother and a younger sister. At this moment, the girl clad in leather, Ningyu, approached her. Yang Fendu, and a sister. A hint of gravity crossed Mu Zhao's delicate features. What about his background? We have not uncovered much. We know he previously lived in a rural area, and his sister requires a kidney transplant due to a severe illness. They only moved to Shiha City recently. Very well, I understand. Please continue to monitor this individual situation, Mu Xiao commanded as she rose and headed towards the upstairs bedroom. Hello, grandfather. Mu Xiao returned to her room and dialed a number. How are matters progressing? A venerable yet resonant voice echoed from the other end of the line. I have withdrawn from the auction, Mu Xiao replied succinctly. So, someone has recognized the item as a counterfeit? There exists a young man named Yang Fendu, who appears rather shabby and does not resemble a scion of a prominent family. Mu Xiao hurriedly offered an explanation. Xiao, one must not judge a book by its cover. Please find a way to probe his abilities and confirm his expertise in appraisal. Understood, Grandpa. You rest for now, and I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity if I receive any news. After hanging up the phone, Mu Xiao muttered Yang Fendu's name, her exquisite face betraying a hint of complexity in her expression. At that moment, Yang Fendu and his two companions were seated in a private room of a tea bar.
Sipping tea.
Initially, they had intended to dine, but upon reflection, they deemed the tea bar more suitable for discussions. After ordering a pot of Longjing tea, they also requested some snacks. Shang Mei, having skipped breakfast, decided to order some marinated delicacies, a staple of the tea bar. Today has indeed been exhilarating. First, I thought young Master Yang was merely provoked by Wu Tian, but it became clear that you had cleverly set a trap for him, enticing him to leap right in, Meng Kaiyu remarked after taking a sip of tea. Yang Fendu, still feeling a twinge of apprehension, replied, to be honest, I was quite anxious at that moment. I feared he might not fall into the trap. After all, it was 100,000. Shang Mei shot him a glance. Exasperated, I truly do not understand your antics earlier. Do you not realize that your sister is waiting for money? You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. Yang Fendu murmured in resignation. Regardless, Wu Tian has unequivocally fallen into the trap today. Yes, I was just about to ask you what you meant by those words to Wu Tian. Do you have some other plan in mind? Meng Kaiyu inquired, curiosity etched on his face. I am equally intrigued, Shang Mei added, placing her snack down as her gaze fixed on Yang Fendu. Noticing their eagerness, he decided to share a glimpse of his plan. By now, Yang Fendu had fully embraced them as friends, which prompted his candidness. In truth, Wu Tian is no fool. The reason he dared to quote a price of 100,000 is that he mistook that pair of Fusho snuff bottles for official kiln products. Furthermore, he is convinced that it is a pair, not 3 pieces. I intentionally raised the bid to provoke him, and ultimately he became somewhat disoriented. After Yang Fendu finished speaking, a cloud of doubt still lingered in the air. However, Meng Kaiyu soon caught on, so Wu Tian intends to sell that pair of snuff bottles as official kiln products. Given the market price, the valuation won't be low. Moreover, they will be sold individually, Shang Mei added. Hearing your analysis, I am quite gratified. Both of you are astute. You grasp the essence immediately. Yang Fendu smiled appreciatively. And what is your plan? Shang Mei inquired, her brows furrowing with impatience. Naturally, I will require your assistance moving forward, Yang Fendu replied, a hint of mystery gracing his features. This will be far more thrilling and satisfying than simply confronting them. Meng Kaiyu's face lit up with excitement. Yang Fendu's gaze then settled on Shang Mei as he earnestly stated, Shang Mei, please reach out to your friend to inquire about the owner of the snuff bottles. Remember, the more detailed the information, the better. At this, Shang Mei appeared troubled, her brow furrowing in reluctance. In a critical moment, the beautiful Shang De must not falter. Meng Kaiyu urged anxiously. I am well aware, yet I currently feel quite irritated and have no desire to engage with Man. Furthermore, her company has regulations prohibiting the disclosure of client information. Shang Mei explained with a hint of helplessness. This is neither the time for discord. Just imagine how exhilarating it would be to quietly handle 2 rabid dogs. Moreover, had it not been for young Master Yang, you might have fallen prey to Wu Tian's scheme, losing 2 million. Can you truly swallow that indignation?
Sheng Mei.
Who was not one to shy away from a challenge, was provoked by Meng Kaiyu's words and indeed picked up her phone to message Su Man. The three of them sipped tea as they awaited Su Man's response. Chapter 24. Distinguishing antiquities and recognizing people before a minute had elapsed. Su Man had already replied to the message. However, when Xiang Mei read the content, her lovely face instantly soured. What's the matter? Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, nearly sweating with anxiety. Xiang Mei glanced at the two of them and said, "She wants me to exchange Yang Fendua's phone number for the information." Meng Kaiyu, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Just give it to her. It's merely a phone number. Making a call won't lead to any complications." Silence.
Xiang Mei cidet lichtly, her gaze shifting toward Yang Fendu.
The phone number is yours. You have the final say. Yang Fendu looked at the two, set down his teacup, and appeared somewhat perplexed. Isn't a phone number merely a means of facilitating communication? I don't see the issue here.
Brilliant observation, Yang.
Meng Kaiyu thumbed up in approval. Yet, Xiang Mei wore a displeased expression, her angry demeanor adorably charming, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her mind. Fine, I'll reply to her. Despite her stubborn words, her heart was filled with reluctance, her fingers nearly crushing the screen in frustration. Yang Fendu, unperturbed, leisurely sipped his tea. Meng Kaiyu, however, discerned Xiang Mei's underlying feelings, a mysterious smile flitting across his lips, yet he chose to say nothing further. Ding ding. Within a minute of sending her message, Su Man's reply arrived. It contained information about the owner of the snuff bottle, including their phone number, home address, and personal details. Meng, it's your turn to take action now. After committing the information to memory, Yang Fendu cast a mysterious glance at Meng Kaiyu. Meng Kaiyu, brimming with eager anticipation, straightened in excitement and inquired, "What do you need me to do?" "Quite simple. You know many people. I need you to spread the word." Meng Kaiyu's face lit up with expectation. What message? Yang Fendu's eyes twinkled as he whispered, "The set of 3 snuff bottles that Wu Tian photographed today is not just a pair. Moreover, they are not authentic pieces from the Qianlong Imperial Kiln, but rather imitations." Meng Kaiyu and Xiang Mei were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Yang Fendu's intention. He aimed to ensure that Wu Tian could not dispose of the snuff bottles. This strategy was indeed ruthless. Meng Kaiyu pondered for a moment, a hint of doubt flickering across his expression. "Yang, Wu Tian hasn't even warmed up to these items yet. Can you be certain he is eager to sell?" Yang Fendu, however, shook his head dismissively, revealing a knowing smile. "Wu Tian has invested so much money in these, and he is feeling the pressure. He'll want to sell them immediately. He wouldn't want to risk them becoming a burden." "Understood. I'll take care of it right away." Meng Kaiyu, eager to witness this unfolding drama, picked up his phone and made the call. Yang Fendu popped a pastry into his mouth, his face radiating confidence. It seemed everything was well within his control. In truth, Yang Fendu held a disdain for setting traps, but it depended entirely on the context. Wu Tian and Sun Gang had troubled him several times, dragging his mother and sister into the fray, so he felt compelled to retaliate. Across from him, Xiang Mei occasionally stole glances at Yang Fendu. Observing his confident and profound demeanor, she couldn't help but think to herself that this lad truly exhibited a certain manliness, if only he were to don a different outfit. Lost in thought, Xiang Mei suddenly felt her cheeks flush, hastily diverting her attention to sipping tea, as if fearing her thoughts might be read. The arrangements were set. Within an hour, the entire antique community would be privy to the matter. After completing the final call, Meng Kaiyu took a sip of tea, his face alight with excitement as he turned to Yang Fendu. "Let us go meet the owner of the snuff bottle." Yang Fendu nodded and rose to exit. "Wow, you're even more eager than I am," Meng Kaiyu remarked, gesturing to Xiang Mei before hastily following suit. Given the distance to leave the city, Meng Kaiyu took the wheel this time, with Xiang Mei seated in the passenger seat. The owner, surnamed Zhang, resided in Lushu village on the outskirts of Shihe City and had been farming at home. Su Man had sent me another message, stating she had visited the owner's home and described him as a lazy, idle individual who was also prone to domestic violence. While Yang Fendu rested his eyes in the back seat, Xiang Mei raised her phone and said to him, "Your friend is quite astute. Perhaps he has already inferred some of our intentions. Yang Fengdu shifted his posture for comfort. Tch. Shang Mei shot him an annoyed glare, quickly adjusting her position and ignoring him. The driving Meng Kaiyu glanced at Yang Fengdu through the rearview mirror and chuckled, "Young Master Yang, you truly do not understand women. Praising another beauty in front of one is a cardinal sin." Yang Fengdu merely smiled without retorting. He was far more interested in the study of antiques than in women. It took merely an hour to reach Lushu village from Shiha city, and they soon found themselves within the village. After inquiring with the villagers for the precise location of the owner's home, they parked right outside his door. Upon disembarking, they noticed the courtyard gate was ajar and strode in. Yang Fengdu surveyed the premises. The yard was spacious yet cluttered with various items, resembling a junkyard, clearly indicative of a slothful man. "Could you please stop gambling? Think of the children, if not for me." At that moment, a woman's anguished voice erupted from the house. "You wretched woman, what do you know? I will soon come into a fortune, and then I shall buy you and the children a house in the city, where you can live in luxury." A man, cursing as he emerged from the house, halted in surprise upon seeing Yang Fengdu and the others, his anger palpable. He then coldly inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have at my home?" His demeanor irked Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei, yet Yang Fengdu maintained a smile and asked, "May I inquire if you are Brother Zhang?" "I am Zhang. What do you want?" The older man responded with a wary gaze fixed on Yang Fengdu. "I have heard that you possess a pair of snuff bottles, which piques our interest, prompting us to come and take a look." Yang Fengdu explained his intentions. "You have arrived too late. I have entrusted the snuff bottles to an auction house, and they have already been sold." Lao Zhang relaxed his vigilance somewhat. "Haha, I am aware of that, but I believe there are 3 snuff bottles, not merely 2, so you should indeed have one more in your possession." Upon hearing Yang Fengdu's words, Lao Zhang's countenance grew tense again. The matter of the 3 snuff bottles was known only to him and his wife. How could he possibly know? Understanding the nuances of human nature, Yang Fengdu quickly discerned Lao Zhang's thoughts. He smiled and reassured, "Brother Zhang, rest assured, as long as the items are of quality, the price is negotiable." Chapter 25. Are you a fraud? Upon the mention of money, old Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scrutinized the trio once more. "My pair of snuff bottles fetched a staggering 1 million, he proclaimed. "As long as the items are of good quality, money is no object." Yang Fengdu replied with a smile. "Ah, indeed, we have esteemed guests. Please come inside." Old Zhang instantly transformed, his face adorned with a broad grin as he welcomed the 3 into his abode. They exchanged glances before stepping into the house, which appeared to be 3 brand new tiled rooms from the outside, yet the interior was scarcely furnished. A mere coat of white paint adorned the walls, and there was not a single piece of decent furniture, evoking a sense of desolation. Old Zhang ushered the 3 in, hastily gathering the mahjong tablecloth from the table and tossing it aside, inviting them to sit. "Darling, we have honored guests. Quickly, prepare some water." He called out to his wife, who was in the inner room. "You were right. I still have 1 snuff bottle left. The other 2 sold for 1 million, and this one I can let go for 500,000. What do you think?" Old Zhang inquired, his face brimming with enthusiasm as he took his seat. However, his words betrayed his unease, and Yang Fengdu had already formed a judgment in his mind. This man had little understanding of antiques, nor did he grasp the intricacies of the trade. The fact that he did not present all 3 snuff bottles at once was purely coincidental. Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "Let us see the item," Yang Fengdu urged. Of course. Old Zhang sprang up and hurried to the inner room. At that moment, a middle-aged woman, her eyes reddened, entered with 3 cups of water. "Here, have some tea." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Yang Fengdu nodded, glancing at the woman. She appeared to be just over 40, yet her face was etched with wrinkles, and her hands bore the calluses and cracks of a life spent toiling in the fields. In contrast, old Zhang's skin was smooth and tender, suggesting he had never labored outdoors. Perhaps due to his upbringing in the countryside, Yang Fengdu felt a pang of sympathy for the woman. Meanwhile, old Zhang returned with a crumpled newspaper, shooing the woman away before unfolding it to reveal a lone snuff bottle. "This is the remaining snuff bottle. I had intended to sell it only after the money from the others was spent. But since you are here, I might as well sell it to you at a fair price. Upon examination, Yang Fendu confirmed that it was indeed part of the same set that Wu Tian possessed. The item is authentic, he nodded after setting it down. Meng Kaiyu eagerly took it up for a closer look, joined by Shang Mei. I'll offer you 100,000. Yang Fendu hesitated, initially considering a bid of 30,000. However, the image of the woman lingered in his mind, prompting him to increase his offer by 70,000. What? 100,000? Old Zhang jumped up, snatching the snuff bottle from Meng Kaiyu's grasp. Two sold for 1 million, and this one is worth at least 500,000. You must think I am a fool. Zhang, please remain calm and allow me to explain slowly. The reason your pair of snuff bottles fetched 1 million is simply due to someone's misjudgment. Were it truly from the imperial kiln, I would gladly offer you 1 million. However, this is merely a civilian imitation, and 10,000 is already an exorbitant price. I have no faith in your claims. Please leave. I shall keep these as heirlooms and will not sell them. Old Zhang, displeased, issued an eviction notice. Zhang, do not be agitated. If you doubt my words, you may check online. Information about your snuff bottles is already available. Yang Fendu remained composed, still smiling. Go ahead and look. I am not intimidated by you, he said, while simultaneously unlocking his phone. One moment he wore a frown, and the next his expression transformed. The local news was abuzz with reports of the Jia Li auction. The $1 million Qing Dynasty Qianlong Fusho snuff bottle was not from the imperial kiln but rather a civilian imitation. The exorbitant Fusho snuff bottle was not a pair but a complete set of Fusho and Lu, and if the news proved accurate, its value would plummet, ranging from a few thousand to several tens of thousands. Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei finally grasped Yang Fendu's intention. He was not only confronting Wu Tian but also ensuring the seller witnessed this information. Ah, no wonder this fellow remained so unperturbed. Meng Kaiyu mused internally. Old Zhang lowered his phone, resembling a deflated balloon. His head hung low, lost in thought, perhaps due to the shattering of his dreams of wealth. Zhang, your pair of snuff bottles has already been sold. You've made quite a profit. If you remain unsatisfied, consider this. Should the seller discover you are the true owner, do you believe they would not seek you out? Yang Fendu observed him meaningfully. Old Zhang regained some composure, glanced at Yang Fendu, and gritted his teeth, stating, 10,000, cash on delivery. Yang Fendu finally exhaled in relief, while Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei appeared noticeably more relaxed. Upon successful transfer, Yang Fendu obtained the snuff bottles. Just as he was about to depart, he turned back to Old Zhang and cautioned, do not gamble. Even if you are a millionaire, you cannot afford to lose everything. Treat your wife and children well. Were it not for their sake, I would have offered you no more than 30,000. Yang, what did you mean by that last remark to Old Zhang? Meng Kaiyu inquired, puzzled, once they had left the village. You see, those who have lived in rural areas know that many men either gamble or drink excessively. When frustrations arise, they often take it out on their wives and children. I noticed that woman had calloused hands and cracks all over. Yang Fendu explained nonchalantly. While showing compassion for others is commendable, Shang Mei found it difficult to comprehend. She turned to Yang Fendu and remarked, you yourself are in need of money yet still have the heart to pity others. You have just spent several tens of thousands more. Rest assured, Yang Fendu replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I will recoup that money from Wu Tian. Haha, Yang, you are indeed shrewd. If Wu Tian learns of the true nature of these snuff bottles, he may very well be left speechless. Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, laughing exuberantly. In the antique market of Xianwokyo in Shihe City, within the hall of the Chen Pavilion, a sudden crash echoed as Wu Tian forcefully smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. Sun Gang, seated opposite him, leaped up in fright, his face a mask of terror as he hastily reassured, Boss Wu, please remain calm. Although rumors abound online, I believe this is merely the envy of others manifesting in slander. Get out of my sight, Wu Tian snapped. Sun Gang's words only served to redirect Wu Tian's fury toward him. If it weren't for you, would I be in this predicament? Let me make myself clear. If this item is damaged, you will owe me 1 million. Panic washed over Sun Gang, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. 1 million was no trifling sum for him. Brother Wu, please don't panic. Why don't we quickly find a buyer to offload the item? Are you even thinking? Who in this circle is unaware of the situation regarding this snuff bottle? Who would I sell it to? Wu Tian, initially harboring dreams of the snuff bottle's value skyrocketing, was now consumed by a mix of anger and humiliation, his mind a blank slate. Not only was he facing financial loss, but he also risked becoming a laughingstock in the community. Then let us approach an auction house. Their motto is to never auction counterfeit goods, right? Sun Gang's suggestion seemed to offer Wu Tian a glimmer of hope, prompting him to rise and stride toward the exit. To Jada Li. Chapter 26. The rarity of things. Wu Tian hurriedly departed the shop alongside Sun Gang, and as they passed by Junlai Tang, they were spotted by Li Jun and Wang Jinan, who were enjoying tea. Li Jun took a sip of his tea, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Jinan, and remarked with a smile, "Old Wang, it seems Wu Tian has encountered quite the setback this time. If the rumors circulating online are indeed true, then he has certainly stumbled." Wang Jinan nodded in agreement. "Old Wang, do you think that snuff bottle is a mere imitation?" Li Jun inquired. "It appears unblemished to me." Wang Jinan shook his head, replying, "I cannot say for certain. Without first-hand examination, I dare not speculate. However, whether it is a replica or a genuine piece, if there is indeed a third one, its value cannot be trivial." Li Jun nodded with a smile. Indeed, rarity confers value. Even if it originates from a folk kiln, a complete set remains exceedingly precious, especially given the auspicious connotations of Fu, Lu, and Shou. Many collectors would be inclined towards it. I wonder who disseminated this information. Could it possibly be the owner of the goods themselves? Li Jun's tone was laced with intrigue. Wang Jinan, unfazed, simply shook his head and remarked, "I doubt it. Consider this. If the owner were intent on revealing the existence of a third piece, would they openly admit that their item is from a folk kiln rather than an official kiln?" Li Jun nodded thoughtfully. "If that is the case, this situation becomes rather fascinating. It's conceivable that Wu Tian has offended someone who might be orchestrating this against him." Li Jun's suspicions were not without merit. It is not uncommon for individuals in the antiquities trade to set traps for one another, though the sophistication of such schemes may vary. Yang Fendu's machinations, in this instance, lacked finesse primarily because Wu Tian, provoked by Yang Fendu, acted impulsively. As we know, Wu Tian has deceived countless individuals in his pursuit of sales, earning himself many adversaries. Thus, it is only natural that he finds himself ensnared in a trap now. Therefore, Li Lao, if we wish to navigate this circle with fewer missteps, we must remain steadfast in our integrity. Wang Jinan observed with a smile. Glancing at Li Jun paused, then lifted his tea cup with a grin. "Ah, old Wang, you remain true to your principles. Let us enjoy our tea." While Wang Jinan sipped his tea, he caught a glimpse of something unusual in Li Jun's eyes. Although they were considered friends, Wang Jinan had not developed a deep rapport with Li Jun and had reservations regarding his character. However, he discerned that Li Jun had taken a keen interest in the snuff bottle. At Jada Li auction house, Suman sat in her office, scrolling through her phone with a rather complex expression, as if preoccupied with troubling thoughts. The controversy surrounding the snuff bottle had ignited a flurry of speculation regarding Jada Li's credibility, with many accusing the house of misrepresenting folk kiln items as official kiln pieces. Knock, knock, knock. Come. Upon hearing the knock, Suman straightened in her chair and called out. The female secretary entered, respectfully announcing, "President Su Wu Tian, the owner of Ji Quan Gu, wishes to see you." Suman furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing that her apprehensions had come to fruition. It appeared Wu Tian had come to discuss outstanding debts. Nevertheless, she had already prepared her responses. "Let him in," she instructed. 1 minute later, Wu Tian and Sun Gang appeared in Suman's office. Upon glancing at them, Suman noticed their troubled expressions, particularly Wu Tian's face, which was marred by anger. With a smile, she stood up to greet them. "What seems to be the matter, Mr. Wu? Who has upset you? I happen to have some fine tea here. Please have a seat and calm down." Wu Tian, however, did not reciprocate her hospitality. He shot her a cold glance and plopped down on the sofa. "Ms. Su, has your company, Jada Li, resorted to deceiving me?" Suman was taken aback and quickly responded with a smile. Mr. Wu, what brings you to such a conclusion? You are one of our esteemed clients, and Jayatali has always upheld the integrity of authenticity in our dealings. How could there be any deception? Seeing that Su Man still refused to acknowledge the issue, Wu Tian took a pair of enameled snuff bottles from his bag and placed them on the coffee table. These snuff bottles are clearly from a folk kiln, yet you auction them off as if they were from an imperial kiln. You must provide me with an explanation today. After speaking, Wu Tian crossed his arms defiantly, adopting a superior posture. Su Man remained unperturbed, her gaze lingering on the snuff bottles for a few seconds before she suddenly smiled. Mr. Wu, when I auctioned them, I referred to them as a pair of enameled snuff bottles from the Qianlong period. I never specified whether they were from an imperial or folk kiln. It is up to the bidders to discern. Therefore, how could there be any notion of deception? Furthermore, if these were modern replicas, Jayatali would certainly take responsibility. Yet, these are genuine artifacts from the Qianlong era. They cannot be deemed counterfeit, can they? Though her words were not harsh, each one struck at the core of the matter, leaving Wu Tian's face flushed with rage, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he managed to regain some composure and, gritting his teeth, glared at Su Man. So, Miss Su, does this mean you have no intention of refunding me? Su Man nodded with a smile, resolute. Jayatali has stood firm in Shiha for many years. We have never had such a precedent. Then do not blame me for being merciless. From now on, I will refrain from auctioning any of my items through Jayatali, and I shall also file a complaint against you. Wu Tian, overwhelmed by fury, began to threaten Su Man, who had maintained her smile throughout, now felt her expression darken. Mr. Wu, that is your prerogative and you need not inform me. However, I advise you to distinguish between the major players before speaking. Wu Tian was taken aback. Her words jolted him into realization. He was merely an antique shop owner, while Jayatali was a prominent company on a national scale. The hierarchy was unmistakable. Fine, you may consider yourself clever, but this matter is far from over. Wu Tian sprang to his feet and strode towards the exit, turning back momentarily to deliver a final, contemptuous remark. Su Man scoffed at his departure. Once Wu Tian and Sun Gang had left, Su Man's expression grew complex. She sat in her chair, contemplating for a moment before picking up her phone to make a call. Wu Tian, in a fit of rage, returned to Jichuan Pavilion, where he completely erupted, sending the tea set on the coffee table crashing to the ground. Sun Gang stood at the door, trembling in fear. Damn it, do they really think Wu Tian is made of clay? After venting his frustration, Wu Tian sank back onto the sofa and shouted at Sun Gang, "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and find a buyer for me." Startled, Sun Gang trembled and cautiously inquired, "Wu Gu, did you not mention taking legal action against Jayatali? What nonsense! Did you not hear what that woman Su Man had to say? Get lost." Sun Gang's words collided with the barrel of a gun, prompting him to hastily flee from Jichuan Pavilion. As dusk settled, Yang Fendu and his companions had returned to the city after a long, bumpy journey, weary and famished. Meng Kaiyu drove directly to a favored private dining establishment. Once inside the private room, Shang Mei eagerly began to order, her hunger palpable. Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendu exchanged knowing smiles. After the waiter departed with their order, Meng Kaiyu quickly remarked, "Yang Xiao, could you present that snuff bottle for me to examine?" Chapter 27. The plan is foiled. Yang Fendu smiled as he retrieved a snuff bottle from his bag and handed it to Meng Kaiyu. In his eagerness to acquire the item, Yang had not allowed the two of them to examine it closely. Meng Kaiyu took the snuff bottle and scrutinized it for a considerable time before commenting, "This piece undoubtedly originates from an official kiln. The craftsmanship is quite commendable." Shang Mei cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "Do refrain from reciting the three-character classic in front of Confucius. Yang Fendu has already declared it to be from a folk kiln, yet you persist in your stubbornness. Antique deception thrives on individuals like you, who are only half-informed." After her retort, Shang Mei lowered her gaze to her phone. Meng Kaiyu offered a wry smile as he returned the snuff bottle to Yang Fendu, stating, "This is precisely why I seek friends like you, young Master Yang. Together, we shall undoubtedly dominate the world of antiques." Yang Fendu tucked the snuff bottle away, wearing a mysterious expression as he addressed both of them. Now we await any developments from Wu Tian. Although that pair holds little value individually, if we manage to assemble a complete set, the price will surely escalate when presented to an enthusiastic buyer. Upon hearing the mention of a high price, Meng Kaiyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Pray tell, young Master Yang, how much could a complete set fetch?" "Conservatively, around 1 million, Yang Fendu replied. Meng Kaiyu furrowed his brow. "Wait a moment, didn't Wu Tian just spend 1 million on those two?" Yang Fendu shook his head with a smile. "That was merely because Wu Tian misjudged the value. The normal price for that pair is, at most, 300,000. Hold your horses. It seems there's a stir from Wu Tian's side," he added as the conversation unfolded. Suddenly, Shang Mei furrowed her brows tightly and raised her phone toward them. A message from Su Man indicated that Wu Tian had approached her to return the snuff bottle, but she had refused, and now he was sending Sun Gang on a quest to find a buyer. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu's expression shifted, and he quickly turned to Yang Fendu. "Young Master Yang, if Wu Tian intends to sell, he certainly won't accept a third piece. Our plan may very well be in jeopardy." Yang Fendu displayed no signs of surprise. Instead, he smiled at the two and replied, "This aligns closely with my initial assumptions." Meng Kaiyu hurriedly urged, "Young Master Yang, spare us the riddles." "What do you mean?" Yang Fendu glanced at him and continued, "It is quite simple. Although Wu Tian has been in the antique business for many years and possesses a keen eye, his temperament is rather ordinary. Typically, in such circumstances, one is advised against hastily seeking a buyer. It is prudent to hold onto the item for a while. The only reason he would act in this manner is if he believes the rumors we disseminated." Shang Mei still seemed perplexed and pressed on. "Then how do we proceed to sell to him?" Yang Fendu shook his head with a smile. "We shall not sell. Instead, we will turn the tables and acquire that pair of snuff bottles from him." "What?" both exclaimed in unison. "I mentioned 3 pieces as a set, particularly exquisite folk kiln creations representing good fortune, prosperity, and longevity. While single pieces are commonplace, a complete set with auspicious connotations is exceedingly rare. Hence, we buy low and sell high." Upon hearing Yang Fendu's words, Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that he had already calculated every possible outcome. Both the front and back routes were blocked by Yang Fendu, leaving Wu Tian with no way to escape. After a moment, Meng Kaiyu gave Yang Fendu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Wow, Yang, this move is truly remarkable. If Wu Tian were to discover the truth, he would surely be infuriated." "Flattering." Shang Mei shot a glare at Meng Kaiyu.
Yang Fendu humbly smiled.
As the three exchanged banter, the waiter entered, promptly setting a table laden with exquisite dishes and a bottle of Lafite, reflective of Shang Mei's affluent lifestyle. After pouring a glass of red wine for each of them, the waiter discreetly withdrew. Meng Kaiyu, brimming with excitement, raised his glass and declared, "To our triumphant beginnings, let us drink." After downing his drink, Shang Mei dove into the feast voraciously. Observing this, Meng Kaiyu chuckled and teased, "Miss Shang, do consider the image of a beautiful chairwoman. Mind your own business." Shang Mei retorted, somewhat annoyed. Meng Kaiyu shrugged and turned his gaze to Yang Fendu, curiously inquiring, "Yang, what shall we do next?" Yang Fendu smiled and replied, "Patience is key. I will inform you when the time is right. Let us enjoy our meal for now." Meanwhile, as the city lights began to illuminate the night, the antique street vendors had closed up shop, and most stores had shut their doors, except for the brightly lit Ji Quan Gu. Wu Tian's emotions had gradually settled, yet the pair of snuff bottles had become a source of anxiety for him. He needed to act swiftly, lest he suffer a significant loss. Just then, the shop door swung open, and a middle-aged man entered the inner hall. "Bossly, you haven't gone home so late?" Wu Tian stood up upon seeing the visitor. The newcomer was Li Jun, the proprietor of Jun Lai Tang, who nodded with a smile and said, "I just sold a small trinket and was about to head home when I noticed your lights were on, so I came to take a look." Hearing of Li's successful sale only heightened Wu Tian's discontent. With a sigh, he lamented, "Your place is bustling, while mine is utterly desolate. What a stark contrast." Li Jun settled onto the sofa, shaking his head with a grin. "In our line of work, it's often 3 years of silence followed by 3 years of prosperity. Everyone has their share of misfortunes. Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. I'm not merely venting. You must have heard about the snuff bottle incident. I fell into a trap and made a poor investment. What a humiliating predicament. Li Jun noticed Wu Tian broach the subject of the snuff bottles, and a hint of amusement crossed his lips as he began to formulate a plan. This situation is indeed frustrating. However, that young man Yang Fendu possesses some skills. The mere mention of Yang Fendu ignited fury on Wu Tian's face. That scoundrel has truly caused me great distress. I initially believed the pair of official kiln enamel snuff bottles would fetch at least $1 million, only to have news of a folk kiln emerge. Now the entire circle is aware of this, and I am at a loss on how to proceed. Li Jun glanced at Wu Tian, confirming that the latter had indeed fallen into a trap, and spoke leisurely, we are old acquaintances and neighbors. If you trust me, I can help clarify your doubts. Wu Tian's face suddenly illuminated with sheer excitement, as he hastily rose to retrieve a canister of premium Tiguanyin tea from the cupboard. While preparing the tea, he remarked, Boss Li, in my eyes, you are a predecessor. Your insight and capabilities surpass my own. To be candid, I have longed to draw closer to you, yet I have hesitated, fearing that you might hold me in disdain. Li Jun, however, shook his head and replied, Boss Wu, you are overthinking it. Typically, we are all engrossed in our own affairs, which naturally limits our interactions. Upon learning of your recent ailment, I must admit, I felt a pang of concern. Thus I decided to visit in hopes of offering you a modicum of assistance. Wu Tian nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain, and said, I could not have wished for more. Please enlighten me on how I might effectively deal with this hot potato. Li Jun then continued, let us first analyze the reasons behind your recent ailment, and if we arrive at the correct conclusion, we shall discuss further matters. Chapter 28. No profit. No early rise. Wu Tian's mind was in turmoil. He was eager for vengeance against Yang Fendu and also wanted to swiftly dispose of the pair of snuff bottles. Upon hearing Li Jun's words, Wu Tian felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, nodding vigorously with excitement. Observing Wu Tian's expression, Li Jun's smile broadened. After sipping his tea, he spoke slowly, outlining 3 reasons for Wu Tian's misfortune. Wu Tian hurriedly urged him to continue, stating that he was all ears. Li Jun glanced at Wu Tian and elaborated. Firstly, your discernment is lacking. You failed to recognize that the snuff bottles were from a folk kiln. Secondly, during the auction, you were solely focused on outmaneuvering Yang Fendu, which led you into his trap. Thirdly, and most importantly, even after realizing your mistake, you should have maintained your composure. Showing your distress too overtly would lead everyone to believe that your possession was problematic, thus deterring potential buyers. With his words, Li Jun smiled at Wu Tian and resumed drinking his tea. Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with realization, and he clasped his fists respectfully, exclaiming, Your wisdom is unparalleled. Hearing you speak is more enlightening than a decade of study. Li Boss, your analysis is impeccable. Please guide me on what I should do next. Seeing that Wu Tian was thoroughly convinced, a hint of pride crept onto Li Jun's face. In our line of work, both perception and temperament are equally vital. Frankly, I have always thought highly of you, and I sympathize with your current predicament. Wu Tian was not foolish. He sensed that Li Jun was merely waiting to reap benefits from him. It seems this old fellow is feigning assistance while truly seeking profit. He mused inwardly. However, feeling cornered and aware that the other party would not act without gains, he sighed. Li Boss, please don't hold back. Share your wisdom with me. Rest assured, your rewards will be ample once my matters are resolved. This was precisely the affirmation Li Jun sought from Wu Tian, though he feigned modesty, waving his hand and saying, Wu Boss, you flatter me. It is only natural for friends to assist each other. Discussing rewards is rather disingenuous. Wu Tian insisted, no, we must uphold our principles. Li Jun then displayed a hint of hesitation, slowly stating, there are indeed 2 options, depending on how Wu Boss wishes to proceed.
Seeing Li Jun demeanor,
Wu Tian felt a surge of impatience, thinking, old man, just speak up already. His curiosity was piqued, and Li Jun continued, you could either give me 100,000 for the pair of snuff bottles, or you could hand them over to me, and I shall find a way to sell them. Should we profit, we shall share the gains. If we incur losses, the money will be forfeit. Li Jun's proposition caused Wu Tian's expression to change dramatically. He finally understood Li Jun's true intentions, an unscrupulous scheme to profit at his expense. Li boss, do you have no other alternatives? I spent $1 million on these. Your offer of 100,000 is simply too meager. Li Jun shook his head in resignation, replying, that was the price you misjudged. 100,000 for this pair is already a generous offer. However, if you happen to possess a third snuff bottle, I would gladly purchase all 3 for 200,000. A single phrase can awaken a dreamer. Wu Tian's mind began to churn with possibilities. If a third party were to emerge, he could act effortlessly, securing a guaranteed profit. Thank you, Boss Li, for enlightening me. Perhaps I shall hold onto this for a while longer. It's merely $1 million. I can manage, Wu Tian remarked. As the words left his lips, a peculiar smile flickered across Li Jun's face. Very well then, I shall take my leave. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. The information circulating online likely originated from Yang Fendu. I've heard you've witnessed his discerning eye. You should be able to judge for yourself. If you intend to act, it may prove to be rather challenging. Wu Tian, who had just felt a surge of excitement, suddenly plummeted into despair. If a third party truly existed, it would be beyond his grasp, and it was highly probable that Yang Fendu had laid a trap for him. Coming to terms with reality, Wu Tian hurriedly rose and blocked Li Jun's path, his face a mask of forced smiles. Boss Li, I was rash earlier. Upon reflection, I believe collaborating with you is a more prudent choice. Are you certain? Li Jun inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wu Tian nodded earnestly, saying, I am well aware of your reputation and capabilities. Rather than risking a loss on my part or dividing 10,000 with you, it would be far more advantageous to work together. I have long sought an opportunity to collaborate with you. Delighted by his response, Li Jun's demeanor grew serious. It is understandable to be cautious, Wu. Since we are to collaborate, let us formalize our agreement with a gentleman's contract to prevent any future disputes. As he spoke, Li Jun produced 2 pre-prepared contracts. Seeing the contracts, Wu Tian's expression shifted once more. He now understood that Li Jun had evidently set a trap for him, and he had no choice but to leap into it. How insidious, he thought. At this moment, Wu Tian was no longer concerned with profit. Recovering the initial $1 million would be a blessing. After signing the document, he inquired with curiosity, all right, I have signed the contract, but can you truly sell it at a high price, Boss Li? Li Jun smiled, that is not a concern for you. Once I secure a buyer, I will take you along. These words alleviated Wu Tian's lingering doubts. With the contract finalized, Li Jun successfully took possession of the pair of snuff bottles, leaving Wu Tian alone on the sofa, simmering in frustration. The snuff bottles had become a source of deep anxiety for him. In the Yuyun Pavilion Villa area, Mu Xiao was contemplating the events of the dais auction as Ning Yu had just returned.
Miss Ning Yu greeted respectfully.
Mu Xiao glanced up at her and asked, Do you have any new leads? Ning Yu replied hastily, There's been little progress on Yang Fendu's identity. However, I learned from the hospital that Yang Fendu and his sister, Yang Xiaoxiao, are not biological siblings. This revelation was indeed a new lead. Mu Xiao quickly inquired, Is this information reliable? Ning Yu nodded, affirming absolutely. Initially, Yang Fendu intended to donate his kidney to save Yang Xiaoxiao, but none of the matches were successful, confirming that they are not siblings. Mu Xiao furrowed her brows in contemplation, remaining silent for a moment before continuing, Are there any other leads? Ning Yue continued, There is a rumor circulating in the antique circles of Shihe that the pair of enameled snuff bottles at the auction is not from an imperial kiln but rather from a folk kiln, and that the set consists of 3 pieces rather than 2. I suspect this information was intentionally leaked by Yang Fendu, aiming to ensnare his rival bidder. This revelation piqued Mu Xiao's interest. She turned to Ning Yue and said, I understand. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. It seems we shall be staying in Shihe for several days. After Ning Yue departed, Mu Xiao hastily picked up her phone and dialed her grandfather. Xiao, is there new information? Her grandfather inquired. Mu Xiao nodded, promptly relaying all the information she had just gathered. This young man is quite remarkable. He is likely connected to the person we are searching for. We must find a way to approach him, and we should also keep a close watch on his sister. Chapter 29. The true treasure. Upon hearing her grandfather's voice, Mu Xiaodai furrowed her brows and said, Grandfather, Can you discern that our general's large jar is a Qing imitation of the Yuan dynasty? Could he be the individual we seek? You do not comprehend. This is no ordinary imitation. The average person would fail to recognize its true nature. The young man you mentioned must possess remarkable abilities, he replied. Skeptical, Mu Xiao nodded but suddenly recalled something and hastily added. This fellow also bid on a birdseed jar and a sandalwood puzzle box at the auction. What sort of sandalwood box? The tone on the other end of the line grew increasingly agitated. Mu Xiao paused, pondering. It's merely a box from the Qing dynasty, with some scratches on it, lacking any significant value. Acquire that box at any cost, and the sooner the better. Surprised by her grandfather's unusual fervor, Mu Xiao's expression shifted as she pressed, Grandfather, what is wrong? The phone fell into a brief silence before he spoke again. There is something concealed within that box. I will explain in detail when you return. Hearing this, Mu Xiao's countenance changed once more. After hanging up, she found herself wide awake, contemplating how to approach Yang Fendu. Meanwhile, on Yang Fendu's side, Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei had each returned home, while he headed to the hospital to visit his sister. Upon arriving at the ward, he found his mother quietly seated beside Yang Xiaoxiao's bed. Seeing Yang Fendu enter, Yiyun quickly gestured for silence. Yang Fendu nodded and stealthily took a seat on the sofa. Shortly after, Yiyun approached and sat opposite him. Did you visit the antique street again today? Yang Fendu smiled and replied, Meng Kaiyu and the others took me to an auction, and I managed to bid on 2 items. I should be able to make a profit. Yiyun nodded with satisfaction, pouring him a glass of water. Now that you have entered this circle, I trust you. However, you must not let these sweet temptations cloud your judgment. Proceed with caution at every step. Yang Fendu glanced at his mother and earnestly nodded. Rest assured, mother. I have come to share good news with you. I have nearly saved enough for my sister's kidney transplant, and Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei are also using their connections to help me find a suitable donor. Once a match is found, we can arrange for the surgery immediately. Naturally, Yiyun was overjoyed upon hearing this news. She remarked, You have endured so much during this time. The hospital is paying special attention to your sister now, with specialists visiting daily. Her condition is stable, so focus on your endeavors without worrying about the hospital. I will call you if anything arises. I understand, mother. I may be busy for the next few days, so I appreciate your hard work. Yiyun smiled tenderly. Why speak of such things? As long as you both are well, I am at ease. Now hurry home, your sister is asleep. After leaving the hospital, Yang Fendu unexpectedly took a taxi back home. Once comfortably lying in bed, his mind replayed the events of the past few days like a film, particularly the exhilarating scheme involving Wu Tianxia, which stirred a thrill within him. In a moment of relaxation, he hurriedly sat up in bed, drew the curtains, locked the door from the inside, and returned to his bedside, cautiously extracting the 2 items he had acquired at the auction from his bag. Although the Qing dynasty blue and white bird food jar was a small object, Yang Fendu immediately discerned that it should have a counterpart, as such jars are typically crafted in pairs. If he could locate the other one, its value would undoubtedly soar. Thus, he decided to refrain from selling the bird food jar for the time being, hoping to find its twin. After carefully storing the jar, his gaze fell upon a small box made of rosewood with intricate mechanisms. Compared to the bird food jar and the snuff bottle, this was the true treasure. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Yang Fendu's excitement. His expression changed, and he hastily concealed the items, asking, Who is it? It's me, old Lu. I saw your light on and guessed you might still be awake. I'm bringing you the money. The voice from outside belonged to old Lu. Yang Fendu relaxed a bit and went to open the door. As the door swung open, old Lu entered with a cheerful demeanor. Just returned from the hospital? Yang Fendu nodded. Yes, I've been quite busy these past few days. Without further ado, old Lu quickly produced 2,000 yuan from his pocket. Fendu, those items sold for a total of 2,000. Here you go. Yang Fendu was aware of old Lu's financial situation and initially hesitated to accept the money, fearing it might cause him to worry. Ultimately, he took the cash and divided it in half, offering a portion back to old Lu. Old Lu insisted, We agreed to split it evenly, so you keep this. Seeing this, old Lu promptly attempted to decline. No, this won't do. I haven't spent a penny. I can't take 1,000. Besides, your sister needs money for her treatment. Yang Fendu firmly pressed the money into Old Lu's hands, saying, "Old Lu, I know your circumstances. Your son and daughter-in-law want to buy a house in the county, and your daughter-in-law has even argued with you about it. Take this as a small gesture from me." Upon hearing this, Old Lu was visibly moved, his eyes glistening with tears as he rubbed them with his rough hand, choking back emotion. "Well, all right, I will accept it. I'm sorry for making you feel awkward." Yang Fendu displayed a hint of sympathy, saying, "Every family has its own struggles. Old Lu, just take it easy. Everything will be all right. Sometimes, it is only through truly experiencing life at the bottom of society that one can genuinely empathize with the suffering of others." Old Lu nodded, then quickly added, "I have another matter to discuss. The owner of the recycling station we often visit is returning to his hometown, and the station is about to close down. I wanted to ask if you might be interested. It's certainly quicker than scavenging." This news piqued Yang Fendu's interest. He currently had little time to roam the streets collecting scraps, and having a recycling station would provide a more stable income. However, what he valued most was not the money earned from collecting refuse, but rather the belief that what others deemed as waste might hold true treasures, much like the square inkstone he had encountered. After contemplating these matters, Yang Fendu's gaze fell upon Old Lu, inquiring, "How did he manage to cash out? And what is the price?" Old Lu promptly replied, "The location is rented, and there are still numerous items, along with a stable supply chain and clientele. The asking price is a flat 100,000 yuan." Yang Fendu nodded, acknowledging his familiarity with the acquisition station's circumstances, deeming the price quite reasonable. Upon hearing this potential opportunity, Old Lu smiled and remarked, "I too find it rather fitting, but as you know, I lack the funds, which is why I came to see if you might be interested." With a light chuckle, Yang Fendu responded, "Let us do this. Tomorrow morning, we shall approach the owner together. I will provide the capital while you contribute your efforts, and we shall split the profits evenly." Old Lu, momentarily taken aback, quickly shook his head, insisting, "No, that won't do. If you require my assistance as an employee, that is acceptable, but an equal share of the profits is excessive." Noticing Old Lu's reluctance, Yang Fendu continued, "Consider this. Once the acquisition station is secured, I will scarcely have the time to manage it, leaving you in charge, which renders this arrangement quite fair. Do not hesitate. Tomorrow we shall speak with the owner." Seeing the earnest expression on Yang Fendu's face, Old Lu was overwhelmed with gratitude, shedding tears of appreciation as he departed. After bidding farewell to Old Lu, Yang Fendu returned to his bedside and retrieved the intricately carved box made of rosewood. Chapter 30. Half a treasure map. Yang Fendu picked up the box and scrutinized it for a while. After a moment, he began to manipulate it. The mechanism of this box was not as intricate as the one he had previously encountered. 5 minutes later, a crisp snap indicated that the mechanism had been successfully disengaged. A flicker of excitement crossed Yang Fendu's face as he paused to take a deep breath, gently lifting the lid. However, upon gazing inside the box, a hint of disappointment marred his expression. It lay empty, devoid of any contents. Of course, he had anticipated this outcome, knowing that the previous owner must have opened the box and taken its contents long ago, subsequently auctioning it off in hopes of earning some money. This fortunate circumstance had allowed Yang Fendu to acquire it. His gaze lingered within the box, which appeared shallower than the average one, with a somewhat thick base. After observing it carefully for a moment, he resumed his examination. He extended 2 fingers into the box, meticulously feeling around inch by inch. The craftsmanship was commendable. The zeton wood was exceptionally smooth, devoid of any splinters. Just as he was about to employ his supernatural vision to investigate further, he suddenly felt what seemed to be a grain-sized indentation under his fingertips. Most would overlook it, attributing it to the natural characteristics of the wood, but Yang Fendu's excitement was palpable. He retrieved a thumbtack from the windowsill and gently pressed its sharp point into the indentation. With a soft yet decisive motion of his finger, another faint yet crisp sound emanated from the box, followed by a sudden bulging from within. Yang Fendu's excitement peaked as he cautiously reached in, discovering that the base of the box had been lifted. It was merely a panel. Upon removing the panel, his gaze fell upon a palm-sized object resembling sheepskin nestled within. He made a concerted effort to calm himself, carefully extracting the sheepskin. fearful that even a slight pressure or breath might reduce it to ashes. Yang Fendu placed the sheepskin on the bed and unrolled it. It measured approximately half the size of an A4 sheet, its surface already tinged with yellowing, uniformly coated with a layer of wax to prevent decay. Although he had not utilized his supernatural vision, Yang Fendu could immediately ascertain that this sheepskin possessed a certain historical significance, likely dating back to the Qing dynasty. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true focus lay in the drawings upon the sheepskin. What appeared to be illustrations resembled a map, with simple lines delineating what seemed to be a mountain, flanked by a body of water in the foreground. Yang Fendu scrutinized the sheepskin intently and suddenly noticed a line of fine script on the right side. To see mountains as mountains, and water as water, is to be immersed in the landscape. He mumbled these words, momentarily perplexed by their meaning. After examining the sheepskin map for a considerable time, he remained unable to discern its secrets, though he harbored a suspicion that it might very well be a treasure map. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Fendu resorted to employing his supernatural vision, hoping to unveil the origins of this map. As his gaze returned to the sheepskin, the calmness of his countenance was abruptly replaced by a solemn gravity. A faint halo shimmered across the sheepskin, and suddenly, a peculiar vision materialized in his mind. The tumultuous river roared incessantly, while the surrounding mountains seemed on the verge of collapsing. Countless armored warriors frantically brandished their weapons, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and slaughter. One battalion had already suffered immense casualties, confronted by the surging river ahead and a relentless tide of pursuers behind. At that moment, one soldier's flag suddenly fell. The scene abruptly ceased, and Yang Fendu hastily withdrew his gaze, unaware that beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. He had felt as though he were immersed in the very midst of the chaos. Weary, he sank onto his bed, incessantly replaying the earlier imagery. A sense of disquiet lingered within him, as if the vision bore a message far beyond what he had perceived, perhaps only revealing half of the information. In haste, Yang Fendu retrieved the map and discovered, indeed, some coarse edges along the sheepskin's lower margin, while the other three sides remained notably smooth. This was merely a fragment. There must be another half to the map, he muttered to himself. He meticulously folded the sheepskin and tucked it into his pocket, as the vivid scenes resurfaced in his mind. Suddenly, his expression shifted, fixating on the moment the flag had fallen. He vaguely discerned a character resembling stone fluttering on the banner, prompting him to rummage through his historical knowledge. In an instant, a figure emerged in his mind. Shi Dakai, one of the 5 kings of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. A smile crept across Yang Fendu's lips. Indeed, the features of the figures in his vision aligned perfectly with that historical context. This must pertain to Shi Dakai, and it was highly probable that he possessed a half of a treasure map. He recalled having encountered a description of Shi Dakai in a book, noting that after his defeat at the Dadu River, he concealed all the treasures he had carried, leaving behind a schematic. The map depicted a water source adjacent to a mountain, encapsulating the phrase 8 characters. If the book's records were authentic, what then was the half map in his possession? A sense of confusion washed over Yang Fendu. Ultimately, he concluded that what he held was the true treasure map left for posterity by Shi Dakai. For to this day, his riches remained undiscovered, suggesting the possibility of the other map being a fabrication. With this thought, Yang Fendu felt a surge of exhilaration. The fatigue that had once weighed upon him evaporated entirely. This discovery surpassed any previous stroke of luck he had encountered, even more exhilarating than orchestrating a trap for Wu Tian. After a considerable time, he finally calmed himself, pondering the ease with which this treasure map had surfaced at an auction. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? Regardless, he knew he must exercise extreme caution and not let slip a whisper of this information. Whether or not to confide in Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei would hinge on his ability to locate the other half of the map and whether their assistance would be necessary. After all, at this juncture, these were the only 2 individuals he could trust. The following day, Yang Fendu rose early to prepare, carefully concealing the sandalwood box and the birdseed canister before wheeling his electric scooter outside. Old Lu had been waiting for him, and together they hastened towards the recycling station. Upon arriving at the station and surveying the mountains of discarded items surrounding them, Yang Fendu furrowed his brow and remarked to old Lu, "Once we acquire this, let us hire some workers to reorganize everything here. All the refuse must be sorted and displayed properly. It will be much more pleasing to the eye." Old Lu nodded eagerly in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, I will take care of these minor details." Yang Fendu smiled and replied, "I appreciate your efforts. Now, let us proceed to discuss the pricing with the owner and see if we can negotiate a better deal." With that, the two of them made their way towards a nearby color steel house where the owner typically resided. Chapter 31. Gathering treasures from all directions. Before long, the two men encountered the proprietor, a forthright individual from the northeast. Yang Fendu engaged in conversation with him for a while. Although the price remained unchanged, the owner assured him that the paperwork could be processed immediately. This proprietor possessed a second-hand Jetta, and to expedite matters, he requested Yang Fendu to secure his electric bicycle, offering to drive them to handle the necessary formalities.
Yang Fendu readily agreed.
In the span of merely an hour, the waste collection station was secured. Upon their return, the previous owner of the station swiftly packed his belongings and departed. Now, this expansive waste collection station belonged to Yang Fendu. Old Lu glanced at Yang Fendu, whose face radiated joy, and inquired, "Fendu, since we are embarking on a new venture, should we consider a name change?" Yang Fendu nodded in affirmation, replying, "Of course we should. While others may perceive this as mere refuse, to you and me, these are treasures. Let us call it Gathering Treasures." "Really? A waste collection station named Gathering Treasures?" Old Lu expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, gathering treasures from all directions. Gathering the treasures of heaven and earth," Yang Fendu declared with satisfaction. "Old Lu, you should start hiring some workers to begin tidying up while I handle the renaming procedures. All right? In less than 3 days, I will transform this place." Old Lu eagerly agreed, genuinely delighted to have encountered someone as wonderful as Yang Fendu, a fortune from his past life. With all the paperwork in hand, Yang Fendu rode off on his electric bicycle, while Old Lu hurriedly began contacting acquaintances from his previous waste collection days, offering them 200 yuan a day to come and work. In less than half an hour, 20 people arrived at the waste collection station. After a brief explanation, they all energetically set to work. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu's progress was less than smooth. After 3 hours of navigating various locations, he finally completed all the necessary paperwork. Noticing that it was nearly noon, he hurried towards the hospital. Upon entering the ward, he found his mother and Xiao Xiao enjoying a hearty lunch, which seemed quite abundant, certainly not something purchased by Yi Yun. His mother informed him that it was arranged by the hospital.
Seeing Yang Fendu,
Xiao Xiao's thin face displayed a hint of displeasure as she remarked, "Brother, why didn't you come to see me yesterday?" Yang Fendu approached the bedside and gently stroked her forehead, explaining, "I've been rather busy these past few days, and besides, I did visit yesterday, but you were asleep, so I couldn't bring myself to wake you." Xiao Xiao, unconvinced by Yang Fendu's words, turned her gaze towards Yi Yun, who nodded with a smile. Pouting, Xiao Xiao insisted, "I don't care. You must spend more time with me today." "All right, I'll keep you company," Yang Fendu replied, his expression full of affection. As they chatted happily, Yang Fendu picked up chopsticks to feed his sister, and Yi Yun watched with a beaming smile. Just as the two siblings were enjoying their conversation, Yang Fendu's phone rang at an inopportune moment. Noticing it was Shang Mei calling, he quickly excused himself and stepped outside. "Where are you right now?" Shang Mei's urgent voice came through as soon as he answered. Yang Fendu quietly replied, "I'm at the hospital. Is there something you need?" Shang Mei hurriedly remarked, "There have been some complications on Wu Tian's side. I am currently on my way to pick you up with Meng Kaiyu. We shall discuss matters further upon our meeting." Yang Fendu furrowed his brow, nodding in agreement. "All right, I will wait for you downstairs at the hospital." After ending the call, Yang Fendu returned to the ward to inform his mother and sister. However, Yang Xiao Xiao, reluctant to part with her brother, threw a small tantrum. Fortunately, after a few gentle words from their mother, Yang Fendu was able to leave. "Mom, I just want my brother to take a rest. I am so worried about him," she expressed. Once Yang Fendu departed, tears streamed down Yang Xiao Xiao's face. Observing this, their mother, Yi Yun, gently wiped her tears and comforted her. "Xiao Xiao, You are being considerate and caring towards your brother. Rest assured, he is no longer working on the construction site. He is busy trading antiques with his friends. Knowing her brother was no longer enduring the hardships he once faced, Yang Xiao finally managed to smile. After Yang Fengdu descended the stairs, within 10 minutes, Shang Mei had arrived by car. Get in, she called to Yang Hao, who promptly opened the passenger door and entered the vehicle. With a swift press on the accelerator, the car sped away from the hospital. Meng Kaiyu is waiting for us at the tea house. We can discuss things further there. Before Yang Fengdu could speak, Shang Mei initiated the conversation, after which a silence enveloped them for the remainder of the journey. Inside the private room of the tea house, the three sat in silence around the tea table, with Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei's gazes fixed on Yang Fengdu, who was fiddling with the tea pet in his hands, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing the atmosphere growing heavy, Shang Mei could no longer contain herself and inquired, Yang Fengdu, what is your perspective on this matter? Yang Fengdu set the tea pet down and lifted his gaze to meet theirs. If the items are indeed not in Wu Tian's possession, it suggests that someone else may have gotten to them before us. This field is quite intricate. Whatever we can conceive, others can as well. Meng Kaiyu quickly interjected. The person I contacted is quite reliable. According to our plan, we intended to purchase the snuff bottle for 100,000, but Wu Tian explicitly stated that the items are not in his hands. Yang Fengdu furrowed his brow further, questioning, are you suggesting that the items are not in his possession, or that he has already sold them? Meng Kaiyu shook his head. I cannot say for certain. He merely claimed that the items are not with him. Shang Mei, growing impatient, turned to Yang Fengdu and asked, what difference does it make? We should be contemplating our next steps rather than fretting over whether he sold them or not. Yang Fengdu offered a wry smile. There is indeed a distinction. If he has sold them, the snuff bottle has changed hands. If it remains unsold but is not in his possession, it indicates someone is collaborating with him. This fundamental difference will influence my forthcoming plans. With his words hanging in the air, he redirected his gaze towards Meng Kaiyu. Meng Gu, ensure your people keep a close watch on Wu Tian. If the items have not been sold, he is bound to make a move. Meng Kaiyu smiled mysteriously, a hint of pride gracing his features. Rest assured, I have been meticulously monitoring him all along. Just then, Meng Kaiyu's phone buzzed with a new message. He glanced at the notification, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he quickly relayed to Yang Fengdu, Wu Tian has gone to Jun Lai Tang. He entered the inner hall and has not emerged since.
Jun Lai Tang?
The name struck a familiar chord, and suddenly I recalled that the proprietor of Junlai Hall was the middle-aged man who had been seen with Wang Jin on that day. I understood then that Meng Gu, since you are not returning to the provincial capital today, you should attend to your own affairs for now. Let the matter of the snuff bottle pause for the moment. I still need to verify certain details before finalizing our subsequent plans. Upon hearing Yang Fengdu's words, Meng Kaiyu could only nod in agreement. Very well. I shall return to the provincial capital first. Do ensure you keep me informed of any developments. I would hate to miss such a splendid performance. Yang Fengdu nodded at Meng Kaiyu and turned to Shang Mei, saying, accompany me to find Wang Jinan. I have some inquiries to make.
Shang Mei was left perplexed.
Unsure of Yang Fengdu's intentions, did he suspect Wang Jinan? Yet, she refrained from asking, knowing that Yang Fengdu might not divulge anything regardless. The three finished their tea and rose to depart from the tea house. Meng Kaiyu headed back to the provincial capital, while Shang Mei escorted Yang Fengdu to seek out Wang Jinan. Chapter 32. Speak less. An hour later, the two arrived at Wang Jianen's residence. Wang Jianen, with a warm smile, personally prepared tea for them. He handed a cup of tea to Yang Fengdu and remarked, after the auction, I had hoped to converse with you a bit more, but given the crowd, I refrained from saying much. I didn't expect both of you to visit today. Before Yang Fengdu could respond, Shang Mei, who was beside them, anxiously interjected, Uncle Wang, Yang Fengdu has something to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Is there a problem? Wang Jianen, filled with curiosity, inquired. Yang Fengdu, disregarding Shang Mei's hasty remarks, turned to Wang Jianen and said, Uncle Wang, when Wu Tian and I were bidding for the Cloison snuff bottle, you must have perceived something, right? Wang Jianan sipped his tea and remarked with a smile, you have indeed dug a pit for Wu Tian. Yang Fengdu, unable to escape Wang Jianan's keen observation, shook his head with a wry smile and continued, "It is truly a matter of necessity. If I do not impart some indelible lessons to Wu Tian and Sun Gang, they will remain oblivious to fear." Upon noticing the change in Yang Fendu's expression, Xiang Mei hurriedly informed Wang Jinan about Sun Gang's bullying of Yang Fendu's family at the hands of his brother-in-law, Cheng Wei. Wang Jinan's demeanor shifted instantly. His face contorted with rage as he exclaimed, "These two brutes dare to commit such heinous acts. They are truly courting death." However, Yang Fendu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Uncle Wang, it is no longer a matter of concern. I have come today to seek your confirmation on a certain matter." "Speak," Wang Jinan urged. Wang Jinan nodded. Yang Hao pondered for a moment and inquired, "What is your relationship with Li Jun, the owner of Junlai Hall? Are you familiar with his character and conduct?" Upon the mention of Li Jun, Wang Jinan's expression subtly shifted, his gaze falling upon Yang Fendu. "I have known Li Jun for many years. One might call us old friends, yet our bond is not particularly profound. After all, in the world of antiques, we often encounter one another, and familiarity breeds a certain camaraderie. However, I cannot vouch for this individual's character. He possesses a certain depth of cunning. Over the years, his antique business has flourished immensely, relying on supply channels known solely to him. To put it plainly, he surpasses Wu Tian by several leagues." Hearing this, Yang Fendu began to grasp the situation, nodding in agreement. "It seems this person is not to be underestimated." Wang Jinan similarly nodded and remarked, "Fendu, could you inquire whether Li Jun is connected to those Cloison snuff bottles?" A single sentence stirred Yang's heart, prompting him to inquire, "Uncle Wang, how did you come to that conclusion?" Wang Jinan chuckled softly as he glanced at the two, remarking, "Li Jun mentioned something to me yesterday. From his words, I could sense his interest in that pair of snuff bottles. Uncle Wang, you are truly remarkable. We now suspect that Wu Tian's pair of snuff bottles may have been sold to Li Jun, or perhaps Wu Tian and Li Jun collaborated." Before Yang Fendu could respond,
Cheng Mei hurriedly interjected.
Wang Jinan furrowed his brow, his expression one of perplexity as he said, "That shouldn't be the case. He is aware of the information circulating online. Even if he acquires that pair of snuff bottles, they would not fetch a high price unless a third piece is found to complete the set. Could it be that Li Jun possesses the third piece?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei intended to inform Wang Jinan that the third snuff bottle was in Yang Fendu's possession. However, before she could speak, Yang Fendu lightly kicked her. Xiang Mei shot Yang Fendu an annoyed glance and took a displeased sip of her tea. Yang Fendu, undeterred, smiled at Wang Jinan and remarked, "As long as you and Li Jun are not particularly close friends, that is sufficient." Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Wang Jinan's face as he cautiously probed, "Fendu, your words seem to carry a deeper meaning. If I'm not mistaken, the rumors circulating online were deliberately spread by you." One must concede that Wang Jinan was indeed astute. Yang Fendu could only manage a wry smile and nod, acknowledging that some matters come at a price. Wang Jinan instinctively nodded but kindly advised, "Your actions are not without merit. However, one must always remain vigilant. Wu Tian has navigated the antique trade for many years and undoubtedly possesses considerable insight. Furthermore, should Li Jun become involved, I advise you to exercise even greater caution. If it becomes too perilous, it may be best to withdraw. After all, Wu Tian has already fallen into your trap and has become the subject of ridicule within the antique community, which serves as a form of retribution." Wang Jinan feared that Yang Fendu, being inexperienced, might unwittingly bring trouble upon himself. Ultimately, he held Yang Fendu in high regard. Yang Fendu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reminder. I will observe the situation before making any plans." Subsequently, Wang Jinan inquired about the Qianlong period blue and white bird food jar in Yang Fendu's possession, offering to keep an eye out for suitable buyers, to which Yang Fendu readily agreed. "Why did you kick me earlier?" Xiang Mei asked with an unhappy expression after leaving Wang Jinan's residence. Yang Fendu chuckled and explained, "In the antique business, one should refrain from divulging too much information. The details regarding the third snuff bottle are quite significant. Even with those close to you, discretion is essential. If you intend for me to assist you with appraisals in the future, it would be wise to refrain from excessive chatter." "You, Xiang Mei," flushed with embarrassment from Yang Fendo's words, retorted through gritted teeth. You're so full of yourself. If I speak out of turn again, I'll no longer be Shang Mei. Women truly are a capricious species, Yang Fendo mused as he leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. He did not anticipate that Shang Mei would not take him back to the hospital but would instead embark on an unfamiliar route. Upon noticing this, Yang Fendo quickly inquired, "Where are you taking me? This is not the way to the hospital." Without even glancing at him, Shang Mei coldly replied, "I accompanied you to meet Uncle Wang. Now it is your turn to accompany me. Where are we going? You'll find out when we arrive," Shang Mei replied, and the car's speed increased significantly. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt, and as Yang Fendo stepped out, he observed a lavishly decorated CAF before him. "Coffee?"
Yang Fendo asked, perplexed.
Shang Mei shot him a glance and coldly stated, "Don't be foolish. Someone is selling me a piece of amber raw stone, and I need you to come along. I fear I might be deceived." Yang Fendo wore a look of exasperation. Yet he pondered that since he had promised Shang Mei to assist her in examining some items, there was little to be said. Bowing his head, he followed her into the CAF. Upon entering, Shang Mei cast a sweeping glance with her enchanting eyes and soon spotted a well-dressed young man at a table by the window, waving eagerly at her. "Xiao Mei, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time," the young man exclaimed as they approached. Shang Mei furrowed her brows, her expression icy as she retorted, "If we are merely here to look at things, why choose such a distant location?" Wang Hai hurriedly pulled out a chair for Shang Mei, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "This CAF offers the finest coffee in Shiha City. Of course, I wanted to choose the best place for our meeting." Upon hearing this, Shang Mei's demeanor soured immediately. "Wang Hai, if you continue to speak like that, I might just leave. I'm here for the items in your possession, not for you." I understand. Wang Hai nodded like an eager puppy. It was then that he noticed Yang Fendo standing nearby. Casting a cursory glance at him, Wang Hai, slightly annoyed, remarked, "Why don't you wait in the car? Can't you see I'm speaking with our esteemed Ms. Shang?" Wang Hai had mistaken Yang Fendo for a mere chauffeur. Chapter 33. You are truly generous. Faced with such a disdainful individual, Yang Fendo was utterly disinclined to engage. However, the ever-perturbed Shang Mei was visibly displeased. "Wang Hai, mind your words. This is my friend who has accompanied me to view these items." As she spoke, she gestured towards Yang Fendo, who nodded in agreement and took a seat beside her. Observing this, Wang, who across the way wore a displeased expression and questioned Shang Mei, "Since when did you have such a friend?" Shang Mei first turned her head to glance at Yang Fendo, noticing that he seemed oblivious to the conversation. She then shifted her gaze back to Wang Hai, sternly admonishing, "If you continue to speak about my friend in that manner, I shall truly be angered." Although Wang Hai felt irked by Shang Mei's anger, he quickly donned a conciliatory smile and replied, "All right, I apologize. I will refrain from further comments." With the topic deftly sidestepped, Shang Mei pivoted the conversation, asking, "Wang Hai, didn't you say you were going to show me a piece of raw amber? Bring it out. I have no time for idle chatter." Wang Hai wore a mysterious smile as he retrieved the raw amber from his bag. Upon seeing the amber, a look of astonishment washed over Shang Mei's face. While assessing antiques was not her forte, she possessed an admirable eye for jade and amber. The piece of amber was oval-shaped, roughly the size of a palm, and had already been opened up. At first glance, it radiated quality. Just as Shang Mei was about to speak, she suddenly turned to Yang Fendo, only to find him exhibiting an unflappable demeanor, devoid of any discernible expression. "What are you doing? Are you not going to examine this raw stone?" Shang Mei inquired, her brows furrowed. Yang Fendo smiled and shook his head, responding, "Aren't you the expert at appraising such stones? You should go ahead first." Following this, he surprisingly picked up his coffee to take a sip, eager to discover the reputed excellence of the coffee in Shiha City. Regrettably, he immediately regretted his decision after realizing he had forgotten to add sugar. Shang Mei shot him a disapproving glance, then took the amber into her hands for her own examination. Wang Hai, seeing this, promptly handed her a powerful flashlight, his excitement palpable. "This is prime old pit material. Most people cannot acquire it. I spent a considerable sum and leveraged many connections to obtain this piece, which weighs a full 500 grams. Without hesitation, Xiang Mei took the flashlight and directed the beam towards the open section of the stone. It shimmered with a translucent, chicken oil yellow glow, and the surface felt remarkably smooth, exuding a warmth reminiscent of Hetian jade. In recent years, the market for amber had remained robust, with prices determined by weight. However, a piece of this magnitude could not merely be appraised by the gram. Xiang Mei's expression now bore traces of excitement, clearly optimistic about the raw amber. Setting aside thoughts of potential cuts or carvings, she mused that should a skilled artisan sculpt it, it would undoubtedly fetch no less than 1 million. Wang Hai, cutting through the pleasantries, inquired, "What price are you willing to offer?" Xiang Mei, placing the amber down with curiosity, asked, "How much do you want for it?" Wang Hai, smiling, shook his head and replied, "Xiang Mei, discussing money between us seems rather impersonal. Doesn't it? The ancient amber raw stone is a gift for you. You are aware of the relationship between our families, and you understand my intentions. Consider this a token of our affection." Silence. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Mei's expression shifted dramatically, her face betraying a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Wang Hai, you should choose your words carefully. There is no relationship between us. If you harbor such thoughts, then I shall not purchase this item." Observing Xiang Mei's rising frustration as she prepared to leave, Wang Hai hastily offered a smile. "Xiao Mei, please don't be angry. I want to say another word. I acquired this raw stone for 800,000, so you may simply give me that amount." Xiang Mei shot him a sidelong glance and sat back down, her demeanor serious. "I do not wish to take advantage of you. I will give you 850,000. The excess shall be your reward." Upon hearing the price, Wang Hai's lips twitched involuntarily. Yang Fengdou, standing nearby, noticed the subtle movement and couldn't help but chuckle. "You are indeed quite generous." Xiang Mei, furrowing her brows, turned to Yang Fengdou and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Yang Fengdou leaned slightly forward, smiling as he replied, "If you buy this, it will likely invite ridicule from many. Kid, mind your words. This is genuine ancient material." Wang Hai retorted, his expression darkening. He had already felt displeased upon learning that Yang Fengdou was a friend of Xiang Mei, and now he was affronted by the implication that his raw stone was a fake. Yang Fengdou ignored Wang Hai and instead turned to Xiang Mei, asking, "What was the texture like when you held it?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Mei responded, "It was smooth and warm." Yang Fengdou's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "Historically, raw amber is typically encased in a mineral skin, and one can feel a pronounced granularity upon touch. Your description of it being smooth and warm is quite telling. Furthermore, despite being a large open window stone, it contains merely a fragment of genuine amber. Your assertion that it is ancient material is utterly unfounded." Following Yang Fengdou's words, Xiang Mei's face fell, as she had hoped to acquire a quality piece but now realized it was a counterfeit. Wang Hai, the most incensed of all, gritted his teeth and coldly warned Yang Fengdou, "You'd best not make a fool of yourself. If you continue to speak out of turn, I will deal with you." "I was invited by Xiang Mei to assist in identifying the item. It is only right that I convey the truth," Yang Fengdou countered. Wang Hai, still seething, shouted, "What do you know about identification with your impoverished appearance? This raw stone was purchased at a high price as a token of affection for Xiao Mei." Yang Fengdou shook his head with a wry smile and continued, "Then I can only say that your skills are lacking, and your discernment is poor. You." "Enough, Wang Hai," Xiang Mei interjected sharply, unable to believe that he had deceived her. What a despicable act. With that, she turned on her heel and left, pulling Yang Fengdou along as they exited the CAF. By the time Wang Hai comprehended the situation, Xiang Mei and Yang Fengdou had already departed. Bang! Wang Hai's face flushed with fury as he slammed his fist onto the table. "Damn it! Where did this scoundrel come from, daring to ruin my affairs?" Once inside the car, Xiang Mei angrily pounded the steering wheel, while the passenger, Yang Fengdou, chuckled and remarked, "You didn't fall for it, so why are you so upset?" Xiang Mei retorted sharply, "What do you know? I'm furious that Wang Hai actually dared to deceive me." Yang Fengdou, intrigued, glanced at Xiang Mei and speculated, Could it be that this fellow is the marriage prospect your family picked for you? Shut your mouth, Xiang Mei snapped, her anger flaring at his words. Noticing her ire, Yang Fengdu shrugged and turned his gaze out the window, choosing to ignore her. After about 10 minutes of silence, Xiang Mei finally turned her beautiful eyes upon Yang Fengdu and hesitated before confessing, "You guessed correctly. Wang Hai is indeed the marriage candidate my family selected for me." Chapter 34. Too dramatic. Yang Fengdu cast a glance at Xiang Mei and shook his head, remarking, "I can only say that your family's taste is somewhat lacking. This person is not impressive." Xiang Mei's beautiful eyes fell upon Yang Fengdu, her expression clouded with sorrow as she pondered for a moment. "You do not understand. Wang Hai's family is also in the jewelry business, and their enterprise is thriving. Over the years, they have taken a significant portion of our Shang family's clientele. If I marry him, it could resurrect our family business." Upon hearing this, Yang Fengdu furrowed his brow, realizing this was a perspective he had not previously considered. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Xiang Mei had already laid her head upon the steering wheel, weeping softly. It was the first time he had witnessed the typically strong-willed Xiang Mei display such vulnerability, leaving him at a loss for words on how to console her. After what felt like an eternity, Xiang Mei finally ceased her tears and composed herself, her swollen, beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness as she said, "In the face of our family's business crisis, do you believe I have any choice?" The unexpectedness of her statement left Yang Fengdu momentarily stunned, but he quickly shook his head, saying, "I truly cannot comprehend the mindset of those who are affluent. Must one sacrifice their own happiness to escape adversity?" Just from a fleeting glance at Wang Hai, I felt he was unreliable and did not genuinely care for you. If you were to be with him, you might ultimately suffer a fate of losing both wealth and love. In response, Xiang Mei sighed and offered a bitter smile. "My father and grandfather are both pressuring me to relent. Do you think I have any escape route?"
Yang Fengdu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied,
"Though I am not well versed in business, I know that outcomes are determined by human agency. No one can force you into doing something you are unwilling to do. I believe you should focus on how to salvage the company rather than sacrificing your happiness for profit. It is simply not worth it." Realizing that further inquiries would yield no better advice from Yang Fengdu, Xiang Mei decided to compose herself and said, "Let us go. I will drive you to the hospital."
Yang Fengdu nodded in silence.
Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiang Mei dropped Yang Fengdu off and then drove away. Just before leaving, he caught a glimpse of a melancholic gaze she directed towards him. He chose not to dwell on it and made his way straight to the inpatient department. Yang Xiaoxiao, who had just undergone a medical examination, had already fallen asleep. Yang Fengdu had intended to chat with his mother, but was interrupted by an unfamiliar phone call. "Is this young Master Yang Fengdu?" A woman's voice inquired over the line. "Yes, it is I."
Yang Fengdu replied,
"Hello. I am Su Man from Jada Li Art Auction Company. We have met before?" She quickly introduced herself, fearing Yang Fengdu might forget her.
Yang Fengdu nodded, acknowledging,
"I know you, Ms. Su. Is there something you needed to discuss?" A light laugh came from the other end as Su Man said, "Young Master Yang, if you have time, could we meet somewhere? I have something I would like to discuss with you." Initially inclined to decline, Yang Fengdu suddenly recalled that this could be an opportunity to inquire about the sandalwood box. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "All right. Please provide me with the address, and I shall come to find you." "Very well." After hanging up the phone, Yang Fengdu cast a wry smile at his mother. "Mom, I have to head out again." Yu nodded and replied, "Go ahead, just be cautious out there." Yang Fengdu nodded earnestly, rising to leave. After descending the stairs, he first retrieved his electric bicycle from the hospital's bike shed. Glancing at the address Su Man had sent him, he sped out of the hospital gates on his electric bike. Unbeknownst to him, a black Jinbei van had already followed in his wake. Su Man had arranged to meet Yang Fengdu at a tea house. To save time, he took a shortcut down a narrow alley, and the black Jinbei van followed suit. This alley was nearly deserted, and suddenly Yang Fengdu came to a halt, a mysterious smile flickering at the corners of his mouth as he turned to glance at the van. Creak. As expected, the van came to a stop, and the doors swung open, releasing more than a dozen young men who leapt out. A cold smirk appeared on Yang Fengdu's lips. "You've been tailing me all this way. If you're not tired, I certainly am. The thugs were momentarily taken aback, surprised that Yang Fendu had already noticed them. Humph, the kid has some skill, but having crossed the wrong person, he should not blame us for being ungracious. Brothers, attack. At their leader's command, the gang rushed towards Yang Fendu in a swarm. Unfazed, he stretched his legs, having dedicated time each evening to practicing since acquiring the Eye of the Emperor technique. It was the perfect opportunity to test its effectiveness. Little did they know they were walking right into his trap. In that moment, a baseball bat swung toward Yang Fendu's shoulder. He sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a punch to the assailant's armpit. Ah! A pained scream echoed as the thug collapsed to the ground. Fight back! The gang leader's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. With deft movements, Yang Fendu unleashed a flurry of punches, and in under 3 minutes, all the thugs lay defeated on the ground. He dusted off his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the remaining few, before squatting in front of the gang leader and patting his face. Who sent you? The gang leader grimaced in pain, panic evident in his eyes. I don't know. It was second brother who ordered us to rob you. Who? Wu Lar. The gang leader stammered in fear. Upon hearing that name, Yang Fendu's expression darkened with a hint of anger. Did Wu Lar mention who exactly is seeking trouble with me? I truly have no idea. Second brother said it was Lord Bao's order, and it seems someone named Wang Xiao contacted Lord Bao. Wang Xiao. Wang Hai. This revelation caught Yang Fendu off guard. He had initially suspected Wu Tian and Sun Gang were behind this. Tell Wu Lar that the previous matter is far from over. If he dares to create more trouble, I will not hold back. Now leave. Yes, yes. The gang scrambled to their feet and hurried towards their vehicle. Yet one thug remained on the ground, fixated on Yang Fendu. Have you not had enough of a beating? Yang Fendu shot a cold glance at the thug, his voice laced with disdain. The ruffian, grimacing in pain, rose from the ground, his face a mask of confusion as he stared at Yang Fendu, timidly inquiring, Are you Yang Fendu? It turned out that this ruffian had merely followed the crowd to partake in a brawl, utterly unaware of his opponent's identity or purpose. However, at this moment, he was more preoccupied with the fact that he had once known someone who shared the same name, Yang Fendu. Upon hearing the question, Yang Fendu found it amusing that someone could rob him while being oblivious to his identity. Yet, as his gaze lingered on the ruffian, a faint familiarity began to stir within him. Wang Shingen. Haha, brother. I am Wang Shingen, your old playmate, the ruffian exclaimed, erupting into exuberant laughter upon hearing Yang Fendu utter his name. Yang Fendu could only respond with exasperation. The situation was nothing short of theatrical. Before him stood the long-haired, tattooed ruffian who turned out to be his childhood confidant, Wang Shingen. Chapter 35. Who would believe you? Did you not go to Shaolin to learn martial arts? How did you end up like this? Yang Fendu could hardly recognize the other person. Wang Shingen, however, managed a bitter smile and said, It's a long story, my brother. After leaving Shaolin, I intended to find a job in Shiha. I worked as a security guard and a waiter, but all I received was disdain. Eventually, I fell in with Wu Lar and his gang. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu refrained from commenting. Life is often like this. Those who suffer from social inequality are typically those residing at the bottom of society, and that is the harsh reality. If you felt looked down upon in your previous jobs, what about now? Besides being scorned by others, you likely look down upon yourself as well, Yang Fendu mused quietly. Wang Shingen nodded helplessly. I understand, but there's no turning back once you've embarked on this path. Yang Fendu faintly recalled the scenes from their childhood spent together, akin to brothers. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia as he patted Wang Shingen's shoulder, saying, A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. From now on, do not associate with them anymore. Since we have crossed paths, it is our brotherly fate. As long as I have food, you shall not go hungry. Wang Shingen's face lit up with excitement. Brother, is that really true? Does this mean I can follow you like I did when we were kids? Seeing the other person's childlike joy, Yang Fendu couldn't help but smile and replied, I mean it, but you must completely sever ties with those people and refrain from any wrongdoing. I understand, brother. I've always listened to your words since childhood, and I will continue to do so. Wang Shingen nodded earnestly. Lost in conversation with Wang Shingen, Yang Fendu suddenly remembered his appointment with Su Man. Glancing at the time, he hurriedly said to Wang Shingen, "Gangzi, I have something to attend to. Please take care of your injuries and make yourself presentable. Come see me clean and tidy." As he spoke, Yang Fendu handed his phone number to Wang Shingen. Meanwhile, Su Man had been sitting in the tea house for over half an hour, sipping tea alone. Yet Yang Fendu still had not arrived. A hint of impatience crept onto her delicate face. This was the first time she had been stood up by a man. However, if she wished to foster a deeper connection with Yang Fendu, she would have to exercise patience. "Mr. Su, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Just as Su Man began to feel irritated, she unexpectedly saw Yang Fendu standing before her, a smile gracing his face. Su Man suppressed her displeasure and smiled. "Yang Xiao, truly seems rather difficult to see you." Yang Fendu chuckled as he took a seat opposite her, explaining, "I encountered some issues on the way, which caused the delay." Su Man, not concerned whether his words were true, poured him a cup of tea and said, "The reason I called you here today was to inquire about something." Yang Fendu took a sip of tea and replied, "Please, go ahead, Miss Su." Unperturbed by Yang Fendu's casual demeanor, Su Man directly inquired, "On the day of the auction, how did you immediately discern that the yuan blue and white peony general jar was a counterfeit?" "Instinct," he responded. Su Man paused momentarily, her face a canvas of confusion, and said, "But that is a significant item. Are you relying solely on your intuition?" Yang Fendu chuckled and retorted, "What else could I do? I lack any discerning eye. It's all based on feeling." Unfamiliar with Su Man, Yang Fendu naturally refrained from divulging too many truths. However, Su Man, being astute, immediately perceived that Yang Fendu was feigning ignorance. Yet, she chose not to expose him and shifted the topic, saying, "The matter of the snuff bottle has spread widely, and Wu Tian even caused a scene at our company. I suspect this situation is closely tied to you, young Master Yang." Yang Fendu casually twirled his teacup and looked up at Su Man. "You are indeed a clever woman, but I am curious. Since you discerned my intentions from the beginning, why did you still provide information to the owner of Shangmei?" "Conditions." Su Man was candid, stating, "As a prerequisite for befriending you, young Master Yang." A faint smile graced Yang Fendu's face as he replied, "You speak with remarkable directness, Miss Su. In the spirit of honesty, I must admit that the information was disseminated by me. The reasons behind it need not be elaborated." Su Man nodded, saying, "Very well. I won't press you to speak further. I merely hope for increased collaboration between us in the future." Before she could finish, Yang Fendu interrupted, saying, "Miss Su, you have already posed several inquiries. In fairness, I too have matters I wish to discuss." "Speak." Su Man gestured for him to continue. Yang Fendu cast a glance at her, a light chuckle escaping him as he said, "I simply wish to know the owner information for the bird feeder and the sandalwood puzzle box I acquired." Upon hearing this, Su Man quickly replied, "Young Master Yang, I already bent the rules once before. You cannot expect me to overstep again." Acknowledging her words, Yang Fendu nodded. "Indeed, there are rules in place. Let us leave it at that. As for the collaboration you mentioned, we can revisit that later." With that, he rose, preparing to take his leave. Noticing this, Su Man's expression shifted subtly, her brows knitting slightly. She had not anticipated such resoluteness from Yang Fendu, who seemed to be in complete control. "Wait." At that moment, Shang Mei called out as Yang Fendu turned away. With his back to her, a smile flickered across his lips, not out of arrogance, but rather an instinctive sense that Su Man's interest in him transcended mere collaboration. There must be a deeper significance, and he needed to maintain an air of pretense. "I will look into the owner information for the bird feeder and send it to you later. As for the details regarding the owner of the sandalwood puzzle box, I truly cannot provide much, only that the owner is from Hong Kong." Upon hearing Su Man's words, Yang Fendu pondered internally. He was not particularly invested in the bird feeder information, primarily concerned about the puzzle box, but he asked about both to avoid arousing Su Man's suspicion. After reseating himself, a smile graced his face as he said, "Thank you, Ms. Su. Rest assured, I will not betray your trust. My curiosity is merely piqued." "Just curiosity, is it? I find that hard to believe." Su Man mused silently. "Now that I have addressed your queries, it is time for you to provide me with a response. She gazed intently at Yang Fengdu. Yang Fengdu nodded and said, "Fair enough, but I won't be visiting your company. At most, if you require it, I can take a glance at the goods. However, let me ask, is this the sole reason you chose to divulge this information to me?" "Indeed," Suman replied, nodding. Observing the earnest expression on her face, Yang Fengdu refrained from further inquiries and stated, "Well, since everything is clear now, I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave." Suman bit her lip, and just as Yang Fengdu was about to depart, she called out to him once more, "The owner of the Yuanqingua goods knows that you have identified the issue, so they will certainly come looking for you. I advise you to be cautious. Their influence is considerable, far beyond what you and I can contend with." Yang Fengdu paused momentarily, turning his back to Suman, revealing a cryptic smile before he walked out of the tea house. As he rode his electric scooter towards the hospital, a white Mercedes suddenly approached from behind, veering dangerously close to him. Chapter 36. Have you seen enough? In a moment of desperation, Yang Fengdu hastily pressed the brake to the floor. Had he delayed by merely half a second, he would have surely collided with the curb. "Are you out of your mind? On such a wide road, why pursue me like this?" Startled, Yang Fengdu jumped onto the curb and began to vociferously berate the vehicle. The passenger window of the car slowly descended, revealing a woman with a ponytail, who, casting a cold glance at Yang Fengdu, retorted, "You didn't even get hit, so why are you yelling?" Faced with the nonsensical logic of this brainless beauty, Yang Fengdu could only chuckle in disbelief. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "Wouldn't it be too late if I had been hit?" "Enough of this nonsense," he added, but the woman exhibited an unmistakable air of impatience. Feeling as though he had encountered a specter due to his oversight of the day's omens, Yang Fengdu had no desire to engage with this road menace and turned to leave on his electric scooter. However, the woman swiftly leapt from her vehicle, blocking his path with a haughty expression as she demanded, "Did I give you permission to leave? Are you out of your mind?" Yang Fengdu replied, visibly irritated. Yet, the woman persisted, "You must be Yang Fengdu. Our young lady wishes to see you." Upon hearing his name spoken, Yang Fengdu's expression shifted slightly as he coldly scrutinized her. Clad in a leather jacket and denim jeans, her ponytail gave her an air of competence. It was evident that she was likely some form of bodyguard. Realizing they were indeed seeking him out, he pondered briefly before stating, "I am Yang Fengdu, but I am not acquainted with any young lady, so I have no time to spare." With that, he mounted his scooter and attempted to depart, only for her to extend her arms, blocking his path once more. "The Yuanqing floral pattern general's jar belongs to our young lady. I suggest you clarify your intentions, or you may find it difficult to leave here on your own 2 feet today." Yang Fengdu's countenance suddenly broke into a peculiar smile upon hearing her words. Just moments ago, Suman had mentioned the owner of the general's jar. He hadn't anticipated encountering this so soon, which caught him off guard. The smile vanished as his expression hardened. "Are you threatening me with violence?" A flicker of cold amusement flashed across the woman's haughty face. "You're overthinking it. Our young lady merely has a question for you." "I'm afraid I have no time for that." Yang Fengdu shrugged dismissively. "It would be wise for you to comply and get in the car. I've heard that, on the day of the auction, you deliberately set a trap for someone. If this information were to leak, it would not bode well for you." Faced with her veiled threat, Yang Fengdu felt a surge of displeasure. If this were merely about the Qinghua jar, he would have disregarded it entirely, but the mention of his trap for Wu Tian changed everything. His plans were now temporarily on hold, and he found himself contemplating his next move. If word got out, it could ruin everything. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yang Fengdu suppressed his anger, secured his scooter, and turned toward the luxury vehicle. As he opened the rear door and stepped inside, his face immediately reflected an expression of surprise. On the opposite side sat a woman, and as Yang Fengdu's gaze fell upon her, he was instantly enveloped by a sense of suffocation. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her aloof demeanor combined with her exquisite features left Yang Fengdu momentarily stunned. If Shangmei and Suman were first-rate beauties, then they could only aspire to be her handmaidens. Yang Fengdu gazed at her, his mind consumed by a singular thought, a beauty that could bring calamity to a nation. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable under Yang Fengdu's scrutiny, Mu Shao's expression turned cold as she remarked icily, "Have you finished your inspection?" Yang Fendu, jolted from his reverie, quickly averted his gaze and inquired, "Did you summon me?" Ignoring his question, Mu Xiao addressed the driver, saying oldly, "You may exit the vehicle." "Yes, miss." The driver responded respectfully before promptly opening the door and stepping out. Once Old Li closed the door behind him, Mu Xiao's captivating eyes shifted back to Yang Fendu as she asked, "How did you discern that the Yuan Qingwa General Jar was a Qing imitation?" Her directness snapped Yang Fendu back to reality, and he unabashedly replied, "I merely guessed, but I haven't disclosed this to anyone else, so you need not worry." "Merely guessed?" Mu Xiao replied, her expression incredulous. "Let me put it this way. The reason I decided to seek you out is that I have thoroughly investigated your background. At the auction, you purposefully set a trap for your opponent, and I am aware that you have a mother and a sister. Your sister is currently in a hospital in Shihe City." "Enough!" Yang Fendu's expression abruptly shifted as he interrupted Mu Xiao, declaring, "I do not care how formidable your background may be, nor do I concern myself with the authenticity of what you possess. Should you dare to threaten my mother and sister, do not blame me for turning hostile." Mu Xiao had unknowingly trespassed upon Yang Fendu's boundaries. At that moment, she sensed a trace of coldness emanating from him, an unfamiliar sensation that startled her. This was the first time she had encountered someone who did not succumb to threats. Moreover, Yang Fendu was the first and only male to dare speak to her in such a manner. The intensity he exuded even instilled a flicker of fear within her, an astonishing occurrence. Casting a sidelong glance at Yang Fendu, Mu Xiao composed herself and continued to inquire, "Then tell me, how did you deduce that the Yuan Qingwa in my possession is a counterfeit?" This time, her tone had softened noticeably. Yang Fendu chose not to press further. He merely sought to extricate himself from her presence. "It is quite simple. Every individual wishes to weave a convoluted yet authentic narrative around their possessions, but oftentimes, intelligence can lead to folly." He glanced at her and continued, "You claim that your Yuan Qingwa once belonged to the Mongols. May I ask, do you comprehend their lifestyle and customs?" Mu Xiao furrowed her brows, unsure of how to respond. Upon witnessing this, Yang Fendu continued, "The Mongolian people have historically enjoyed consuming handheld meats, and their hands invariably bear traces of grease. If they were to frequently touch a blue and white porcelain jar over the years, it is inevitable that the grease would adhere to its surface. Eventually, this grease would permeate the jar itself. However, observe the blue and white porcelain jar in your hand. Its form remains intact, and it appears as pristine as if newly crafted. This alone is sufficient to reveal a flaw in your argument." After Yang Fendu's analysis, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Mu Xiao's face. At last, she comprehended why her grandfather had insisted she approach Yang Fendu at any cost. He was indeed no ordinary individual. Noticing the subtle change in Mu Xiao's expression without her uttering a word, Yang Fendu inquired, "May I leave now?" Once Mu Xiao regained her composure, her demeanor returned to its original coldness as she replied, "Your abilities are indeed somewhat astonishing. While I can overlook your manipulative tactics with others, there is one condition you must agree to. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything regarding the Yuan blue and white porcelain to anyone." Yang Fendu assumed Mu Xiao sought to silence him. However, upon hearing this, Mu Xiao shook her head and clarified, "The matter of a Yuan blue and white large jar is inconsequential to me, whether you speak of it or not. What I am referring to is the sandalwood mechanism box in your possession." Chapter 37. Arrogance and indifference. A surprising remark from Mu Xiao caused an equally swift change in Yang Fengtuo's expression. It seemed this beauty was not to be underestimated. As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Fengtuo regained his composure and slowly inquired, "Are you referring to the sandalwood puzzle box from the auction?" "Indeed." Mu Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yet Yang Fengtuo chuckled, saying, "Given your status, I would assume you wouldn't be interested in a mere trinket worth several thousand." A flicker of intrigue crossed Mu Xiao's delicate face as she retorted, "I do not care whether you are feigning ignorance or not. I merely wish to inform you that I am willing to pay a handsome price for that sandalwood box. You may name your figure." Yang Fengtuo shook his head with a smile, saying, "I'm truly sorry, but I have a fondness for this item as well. Therefore, no matter how much you offer, I cannot part with it." Through their brief interaction, Yang Fengtuo had gathered a preliminary understanding of Mu Xiao. She was powerful and astute. He was certain she was aware that the sandalwood box was no ordinary item. Moreover, he was increasingly convinced that the owner of the box had ulterior motives. There must be a clandestine secret or even a conspiracy lurking behind the auction. Mu Xiao fixed her gaze upon Yang Fengtuo and earnestly stated, "Do not forget, your sister is in urgent need of a substantial sum for her medical treatment." At her words, Yang Fengtuo's expression shifted dramatically, his tone growing icy as he replied, "Do not forget, I have already warned you. If you dare to use my family to threaten me again, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he opened the car door and exited. However, before he could take a step, Ningyu, with an icy demeanor, obstructed his path. Mu Xiao furrowed her brows and retrieved a gleaming golden card from her bag, tossing it to Yang Fengtuo. "This is my business card. Call me when you reconsider. Remember, I am determined to obtain that sandalwood box." Yang Fengtuo's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied, "You are overestimating yourself." He then shoved Ningyu aside and made his way toward his electric bike. Ningyu, still indignant, attempted to block him but was halted by Mu Xiao's call, leaving her no choice but to sulk as she got into the car. "Miss, why not let me deal with him? He is simply too arrogant and disrespectful." Ningyu expressed her frustration. "Enough."
Mu Xiao interrupted.
"This man may appear humble, yet he exudes an enigmatic aura that is far from ordinary. My grandfather was right. He is not simple." Ningyu remained dissatisfied, "But you need not have given him your gold business card. If I recall correctly, you have given out no more than 3 of those. Drive us back to the villa," Mu Xiao instructed, disregarding Ningyu's complaints. As the vehicle started, she closed her eyes, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yang Fengtuo rode his electric bike for a while, ensuring Mu Xiao and her companion had not pursued him before he came to a halt. He then took out the business card and upon closer inspection, his face was instantly filled with astonishment. Goodness! It truly is crafted from pure gold. The front edge of this pure gold business card is adorned with cloud patterns, alongside the engraved name and telephone number of Mu Xiao. The reverse side, apart from the cloud design, bears no additional markings. However, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind regarding this pure gold card. Driven by curiosity, he could not resist activating his eye of insight. Indeed, through the surface of the card, he discerned a chip the size of a thumb embedded within, which likely represented the true emblem of identity. As Yang Fengdu pondered this revelation, the complexity of the situation deepened. It was evident he needed to swiftly unravel the circumstances surrounding the half-map contained within the sandalwood box. After carefully placing the business card away, Yang Fengdu mounted his electric bike and set off once more. Just as he approached the hospital, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, brother, it's Jensi," came the voice of Wang Shingen through the line. Yang Fengdu quickly inquired, "Where are you right now?" Wang Shingen, brimming with excitement, replied, "Brother, as per your instructions, I have transformed my appearance. If you have time, I would like to treat you to a meal." Yang Fengdu contemplated for a moment before responding, "All right then, send me the address. I will come find you." Half an hour later, Yang Fengdu arrived at a modest eatery. "Brother, I'm over here." The small restaurant bustled with patrons, seemingly filled with ordinary workers. As Yang Fengdu scanned the room, he noticed a young man rising to eagerly wave him over. His gaze fell upon Wang Shingen, and he was somewhat taken aback. The young man before him was indeed a transformed version of the person he had just spoken to. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, with a newly cropped hairstyle, even the tattoos on his arms had vanished. Yang Fengdu approached, nodding in approval. "Very good. This is more like a normal person." Wang Shingen sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. "I feel much fresher too, and the tattoos were just stickers. I've washed them off." Yang Fengdu settled down and nodded, saying, "This is quite satisfactory. Just stick with me from now on. Although I may not have much money at the moment, I will not treat my brothers poorly." Wang Shingen quickly responded, "Brother, please don't say that. I would gladly follow you even if it means begging, for you see me as a person." Hearing this, Yang Fengdu chuckled lightly. "Forget about what others think. The respect of others comes after you respect yourself. Let us eat first." "I will remember that, brother. Once I have money, I will treat you to a grand feast." As Wang Shingen spoke, he lifted a glass of beer, and Yang Fendu shared a toast with him. After downing a glass of beer, Yang Fendu popped a peanut into his mouth and then turned to Wang Shingen. "Gentsi, tell me about the specifics of those thugs." Upon hearing this, Wang Shingen momentarily froze, instinctively glancing around nervously, then said, "I have been tailing the thug leader you fought today. He is one of Wu Laoer's men. As for the boss behind Wu Laoer, I have never seen him, only that people call him Brother Leopard. Beyond that, I know nothing." Yang Fendu furrowed his brow in contemplation and nodded, saying, This is sufficient. I am merely curious. Having trained in martial arts for so many years, you must possess some skills. Yet today, I observe that you appear no different from them." Hee. Wang Shingen suddenly chuckled mysteriously and whispered, "Brother, that is all an act on my part. In truth, I look down upon mingling with them. I am merely in it for a livelihood. Thus, when faced with situations involving brawls or highway robberies, I generally refrain from engaging." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu could not help but laugh, surprised that this fellow still had some tricks up his sleeve. The two then reminisced about amusing anecdotes from their childhood in the village. After leaving the restaurant, Yang Fendu drove him directly to the antique collection station. During the journey, Meng Kaiyu unexpectedly called him, prompting Yang Fendu to pull over and answer the phone. Chapter 38. Do not strike too hard. Yang Fendu, after instructing Wang Shingen to support the electric bike, stepped aside to answer a call. "Has Brother Meng found out anything?" "Yes, I had my colleague look into it. Wang Shingen's situation aligns closely with what you described. Recently, he was apprehended by our team and held for a few days." Meng Kaiyu's voice gradually emerged. A frown creased Yang Fendu's brow as he inquired, "What was the reason?" "Interestingly, young Master Yang, you wouldn't believe that the lad's confinement wasn't due to causing trouble, but rather for defending an elderly woman selling vegetables. He got into a scuffle with a group of vegetable bullies, taking down over 10 of them. Clearly, he possesses some martial skills. It is said that those bullies only sustained minor injuries, none life-threatening, hence he was released after a brief period of education." Meng Kaiyu chuckled lightly before continuing earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely been concerned about Wang Shingen's predicament. After a nod of acknowledgement, he remarked, "Well, that puts my mind at ease. How long do you plan to stay in the provincial capital?" On the other end, Meng Kaiyu replied promptly, "Unless something unexpected occurs, I should return the day after tomorrow. I'm looking forward to witnessing Wu Tian and Sun Gang's impending misfortune." "All right, we shall discuss it further upon your return," Yang Fendu affirmed with a nod. "By the way, today my father has a dinner engagement. I've heard there will be a small auction, and I'll accompany him to broaden my horizons," Meng Kaiyu said with evident excitement. Yang Fendu smiled at this, advising, "I've heard of such dinner auctions. Most items are privately collected treasures. It's fine to observe, but do refrain from making hasty bids." "I understand. I've learned quite a bit from you these past few days. I'll certainly keep my eyes peeled. If I come across anything worthwhile, I'll send you photos." "Excellent." After ending the call, Yang Fendu approached Wang Shingen with a smile and said, "Let us go." 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the Juba Old Goods collection station. Observing the disarray before him, Wang Shingen furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Brother, why have you brought me to a scrap collection station?" "You'll find out shortly," Yang Fendu replied, already stepping into the yard of the collection station. Although it remained chaotic, he could see the improvements in organization since his last visit, with many individuals diligently working amidst the scattered debris. Yang Fendu called out to the busy Lao Lu in the distance, "Lao Lu, come here for a moment." Upon recognizing Yang Fendu, Lao Lu quickly paused his work and hurried over, saying, "Fendu, you're here." "Yes, I came to take a look." Yang Fendu smiled and nodded. "Oh, just a moment." Lao Lu turned to the workers, shouting, "Everyone, please stop for a moment and come meet our boss from Juba." In no time, over 20 individuals had gathered around. "Fendu, these are my temporary hires. They earn 200 a day to assist us with sorting and organizing." Lao Lu indicated the group to Yang Fendu. "Hello, boss." The workers greeted Yang Fendu in unison. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Fendu hastily gestured for everyone to remain at ease. "Please do not stand on ceremony. I have previously encountered some of you, and we all make our living by scavenging. Here's the arrangement. If you are willing, our recycling station will prioritize your materials, offering prices that will undoubtedly surpass those of other establishments. I assure you, neither old Lou nor I will shortchange you. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause, for what could be more significant than the prospect of earning more? Observing the sincere smiles on their faces, Yang Fendu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He turned to old Lou and said, I came to discuss a matter with you. Noticing the seriousness on Yang Fendu's face, old Lou quickly dismissed the others and replied earnestly, Fendu, as the proprietor, you may simply instruct me if there is something you need. Yang Fendu smiled, glancing at Wang Shingen. Old Lou, this is Jensi, my childhood companion from the village. He has just arrived in Shiha City, and I intend for him to assist you at the recycling station for the time being. Old Lou, without a second thought, responded cheerfully, that sounds splendid. We are indeed in need of extra hands here. Yang Fendu nodded, shifting his gaze back to Wang Shingen. Jensi, for now you will work alongside old Lou. Once things stabilize here, I shall assign you other tasks. Initially hesitant about the recycling job, Wang Shingen had now come to terms with it and eagerly nodded, elder brother, rest assured, I will diligently assist old Lou. Indeed, Yang Fendu patted his shoulder, assuring him, you possess considerable skills. I will not confine you here indefinitely. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a thunderous roar of motorcycles erupted, causing all three to turn towards the entrance. 5 motorcycles surged into the courtyard, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Once halted, 10 flamboyantly dressed young men dismounted, led by a bleached-haired individual adorned with a gaudy gold chain, reminiscent of the trinkets sold at street stalls for mere coins. Ah, it appears there is a new boss in town. The bleached-haired one smugly approached Yang Fendu. A sinister smile etched across his face. It was evident that these were local delinquents. Yang Fendu's brow furrowed as he coldly inquired, what do you want? With a mocking laugh, the bleached-haired youth tilted his head and addressed Yang Fendu. Are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? Let me enlighten you. The surrounding recycling stations are under our protection. If you wish to prosper here peacefully, you must pay us a management fee of 10,000 yuan each month. As his words fell, the ruffians behind him swaggered forward menacingly. Yang Fendu, unable to suppress a wry smile, realized they were indeed seeking protection money. Humph. It's good that you understand. Pay for peace of mind, or I assure you, you won't collect a single scrap, the bleached-haired youth retorted coldly. At that moment, old Lou gently tugged at Yang Fendu's collar, his face etched with anxiety as he whispered, Fendu, these individuals are local ruffians. Before old Lou could finish his sentence, Yang Fendu shook his head, his gaze once again fixed on the thugs. With a smile, he remarked, if you think you can extort something from me, I fear you have misjudged your target. However, I shall not let your visit be in vain. I can offer each of you 50 yuan for a bowl of wontons. Upon hearing this, the young man with dyed hair immediately altered his expression, gritting his teeth as he retorted, so you're saying you have no intention of paying us? Yang Fendu replied coldly, I'll give you a resounding slap. The young man sneered, you truly value money over your life. Brothers, attack. With a wave of his hand, the group surged towards Yang Fendu. Observing this, Wang Shingen, who had remained silent until now, felt a chill pass over him. He quickly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yang Fendu, declaring, leave this to me, big brother. Yang Fendu, curious to witness Wang Shingen's abilities, nodded in agreement, instructing, do not be too ruthless. These individuals may yet prove useful. Chapter 39. Free labor. Although Wang Shingen did not comprehend the meaning behind Yang Fendu's words, he nodded earnestly. In the next moment, he dashed forward with great agility. Just as one of the thugs swung a punch towards him, Wang Shingen deftly sidestepped, causing his opponent to miss entirely. In that instant, Wang Shingen retaliated with a powerful strike to the thug's back. A cry of agony escaped the thug's lips as he collapsed, gasping for breath, his back throbbing with excruciating pain. Wang Shingen did not relent. With fists clenched and his body fluidly moving, he unleashed a barrage of over 10 punches. In less than a minute, all 10 thugs lay on the ground, wailing in distress. Witnessing this scene, old Lou was utterly astonished. unable to fathom that Wang Shingen possessed martial prowess. Yang Fengdou, observing from the side, could not suppress a smile of satisfaction, recognizing that Wang Shingen had employed the foundational Shaolin martial art known as the Luohan fist. Wang Shingen cast a cold glance over the defeated thugs and, brushing his hands together, approached Yang Fengdou. Yang Fengdou nodded in approval, stating, "Well done. Your strikes were precise, demonstrating a balance of yin and yang, and your punches resonated like thunder, controlling the force with your qi. What a fine display of the Shaolin Luohan fist." Upon hearing this, Wang Shingen awkwardly scratched his head, responding, "Brother, this is merely a basic martial art, and I haven't mastered it fully." Yang Fengdou, however, shook his head and smiled, saying, "What may seem like an ordinary technique can yield tremendous power when perfected to its highest form." With that, he turned his gaze towards the groaning thugs and coldly inquired, "Do you still demand protection fees?" At these words, the leader of the thugs, a man with yellow hair, hastily scrambled to his feet and knelt on the ground, his face contorted in pain. "Brother, we realize our mistakes. Please spare us this time. I assure you that no one will dare cause trouble here again. Since you've come, don't be in such a rush to leave. Do you see the scrap here? I will give you 1 day to sort it all out. If you fail to complete the task, you can imagine the consequences." "What?" The yellow-haired thug was momentarily bewildered. "Do you refuse?" Yang Fengdou's expression darkened as he retorted, "No, we are willing." The thug stammered, quickly signaling his subordinates to rise from the ground. Yang Fengdou then turned to Wang Shingen, instructing, "Shingen, keep a close watch on them. If they dare to slack off, break their legs, shatter their waists, and fracture their ribs." "Understood." Wang Shingen nodded vigorously. "All right, I have some matters to attend to. I leave this in your hands." With that, Yang Fengdou swiftly rode away on his electric bike. Initially, he had intended to hire more laborers, but now, unexpectedly, he had acquired 10 workers for free. Upon arriving at the hospital ward, Yang Fengdou found Nurse Feng Yu just finishing in 4 drip for Yang Xiaoxiao, who was engaged in conversation with Yi Yun. As soon as Feng Yu noticed Yang Fengdou's entrance, she hurriedly stood and gestured to him, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she exited the room. Yang Fengdou settled onto the sofa, curiosity etched on his face as he asked, "Mom, what is up with Nurse Feng Yu? It seems like she's deliberately avoiding me." "Brother, Mom just inquired again about Feng Yu's family situation." Yang Xiaoxiao interjected playfully before Yi Yun could respond. "Come on, stay out of adult matters." Yi Yun chided her daughter with a roll of her eyes. Yang Xiaoxiao cheekily stuck out her tongue and then picked up a magazine to read. "Mom, I mean no harm. I was merely making small talk. I think Feng Yu is quite a decent girl, particularly as she shows compassion and cares for others." Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yang Fengdou understood her intentions. He reluctantly interrupted, "Mom, you mustn't play matchmaker or pressure me into marriage. You know my current focus is solely on establishing a foothold in this industry and uncovering the truth about my father's past." Yi Yun, sensing the situation, quickly clarified, "I didn't mean it that way. I just thought you could get to know her better."
Yang Fengdou hastily replied, "Dear mother,
"I am well aware of my own feelings. I have no interest in her." "Then who are you interested in? That girl named Shang Mei who came the other day?" Yi Yun seized the opportunity to probe further.
Yang Fengdou felt overwhelmed.
He couldn't comprehend why his mother was behaving in such a manner. "Please, Mom, refrain from gossiping." Observing her son's expression, Yi Yun managed a wry smile. Deep down, she firmly believed that her son was destined for greatness, if not extraordinary, at least exceptional. However, she feared that if that were the case, old troubles would inevitably resurface, bringing danger and strife in their wake. Rather than endure such turmoil, she would prefer her son to live a simple, peaceful life. Just then, Yang Fengdou received a message from Su Man, detailing the information about the owner of the birdseed jar. Eager to escape his mother's inquiries, he seized the opportunity to leave the hospital room. The owner of the birdseed jar was a local resident of Shiha City, residing in the old district to the east of the city. Initially planning to go alone, he reconsidered, thinking it better to invite Shang Mei along to view the merchandise and possibly lift her spirits, given her current mood. Indeed, Shang Mei was in a foul mood, sitting in her office with a sullen expression as her secretary stood nervously across from her. As she scrutinized the documents in her hand, her expression grew increasingly grim. What is going on? Why have our store sales plummeted in recent days? The secretary explained anxiously. Recently, the Wang family has launched several new products, and 2 of our major clients have switched to them. With a swift motion, Shang Mei cast the documents aside, her demeanor icy. They introduce new products. Yet what is our design team doing? Are they unaware that we need to develop new designs? The secretary hurriedly added, the design department lacks funding, and our raw material inventory is tight. The other board members have opposed the development of new designs, leading to the stagnation. These antiquated traditionalists. Shang Mei couldn't help but curse inwardly. The phone rang suddenly, breaking the stillness. It was Yang Fendu calling. With a slight nod to her secretary, Shang Mei signaled for her to step out discreetly. Why are you calling me? She responded curtly upon answering. Yang Fendu, detecting the irritation in her tone, managed a faint smile and replied, It's nothing of great importance. I noticed you seemed a bit down today and thought I might take you out to collect some goods and perhaps lift your spirits. I have a multitude of matters to attend to at the company. You should go by yourself, Shang Mei replied icily. Yang Fendu's expression dimmed slightly as he said, Very well then, you carry on with your work. I just learned that the owner of the birdseed can resides in the old district on the east side of the city. If you choose not to join me, I shall go alone. The owner of the birdseed can? Shang Mei furrowed her brow, contemplating how Yang Fendu had acquired that information. Could it be Su Man? With that thought, she quickly changed her tune. Where are you now? I will come to find you. At the hospital. Yang Fendu replied, and with that, Shang Mei ended the call. Chapter 40. Taking the initiative, Yang Fendu waited at the hospital entrance for nearly 20 minutes when Shang Mei finally arrived in her car. Once inside, Yang Fendu, with a beaming smile, remarked, This time, you've truly come through for us. If the owner has another birdseed jar, we could potentially earn another profit. Shang Mei paid no heed to his words and retorted, How did you come by the owner's information? Yang Fendu was momentarily taken aback and had no choice but to explain, I met with Su Man and she informed me. As expected, upon hearing Su Man's name, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shang Mei's fair countenance. You met with Su Man alone? She inquired. Understanding the underlying tone of her words, Yang Fendu felt the need to clarify, It's not what you think. Su Man called me to discuss Wu Tian and Sun Gang, and I casually inquired about the birdseed jars. No need for explanations. They serve only as a disguise. Shang Mei snapped, the car's speed suddenly accelerating. Startled, Yang Fendu hurriedly grasped the handrail, thinking to himself how utterly exasperating this woman could be. Upon entering the old district, Shang Mei, who had been silent, suddenly asked, Since the owner only auctioned one birdseed jar, they must be waiting to catch a big fish. Haven't we just taken the bait ourselves? Yang Fendu chuckled lightly, exuding confidence. Let us assess the situation first. If it's a trap, we'll adapt accordingly. If not, we'll find a way to secure the item. Shang Mei nodded, and the car turned into a narrow alley, finally coming to a halt in front of a courtyard. The two alighted and surveyed the premises, with Shang Mei remarking, It appears this family is not very affluent. The courtyard walls are rather dilapidated. Yang Fendu agreed, Indeed, these are historical residences, and the occupants should be quite distinguished. However, it seems this family may be experiencing a decline. With that, they ventured into the courtyard, which was not large, surrounded by heaps of discarded cardboard and beverage bottles, resembling a dumping ground. In the center, an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s, sat on the steps, picking vegetables. Exchanging a glance, they approached the woman. Yang Fendu crouched down, smiling warmly. Hello, Auntie. The elderly woman looked up, scrutinizing them with curiosity. Who are you looking for? She asked. Yang Fendu replied with a smile. We specifically came to see you. We heard that a few days ago you sold a small item at the auction house, and we wanted to know if you have any more available. The elderly woman quickly asked, Are you from the auction house? Yang Fendu shook his head. No. We simply have a fondness for that little jar and would like to know if you have any to sell. We can negotiate a fair price. After a few minutes of observation, Yang Fendu was convinced that the elderly woman was not someone who would set a trap, and he felt considerably more at ease. Ah, you refer to that little wine jar, which has been passed down in my husband's family. He typically uses it for drinking. One day, I saw on television that an auction house was seeking antiques, so I decided to take one along to test my luck, and to my surprise, it actually sold. The elderly lady realized the significance of her words. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu eagerly inquired, "So you still have one, don't you?" The elderly lady nodded and replied, "Yes, I have another one, but my husband has been using it for drinking, and it holds sentimental value, so I want to sell it." Both Yang Fendu and Shang Mei displayed a flicker of excitement. Regaining his composure, Yang Fendu swiftly asked, "Would you be able to show it to us?" The elderly lady, sensing a hint of caution, looked at the two with curiosity and asked, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "Dear madam, please do not worry. We are not unscrupulous individuals. We simply wish to purchase the item you possess, and I assure you, our offer will exceed that of the auction house." Shang Mei interjected quickly. The elderly lady contemplated refusing, but then remembered her grandson, who was soon to attend kindergarten in the city and urgently needed money. If she could indeed sell something, it would help support her son and daughter-in-law. "Very well, come into my home, and I will show you. If the price is right, we can negotiate." She finally relented. With some effort, the elderly lady stood up and invited Yang Fendu and Shang Mei inside. "Please, have a seat while I fetch the item," she said, heading towards the inner room. Yang Fendu surveyed the furnishings of the outer room. Aside from the table and stools in the center, there was a large red cabinet against the northern wall, cluttered with various items. Just as Yang Fendu was about to shift his gaze, he noticed a jar in the corner, approximately the size of a soccer ball, round and plump, with a lid and coated in a thick layer of red paint. He approached the jar, opened it and glanced inside, revealing that it too was painted red and contained half a jar of white sugar. Quietly employing his keen perception, he discerned its secrets with a single look. After averting his gaze, he returned to Shang Mei and whispered, "Do you have cash on you?" Shang Mei, puzzled, glanced at Yang Fendu and nodded. "I just withdrew 100,000 yuan. I was planning to prepare red envelopes for outstanding employees." Yang Fendu replied, "Then please lend it to me for now, and I will repay you later." Hearing this, Shang Mei's confusion deepened, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Why do you need so much cash? Even if the elderly lady truly possesses that birdseed jar, it should only fetch around 10,000. Yang Fendu, however, wore a mysterious smile and said, "You'll understand shortly." Just then, the elderly lady reappeared, holding another birdseed jar. "Here, take a look. This is the other one," she said. Yang Fendu carefully picked up the jar and examined it closely. Indeed, both the glaze and the clay quality, as well as the blue and white floral designs, were identical to the one he held. However, this one emitted a faint aroma of alcohol, and the base showed more wear, confirming the elderly lady had spoken the truth. This item was indeed used for drinking regularly. After Yang Fendu set down the birdseed can, Shang Mei picked it up once more to examine it. "Auntie, do you have any other antiques at home? Our visit is not easy. If you have any, we would be glad to take them together, and rest assured, the price will satisfy you," Yang Fendu said earnestly, his gaze fixed on the elderly lady. With a sigh, the elderly woman replied, "Alas, there is nothing left. All my possessions are laid out here. There is nothing of value anymore." Yang Fendu scanned the surroundings and slowly approached a red cabinet. He picked up a red-painted candy jar, saying, "Auntie, this candy jar is quite nice. Would you consider selling it to me as well?" "Young man, that is merely a broken jar I salvaged while collecting junk. It looks pleasant enough to use for storing candy, but it holds no value. If you like it, you can take it for 10 yuan, she answered. Hearing her words, Yang Fendu couldn't help but chuckle. "How about this, auntie? For both the birdseed can and the candy jar, I will offer you 100,000 yuan. What do you think?" "How much?" The elderly lady, believing her ears had deceived her, gazed at Yang Fendu in astonishment. Chapter 41. A magical transformation. Not only was the elderly lady taken aback, but the lovely Shang Mei beside her was also filled with astonishment. "Have you lost your mind? That birdseed canister is worth at most 10,000. Upon hearing Shang Mei's exclamation, Yang Fendu merely smiled without responding, his gaze still fixed on the elderly lady. "Auntie, I am referring to 100,000. I wish to purchase these two items. Does that sound agreeable to you?" This time, The elderly lady truly listened, her wrinkled face etched with a look of confusion as she asked, "Young man, you aren't deceiving me, are you?" Clearly, the mention of 100,000 had startled her. "Rest assured, we will conduct our transaction securely." Yang Fendu chuckled lightly, then turned to Shang Mei and said, "Could you please lend me that 100,000 for now? I shall transfer the amount to you shortly." Shang Mei furrowed her brows and looked at Yang Fendu, questioning, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Yang Fendu affirmed with a nod. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Shang Mei refrained from further objections and promptly exited the room to retrieve the money from the car. "Auntie, I will fetch the candy jar for you." The elderly lady had now realized that Yang Fendu was not jesting, and in her excitement, hurried to the red cabinet to retrieve the paint can. Before long, Shang Mei returned with the money, though she appeared somewhat hesitant as Yang Fendu accepted the cash. While 100,000 was not a significant sum for her, it represented a considerable expenditure for Yang Fendu. However, he paid no mind to these concerns, placing the money on the table and addressing the elderly lady. "Auntie, here is 100,000, a stack of 10,000. Do you need to count it?" The elderly lady gazed at the money on the table, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had never seen such a sum before. After counting, she found it to be precisely 10 stacks, and her face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "No need to count. No need at all." Observing her reaction, a smile graced Yang Fendu's face as he remarked, "Then I shall take these items, and we shall consider our transaction settled." "All right." The elderly lady quickly pushed the birdseed canister and candy jar towards Yang Fendu. He chuckled softly, took the 2 items, and bid her farewell as he made his way outside. Perhaps fearing for the money's safety, the elderly lady did not accompany them to the car. Once inside, Shang Mei's thoughts churned with confusion. She turned to Yang Fendu and said coldly, "Yang Fendu, do you think you can flaunt your newfound wealth? You casually offer 100,000 for these trivial objects without considering that your sister is still waiting for funds for her surgery?" At her words, Yang Fendu was initially taken aback, but then a mysterious smile spread across his face as he replied, "All right, spare me the scolding for now. Let us drive back, and then I will perform a little magic for you at the tea house." Shang Mei shot him a look of disdain and retorted, "You're quite something, thinking you can conjure 2 pounds of sugar from that jar. You must be dreaming." With that, she pressed the accelerator, steering the car towards the city. In the face of Shang Mei's misunderstanding, Yang Fendu offered no explanation, deeming it unnecessary. He reclined against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Upon returning to the city, his gaze remained fixed on the scenery outside the window, and as they passed a supermarket, he quickly urged Shang Mei to stop the car. Yang Fendu leaped from the car and dashed into the supermarket. In less than 5 minutes, he returned to the vehicle, clutching a shopping bag. Shang Mei, perplexed, wondered what Yang Fendu was up to. After they settled into a private room at the tea bar, they ordered a pot of tea and some snacks. Additionally, Yang Fendu requested the server to bring 2 basins of clean water. "All right, you may leave now," he instructed the server, who smiled and exited the room. Once they were alone, Yang Fendu opened the shopping bag, and Shang Mei's face transformed with disbelief upon seeing its contents. "Toothbrushes? Shoe brushes? Floral water? Soap? Do you treat this tea bar like your home?" Shang Mei asked, staring at him in astonishment. Yang Fendu chuckled lightly, his expression enigmatic. "I'm about to perform a magic trick. You'll see shortly." Shang Mei, thoroughly bemused, felt a flicker of anticipation. She was eager to discover what trick Yang Fendu had in store. He emptied the sugar jar, inspecting it briefly before evenly spraying it with floral water. The room quickly filled with the scent of the floral essence, making the Longjing tea seem tasteless in comparison. With her brows furrowed, Shang Mei fixated on Yang Fendu. In less than a minute, he had thoroughly coated the sugar jar with floral water, not a single spot left untouched, and then nodded in satisfaction. He casually tossed the soap into 1 basin of water and took a seat at the tea table, savoring the tea.
Observing Yang Fendu's theatrical display, Shang Mei, feeling exasperated,
asked, "What on earth are you doing? Are you giving that sugar jar a bath?" Yang Fendu smirked, "Let us just enjoy the tea for now." At that moment, Shang Mei felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. His expression was simply too infuriating. 5 minutes later, Yang Fendu set down his teacup and flashed a mysterious smile at Xiang Mei. The moment of miracles has arrived. His demeanor ignited Xiang Mei's curiosity, prompting her to crouch beside him. Yang Fendu examined the sugar jar, nodded in contentment, and carefully placed it into the basin filled with soapy water. He swirled the jar, ensuring it was entirely coated in soap before taking the shoe brush and meticulously scrubbing it. To their astonishment, the red paint on the jar visibly peeled away, revealing the white porcelain beneath. Yang Fendu noticed the transformation but continued his scrubbing without pause. Only after he had cleaned every inch, both inside and out, did he return the jar to the water. Yang Fendu glanced at Xiang Mei, who was anxiously watching the jar, a smile creeping onto his lips as he slowly lifted the jar from the water. The once visible red paint had vanished, and the true essence of the jar was revealed before their eyes. This is a blue and white jar.
Xiang Mei was utterly astonished.
Scarcely able to believe her own eyes. Just a moment ago, it had appeared as a mere red-painted broken vessel, yet in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an exquisite blue and white jar, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. Yang Fendu paid no heed to Xiang Mei's astonishment, continuing to apply red paint to the lid. After a brief interval, he picked up a toothbrush to meticulously clean some intricate details, then submerged it in another basin of clean water for a thorough rinse. Once he dried it with a cloth, the jar had been completely rejuvenated, devoid of any blemishes. Did it still seem worth 100,000 yuan? Yang Fendu carefully placed the blue and white jar on the tea table, wearing a self-satisfied expression as he inquired of Xiang Mei. At that moment, Xiang Mei was oblivious to Yang Fendu's voice, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on the blue and white jar. After a considerable pause, she finally shifted her gaze to Yang Fendu, her face a canvas of confusion as she asked, "You recognize this jar as a treasure from the very beginning, didn't you?" Chapter 42. A taste of elixir. Yang Fendu did not deny it. He nodded and remarked, "The moment I laid eyes on it, I recognized it as a treasure." Although Xiang Mei was astonished, a trace of skepticism lingered on her delicate features as she inquired, "I am quite curious. How did you discern at first glance that this paint was deliberately applied?" Taking a modest sip of tea, Yang Fendu replied without pretense, "Firstly, the form of this blue and white jar is unmistakably representative of Qing dynasty porcelain, and the presence of a lid makes it even rarer. Hence, I was convinced of its value, but that is only part of the story. And what of the second part?" Xiang Mei pressed. With a slight smile, Yang Fendu continued, "The second aspect is rooted in our nation's history. You must be aware that we endured a great calamity. The antique world was inevitably affected. During the tumultuous times, many precious items were destined for destruction. Collectors and treasure hunters endeavored to preserve these artifacts. Some buried them underground, while others smuggled them abroad. Clever individuals devised a method to protect these antiques by cloaking them in garments of red paint or similar substances, thereby evading devastation." As Yang Fendu spoke eloquently, Xiang Mei rested her chin on her hand, captivated, with a hint of admiration gracing her countenance. Noticing her silence, Yang Fendu could not resist teasing, "Are you impressed now?" Startled, Xiang Mei quickly averted her gaze and shot him a cold glance, retorting, "Consider yourself fortunate. Your meager knowledge is merely impressive among us amateurs." Yang Fendu was momentarily speechless, pondering why it was so challenging for women to offer compliments. "With all your grandiloquence, can you determine whether this blue and white jar is from an official kiln or a folk kiln?" Realizing her earlier comment may have been a bit excessive, Xiang Mei swiftly redirected the conversation. Yang Fendu carefully lifted the blue and white jar for closer inspection, stating, "This is a typical blue and white covered jar from the Daoguang era of the Qing dynasty. The form shows little innovation, displaying significant imitation of the Qianlong period's blue and white designs. Although the glaze is fine and white, the body is somewhat porous, thus it lacks the weight of Qianlong blue and white porcelain. The cobalt used appears to be domestically sourced. The scrolls of lotus blossoms seem elegant at first glance. However, upon closer examination, they exhibit a somewhat vague and diffused quality, reminiscent of a replica." Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei furrowed her brows and remarked, "If that is the case, then this blue and white jar is practically worthless." With a light chuckle, Yang Fendu replied, "Allow me to elaborate further. Although Daoguang blue and white porcelain may lack the profound historical resonance of other pieces, the era was marked by severe social turmoil and escalating conflicts, leading to a significant depletion of the national treasury and affecting the porcelain industry. Consequently, extant porcelain from that time is scarce, making this piece a fine example from the Daoguang official kiln. As his words settled, Shang Mei took the blue and white jar with a hint of confusion and examined it closely. Shende Tang made? Her gaze fell on the mark at the base, her lovely face once more adorned with curiosity, as she inquired, "Is this from an official kiln?" Yang Fendu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this is the hall name of Emperor Daoguang, a true official kiln." Shang Mei glanced at the blue and white jar once more, unable to restrain her curiosity. "So, how much is this worth? I am reasonably adept at dating and appraising treasures, yet the pricing eludes me compared to Meng Xiao's insights. However, I recall that a few years ago at an auction in Kyoto, a larger blue and white covered jar fetched nearly 3 million. This piece, being smaller in form, coupled with the inflated prices often found in auction houses, leads me to estimate its value between 1,500,000 to 2 million. Upon hearing this price, Shang Mei's face registered a hint of surprise. "So, does this mean you have stumbled upon a hidden gem?" "Haha, it seems I've consumed a celestial elixir," Yang Fendu chuckled. Regardless of the circumstances, Shang Mei felt a surge of happiness for Yang Fendu. "Let us discuss the matter at hand. Please provide me with your card number, and I shall transfer the funds to you," Yang Fendu stated, glancing at Shang Mei. Without hesitation, Shang Mei retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to him. After all, he had mentioned borrowing, and her refusal would have seemed inappropriate. Yang Fendu lowered his head, commencing the transaction on his phone, while Shang Mei sipped her tea, discreetly observing him. "Ding! All done, the transfer is complete," Yang Fendu said, waving his phone with a smile. Shang Mei picked up her phone, her expression darkening slightly. "What do you mean by this? Borrowing 100,000 yet receiving 150,000? Is this red envelope rather excessive?" Yang Fendu quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. The additional 50,000 is the amount you contributed to my sister's hospital fees a few days ago. I intended to repay you sooner, but I had yet to find an opportune moment." Hearing this, Shang Mei retorted, "Why keep such meticulous accounts?" Yang Fendu replied with a smile, "It is wiser to keep things clear. After all, brothers should settle accounts plainly." A strange pang of sorrow washed over Shang Mei, her face momentarily reflecting an unusual emotion. Yang Fendu, noticing her discomfort, hesitated before swiftly changing the subject. "By the way, how is your company faring?" Shang Mei regained her composure, shaking her head, not very optimistic. "I had planned to launch a new product, but the old-timers in the company opposed it, and now several of our major clients have been snatched away by the Wang family." Upon mentioning the Wang family, Yang Fendu recalled his earlier encounter and asked urgently, "Shang Mei, are you certain you have no ties to that Wang Hai?" "What do you mean?" Shang Mei replied, bewildered. "Haven't I made it clear to you?" Yang Fendu quickly waved his hand. "That's not what I meant. Today I encountered a group of thugs looking for trouble. They claim to have been hired by Wang Hai." At this revelation, a flicker of concern crossed Shang Mei's face. "Are you certain it was Wang Hai who sent them after you?" "Absolutely. That scoundrel. I will call him right now," Shang Mei exclaimed, reaching for her phone. However, Yang Fendu gestured for her to stop. "No need to. Even if you ask him, he would never admit it. For now, I simply need to be assured that you have no connection to him, so I can proceed without any reservations." Although there was little change in the expression on Yang Fendu's face, Shang Mei appeared visibly anxious and hurriedly said, "Yang Fendu, you must not act recklessly. The Wang family still possesses some influence in Shihe, and Wang Hai is a man full of malice. It is not worth engaging with someone like him." She added with a hint of sarcasm, "Sometimes, for such reckless young masters, without imparting a lesson, they will never learn. Besides, hasn't the Wang family always coveted the Shang family's enterprises? Once I devise a plan, I will teach them a good lesson." Yang Fendu chuckled lightly and replied. Upon hearing his words, Shang Mei felt a sudden warmth in her heart. Her beautiful eyes gazed intently at Yang Fendu as she asked, "Are you planning to deal with Wang Hai for my sake?" Chapter 43. Awakening of emotions. As Yang Fendu gazed at Shang Mei's expression, a thought struck him. This woman seems to have misunderstood my intentions. Clearing his throat, he feigned a cough and quickly clarified. What I meant to say is that both you and Meng Xiao are my friends. You have both helped me in the past, so naturally, I cannot stand idly by when you are in trouble. In an instant, Xiang Mei's spirits plummeted. Despite her reluctance to accept it, she could not deny that her feelings for Yang Fendu had transcended mere friendship. It was a sensation she had never experienced before in her life. It is often said that this feeling signifies the blossoming of one's emotions. Enough, you need not say more. I understand now. I realize that Wang Hai is causing you trouble because of your assistance to me. I shall personally confront him regarding this matter. Xiang Mei's voice had grown noticeably colder. Observing her demeanor, Yang Fendu refrained from further comments, as the conflict between Xiang Mei and Wang Hai was not his place to interfere. Just then, amidst the heavy atmosphere, Yang Fendu's phone rang abruptly, prompting him to hastily retrieve it. "Hello, Yang Xiao, it's Meng Kaiyu," came the urgent voice on the other end. "Meng Yi. What's the situation?" "I recognize your voice," Yang Fendu replied, somewhat perplexed. "Yang Xiao, if you have the time, please come to the provincial city." "I have encountered something peculiar," Meng Kaiyu urged. Furrowing his brow, Yang Fendu inquired, "What kind of peculiar situation?" Meng Kaiyu continued, "I saw Wu Tian and Li Jun in the provincial city, during a dinner gathering I attended with the old man. Most remarkably, there are 3 matching snuff bottles here, presumably the 2 that Wu Tian possesses. As for the third, I cannot ascertain." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu's expression turned grave. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Those are the 2 in Wu Tian's possession. If you can, please come to the provincial city. I will be waiting for you," Meng Kaiyu replied. Yang Fendu fell into a momentary silence. The snuff bottles were part of a scheme he had orchestrated, and he could not allow anyone to thwart it now. Moreover, possessing the third snuff bottle himself, it was inconceivable that another existed. "Understood. I shall set out immediately." After ending the call, Yang Fendu turned to Xiang Mei. "Please take me to the station. I must travel to the provincial city." Having overheard Meng Kaiyu's voice, Xiang Mei nodded and declared, "I will accompany you to the provincial city." Yang Fendu hesitated, then insisted, "It's unnecessary. I can manage alone. You have so many responsibilities at your company. There's no need to complicate matters." Yet Xiang Mei, displaying a resolute demeanor, countered, "I am also involved in the snuff bottle plan. With the situation now altered, I cannot remain passive. Besides, I wish to ascertain whether another snuff bottle truly exists." Recognizing the urgency of the situation and Xiang Mei's steadfast attitude, Yang Fendu conceded. "Very well, let us not delay. We shall depart at once." With that, he hurriedly packed the Daoguang entwined lotus blue and white cover jar and the bird food canister, and the 2 of them left the tea house in haste. In his haste, Yang Fendu neglected to visit the hospital to greet his mother, and instead opted to inform Yiyun via a phone call. After hanging up, his gaze shifted towards Xiang Mei, who curiously inquired, "Aren't you going to call your family?" "They only concern themselves with my affairs with Wang Hai. Everything else is of no interest to them," Xiang Mei replied nonchalantly. Yang Fendu was somewhat taken aback but realized that he did not fully grasp the dynamics of Xiang Mei's family background. "I maintain my stance. Happiness is a personal endeavor. If you resist, no matter how much pressure your family exerts, it will be futile. As for your professional matters, I will certainly find a way to assist you," he assured her thoughtfully. While waiting at a red light, Xiang Mei turned to Yang Fendu, biting her lip as she asked, "If marrying Wang Hai won't bring me happiness, who do you think I could marry that would? Do you believe I can wed the person I truly desire?" Her meaning was unmistakable. However, the proud Xiang Mei, accustomed to being pursued by men, found it nearly impossible to reverse her position. Having spoken her mind to that extent was already a considerable concession. The green light illuminated, and Yang Fendu, fixated on the traffic signal, deftly shifted the conversation. "Fool!" Xiang Mei silently cursed, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Initially, Yang Fendu had hoped to engage her in conversation during their journey, yet her remark deterred him from continuing. Once they entered the highway, Xiang Mei could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Are you planning to spend your entire life dealing in antiques?" Yang Fendu leaned slightly forward and replied, "This is the extent of my abilities for now. I can only proceed in this manner." "I meant, don't you consider opening a shop?" It would be a more stable and legitimate venture, Xiang Mei explained. Certainly, Yang Fendua was not one to settle for mediocrity, as he remained steadfastly aware of his initial aspirations in the antique trade. I will, but for now my primary focus is on my sister's health. Once I can ensure her recovery, I will feel more at ease, he responded promptly. Upon mentioning his sister, Xiang Mei quickly interjected, I've been in touch with friends lately, asking them to keep an eye out for kidney donors. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Patience is essential as matching is not a simple task.
Yang Fenduo nodded appreciatively,
saying, I understand, thank you. As they conversed intermittently, they had unwittingly traversed nearly 3 hours, arriving at the provincial city toll booth. After exiting the highway, Yang Fendua suggested, shall I call Meng Kaiyu to pick us up? Xiang Mei immediately replied, no need. I am more familiar with the provincial city than he is, and I know his home better too. Yang Fendua offered a resigned smile, realizing his suggestion was superfluous. Upon reaching the city center, Xiang Mei drove directly towards the villa district in the east of the city. Meng Kaiyu's home was situated within this area, not due to his father's wealth, but because his mother had been engaged in business for many years, resulting in a comfortable financial situation. Just then, Yang Fendua's phone rang. Hello, young Master Yang, where have you arrived? I will come to fetch you. No need. I am almost at your house, Yang Fendua replied with a smile. What on earth? What is happening? Exclaimed Meng Kaiyu in astonishment. Yang Fendu could only smile and explain, I came with Xiang Mei. Upon hearing that Xiang Mei was also present, Meng Kaiyu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Oh no, this is a disaster. She better not report my misdeeds to the old man. Suddenly, as they continued their conversation, Xiang Mei slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a steady halt in front of a villa. Meng Kaiyu, if you don't want me to speak ill of you, hurry up and come out to greet me, Xiang Mei declared, snatching Yang Fendu's phone and shouting. Startled, Meng Kaiyu leaped from the sofa in the living room and hurriedly made his way to the door. Chapter 44. Old wine in new bottles. As Meng Kaiyu beheld Xiang Mei and Yang Fendu, his countenance was instantly enveloped in astonishment, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Miss Xiang, I must admit, I did not anticipate your presence, he remarked. Xiang Mei cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, Am I not welcome? Meng Kaiyu hastily waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, I would never dare. Of course you are welcomed. In fact, my father was just speaking of you. Ignoring his comment, Xiang Mei strode purposefully toward the villa. Yang Fendu, intrigued, observed how Xiang Mei moved through Meng Kaiyu's home with the ease of one returning to her own abode. Watching her silhouette depart, Meng Kaiyu silently prayed she would refrain from speaking ill of him before turning to Yang Fendu, saying, Please, Yang, after you. Have you clarified the situation regarding the snuff bottle? Yang Fendu inquired, cutting straight to the point. Let us discuss it inside, Meng Kaiyu replied, draping an arm around Yang Fendu's shoulders as they entered the villa. Upon entering the living room, they found Xiang Mei engaging in lively conversation with a middle-aged man, who radiated an aura of authority and integrity, undoubtedly Meng Kaiyu's father. Father, allow me to introduce you to young Master Yang Fendu, whom I mentioned to you. His expertise in antiquities is truly remarkable, Meng Kaiyu proclaimed, brimming with excitement. Meng Liang's gaze fell upon Yang Fendu, scrutinizing him from head to toe before nodding appreciatively. Indeed, promising young man, my son has been raving about you since returning, extolling your talents in spotting valuable items. I was hoping to seize an opportunity to meet you, he said. Yang Fendu, eager to deflect the praise, quickly waved his hand, stating, Uncle, you flatter me. It is merely a matter of luck, hardly worth mentioning. However, Meng Liang shook his head with a smile, saying, This lad rarely offers compliments, yet he holds you in the highest esteem, even contemplating resigning to join you in the antique business. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu found himself at a loss for words, offering only a modest smile in response. I happen to have an item that has been troubling me. Would you mind taking a look? Meng Liang proposed. Although he framed it as a favor, Yang Fendu discerned that it was a test of his discerning eye. After a moment's reflection, he replied with a grin, I have heard from Meng Go that you are quite the collector, and I am certain your collection consists of authentic treasures. I would not dare to showcase my skills in your esteemed presence. Ah, but one must gather the strengths of many, Meng Liang chuckled, and I truly have some uncertainties. Realizing he could not decline, Yang Fendu nodded in acquiescence. Soon, they found themselves in Meng Liang's study, where Yang Fendu observed the extensive array of books lining the shelves, resembling a miniature library. However, he noted the conspicuous absence of antiques. Meng Liang approached a cabinet, carefully retrieving a box and placing it upon the desk. This was passed to me by a friend. Experts have suggested it is a significant piece, yet I harbor some reservations. I would appreciate your discerning eye, he explained, as he delicately unveiled the contents of the box, presenting a magnifying glass and white gloves before Yang Fendu. Yang Fendu remained still while Shang Mei, with an expression of astonishment, exclaimed, "Uncle Meng, is this a blue and white figure gourd vase?" Meng Liang smiled and nodded, acknowledging the blue and white nature of the piece, yet he remained uncertain of its authenticity. "Fendu, since you're here, could you lend me your discerning eye?" Meng Liang's gaze shifted to Yang Fendu. At that moment, Yang Fendu was fixated on the figure gourd vase, observing that both its shape and blue and white design were typical of the Qing dynasty Qianlong imperial kiln. However, an inkling of doubt lingered in his mind. It appeared remarkably genuine, yet something felt amiss. After discreetly activating his imperial vision for a moment, a fleeting smile crossed his lips as clarity dawned upon him. "Uncle Meng, if my intuition serves me right, you must have acquired this piece believing it to be from the Qing dynasty Qianlong period, correct?" Meng Liang, perplexed by Yang Fendu's reluctance to examine the vase, was startled by the sudden utterance from the latter, which caused a shift in his expression. Yang Fendu's assertion rang true, prompting Meng Liang to nod vigorously. Indeed, the seller claimed it to be a Qianlong blue and white figure gourd vase, and the mark on the base is also authentic. Originally, Meng Liang intended for Yang Fendu to inspect it closely, but Yang Fendu slowly clasped his hands behind his back and subtly shook his head. Observing this, Meng Kaiyu, filled with anxiety, interjected, "Young Master Yang, you must scrutinize it thoroughly. My father spent over $1 million on this. If it turns out to be a counterfeit, it would spell disaster." "Fendu, do not heed his words. Examine it carefully and speak the truth," Meng Liang admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Meng Kaiyu.
Yang Fendu,
recognizing Meng Liang's earnestness and forthright demeanor, decided to be candid. "Uncle Meng, aside from having had experts authenticate this gourd vase, it must have undergone machine testing as well?" Surprised, Meng Liang nodded. Indeed, it did undergo machine testing. "Was it the base that was examined?" "Precisely." At this revelation, Meng Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yang Fendu's precise observations without even touching the vase. The remarkable acuity reminded him of someone else. As Meng Liang pondered, Yang Fendu spoke again. "Uncle Meng, forgive my candor, but this piece is of mixed authenticity." The three present exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they pondered the implications of Yang Fendu's statement. What did he mean by half true, half false? Unable to contain her curiosity, Shang Mei inquired, "Are you suggesting that this gourd vase is a composite?" Yang Fendu, noting their anticipation, continued, "Uncle Meng, you must have heard of the practice of pairing old bases with new vessels." As a collector, Meng Liang was well aware of the implications. The antiquities trade employs numerous techniques for forgery, and the practice of combining an authentic old porcelain base with a new body is one such method. The base may bear genuine markings, yet the body is contemporary. When fused, those lacking keen eyesight are bound to be deceived. "Are you implying that this gourd vase is a composite?" Meng Liang inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Fendu. Yang Fendu nodded and remarked, "You conducted the examination at the base, so it is undoubtedly genuine. However, aside from the bottom and the lower half of the bottle, which are authentic, the upper portion above the waist is entirely new." Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu felt a sudden pang of anxiety and couldn't help but murmur, "No way. Can it be true?" Noticing Meng Liang's troubled expression, Yang Fendu swiftly added, "Although the upper half is a replica, the clay used is high-quality kaolin extracted from the pit, and the seams are nearly imperceptible, making it reasonable for the discerning eye to be deceived." He merely hoped that his words would provide some solace to Meng Liang. At that moment, Meng Kaiyu could hardly contain his curiosity and eagerly picked up the gourd bottle along with a magnifying glass to examine it closely. After a brief moment, he looked up, His face filled with confusion, and said, "Young Master Yang, I see no difference between the top and bottom. They appear identical, and I haven't detected any signs of splicing." Chapter 45. The depth of expertise. Yang Fendu chuckled softly and remarked, "The methods employed by those who resort to deception are indeed quite sophisticated, making it challenging to discern the truth at first glance. However, if you closely examine the blue floral patterns above, you'll notice the discrepancies." As he spoke, Yang Fendu gestured towards the vase and continued, "The lower half, whether in its patterns or figures, appears to be crafted with effortless grace, each stroke flowing naturally as if it were imbued with intention. In contrast, the upper half's designs, despite their attempts to replicate the lower section, lack the vitality and spirit, appearing overly cautious and stiff, devoid of any artistic flair. This is the flaw." Upon hearing Yang Fendu's insights, Meng Kaiyu indeed began to perceive the differences, unable to suppress his admiration as he gave Yang Fendu a thumbs up. "Wow, Yang, you truly are remarkable." Yang Fendu's gaze shifted to Meng Liang, who, at that moment, bore an increasingly grim expression as he stared intently at the gourd vase, lost in thought. Shang Mei, sensing the tension, promptly nudged Meng Kaiyu, who then hurriedly offered words of comfort to Meng Liang. "Dad, it's just a misjudgment, right? How many collectors haven't made a mistake at some point? Don't take it too hard." With a heavy sigh, Meng Liang replied, "What troubles me isn't the misjudgment itself, but rather whether my friend, who owns this piece, was unaware of its authenticity or if he deliberately chose to deceive me." The three exchanged glances, and Yang Fendu quickly interjected, "Uncle Meng, to be honest, my knowledge is limited and I could be mistaken. Perhaps you should consider a sonic test." "Let's not dwell on that." Meng Liang waved his hand, his gaze fixed on Yang Fendu. "I trust your discernment." "Thank you, Uncle Meng," Yang Fendu replied earnestly. "Shall we proceed to the living room to continue our discussion?" Meng Liang nodded and led the way. "Is your father all right?" Shang Mei quietly inquired, grasping Meng Kaiyu's arm. "I'm sure he's fine," Meng Kaiyu responded with concern. "My father is quite resilient, and I just celebrated his birthday, gifting him an inkstone. His spirits should be high." Upon returning to the living room, the trio was surprised to find Meng Liang's countenance had returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. However, his gaze remained curiously fixed on Yang Fendu. The young man's keen eye for detail reminded Meng Liang of an old acquaintance, a man renowned for his exceptional eyesight, who was also from Shiha City. Yang Fendu, intrigued, remarked, "That truly is impressive. I would love the opportunity to meet him." Meng Liang handed a cup of tea to Yang Fendu and continued, "This individual once worked at the Shiha City Cultural Relics Bureau and shares your surname. He is famously known as Yang the Heavenly Eye, which speaks volumes of his extraordinary perception." Hearing this moniker, Yang Fendu felt a stir within, as it was the first time he had encountered an external reference to his father's nickname. Although he sensed the weight of the revelation, his expression remained composed. "Uncle Meng, where might I find this esteemed predecessor?" "I would certainly seek him out when the opportunity arises," Yang Fendu inquired earnestly, gazing intently at Meng Liang. Meng Liang shook his head regretfully, saying, "I fear such an opportunity is long past. Many years ago, an astonishing artifact case occurred in Shiha City, and since then, he has vanished without a trace." Upon hearing these words, Yang Fendu felt a tumult of emotions within, striving to maintain his composure as he responded helplessly, "That is truly a great pity." Witnessing Yang Fendu's perceptiveness, Meng Liang was astonished yet inclined to probe further into the connection between Yang Fendu and Yang Tianyan. After careful observation, he discerned that the calm demeanor exhibited by Yang Fendu was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Of course, there remained the possibility that Yang Fendu had no ties to Yang Tianyan, yet Meng Liang was more inclined to trust his instincts. With a light chuckle, Meng Liang remarked, "Let us not dwell on the past. Xiao Yu expressed a desire to resign and join you in the antique trade. Initially, I had reservations about consenting, but I have now changed my mind." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Meng Kaiyu, and he continued, "You impudent boy, since you are discontent within the system, everyone has their own aspirations, and I shall not impose my will. Henceforth, work diligently alongside Fendu, but remember the rules of this trade. There are matters one may engage in, and certain things one must absolutely refrain from." Meng Kaiyu's excitement surged instantly, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Meng Liang. "Thank you, Dad. Rest assured, I will make you proud." Seeing his son's elation, Meng Liang smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Xiang Mei, observing Meng Kaiyu's exuberance, couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "Your scheme has finally succeeded. I see you summoned Yang Fendu merely to persuade the old man to approve your resignation." Taken aback, Meng Kaiyu shook his head in a weary smile, explaining, "You wrong me. I speak the truth. Wu Tian and Li Jun, those rascals, have indeed come to the provincial capital, and they brought the snuff bottle with them." Yang Fendu, confident in Meng Kaiyu's honesty, inquired earnestly, "Meng Gu, where's the item now?" Before Meng Kaiyu could respond, Meng Liang interjected, "That snuff bottle was purchased by a friend of mine for 180,000. Clearly, Meng Kaiyu had relayed the details of the snuff bottle to him. "Young master, I have a photograph," Meng Kaiyu said, hastily retrieving his phone to show Yang Fendu the image. Yang Fendu took the phone, examining the photo of the snuff bottle. After a few moments, a look of seriousness crossed his face as he returned the phone to Meng Kaiyu. The craftsmanship of the Lu character snuff bottle was remarkably authentic, both in shape and artistry. However, its newness was evident, still gleaming with a suspicious sheen. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three men shifted dramatically, and Meng Liang quickly inquired, "So, my friend was deceived? I suspect Wu Tian lacks the capability for such a scheme. It must be Li Jun orchestrating this. I assure you, when he presented the item to your friend, he deliberately showcased both the fu and showpieces, which led to the oversight." Meng Liang's heart tightened, and he quickly stated, "I shall call my friend immediately to bring him here." As Meng Liang made the call, a cold glint appeared on Yang Fendu's face as he remarked, "No wonder Wu Tian and Li Jun have been silent. They were biding their time to deceive in the provincial capital." Xiang Mei pondered for a moment before asserting, "I believe this must be Li Jun's idea, and it is quite likely that he orchestrated the forgery as well. Otherwise, how could Wu Tian allow Li Jun to interfere so brazenly?" Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement, stating, "It seems that Li Jun is rather formidable. He has managed to procure a counterfeit snuff bottle that is remarkably convincing in such a short span of time." Yang Fendu, contemplating the matter, cast a solemn glance at the two and remarked, "Old Wang has informed me that Li Jun possesses considerable skills." However, Meng Kaiyu nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "What is there to fear? This situation is fundamentally between us and Wu Tian. He has intruded uninvited. If we are to speak of propriety, he was the one who disregarded it first. Moreover, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Even if he is unaware today that the third piece is in our possession, he will eventually find out." Xiang Mei could not help but shoot Meng Kaiyu a disapproving look, saying, "Regardless of the field, it is always prudent to avoid offending others when possible. Besides, Li Jun appears to be quite the unscrupulous character. Have you considered the consequences if he discovers the truth?" After a moment, Yang Fendu concluded, "Well, there's no need for further discussion. This situation has reached a critical point, and we shall proceed step by step. Whether he seeks to profit or assist Wu Tian will ultimately depend on his own capabilities." As Yang Fendu finished speaking, Meng Liang quickly interjected, "A friend of mine resides in this villa community and will be arriving shortly." Chapter 46. A premature celebration. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man, slightly portly and seemingly of similar age to Meng Liang, hurriedly approached, panting heavily. "Old Zhao, allow me to introduce you. This is Yang Fendu and Xiang Mei. They are both friends of my son." "Greetings to the young friends," Old Zhao said, his mind preoccupied with the pressing matter at hand, causing his words to seem somewhat perfunctory. Meng Liang chuckled and remarked, "Old Zhao, do not be in such a rush. Let Fendu have a look at the items first. His discerning eye surpasses both yours and mine." Old Zhao, without hesitation, began to retrieve the items while wearing a despondent expression. "How can I not be anxious? That is 180,000 in hard currency." The items were placed upon the coffee table, and as Yang Fendu opened the box, it was indeed the two pieces in Wu Tian's possession. However, the Lu character snuff bottle was undeniably a counterfeit. "This Lu character snuff bottle is a forgery. It is still probably a bit hot to the touch," Yang Fendu stated, unperturbed by Old Zhao's evident distress. Old Zhao felt utterly deflated, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Young man, you must examine it closely. I have a magnifying glass and flashlight, he stammered, fumbling in his pocket. Yet Yang Fendu shook his head dismissively. No need to look further. It is undoubtedly a forgery. I assume you have seen the news regarding this snuff bottle? Old Zhao nodded vigorously. Indeed. Li Jun from Shiha City informed me that he was the one to release that news, for the third piece is in his possession, this very one before us. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu's expression shifted slightly. He had been contemplating whether to confront Li Jun, but he was taken aback by the audacity of the old man. A decision solidified in his mind. Before Yang Fendu could speak, Meng Kaiyu interjected, seething, I can't believe this old scoundrel has the audacity. Shang Mei cautiously observed Yang Fendu's demeanor, noting a flicker of coldness cross his face. She hastily turned to Old Zhao and said, Old Zhao, I must inform you that the third piece is in Yang Fendu's possession. Li Jun's claim is false. This revelation served as definitive proof. Old Zhao pulled out a handkerchief, trembling as he wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a desperate glance at Meng Liang. Old Meng, you must assist me in this matter. Meng Liang's expression reflected some difficulty, as he turned to Yang Fendu, cautiously inquiring, Fendu, what do you believe we should do? After all, making a mistake in the antiques trade is commonplace. Typically, one can only suffer in silence. However, Yang Fendu responded with a mysterious smile, sitting up straight and surveying the group. Indeed, such mistakes can occur, but this is different. Li Jun is orchestrating a deceit. I propose we call Li Jun immediately and inquire about his stance. But the transaction was settled with a contract. Li Jun will surely deny everything, Old Zhao said anxiously. Yang Fendu chuckled lightly, exuding confidence. Worry not. I possess 100 methods to compel him to confess. The one who should be afraid now is he, not you. At this, the faces of the group were filled with bewilderment, uncertain of what thoughts lay within Yang Fendu's mind. The narrative unfolds in two parts. Wu Tian and Li Jun, having sold a snuff bottle for a staggering 8 million, wasted no time and swiftly drove back onto the highway to Shiha City. In the back seat, Li Jun wore an air of smug satisfaction, having spent merely 10,000 to fabricate a counterfeit, yet reaping such immense profits. His triumph was exhilarating. However, the driver, Wu Tian, could not share in the joy. According to their agreement, he would only receive 900,000, incurring a loss of 100,000. Li Jun had managed to double-dip in this endeavor. Boss Li, you truly are remarkable. Originally, both Wu and I were at a loss, but who would have thought your intervention would turn the tide? Sun Gang, the driver, observed Li Jun's triumphant expression through the rearview mirror and began to flatter him, hoping to leave a favorable impression for future endeavors. Wu Tian, already simmering with discontent, seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth and focus on driving." Startled, Sun Gang nearly swerved into the barrier. Li Jun, well aware of Wu Tian's feelings, chuckled with arrogance. "Come now, Wu. Don't be upset. Hear us the deal. Considering your role in the charade, I'll give you 1 million when we return. The extra 100,000 will be your reward, as we'll be collaborating in the future." Wu Tian's eyes sparkled at this proposition. He adjusted his seatbelt and turned to face Li Jun with excitement. "Thank you, Boss Li. To be honest, it's not the 100,000 that matters. It's the grudge I've held against Yang Fendu that I need to settle." A sinister smile flickered across Li Jun's face. "What does a mere boy know about challenging us? Rest assured, we've settled this score for now. As long as he dares to linger in the antique scene, we will have ample opportunities to deal with him." Wu Tian grinned maliciously. "You can count on me, Boss Li. As long as you value my partnership, I'm with you." "Me too." Sun Gang quickly chimed in, eager not to be left out. They shared a hearty laugh, blissfully unaware of the impending troubles. Unfortunately, their merriment was short-lived. Before their laughter could fade, a call from Old Zhao interrupted. Li Jun frowned and gestured for silence to Wu Tian, steadying himself before answering. "Hello, Old Zhao, how's everything? The goods are satisfactory, I presume?" However, the response was anything but pleasant. "You scoundrel! Li Jun, I can't believe you deceived me. I had someone examine the snuff bottles you sold me, and one of them is a fake. It's even burning hot in my hand. Li Jun's demeanor instantly darkened. He had not anticipated that old Zhao would discern the counterfeit. But something felt amiss. After all, the snuff bottle had cost him only 10,000, and he himself struggled to distinguish the genuine from the false when they were together. Feigning surprise, Li Jun stammered, "No way. It's absolutely authentic. It cannot possibly be fake." "Humph. Still deceiving me at this hour. I must inform you that the snuff bottle inscribed with the character Lu is indeed in someone else's possession. If this is not a fabrication, then what is? I give you 1 hour to come to my residence and provide me with a resolution. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of civility." At this moment, Li Jun felt a surge of panic, yet he could not easily concede that his item was counterfeit, for doing so would irreparably tarnish his reputation in this industry. While the sale of replicas is commonplace in the antique sector, after all, one must rely on their own acumen to unearth hidden treasures. His current predicament was of a markedly different nature. Contemplating this, Li Jun's eyes darted as he replied, "Old Zhao, I assure you there is nothing wrong with my piece. Why not subject it to a machine test?" He felt emboldened to make such a claim since the counterfeit was crafted from soil sourced from a pit, rendering it undetectable by machines. "Humph, Li Jun, if you do not come to see me within the hour, I will ensure this matter becomes public knowledge throughout the entire circle. You may address it as you wish." With that, old Zhao abruptly ended the call. As Li Jun listened to the dial tone, his expression soured as if he had swallowed a fly. He was utterly perplexed as to who had sabotaged his affairs. Turning back towards the provincial city, Li Jun contemplated his next move and addressed Sun Gang coldly. "This is a highway. We cannot turn back," Sun Gang stammered in surprise. Li Jun, incensed, retorted, "You imbecile, cannot you turn around at the service area ahead?" At that moment, Wu Tian wore a face full of confusion and cautiously inquired, "Boss Li, what has transpired?" "Humph. Someone has discerned that the snuff bottle is a counterfeit." Li Jun snorted derisively and closed his eyes. Chapter 47. A keen-eyed Wu Tian had originally thought that, with the return of 1 million, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was unexpectedly plunged back into despair with a single remark from Li Jun. In the provincial capital, at the Zhao residence, old Zhao had just finished a phone call and invited Meng Liang and Yang Fendu to his home. Although a hint of worry still lingered on old Zhao's face, he felt somewhat reassured after hearing a few words from Yang Fendu. To express his gratitude, he took out his cherished Longjing tea. The group chatted amiably while sipping tea. While the thoughts of others remained unknown, Xiang Mei felt a twinge of anxiety for Yang Fendu. After all, confronting Li Jun directly was not a favorable situation for him. "I think it would be wise for you to avoid this, Yang Fendu," Xiang Mei said, casting a concerned glance at him. Yang Fendu merely smiled and replied, "It's of no consequence. This circle is so small that Li Jun, unlike Wu Tian, is unlikely to think of me. He surely knows that if there were a third piece, it would undoubtedly be in my possession. Let us just proceed." Meng Kaiyu nodded in vigorous agreement. As time passed, 50 minutes went by without any sign of Li Jun or Wu Tian, and a further layer of worry creased old Zhao's brow as he paced the living room. Despite his affluent background, 180,000 was still a substantial amount, not to mention his inability to swallow this indignity. Just as old Zhao was becoming increasingly restless, the doorbell rang. It was Li Jun and Wu Tian, accompanied by the pug, Sun Gang. As Li Jun was about to explain the matter of the snuff bottle to old Zhao, he entered the living room and immediately spotted Yang Fendu and the others, a flicker of tension crossing his face. It was evident that the one who had spoiled his plans was none other than Yang Fendu. "Old Zhao, your call prompted me to race here from the highway," Li Jun said, his demeanor that of an old hand, masking any signs of distress after a brief moment of contemplation. Wu Tian and Sun Gang, however, wore expressions of surprise tinged with anger, but, given their status, could only stand by and listen. "Humph, I have no desire for idle chatter with you. Let us discuss how you intend to resolve this matter," old Zhao retorted, his displeasure evident. Li Jun flashed a smile, his gaze landing on Yang Fendu. "What's this? I see young Master Yang is here as well. It goes without saying that you must have authenticated it, and you possess the third snuff bottle, correct?" Yang Fendu smiled and nodded. "You are quite astute, Mr. Li. I indeed possess the third piece, and I acquired it from the original owner of this set. Naturally, the one you sold to old Zhao is a counterfeit.
Li Yun.
Taken aback, retorted with a cold laugh, you claim yours is genuine, while I assert mine is true. Ultimately, who can determine the authenticity? Yang Fendu had anticipated Li Jun's response, shaking his head with a wry smile. Heaven knows, earth knows, and I know. Do you truly believe that something crafted from the clay of an old pit could be authentic? At these words, Li Jun's expression shifted dramatically. For a moment, he was genuinely unsettled. He hadn't expected Yang Fendu to discern the material used for the snuff bottle. Setting aside other matters, his discerning eye was indeed formidable. Upon our first encounter, I mentioned my hopes of collaborating with young Xiao in the future, yet I never anticipated such an opening to our initial dealings. Li Jun let out a cold laugh once more. Yang Fendu also smiled briefly, remarking, only when one's aspirations align can paths converge. Alas, differing paths are not meant for collaboration. Young man, you possess some wisdom. It seems our interactions are inevitable. Li Jun's words hung in the air, but Yang Fendu appeared unperturbed, clearly unafraid of threats. Li Jun, have you finished your rambling? What do you plan to do about this situation? Old Zhao interjected, his impatience evident. Li Jun turned his gaze towards old Zhao, a look of contrition on his face. Old Zhao, to be frank, I paid a substantial price for this third snuff bottle, believing it to be genuine. Hence, I dared to share it with you. However, since you harbor doubts regarding my integrity, let us forgo this transaction. I shall refund your money, and you can return the item to me. Though Li Jun maintained a calm exterior, he was seething with rage internally. Had it not been for Yang Fendu's remarks, he would never have considered a return. But now he had no choice but to acquiesce. Upon hearing Li Jun's words, old Zhao glanced at Meng Liang and Yang Fendu, both of whom nodded slightly in response. Recognizing the unspoken agreement, old Zhao formulated a plan, his icy gaze fixed on Li Jun. I shall not concern myself with whether this was intentional or an oversight on your part. I will keep the 2 authentic snuff bottles, and you may take the counterfeit. As for the money, you will leave 30,000. Refund the rest to me. What 30,000? Wu Tian exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. You think to acquire 2 genuine Shenlong snuff bottles for that sum? Humph. Silence your tongue. What do you know? This is not your place to speak. Old Zhao retorted coldly, causing Wu Tian to break into a cold sweat. Now pinning his hopes on Li Jun, Li Jun's expression shifted dramatically, his anger boiling beneath the surface, yet he forced himself to suppress it. Should he allow his fury to erupt, it would play directly into Yang Fendu's hands and expose his own machinations. However, he could not easily acquiesce to old Zhao's demands. Old Zhao, let us return everything. I am not lacking that 30,000. His words could not have been clearer. Li Jun was determined not to let Yang Fendu benefit from this situation. Li Jun, I am extending you a lifeline. I do indeed have a fondness for this item. 30,000 for your 2 folk kiln snuff bottles is already a generous offer. Should you continue to hold your ground, I would begin to question your character. You are well aware of my reputation. It will not be long before the entire province hears of how you deceived me. The only reason I can converse with you in such a composed manner is due to our past camaraderie. I do not seek compensation for my mental anguish. Let us resolve this matter swiftly, and we may still maintain a cordial relationship. Weigh the pros and cons for yourself. Having delivered his ultimatum, old Zhao settled back into his seat, sipping his tea. Li Jun's expression shifted rapidly through various emotions before he finally clenched his teeth and nodded. Very well. Since we have reached this juncture, let us proceed according to old Zhao's wishes. To be honest, I stand to lose significantly this time. I had initially believed the third piece to be genuine, only to discover my misjudgment. Forget it, who says we aren't friends?
Ah, Li Jun.
Do not feign pity before me. The truth is of no consequence to me anymore, and your words seem somewhat superfluous. After Lao Zhao concluded his statement, he handed the counterfeit Lu character snuff bottle to Li Jun. Once Li Jun donned it, he promptly retrieved his phone to transfer funds to Lao Zhao, and in less than half a minute, 1.77 million had reached Lao Zhao's account. No need for farewells, Lao Zhao remarked brusquely upon receiving the money. Li Jun paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Yang Fendu, smiling as he said, "In the realm of antiques, whether big or small, I believe our paths shall cross again." Yang Fendu, with a smirk, replied, "Safe travels." As Li Jun turned to leave, he cast a sly glance at Yang Fendu and strode briskly towards the exit, while Wu Tian and Sun Gang, like two daft fools, hesitated briefly before hastily following suit. Once the trio of Li Jun departed, the remaining individuals erupted into hearty laughter. Moments later, Lao Zhao gestured to the others and then placed the pair of snuff bottles before Yang Fendu, declaring, "Young Master Yang, these snuff bottles now belong to you." Chapter 48. No merit, no reward. Upon entering the vehicle, Li Jun was consumed by a fit of rage, his fists pounding violently against the seat. Wu Tian, too apprehensive to utter a word, hastily signaled Sun Gang to drive away. "Damn it! That scoundrel Yang Fendu actually dared to sabotage my plans. He must truly be weary of life." Hearing Li Jun's furious outburst, Wu Tian's expression mirrored despair. "Boss Li, at least you've suffered no loss. But I am in dire straits, having lost both my lady and my men. They took the snuff bottle worth $1 million for a mere 30,000. This indignation is unbearable."
Li Jun glared coldly at Wu Tian, retorting, "Hørte lausen."
"How dare they? That amount would barely allow me to purchase a third snuff bottle." In a fit of anger, Li Jun retrieved the snuff bottle from his pocket and hurled it out of the car window, shattering it upon the pavement. Witnessing Li Jun's fury, Wu Tian felt his frustration boiling over. The snuff bottle had originally belonged to him, yet he could not even reclaim 30,000. With no recourse but to vent his ire towards Yang Fendu, he exclaimed, "Boss Li, I cannot swallow this grievance. You must devise a plan to teach that scoundrel a lesson, or how shall we navigate this industry moving forward?" "Silence."
Li Jun luhondert.
"Just wait. If I do not make him pay a price, I am not Li Jun." In stark contrast, the Zhao family's villa echoed with laughter and joy, particularly from old Zhao, whose face radiated happiness and gratitude towards Yang Fendu. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu, glancing at the snuff bottle old Zhao pushed towards him, shook his head with a smile. "Old Zhao, a gentleman values wealth acquired justly. How could I take what belongs to another? Furthermore, no merit means no reward. I truly cannot accept this." Old Zhao was momentarily taken aback before waving his hand with a smile. "Young Master Yang, please do not say that. Without your assistance, 180,000 would have gone to waste. And after this commotion, my fondness for the snuff bottle has dwindled. To be honest, every time I see it, my blood pressure surges." Hearing old Zhao's words, Meng Liang and the others could not help but laugh. Yang Fendu quickly gestured, "Old Zhao, please do not say such things. You and Uncle Meng are friends. Assisting is only natural. Moreover, I do have some past grievances with them, so I could not simply stand by. However, if it truly bothers you and you wish to part with it, then please suggest a price that we can agree upon." "Ahahaha!" Old Zhao erupted in laughter at Yang Fendu's words. "Young Master Yang, you still do not know my character. If I were to suggest a price, what would that make me? Truth be told, I no longer desire this item. Consider it a gift." Yang Fendu could see old Zhao's sincerity, yet he resolutely refused to accept it without recompense. Just as he was about to decline, Meng Liang interjected, "Fendu, old Zhao is a man of integrity. He speaks from the heart. Do not refuse him. However, it should not be without compensation. Let us settle on the price of 30,000, ensuring both parties feel at ease." Meng Liang, being astute, immediately discerned Yang Fendu's intentions and acted as the intermediary. "Haha, you are wise, old Meng. Let it be so," old Zhao replied, nodding happily. As Meng Kaiyu observed Yang Fendu's lingering hesitation, he promptly interjected, "Young Master Yang, given Uncle Zhao's sincere intentions, we cannot possibly disregard his generosity, can we?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu decided not to decline any further, his expression radiating gratitude as he addressed old Zhao. "Uncle Zhao, your kindness is overwhelming. I shall graciously accept." While speaking, Yang Fendu carefully stowed away the pair of snuff bottles and requested old Zhao's bank account details to transfer 30,000 yuan. With the addition of the one he had at home, he would possess a complete set, which could potentially fetch around 180,000 when presented to the right buyer. This trip to the provincial capital had indeed been worthwhile. "That's the spirit. From now on, you should treat me as you would Meng Liang. Do not hesitate to approach me. Of course, I shall not hold back either. My greatest passion lies in collecting antique trinkets, unlike old Meng and the others who prefer larger vessels. With the transaction settled, old Zhao's face blossomed with joy. Meng Liang could not suppress a chuckle as he remarked to Yang Fendu, "Old Zhao is absolutely right. In the future, if you come across anything of value, you should show it to him first. If the item is satisfactory, this fellow is certainly not short on funds." Old Zhao, shaking his head with a wry smile, retorted, "How could I not have money? That snuff bottle costing 180,000 nearly sent me to the hospital." Meng Liang interjected, "Oh please, that was not about money but rather your frustration at being deceived." Laughter erupted between them. "Ah, Uncle Meng and Uncle Zhao, listen to me. No need to wait. Right now, Yang Fendu possesses two exceptional items, one of which Uncle Zhao has specifically expressed interest in." At this moment, Shang Mei, unable to contain herself, interrupted the joviality with a sense of urgency. Instantly, old Zhao and old Meng grew anxious, casting puzzled glances at Yang Fendu.
Internally, Yang Fendu groaned in dismay.
He had intended to keep the items under wraps for a while longer, believing that good things would find buyers in due course. To his dismay, this woman had been too talkative. Ultimately, Yang Fendu could only manage a wry smile and nod, acknowledging the presence of two items currently stored in his vehicle. "I'll go get them," Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, eagerly following her outside. Observing their excitement, Yang Fendu was reminded of the adage, "A dog's belly cannot conceal two tails of oil." "How apartment? Here, young Master Yang, enjoy your tea," old Zhao offered, refilling Yang Fendu's cup with a smile. The three of them sipped their tea while awaiting the return of the two. In less than 5 minutes, they were back. Shang Mei maintained a relatively calm demeanor, but Meng Kaiyu could hardly conceal his excitement. Approaching Yang Fendu with fervor, he inquired, "Young Master Yang, what on earth is going on? I've only just returned to the provincial capital for a few days, and you've already acquired such remarkable treasures." "Just fortunate, that's all," Yang Fendu replied, setting down his teacup with a smile. Old Zhao, now even more intrigued, turned to Meng Kaiyu, saying, "You rascal, what treasures do you have? Hurry and reveal them so I may behold." With a mysterious smile, Meng Kaiyu carefully placed the item on the tea table. In his hands was the exquisite blue and white covered jar that Yang Fendu had recently stumbled upon. Upon sighting the jar, both old Zhao and old Meng's faces registered sheer astonishment. Old Zhao exhibited little interest in these items and thus had conducted no research on them. He turned his gaze towards Meng Liang and remarked, "Old Meng, you are the expert in this matter. Take a look." Meng Liang hastily retrieved his portable tools, donned gloves, and carefully picked up the jar, scrutinizing it inch by inch with a magnifying glass. Upon observing the distinctive mark of Shende Tang at the base, his face was alight with uncontainable excitement. This was a Qing Dynasty Daoguang period blue and white covered jar, and judging by the mark, it appeared to be from an imperial kiln. Meng Liang then directed his gaze towards Yang Fendu. Yang Fendu's expression reflected a hint of admiration. Although Meng Kaiyu's discernment was lacking, his father could certainly be deemed an expert, as you rightly pointed out. Meng Liang nodded and continued to examine the covered jar, but after a moment of evident enthusiasm, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Bringing his nose closer to the blue and white jar, he quickly addressed Yang Fendu, saying, "Fendu, something seems amiss. Why does this jar carry a strong scent of floral perfume, intertwined with a hint of paint?" Chapter 49. "I will accept whatever." Yang Fendu smiled, just about to explain, when Shang Mei had already taken the lead, speaking with a smile. "Uncle Meng, do you know how this item came to be?" This piqued the curiosity of Meng Liang and old Zhao, who promptly inquired, "How did it come about?" Noticing Yang Fendu's silence, Shang Mei decided to share the entire story behind the blue and white covered jar with the two of them, though she refrained from disclosing the price at which it was acquired. "Goodness! Yang Shao, I now wish to take you as my mentor," Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, jumping up from the sofa to clasp his fists towards Yang Fendu. Indeed, Fendu had stumbled upon a remarkable find. Official kiln porcelain from the Daoguang era is scarce, especially pieces of such exquisite quality, which I estimate could be worth around 2 million, and even more if auctioned. Old Zhao, grinning, turned to Meng Liang and remarked, "Aren't you fond of such items? Why not keep it for yourself? After all, one should not let the fertile waters flow to outsiders." However, Meng Liang shook his head, stating, "I enjoy collecting but not trading. I already possess a piece from the Daoguang era, so let us assist Fendu in finding a suitable buyer." Old Zhao immediately patted his chest, declaring, "Leave this matter to me. I can contact a reliable buyer shortly." "But didn't you mention there's another small item? Hurry, let me see it. You're building suspense for no reason." Chuckling at old Zhao's eager demeanor, Yang Fendu and the others shared a laugh. Shang Mei carefully retrieved the bird food jar from her bag and presented it to old Zhao, saying, "Uncle Zhao, take a look at this." Old Zhao disregarded all formality and snatched it from Shang Mei's hand. In the world of antiques, passing items directly from hand to hand is a significant taboo. Good heavens! A Qianlong-era blue and white figure bird food jar. Upon hearing old Zhao name the jar, Yang Fendu was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that old Zhao was indeed sincere in his passion for studying such curiosities. "Uncle Zhao, your eye for quality is commendable. Although it is from a folk kiln, the craftsmanship is exquisite," Yang Fendu responded with a smile. Old Zhao nodded, adding, "Let us not even discuss the blue and white figures. Look at how authentic the single handle of this bird food jar is." Meng Liang, observing old Zhao's expression, teased, "Old Zhao, it seems you intend to keep this item for yourself? Of course, such a fine piece, I naturally wish to retain it. As I said, one should not let the fertile waters flow to outsiders," old Zhao replied, cradling the bird food jar with affection. "Yang Shao, name your price. I will purchase it, no matter the amount." Hearing this, Yang Fendu wore a look of helplessness, not expecting old Zhao to genuinely desire to buy it. Upon realizing old Zhao's intent, Shang Mei's lips curled into a mysterious smile as she said, "Uncle Zhao, why are you in such a rush? I have another piece of news that will surely make you even happier." Old Zhao, half skeptical, gazed at Shang Mei, asking, "What could possibly be more significant than the bird food jar in my hand?" Seeing old Zhao's anxious demeanor, fearing for his health, Shang Mei quickly explained, "In fact, Yang Fendu possesses another bird food jar, which happens to be a pair with the one you hold." "A pair?" Upon hearing these words, Lao Zhao swiftly turned his gaze towards Yang Fendu, his expression one of astonishment as he inquired, "Is what this girl said true?" Yang Fendu could only nod and replied with a smile, "Shang Mei is indeed correct. I have another one, but it remains in Shihe City and I did not bring it with me." Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's of no concern. I can easily make a trip to Shihe for such an exquisite item." Observing Lao Zhao's enthusiasm, Yang Fendu refrained from overthinking the matter. Since he could not take the pair of bird feeders with him, he decided to generously bestow them upon Lao Zhao as a small favor. "Uncle Zhao, if you truly desire them, I shall give you this pair of bird feeders. As for the price, you may decide. In a typical antique trade, considering the demeanor of the other party, it would be commendable not to demand an exorbitant price." Lao Zhao clearly appeared to be a person of genuine character and was not well versed in the antique business. Hence he would not set an outrageous price. Allowing him to name a price was merely a gesture of goodwill towards Meng Liang. "Splendid!" Lao Zhao exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "If it's just one bird feeder, it wouldn't fetch much, but for a pair, that value is quite different. How about I offer you 300,000? This price for a pair of Qing dynasty bird feeders was certainly not negligible. In fact, it could fetch an even higher price at auction. Yang Fendu nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed with Uncle Zhao's proposed price, but rest assured, everything that leaves my possession is guaranteed authentic. Should you encounter any issues afterward, you can approach me directly. If it is indeed my fault, I will accept a return without hesitation and compensate you tenfold." Lao Zhao waved his hand, saying, "Such words are unnecessary. From now on, we are friends. Please refrain from speaking in such a manner. If I did not trust you, I would not be purchasing from you." After Lao Zhao finished speaking, the group raised their cups in a toast. Subsequently, Lao Zhao requested Yang Fendu's bank account number, and after a series of operations, Yang Fendu received 300,000. "Uncle Zhao, you've paid me all at once?" Yang Fendu queried. "Hee, it saves prolonging the matter. Once it's settled, we can go to Shihe together to retrieve the other one." Lao Zhao chuckled. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I gratefully accept, Yang Fendu replied. Let us not dwell on pleasantries. It's getting late. Today, thanks to your assistance, I have recovered 1,800,000 in losses. I invite you all to dinner, and I will also help you find a buyer. If possible, I believe this bottle you possess could fetch a good price. Initially intending to decline the invitation, Yang Fendu decided against it upon seeing their enthusiasm. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a high-end restaurant in the provincial capital, heading directly to the private room as per their reservation. Once the food and drinks were served, Lao Zhao instructed the server to leave. Lifting his glass, Lao Zhao glanced around at the group and cheerfully declared, "This meal serves to welcome young Master Yang and Shangmei, to express my gratitude for young Master Yang's assistance, and to hopefully foster more connections in the future. I shall drink to that, and you are all free to indulge." True to his character, he downed a cup of national liquor in one gulp, with the others following suit, save for Shangmei, who merely took a sip. As a few individuals set down their wine glasses, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, revealing a portly middle-aged man who strode in. My apologies, Director Zhao. The traffic in the provincial capital is quite congested. I'm late. Upon entering, the man wore a broad smile and clasped his hands in apology towards old Zhao. Haha, old Jean, you should have informed me of your arrival sooner. Had it not been for your need of my assistance, I fear you would have found yourself lost in the embrace of comfort. Old Zhao rose with a smile and extended his hand for a shake. Director Zhao, you jest. I genuinely have matters of importance this time. Otherwise, I would have invited you for drinks long ago, old Jean quickly replied. Very well, allow me to introduce you to my friends, old Zhao continued, proceeding to introduce Meng Liang and Yang Fendu. Old Jean, ever the affable host, promptly handed out his business cards to each. I am Jean Deshang. Those who know me affectionately call me Jean Buhuan. I enjoy drinking and making friends. Should you find yourselves in East City, feel free to give me a call. I assure you arrangements will be impeccable. Yang Fendu accepted the business card, smiling as he scrutinized Jean Deshang's appearance. A large gold chain, a Patek Philippe watch, and a tailored high-end suit, an archetypal nouveau riche. He couldn't help but recall Sun Gang, though he noted that while Sun often put on a facade, Jean Deshang was undeniably a man of considerable wealth and influence. Chapter 50. A divide as great as a mountain. After taking their seats, Jean Deshang, in a gesture of sincerity, raised his glass and poured himself a drink. Lao Zhao chuckled and remarked to the crowd, Old Jean is quite remarkable. 20 years ago, he was merely a shepherd in the village. Then, when the city of E discovered coal mines, he chiseled a few holes in the mountain and instantly made a fortune of 1 million. Ever since then, he has become enlightened. With the substantial compensation from land sales in the village, he directly contracted a coal mine, which has since grown to an impressive scale. Just a few years ago, he went to the capital and bought 10 luxury Land Rovers worth over 1 million each. Upon hearing this, Jean Deshang quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, A true hero does not dwell on past glories. Business has become quite challenging. I am merely trying to find opportunities wherever I can. Shang Mei was not particularly impressed by such upstarts, especially when he spoke, as it seemed to her he was merely boasting. However, Yang Fendu understood that E City in Meng Province was once a very impoverished place that suddenly flourished after discovering abundant underground mineral resources. It was said that at the height of its prosperity, even shepherds drove cars worth hundreds of thousands to tend to their flocks. Of course, these mineral resources are non-renewable, and E City's economy largely resembles a bubble economy. Although it has developed in a modern manner, the population remains sparse, with countless high-rises unoccupied. Authoritative media have even reported on E City being referred to as a ghost town, though it is gradually evolving into a thriving urban center. E City can undoubtedly be regarded as a new star on the prairie. Lao Zhao raised his glass again and patted Jean Deshang on the shoulder, saying, Didn't you mention wanting my help to locate an antique the other day? Jean Deshang nodded, putting down his glass. Indeed, you have no idea. I've acquired another mine, but the paperwork is stuck, and I need to go to the capital. As you know, times have changed, so I thought about procuring an antique to demonstrate our sincerity. Jean Deshang did not elaborate further, yet the others understood the implication. Certain matters need not be stated outright for them to be comprehended. Ah, you are in luck this time. I must tell you that young Master Yang currently possesses a treasure, though it comes at a steep price. However, the cost is justified, as the item is genuine and undeniably captivating at first glance. Lao Zhao said with a light chuckle, directing his words towards Jean Deshang. Jean Deshang's eyes sparkled with interest, and he eagerly turned to Yang Fendu, asking, "What kind of treasure is it, young Master Yang? Hurry and show it to us." "Don't worry, money is not an issue." Yang Fendu noticed that Jean Deshang was rather unsophisticated and likely lacked knowledge of antiques, so he refrained from elaboration and simply produced a blue and white covered jar. Jean Deshang stood up and approached, examining the jar. "Isn't this just a small pickled vegetable jar?" Upon hearing this, the others expressed their exasperation, and Lao Zhao quickly interjected, "Old Jean, please refrain from making unfounded comments. This is a genuine blue and white covered jar from the Daoguang period. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge would surely appreciate it." "Oh!" Jean Deshang set down the jar, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "I have inquired, and the individual responsible for approvals is known to have a penchant for collecting such items. Since we are friends, let us not discuss anything further. How much do I owe you?" When money was mentioned, Yang Fendu momentarily fell silent, casting a knowing glance at Meng Kaiyu, who understood immediately and smiled, saying, "Regarding the price, I am well aware. A similar item fetched 3 million at an auction in Kyoto a few years back. If Boss Jean is interested, I can part with this one for 2 million. 2 million. Jean Deshang's expression turned to one of astonishment. Noticing this, Old Zhao quietly inquired, "Old Jean, is 2 million truly beyond your means? I assure you, I am not asking for more than it is worth." Old Jean quickly waved his hand, responding, "Zhao Dong, I am not suggesting that 2 million is excessive or insufficient. In my understanding, 2 million is enough to purchase a luxury car, something tangible and visible. I simply cannot comprehend spending such a sum on a mere pickled vegetable stand." "Haha, every trade has its nuances. Were you more familiar with this field, you would not voice such sentiments. I assure you, if you choose to collect, in a few years it will undoubtedly appreciate to 3 million. Moreover, if you buy a luxury car to gift someone, do you think they would accept it?" Old Zhao's words suddenly enlightened Jean Deshang, who nodded and declared, "Understood. Then we have a deal for 2 million. After all, it merely requires a bit more coal mining. I am not one to dither." Hearing this, Yang Fendu felt a surge of happiness. 2 million was the highest estimate he had anticipated, and he was pleasantly surprised by Old Jin's decisiveness. Minutes later, the transaction was completed, and after raising a glass, Old Jin remarked, "In the future, these artifacts will certainly be indispensable. They are relatively discreet. Should any of you come across something valuable, think of me. As I said, money is not an issue. I must take my leave now. Today's meal is on me." With that, Old Jean picked up the blue and white jar and headed towards the door. "Be careful, Old Jean. This item is precious. It would be wise to find a beautiful box for it." "Absolutely. I will treat you all again when I have the chance," Old Jean replied as he exited. Wow. In just a few minutes, 2 million has been secured. This Old Jean is extraordinarily wealthy. Meng Kaiyu felt as if he were still dreaming. Old Zhao chuckled. Old Jean hails from the grasslands and is exceptionally generous. If you ever wish to sell more items, you might consider reaching out to him. Yang Fendu wore a smile as well. After deducting the 30,000 owed to Old Zhao from his trip to the provincial capital, he had netted over 220,000. Well worth it. He no longer fretted about his sister's surgical expenses and was now simply awaiting a suitable kidney donor. Everyone was jubilant, save for Meng Liang, whose expression was somewhat grave. Old Zhao, sensing his unease, inquired, "Old Meng, what troubles you? Is it that Fendu's business success displeases you?" Meng Liang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, it is the weight of Old Jin's words that pains me. To think that one must use such a valuable item as a bargaining chip for mere bureaucratic procedures is simply appalling." The others understood Meng Liang's sentiments. After all, being entrenched within the system, he could empathize with the gravity of such concerns. Old Zhao fell silent for a moment before stating, "In this vast universe, the principles of cause and effect will inevitably manifest. One must simply maintain integrity." Meng Liang remained quiet but lifted his head to congratulate Yang Fendu. saying, "You are doing well with a promising future ahead. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice." Yang Fengdou promptly raised his glass and replied earnestly, "Uncle Meng, I am all ears. In the world of antiques, one must ensure that their vision remains discerning while their heart remains pure. Never allow your eyes to grow envious while your heart turns dark." Upon finishing his words, Meng Liang tilted his head back and downed his drink. "Uncle Meng, I shall remember your words for a lifetime," Yang Fengdou declared, mirroring his gesture in a single gulp. As the atmosphere grew lively once more, Old Zhao and Meng Liang downed several more drinks until they could no longer continue, leaving the private room with their arms around each other's shoulders. Meng Kaiyu had also indulged, repeatedly stating his intention to follow Yang Fengdou in the pursuit of antiques. Today, Yang Fengdou appeared genuinely joyful, and despite his usual inexperience with alcohol, he found himself somewhat tipsy. The only sober one among them was Shang Mei, who, observing the swaying figures of the two men, furrowed her brow in displeasure and remarked, "You two have had enough. Let me escort you home." "No need," Meng Kaiyu weakly interjected, raising a hand to stop her. "I'll call a designated driver to take me home. You and young Master Yang can stay in the guest rooms above the restaurant. I've already booked accommodations for you." Chapter 51. Only one room left. Upon hearing this, Shang Mei chose to disregard the other person. At that moment, Yang Fengdou had already slumped onto the table, appearing to be in a deep slumber. "Let me call a designated driver for you," Shang Mei huffed at Meng Kaiyu. Staggering to his feet, Meng Kaiyu waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I'll have the hotel staff call one for me." Just as he finished speaking, he lost his balance and knocked over a plate on the table. Seeing this, Shang Mei had no choice but to support Meng Kaiyu, half dragging him outside. After finally getting Meng Kaiyu into the car and relaying the address to the designated driver, she wiped the sweat from her brow and turned back towards the private room. Yang Fengdou was still sprawled on the table. Taking a deep breath, Shang Mei approached him with an irritated expression and pulled him up. "What are you doing?" Yang Fengdou mumbled, dazed and disoriented. "What do you think? I'm taking you home to sleep," Shang Mei retorted sharply. However, Yang Fengdou was heavy and, having exerted herself to pull Meng Kaiyu out earlier, she now lacked the strength. Reluctantly, she called over two waitstaff to assist in getting Yang Fengdou to an upstairs guest room. Once Yang Fengdou was settled on the bed, the waitstaff handed the room card to Shang Mei and prepared to leave. "A room card?" Shang Mei asked, astonished. "Oh, your friend opened a room for you," the waitstaff replied promptly. Shang Mei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and said, "Please open another room for me." The waitstaff's expression turned slightly awkward. "I'm sorry, but the hotel is fully booked today. There are no available rooms." Shang Mei was at a loss for words. She glanced back at Yang Fengdou, who lay sprawled on the bed like a dead pig, and could only gesture to the waitstaff. After they departed, a flurry of chaotic thoughts invaded Shang Mei's mind, especially as her gaze fell upon Yang Fengdou, causing her cheeks to heat up. Shaking her head vigorously, she stormed to the bedside, her brow furrowed in concern, fearing he might suffocate face down on the bed, and she had to pull him over with considerable effort. Perhaps due to her lack of balance, she slipped and ended up collapsing atop Yang Fengdou. In that instant, she felt utterly flustered and scrambled to get up. However, when she caught sight of Yang Fengdou sleeping peacefully with his eyes closed, she found herself momentarily entranced, her lips unconsciously inching closer to his face. Just then, in the stillness of the air, Yang Fengdou suddenly opened his eyes, and their gazes locked, leaving them both frozen in shock. Yang Fengdou's mind raced as he scrambled off the bed in fright, while Shang Mei, blushing profusely, stood up and turned her back to him, attempting to tame her disheveled hair. "I'm sorry, I had a bit too much to drink earlier."
Yang Fengdou stammered, somewhat incoherently.
"And no, it's nothing. You were drunk, and I had the waitstaff carry you in. I was just about to cover you with a blanket so you could sleep." Shang Mei's voice trembled, slightly stuttering. At this point, much of the alcohol had worn off Yang Fengdou, and feeling flustered, he glanced at Shang Mei and said, "You should rest. I'll go open another room." "Don't bother. There are no more rooms left. Otherwise, do you think I would be in your room?" Shang Mei replied, her tone sharp. "Ah. Oh, then you should rest. I will look for another hotel." Yang Fendu began to turn away as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei felt a surge of anger and coldly retorted to Yang Fendu. Where do you intend to go at this hour? Besides, I am not afraid of you, so why should you be afraid of me? Am I going to eat you? Enraged, Xiang Mei's demeanor compelled Yang Fendu to remain motionless. He could only turn around with a wry smile and say, All right, then you should rest. I will make do on the sofa for the night. Humph. What else would you do? Do you wish to sleep in the bed? Xiang Mei shot him a glare and, leaving a parting remark, strode directly into the bathroom. Yang Fendu rubbed his head, feeling a sense of helplessness as he curled up on the sofa, as if he were the one in the wrong with Xiang Mei. Meanwhile, Xiang Mei hid in the bathroom, covering her face with her hands, unsure whether it was shyness or excitement that filled her. In any case, she bore no trace of anger. After more than half an hour, Xiang Mei emerged from the bathroom, only to find Yang Fendu already fast asleep on the sofa. What a fool, she muttered to herself, suddenly feeling a pang of insecurity. Was it possible that I am not pretty enough? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she tossed and turned, uncertain of when she would finally drift off to sleep. Little did she know Yang Fendu had been feigning sleep all along. Gazing at Xiang Mei, an impish thought surged within Yang Fendu, contemplating the use of his mesmerizing gaze. After all, he was merely human, not a saint. Ultimately, however, rationality triumphed. The following day, as Xiang Mei awoke and stretched luxuriously, she discovered that Yang Fendu was no longer in the room, which brought a hint of confusion to her delicate features. Hastily, she dressed and tidied up. Just as she stepped out of bed, Yang Fendu returned, carrying a cup of warm milk and a sandwich. You're awake. Get ready and enjoy a warm breakfast while it's still hot. The breakfast here is quite good, he said, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Xiang Mei to prevent any awkwardness. Xiang Mei remained silent, quickly organizing her things before approaching the sofa. As she gazed at the steaming milk on the table, a wave of simple happiness washed over her. Oh, and this. Yang Fendu hurriedly pulled an egg from his pocket. Xiang Mei was instantly amused by Yang Fendu's antics, thinking that anyone unaware might assume he had stolen the egg. Yang Fendu explained with a hint of exasperation. I couldn't hold it with both hands, so I had to put it in my pocket. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Yang Fendu opened it to find Meng Kaiyu standing there with a mischievous grin. A sense of foreboding crept into Yang Fendu's mind. This fellow was known for his audacity in speech. Upon entering, Meng Kaiyu scanned the room and noticed the unmade bed, a smirk crossing his face as he remarked, It seems you two had quite a restful night. Xiang Mei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted angrily, How dare you say such things? Why did you only book one room? Yang Fendu quickly echoed her sentiment. Yes, Meng Gu, this was indeed a thoughtless decision on your part. Meng Kaiyu, with a wry smile, explained, It wasn't my choice to book a single room. It was simply the only one left available. Xiang Mei remained visibly displeased. After finishing her milk, she coldly admonished, Meng Kaiyu, from this moment on, kindly refrain from speaking. Hurry back to Shiha. My company has a multitude of matters to attend to. With that, she seized her bag and departed the room. Once Xiang Mei had distanced herself, Meng Kaiyu suddenly wore a mysterious smile and turned to Yang Fendu, saying, What do you think, brother? This time you must deliver. If you utter another word, I will retaliate. Last night was a complete disaster, leaving me to sleep on the sofa, and now my back is still aching. Yang Fendu looked helpless and turned to exit as well. Meng Kaiyu's mind began to whirl with thoughts. Was it truly the sofa that caused his back pain? Yang, don't rush off. I have some exquisite cordyceps here, he called out while jogging after him. 3 hours later, the trio had returned to Shiha City. Xiang Mei first escorted Meng Kaiyu to his workplace to finalize his resignation, then took Yang Fendu to the hospital before finally driving back to her company. As they prepared to part ways, it seemed that both Yang Fendu and Xiang Mei had something to express. Yet despite their hesitations, neither managed to utter a single word. After shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Yang Fendu proceeded toward the hospital room, unaware that 2 pairs of eyes were watching him from a nearby white Mercedes. Chapter 52. If there's trouble, come at me. The young lady seemed to notice that Yang Fendu had just returned from the provincial capital. As soon as Yang Fendu entered the inpatient department, One of the women in the car began to speak. Mu Xiao nodded, her brows slightly furrowed, and instructed, "Investigate the two individuals accompanying Yang Fendu." Understood. After that, the vehicle started and departed from the hospital. Upon entering the ward, Yang Fendu encountered Feng Yu, who was walking out with medication. They both paused momentarily, and Yang Fendu quickly smiled at her as a form of greeting. Feng Yu appeared somewhat subdued, coolly remarking, "Your sister is doing quite well. By the way, two women just came to see her." Yang Fendu was taken aback and was about to inquire further when Feng Yu turned and left without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Fendu shook his head with a smile and walked toward his sister's hospital bed. "Where's Mom?" he asked. "She went to buy me a book." Yang Xiaoxiao replied with a mischievous grin. Yang Fendu, perplexed, asked, "What are you laughing about?" Yang Xiaoxiao scrutinized her brother and clicked her tongue, saying upon closer inspection, "My brother is indeed the type that girls find appealing." "What do you mean?" Yang Fendu, seated in a chair, was utterly bewildered. Yang Xiaoxiao continued, "Let me tell you, just now, two beautiful women came to see me, claiming to be your friends. Coincidentally, Nurse Feng Yu was there too, and perhaps due to some form of rivalry. Upon hearing that they were your friends, her expression shifted, seemingly envious. All right, what nonsense is swirling in that little head of yours? Tell me, what are the names of those two women?" Yang Fendu said helplessly. Yang Xiaoxiao pointed to the other side of the bed and replied, "They didn't mention their names, but they sent that large floral arrangement and those expensive nutritional products." Yang Fendu's gaze fell upon the nutritional items. From their packaging, it was evident that they were all high-end imports, unaffordable for an average family. At that moment, a wave of concern washed over Yang Fendu. Aside from Shang Mei and Su Man, he did not know any other women in Shihe City, especially not those who would be so lavish in their gifts. Could it be them? A sudden flash of recognition crossed his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. He turned to Yang Xiaoxiao, his expression now serious, and instructed, "Do not touch these items, and certainly do not consume anything without permission. Understood?" Seeing her brother's sudden shift in demeanor, Yang Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of anxiety and instinctively nodded. Yang Fendu then hurried to the window and dialed his mother, Yiyun. "Hello, Fendu. You're back?" Upon hearing her mother's voice, Yang Fendu's tense expression finally eased, and he replied, "I'm back, currently in the ward." Relieved to hear her son's voice, Yiyun cheerfully said, "I'm buying a book for your sister. I've just entered the hospital gate and will be up shortly." Seeing his mother indeed entering the hospital, Yang Fendu let out a sigh of relief and ended the call. However, unease still lingered in his heart, prompting him to turn to his sister for a moment before leaving the ward to head to the restroom. There, he took out Mu Xiao's pure gold business card and dialed the number inscribed upon it. "Yang Xiao, you called so soon." As soon as the call connected, a cold voice belonging to Mu Xiao pierced through the silence. Yang Fendu's expression darkened immediately. "I have made it clear that if anything happens to my family, I will ensure you live to regret it." A silence lingered for 3 seconds before Mu Xiao's voice returned. "Yang Fendu, you are overthinking."
Mu Xiao.
"Disdain using threats or kidnapping. I merely wish to purchase the sandalwood box in your possession. Of course, if you are interested, we may also become friends."
Yang Fendu,
maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "I will not sell it, and I have no interest. You will sell it, and I firmly believe you will find it intriguing." After Mu Xiao's words faded, the line fell silent. Yang Fendu gripped his phone tightly, his reflection in the mirror by the sink revealing a chilling expression. After calming himself for a few seconds, Yang Fendu splashed cold water on his face, striving to regain his composure before turning to leave the restroom. "Where did you go?" Upon seeing her son enter, Yiyun inquired with concern. "Oh, I just went to the restroom," Yang Fendu quickly replied. Yiyun nodded and then gestured for Yang Fendu to sit with her on the sofa outside. "Just now, Xiao Xiao mentioned that two girls came to see her, claiming to be your friends. I noticed that all the nutritional supplements were imported from abroad, certainly not affordable for an average family." Yang Fendu understood his mother's concern and hastily provided an explanation. "It's nothing, Mom. I just helped them look at a few items a few days ago. I didn't accept their payment. They are probably expressing their gratitude in a roundabout way. I hope it is so. Just remember what I told you, Mom." Yi Yun looked at her son with a serious expression. Yang Fendu smiled at his mother and reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. I am aware of what I am doing. Furthermore, I have some delightful news to share. My trip to the provincial capital was quite fruitful. I managed to obtain 2 items, and the money for my sister's treatment is already sufficient. We are just waiting for a suitable kidney source. As a mother, Yi Yun was naturally delighted by her son's achievements, her face radiating affection. I trust in your abilities, and regarding the kidney source, do not rush. Such matters are often serendipitous. Rest assured, Mom. I remember all your teachings. There is also something else. I encountered Gangzi in Shiha. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's face lit up with surprise as she confirmed. You mean the Gangzi who grew up with you in the village? Yes, that Gangzi. Yi Yun nodded, reflecting on Gangzi's unfortunate past. Both parents deceased, raised by his grandfather, yet later going to Shaolin Temple, correct? Precisely, replied Yang Fendu. That guy has become quite sturdy and has some skills in martial arts. I plan to bring him along in my endeavors. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun understood Yang Fendu's intention. The antique trade is fraught with complexities. Encountering unexpected situations is not uncommon. If Gangzi truly possesses skills, that would indeed be advantageous. Make your own decisions regarding your affairs, but given that you haven't seen each other for so many years, it would be prudent to exercise a bit more caution, Yi Yun said, nodding. Yang Fendu nodded earnestly. The mention of the route suddenly reminded him of the troublesome rascals, prompting him to bid farewell to his mother before leaving the hospital room. After retrieving his electric scooter from the bike shed, he hurried towards the Jubao scrap yard. Upon arriving at the entrance of the recycling station, a look of astonishment crossed Yang Fendu's face, soon replaced by a smile. The station had undergone a remarkable transformation, with all the scrap meticulously categorized and arranged, presenting an exceptionally tidy appearance. As Yang Fendu entered the yard, Lao Lu and Jensi emerged from the colored steel house to greet him. I truly did not expect that you would accomplish this in just 3 days, and so splendidly, Yang Fendu remarked with a smile. Jensi replied with a mysterious grin, Brother, this is all you're doing. I had those 10 rascals work through the night. Where are they? Yang Fendu asked, his brow furrowing. Jensi, grinning with pride, pointed to a nearby pile of scrap paper, saying, They're sleeping over there in that heap. Yang Fendu chuckled and patted Jensi on the shoulder as he walked directly towards the rascals. Chapter 53. A hidden danger. 10 ruffians lay sprawled on cardboard, deep in slumber. Bang! Before Yang Fendu could utter a word, Jensi swiftly delivered a kick to the leader of the ruffians, scolding, Wake up, you scoundrel! Did I permit you to sleep? At the sound of Wang Shingen's voice, the ruffians scrambled up from their makeshift beds, rubbing their eyes and staggering before finally finding their footing.
Gen.
We truly cannot endure this any longer. Please, spare us, the ruffian leader pleaded, still bleary-eyed, directing his entreaty towards Wang Shingen without noticing Yang Fendu. Humph! Do you not see my elder brother? Wang Shingen retorted with a cold snort. The ruffian leader jolted to attention and finally noticed Yang Fendu, whose face was adorned with a warm smile. In a panic, he fell to his knees before Yang, lamenting, Sir, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please, treat us as mere trifles and let us go. Yang Fendu regarded such individuals with disdain and turned to Wang Shingen, saying, Give them 200 yuan and let them be on their way. Wang Shingen nodded and, with a few choice curses, tossed the money to the ruffians. After expressing their utmost gratitude and bowing deeply, they hastily scrambled towards their motorcycle. In a cacophony of roaring engines, the ruffians vanished without a trace. The 3 of them entered the color steel house, where old Lu busily prepared a tub of tea for Yang Fendu. You've worked hard these past few days, old Lu. Starting tomorrow, our purchasing station will officially open, Yang Fendu remarked as he accepted the tea. Old Lu nodded vigorously, responding, All right, I'll prepare everything needed for the grand opening this afternoon. Yang Fendu then turned his gaze to Jensi, saying, I informed my mother about you staying with me. She is currently at the hospital caring for my sister, but I will take you to meet her when the opportunity arises. Jensi was momentarily taken aback, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Does Auntie still remember me? After the opening, I'll visit. I used to eat at your house nearly every day. She treated me like her own son. Hee. She has been thinking of you as well, Yang Fendu replied with a light chuckle. Jensi nodded, visibly moved, as memories of their childhood together flooded his mind. With the opening of Old Lu's purchasing station approaching, there are certain matters I need to convey to you.
Yang Fendu started.
Go ahead, Fendu, Old Lu replied earnestly. Though our profession may seem undervalued, there is much to learn here. In the future, we must collect everything that catches our eye, even the seemingly worthless items like broken bottles, cans, stones, and dilapidated furniture or artwork. In short, we must acquire everything that people wish to sell. Upon hearing this, Old Lu nodded decisively, saying, Understood, we shall transform waste into treasure. This place will indeed become a treasure trove. Yang Fendu smiled and affirmed, Precisely, that is the essence of our endeavor. Just then, Yang Fendu's phone rang, and upon answering, he heard the voice of Meng Kaiyu. Young Master Yang, my resignation procedures are all finalized. From now on, I am no longer part of the system. I am entirely free. Yang Fendu chuckled lightly. Congratulations, Brother Meng. Where are you? I am coming to find you. Just now Lao Zhao called. He has already arrived at Shihe and is anxious to collect another birdseed can. Meng Kaiyu, shifting the topic, inquired. I did not expect Lao Zhao to be so impatient. Yang Fendu could only respond with a smile. Let us meet at the hospital entrance in half an hour. After ending the call, Yang Fendu turned to Wang Shingen and said, This period will surely be busy here. Please assist Lao Lu for a while. Once everything is in order, I will take you on to other matters. Wang Shingen nodded. Don't worry, big brother. With me here, nothing will go amiss. Leaving the acquisition station, Yang Fendu rode his electric bike towards the hospital. Upon his arrival, he noticed Meng Kaiyu's vehicle already parked at the entrance. He hurriedly secured his bike and got into Meng Kaiyu's car. Brother Meng, you certainly processed your resignation swiftly. After settling into the car, Yang Fendu remarked. Meng Kaiyu replied with a mysterious smile. Actually, I submitted my application before returning to the provincial capital. Once the old man nodded in agreement, he spoke on my behalf to the Shihe side, and the leadership promptly signed off on my release. Yang Fendu chuckled. Working within the system, especially as a team leader, during such a pivotal career phase, leaving so abruptly seems rather risky. However, Meng Kaiyu shook his head. Yang Xiao, you are unaware of the burdens I bear. Within the system, it is all about the old man's wishes while I yearn for a bit of freedom. Particularly, I have a passion for antiques, and meeting you feels like discovering a kindred spirit. Henceforth, we shall join forces. Appreciating Meng Kaiyu's candor, Yang Fendu readily agreed. Very well, let us unite our strengths, striving for a day when our footprints will be found around the globe. Haha, indeed. We must ensure that all the treasures plundered abroad return to us. Meng Kaiyu echoed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu's lips curled into a confident smile. He was certain of his success. Brother Meng, please wait for me by the roadside. The alley is inaccessible for vehicles. I will retrieve my things and join you shortly. After parking outside Yang Fendu's residence, he uttered this and hopped out, making his way into the alley. Once home, Yang Fendu retrieved the birdseed can, casting a glance at the sandalwood box, his mind momentarily flashing to Mu Zhao's visage. This situation is bound to become a liability. I must find a way to extricate myself from this woman promptly. 10 minutes later, returning to the car, he declared, Let us go deliver the items to Lao Zhao. All right, Meng Kaiyu nodded, starting the vehicle as they headed towards the West River City Hotel. In room 666 of the West River City Hotel, Lao Zhao caressed the birdseed can in his hands, his face alight with excitement. It is truly exquisite. I must boast about it to my friends upon my return. Observing Lao Zhao's exhilaration, Yang Fendu couldn't help but smile. This birdseed can is indeed a masterpiece. To be honest, had I not been in urgent need of funds, I would never have parted with it. Upon hearing this, old Zhao hurriedly cradled the birdseed jar in his arms, anxiously exclaiming, You must not go back on your word, Fan. Ha ha. Meng Kaiyu, witnessing this, burst into laughter and remarked, Uncle Zhao, can't you see that young Master Yang is merely teasing you? Old Zhao cast a cautious glance at Yang Fondo and replied, You scared me. I thought you might actually reconsider. Yang Fondo, chuckling, waved his hand dismissively and said, Uncle Zhao, since I have already shared the goods with you, it would be unreasonable to ask for them back. Now that you are in Shiha, allow me to treat you to a meal. Old Zhao shook his head after glancing at the two, saying, Let us skip the meal. I have many matters to attend to back in the provincial capital. I will return to my lodging now, and next time I have the opportunity to visit the provincial capital, I shall treat you. Yang Fondo discerned immediately that old Zhao was being disingenuous. He was likely genuinely concerned about a potential change of heart. An hour later, after seeing old Zhao off, Meng Kaiyu turned to Yang Fondo with a serious expression and said, Young Master Yang, it is time for us to attend to business. Initially, I plan to rent a shop on Antique Street, but there are no available spaces there. Perhaps we should consider renting a storefront elsewhere to get the shop up and running. Upon hearing this, Yang Fondo shook his head with a smile, saying, The Ferry Bridge Antique Market is the most suitable location. It enjoys the greatest foot traffic. Therefore, if we are to open a shop, it must be within the market. However, I have made inquiries, and no one seems willing to relinquish their shops. A hint of concern crossed Meng Kaiyu's face. Yang Fondo, maintaining a smile, reassured him, I have contemplated this matter, and it won't be long before we secure a shop. Moreover, isn't Shangmei interested in investing as well? Let us give her a call. We can discuss this over tea. As Yang Fondo mentioned Shangmei, a sly grin appeared on Meng Kaiyu's face. Chapter 54. You truly are a scoundrel. Upon witnessing Meng Kaiyu's insidious smile, Yang Fendu wore an expression of exasperation. Meng Xiao, could you possibly entertain fewer absurd notions? I merely believe that the matter has already been communicated. Do you honestly think she would consent if we were to cast her aside? Indeed, as Meng Kaiyu recalled Shang Mei's fiery demeanor, he hastily nodded in agreement. I cannot afford to provoke that woman. If I were to abandon her midway, I would certainly fear for my life. While speaking, Meng Kaiyu had already retrieved his phone to dial Shang Mei. To his astonishment, her phone was switched off. After a moment, he gestured to Yang Fendu, indicating, Let us proceed to the tea house. We can sip tea while attempting to reach her. Without further deliberation,
Yang Fendu koncuret.
Half an hour later, the two found themselves seated in a private room of the tea house, a pot of Longjing tea and several plates of snacks before them. However, both wore grave expressions, having made over 10 calls to Shang Mei, all met with a deadline. This is rather peculiar. She seldom turns off her phone. What could be the matter today? Meng Kaiyu remarked, furrowing his brow. Yang Fendu urged, Aren't you childhood friends? Why not call her family and inquire? Right, how could I forget? Meng Kaiyu smacked his forehead and promptly dialed Shang Mei's father. Uncle Shang, it's Xiao Yu. Is Shang Mei with you? I cannot reach her by phone, he exclaimed once the call connected. Xiao Yu, there have been some issues at the company. Xiao Mei is currently at work, Uncle Shang replied. What kind of issues? Meng Kaiyu pressed. Cannot be explained in just a few words. Our family is experiencing significant client losses. And Xiao Yu, I must say, you are both no longer children. You cannot be as close as you once were. Shang Mei is in contact with Wang Hai from the Wang family. If all goes well, our families are set to unite. It's not advisable for you to constantly seek out Shang Mei. It may adversely affect her, Uncle Shang concluded. Meng Kaiyu, taken aback by this revelation, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had not anticipated Uncle Shang's stance and intended to offer an explanation, but the call was abruptly ended. What is happening? He muttered in disbelief, tossing his phone aside. What's wrong? Yang Fendu inquired, noticing the shift in Meng Kaiyu's demeanor. After taking a substantial sip of tea to regain his composure, Meng Kaiyu replied, I truly do not comprehend when Uncle Shang transformed into this person, advising me to refrain from contacting Shang Mei, claiming she is in a relationship with Wang Hai. What does that have to do with me? Yang Fendu, somewhat taken aback, understood that the two families had historically maintained a close relationship, and it was indeed unusual for an elder to express such sentiments. Meng Kaiyu's irritation was entirely reasonable. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. He pressed on, You mentioned earlier that something has happened at Shang Mei's company. What exactly is going on? Client losses have severely impacted the business. What else could there be? Meng Kaiyu replied heatedly. Yang Fendu took a sip of tea, becoming increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Perhaps you should call her company to see if she is there? Though Meng Kaiyu felt a twinge of displeasure, the bond forged over many years of friendship with Xiang Mei compelled him to ultimately pick up the phone. Yang Fendu, burdened with his own thoughts, took a sip of tea. Approximately a minute later, Meng Kaiyu hung up, an unusual expression flickering across his face as he remarked, "Yang Xiao, this situation seems rather amiss." Her secretary mentioned that after the meeting at the company, Xiang Mei went to find Wang Hai. Having previously encountered Wang Hai and being aware of his character, Yang Fendu urgently said to Meng Kaiyu, "Brother Meng, with your extensive network, could you investigate where Wang Hai and Xiang Mei have gone? I have an unsettling feeling." Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu swiftly began to reach out, as he was quite adept at locating individuals. Indeed, within 5 minutes, he had uncovered Xiang Mei's whereabouts. "Yang Xiao, Xiang Mei has gone to the Mingdu Club. Let us go." Without hesitation, Yang Fendu stood and headed towards the exit. The Mingdu Club, a renowned establishment in Shihe City, was the venue in question. In one of the private rooms sat a man and a woman, Xiang Mei and Wang Hai. Xiang Mei's face was etched with coldness as she declared, "You must be dreaming. Do not indulge in foolish fantasies. Mark my words. One day I will ensure that the Wang family pays a price." Wang Hai's expression darkened as he retorted, "Xiang Mei, I have already spoken my fair share of kind words. Don't think I am unaware. You spent a night in the provincial city with that poor boy, Yang Fendu. You were stalking me?" Xiang Mei's demeanor turned icy. Wang Hai let out a chilling laugh. "You underestimate me greatly. I have friends everywhere. Should you agree to marry me, I will overlook everything, and I will also spare the Xiang family. Otherwise, prepare for the downfall of your corporation." Xiang Mei's countenance hardened. She stood up, pointing an accusing finger at him. "Wang Hai, you are truly despicable. Not only do you covet the Xiang family's business, but you also hire people to harass my friends. You will eventually face retribution." With a sudden shift, Wang Hai's expression soured, and he slapped Xiang Mei across the face, snarling, "You insolent woman! If I do not subdue you properly today, I am not Wang Hai." With that, he lunged at her like a ravenous wolf. Despite Xiang Mei's desperate struggles and cries for help, it was to no avail. In an instant, she found herself pinned to the sofa. In a critical moment, the door to the private room was kicked open, revealing Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendu. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Fendu's expression transformed, and he seized Wang Hai, delivering a powerful punch to his jaw. At that moment, Xiang Mei could no longer contain herself, collapsing into Yang Fendu's arms in tears, releasing all her pent-up grievances and fear. Seeing this, Meng Kaiyu's face darkened as he approached and delivered a flurry of slaps to Wang Hai's face. Watching Xiang Mei weep in his embrace, Yang Fendu felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted her back, whispering, "Do not cry. It is all over now." Moments ago, she found herself teetering on the brink of despair, when unexpectedly, Yang Fendu appeared as if descending from the heavens. In that instant, her heart brimmed with gratitude and admiration for him. Xiang Mei slowly extricated herself from his embrace, and Yang Fendu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the torn fabric of her garment. Both were momentarily taken aback, and Xiang Mei hastily tugged at her attire. Yang Fendu then turned and removed his jacket, offering it to her. "Meng Gu, that will suffice," he softly remarked, directing his attention to Meng Kaiyu, who was perched upon Wang Hai. "Damn it, if it weren't for young Master Yang's presence, I would have relished the opportunity to teach you a lesson." Meng Kaiyu, being childhood friends with Xiang Mei, was immediately engulfed in fury upon witnessing the scene. Yang Fendu's gaze shifted to Wang Hai, whose face was swollen like that of a pig, blood smeared across his visage, presenting a most disheveled appearance. "I have yet to settle the score with you regarding the trouble you've caused me, and you dare engage in such despicable antics? Do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" Chapter 55. "Leave it to me." Wang Hai, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose from the ground and shouted defiantly, "How dare you, you shameless scoundrels! Just you wait. I will not let you off the hook. One more word, and I swear I will take your life." Meng Kaiyu bellowed, "Don't think you can intimidate me, old man. Even if you capture me, I won't be afraid."
Wang Hai Vito,
igniting Meng Kaiyu's fury once more. Just as he was about to strike, Yang Fendu restrained him, declaring, Wang Hai, you will pay for what you've done today. Humph, we shall see. Wang Hai spat, turning and fleeing toward the exit. Meng Kaiyu looked perplexed. Yang, why bother with someone like him? He should be dealt with decisively. Yang Fendu shook his head. It may be easy to handle him, but that would be utterly uninteresting. I want the entire Wang family to bear the consequences of this incident. Meng Kaiyu sighed. Let us not escalate this further. Even if the family learns of it, they would rather side with Wang Hai. All they care about now is the company. At that moment, Shang Mei had regained some composure and addressed Meng Kaiyu. Thank you both for today. I'll go change my clothes now. You can wait for me at the tea house.
Sheng Mei's calm demeanor was unsettling.
After speaking, she exited the private room, prompting Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendu to exchange glances before hastily following her. Once they confirmed that Shang Mei was unharmed, they drove to the tea house. Meng, gather some information and details about the Wang family. This matter is far from over. Yang Fendu stated gravely upon their return to the tea house. Understood, Meng Kaiyu nodded eagerly. While they conversed, Shang Mei had already arrived at the private room. She had changed into a new outfit, her expression serene as she sat opposite them, raising a cup of tea to say, Let this tea serve as a toast. Thank you both. Yang Fendu, observing her demeanor, replied earnestly, Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Indeed, who dares to bully my childhood friend Meng Kaiyu? Wang Hai is courting death, Meng Kaiyu chimed in. A flicker of gratitude crossed Shang Mei's face, but it quickly turned bittersweet as she shook her head. It's futile. In the eyes of my family and the Wang family, I am already betrothed to Wang Hai. No amount of resistance will change that. I only wish to protect the Shang group. I have invested my heart and soul into it over the years. What on earth? Sheng Mei, are you truly considering marrying such a scoundrel? Meng Kaiyu exclaimed in shock. Shang Mei's gaze shifted to Yang Fendu, and with a hint of resignation, she asked, Who else could I possibly marry? Yang Fendu deliberately averted his gaze, fiddling with a tea ornament on the table, and remarked, You will eventually meet someone who truly appreciates you. An oppressive silence fell over the room, leaving even the usually jovial Meng Kaiyu at a loss for words. To alleviate the awkwardness, Meng Kaiyu eventually shifted the topic, addressing Shang Mei. Actually, the reason I sought you out today is to inform you that I have resigned and plan to collaborate with Yang Xiao in the antique business. Did you not mention wanting to invest as well? I wanted to hear your thoughts. Shang Mei smiled wryly and shook her head. I was merely joking with you before. Now, the affairs of the company are already overwhelming me, and I truly lack the time. However, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. This response took both of them by surprise. Nevertheless, Yang Fendu nodded in agreement, saying, All right, since you have made your decision, we shall not insist. After all, whether we work together or not is merely a matter of semantics. Shang Mei still harbored a hope that Yang Fendu would persuade her to stay, but she did not anticipate such an outcome. After a moment of calm contemplation, she nodded and said, Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have received several calls from home. Without waiting for further conversation, Shang Mei rose and exited the private room. Meng Kaiyu appeared taken aback, exclaiming, This is not like Shang Mei at all. Yang Fendu, understanding the underlying reasons, chose not to voice them and simply remarked, Meng Gu, please prepare the necessary paperwork for the store. Once we have a location, we can officially open. Meng Kaiyu nodded vigorously, Certainly, I will handle these matters. You will oversee the inventory, and I shall manage all the miscellaneous tasks. He then added, By the way, I have opened a second-hand goods recycling station. We are launching tomorrow at 10 in the morning. If you are free, do come and show your support. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu's expression turned to one of astonishment. What? Yang Xiao, that seems rather inconsiderate of you to exclude me from this venture. Yang Fenda chuckled. At that time you hadn't resigned yet. Besides, it's just a recycling station, and your status does not align. Meng Kaiyu, however, was not swayed. I am now on par with you. But I shall not dwell on it. After all, we are destined for greater enterprises. I will certainly bring a grand gift to your opening ceremony. Once everything was settled, the two departed the tea house. Meng Kaiyu saw Yang Fendu to the hospital before taking his leave, while Yang Fendu proceeded directly to the ward. Meanwhile, on a different note, ever since Wu Tian and Li Jun returned, they had been simmering with frustration. Particularly for Li Jun, although his demeanor remained inscrutable, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yang Fendu. At that moment, he was conversing in the inner hall of Jun Lietang, questioning Wang Wu, "Is there a particular stage in your process that went awry?" The individual known as Wang Wu, with a sharp face and rat-like eyes, immediately changed his expression upon hearing Li Jun's inquiry. "Are you implying doubt in our capabilities, Li Boss? I would never presume. It's just that the snuff bottle was valued at 180,000, and now it has been discovered. This loss is quite substantial for me." Li Jun waved his hand dismissively. While Wang Wu was not a significant figure, he was a conduit to the true power players. Over the years, many of the replicas Li Jun had dealt with were sourced from the influential individuals behind Wang Wu. He certainly did not wish to sever his own financial avenues. Wang Wu's small eyes flickered momentarily as he smirked. "I have indeed heard about the snuff bottle incident. It seems that Boss Li has not suffered any losses, and in fact has profited by 20,000. If we are to speak of losses, it is undoubtedly Wu Tian, that fool."
Li Jun paused.
A hint of awkwardness in his smile as he replied, "While that may be true, it does tarnish my reputation, and I have inadvertently acquired another adversary. I came here today to inquire about the background of the individual who identified the counterfeit." Wang Wu's expression shifted as he questioned, "What do you mean?" Li Jun hastily explained, "His name is Yang Fendu, a rather brash young man, yet his discerning eye is remarkably sharp. I have witnessed it several times."
Yang Fendu?
Wang Wu's demeanor changed slightly as he urged, "Gather any additional information and contact me immediately. Second Master places great importance on this matter and is quite intrigued by this Yang Fendu. Rest assured, I will call you as soon as I have news." Chapter 56. A setback in the gutter. Wang Wu disregarded Li Jun, donned his cap, raised his collar, and departed from the shop. Just as Li Jun was about to retreat to the inner room, he spotted Wu Tian hurrying towards him. "Boss Li, I have made a new discovery," Wu Tian exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Li Jun's expression turned cold as he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then spoke in a low voice, "What are you lingering for? Hurry inside, and remember not to move about so frequently during the day." Wu Tian nodded vigorously, appreciating Boss Li's meticulousness. Li Jun settled onto the sofa, maintaining a serious demeanor. "Speak. What clue have you uncovered now?" After losing 1,000,000 without any return, Wu Tian's anger festered within him, wishing to tear Yang Fendu to shreds. While he was racking his brain for a way to deal with Yang, his cousin Wu Lauer unexpectedly provided him with extremely valuable information. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to find Li Jun, hoping to use this opportunity to settle the score with Yang. After deliberating briefly, Wu Tian grinned slyly and said to Li Jun, "I just received word that Yang Fendu has angered young Master Wang of the Wang Group due to his ambiguous relationship with Shang Mei. Young Master Wang is now seeking someone to deal with Yang Fendu. This is our best chance for revenge, and we 1T even need to intervene personally. Wang Hai." Li Jun's face mirrored a sly grin upon hearing this. Seeing Li Jun's expression, Wu Tian recognized the opportunity and nodded eagerly. "Yes, I know you have a good relationship with Wang Hai. I believe we can completely utilize someone else's hand to deal with Yang Fendu. However," Li Jun shook his head, stating, "This matter has already passed. I can only blame myself for my oversight. There is no need to escalate it further." Wu Tian's heart sank, and he pleaded, "Boss Li, you must not think that way. I have lost 1,000,000 in vain and am seething with anger. You must help me with this. What's in it for me?" Li Jun's expression darkened. "You surely understand how much the snuff bottle incident has tarnished my reputation." Wu Tian's mind raced as he grasped Li Jun's intent, thinking to himself that this scoundrel, having already benefited, still had the audacity to speak thus. However, he quickly realized that without Li Jun's assistance, he lacked the strength to confront Yang Fendu. Resolutely, he declared, "Boss Li, if you help me deal with Yang Fendu, you may freely select any item from my shop." Li Jun regarded Wu Tian with curiosity and smiled. "Are you sincere in this offer?" "Absolutely. Very well. In light of your earnestness, I shall reach out to young Master Wang. After all, we share a good rapport, and that lad is quite reckless. If he truly manages to handle Yang Fendu, we can rest easy." With the prospect of gain, Li Jun's demeanor transformed entirely. After the deal was struck, Wu Tian returned to his shop, yet his heart remained unsettled, feeling as though he was losing from both ends. Boss Wu, I have just learned of an important piece of information. Just as Wu Tian sought an outlet for his frustration, Sun Gang appeared unannounced. Can you keep your voice down? Are you seeking death? Wu Tian, with a displeased expression, cursed aloud. Upon witnessing this, Sun Gang cautiously approached, lowering his head and standing still. Wu Tian glanced at him coldly and inquired, "Have you prepared the 500,000? Sun Gang hurriedly nodded, saying, "I've already transferred it to your card." Sun Gang bore half the responsibility for Yang Fendu's predicament, which compelled Wu Tian to demand the sum from him. Only then did Wu Tian's expression soften as he asked, "Have there been any new leads?" Seeing this, Sun Gang quickly sat down across from Wu Tian and whispered, "That scoundrel Yang Fendu has partnered with a scrap dealer to open a recycling station. Reliable information suggests they will hold an opening ceremony tomorrow. He is merely a scrap collector, destined to associate with nothing but refuse." Wu Tian gritted his teeth. Sun Gang promptly agreed, "Indeed, but this presents a splendid opportunity. You could send air to deal with Yang Fendu. It would serve as a release of pent-up frustration." Wu Tian pondered momentarily, realizing that Li Jun was too cunning to rely solely upon him. He nodded decisively, "Absolutely, you and air should go tomorrow. Make sure Yang Fendu spends a year bedridden." Sun Gang was momentarily taken aback, his face displaying reluctance as he questioned, "Am I going as well?" Wu Tian's expression darkened. "What a foolish question. Did you not instigate this situation? Besides, I'm sending air along. What are you afraid of?" Noticing Wu Tian's displeasure, Sun Gang could only muster the courage to nod and said, "Fine, I will go with air tomorrow. But if anything happens, you must not abandon me." "I understand. Now hurry and prepare," Wu Tian urged. "Yes, yes." Sun Gang quickly nodded and departed from Jichuan Pavilion. "What an idiot! Causing me so much trouble," Wu Tian muttered, lifting his cup to take a large gulp of tea. It's scalding." Yang Fendu spent over 2 hours at the hospital with his sister and left for home only when night fell. With the opening of the Jujia Antique Recycling Station the next day, he anticipated a busy schedule and went straight to bed to rest upon returning home. However, one individual found sleep elusive: Li Jun. After receiving news from Wu Tian, he arranged to meet Wang Hai at the Mingdu Club. Upon seeing Wang Hai's condition, a hint of surprise crossed his face as he expressed concern. "Young Master Wang, what happened to you?" "Damn it, I had a mishap. Let us not discuss that. Why did you seek me out so late?" Wang Hai replied curtly, waving his hand. Li Jun hesitated before tentatively stating, "I heard you're planning to get engaged to Shang Mei of the Shang Group, but recently I've come across some unsettling rumors about her. I'm uncertain whether to share them with you." Wang Hai's expression shifted. "What rumors? Come now, old Li, after all these years, you still wish to play games with me?" No. Li Jun quickly retorted, "It's just that they are rather unflattering. It's said that Shang Mei has been getting close to someone named Yang Fendu, and they even spent a night together in the provincial capital." Upon hearing this, Wang Hai's demeanor darkened and he coldly snorted, "I am aware of this matter. I will deal with that scoundrel Yang Fendu sooner or later. What truly concerns men are matters such as these." Observing the change in Wang Hai's expression, Li Jun had already formed a plan in his mind. With a sly smile, he remarked, "If you ask me, with your qualifications, what kind of woman could you possibly not attract? At this point, they are likely all withered flowers and fallen leaves. Who could possibly be worthy of you?" Wang Hai let out a sardonic chuckle and replied, "Do you think I am interested in this woman? Let me clarify. My focus is on the Shang Group. Once I have secured both this woman and the Shang Group, I shall deal with that scoundrel Yang Fendu." I cannot swallow this insult. Li Jun had nearly confirmed that Wang Hai harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yang Fendu. He hurriedly added, "In fact, there are numerous ways to acquire the Shang Group. I assure you, Shang Mei will willingly fall into your embrace." Upon hearing this, Wang Hai's eyes sparkled with interest. "So you do have a plan," he urged. "Do share it. If it is feasible, I assure you, you shall not be left wanting." Li Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Young Master Wang, please do not say such things. As long as you are willing to continue collaborating with me, I will be more than content." Leave this trifling matter to me. Now, do share your idea. Wang Hai's expression indicated his impatience. Chapter 57. The rascals cause more trouble upon witnessing the scene. Li Jun seated himself beside Wang Hai and quietly revealed his plan. After listening, Wang Hai's face lit up with excitement. Boss Wang, you are indeed clever. Let us proceed as you suggested. We shall retrieve your batch of goods first thing tomorrow. I can hardly contain my eagerness, he exclaimed. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles and raised their glasses of red wine in a toast. The following day, after Yang Fendu had prepared himself, he rode his electric scooter to the Jubao second-hand goods collection station. Upon his arrival, he found Lao Lu and Jensi already hard at work. A grand red inflatable arch had been set up at the entrance. The ground was lined with 1,000 firecrackers, and a sign draped in red silk awaited Yang Fendu's personal unveiling. It appears you are all well prepared, Yang Fendu remarked, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. Jensi scratched his head, saying, this was all Lao Lu's idea. We began preparations yesterday afternoon and worked late into the night, so we decided to rest here for a while. Now we are just waiting for you to unveil the sign, brother. Well done, Yang Fendu said appreciatively, patting Wang Shingen on the shoulder. The unveiling was scheduled for 9:58 a.m. As there was still ample time, Yang Fendu invited the two to join him for a bowl of wontons outside. Upon their return, they noticed a vehicle had already entered the courtyard. Young Master Yang, your location is indeed hard to find, but this place is quite expansive. The newcomer was Meng Kaiyu, who stepped out of the car with a beaming smile as he approached Yang Fendu. Welcome, Brother Meng. Your presence is greatly appreciated, Yang Fendu responded, smiling as he walked over with his companions. May this venture be prosperous. Please accept this token of goodwill. Too kind, Yang Fendu replied with a grin. It would be inauspicious to come empty-handed. Since Meng Kaiyu had insisted, Yang Fendu could not refuse. He gestured to Wang Shingen, who hurried forward to accept the red envelope with both hands. Perhaps due to his previous profession, Meng Kaiyu scrutinized Wang Shingen, then furrowed his brow and inquired, Wang Shingen, what are you doing here? Wang Shingen glanced at Meng Kaiyu, lowering his head in trepidation as he stammered, Meng Xiao. Yang Fendu discerned the underlying tension and motioned for Meng Kaiyu to step aside with him. Now I understand why you were asking about a ruffian. It seems you've taken him in. You misunderstand, Brother Meng. I grew up with Jensi, we are like brothers. I recently encountered him again, and I could not allow him to continue down a dark path. He has potential and can assist us in the future, Yang Fendu quickly explained in a hushed tone. Young Master Yang, you have shown great kindness. I hope he truly repents. Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. At that moment, another vehicle entered the courtyard, and this time it was none other than Shang Mei, having received the news from Meng Kaiyu. After a day of recovery, Shang Mei had fully regained her composure, her expression revealing no trace of her previous turmoil. Indeed, a quiet person can achieve great things. I can hardly believe you managed to establish such a large second-hand goods collection station right under our noses.
Shang Mei gazet et Yang Fendu,
handing him a large red envelope with a smile. Yang Fendu accepted the envelope and replied cheerfully, this is quite fortuitous, as I partnered with the neighbors in the courtyard. I still have to collaborate with Meng Xiao. Where would I find the time? Then why didn't you inform me of such a significant event? Are you afraid I might impose on you? Shang Mei retorted with a hint of annoyance.
Yang Fendu,
feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled, you seemed to be in a bad mood yesterday, so I didn't dare mention it. Shang Mei shot him an exasperated glance and said with a sigh, fine, I won't hold it against you this time. As the three conversed jovially, a multitude of tricycle vendors suddenly appeared outside. Old Lu, upon seeing them, hurried out to greet them. These individuals were all scrap collectors, and Old Lu had notified nearly all of them, hoping they would bring their recyclables to this location in the future. Before long, the spacious courtyard was filled with people. Noticing that the time was nearly upon them, Yang Fendu raised his voice and declared, the time has come. Let us commence. Instantly, everyone began to move toward the entrance. I shall not say much, merely expressing my gratitude to all for your support. In the future, feel free to bring any items to Jubao. Our prices will always be fair, he continued. Following his words, a wave of applause erupted, and he formally announced, "The Jubao second-hand goods acquisition station is now officially open." With the sound of firecrackers crackling, Wang Shengzhen lit the fireworks, and amidst the cacophony and applause, Yang Fengdu pulled down the red silk from the plaque. "Jubao second-hand goods acquisition station," he mused, glancing at the inscription, unable to suppress a smile directed at Xiang Mei. Once the plaque unveiling concluded, the crowd followed into the courtyard. Old Lu, brimming with excitement, announced, "Today at noon, I will host a banquet at Manxiang Yuan. Importantly, no one needs to contribute money. Just enjoy the food and drinks." Cheers erupted as everyone clapped enthusiastically. "How come none of you informed us about such a significant event?" one of the men inquired amidst the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the festivities, and more than 20 ruffians surged in, causing the scrap collectors to retreat in fear. Yang Fengdu focused his gaze and recognized them as the same troublemakers he had dealt with previously. Indeed, a leopard cannot change its spots. Before Yang Fengdu could respond, Wang Shengzhen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the group. "It seems you haven't had your fill yesterday," he challenged. Upon hearing this, the leader of the thugs appeared slightly anxious, but quickly regained his composure, sneering, "You think today is about me seeking you out?" As his words hung in the air, another group entered through the main door, led by Sun Gang and Wu Lao Er. A flicker of amusement crossed Yang Fengdu's lips at the sight of them. Noticing this, Meng Kaiyu suddenly seemed to recall something, addressing Yang Fengdu, "Young Master Yang, it appears your invitation to the opening ceremony was not as straightforward as it seemed." Yang Fengdu nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is time to tidy up these minor nuisances. They are as bothersome as flies." "What are you talking about?" With a curious furrow of her brow, Xiang Mei looked on. The two exchanged a knowing smile, yet remained silent, while Meng Kaiyu retrieved his phone to make a call. "Yang Fengdu, you truly are worthless, always associating with the dregs." Sun Gang derided, his focus solely on Yang Fengdu. "Humph! Why waste breath on him? Either cough up 1,000,000 or I shall break your legs." Wu Lao Er echoed with a cold snort. "Are you seeking death?" Wang Shengzhen stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding upon hearing their words. "You traitor, Wang Shengzhen! How dare you betray me? You are the one courting death." Wu Lao Er shouted in anger as he lunged at Wang Shengzhen with a baseball bat. Bang! To everyone's surprise, Wang Shengzhen sent Wu Lao Er flying 3 meters away with a single kick. Sun Gang's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to rally his men, but Wang Shengzhen delivered another swift kick. Thud! Sun Gang collapsed to his knees. Just as Wang Shengzhen was about to strike again, Yang Fengdu intervened, calling him to halt. It was then that Meng Kaiyu emerged from the crowd. "Do you two treat me as if I were invisible?" Meng, Captain. Wu Lao Er and Sun Gang were taken aback upon seeing Meng Kaiyu. Chapter 58. The thief unwittingly confesses. Meng Kaiyu cast a cold glance at the two individuals before him and remarked, "It appears that I truly cannot grant you the benefit of the doubt." Wu Lao, with a quick turn of his eyes, hurriedly replied, "Captain Meng, we genuinely had no idea you were here. Otherwise, even with a few more ounces of courage, we wouldn't have dared to show ourselves. Indeed, we acknowledge our mistakes." Sun Gang chimed in earnestly. Yang Fengdu observed their demeanor and chuckled. "The saying a dog cannot change its nature perfectly encapsulates individuals like you. Did you truly believe that Yang Fengdu, would simply disregard your presence?" Upon hearing Yang Fengdu's voice, Wu Lao fell momentarily silent, but Sun Gang, with a face flushed with anger, retorted, "Yang Fengdu, if it weren't for your thievery of my copper coins, would you even be in this position today?" At this, a smile spread across Yang Fengdu's face as he responded, "Ah, the thief inadvertently confesses. While others may be oblivious to the matter of the copper coins, I, Yang Fengdu, am fully aware. Since you've brought it up, why don't you elaborate on the origins of your copper coins? Furthermore, what evidence do you possess to claim that my coins are yours?" Sun Gang's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the gravity of his predicament. The copper coins had been unearthed from the ground, and according to regulations, he was obligated to surrender them. However, he had wrongfully claimed them as his own. Should this situation escalate, the consequences would be dire. Noticing Sun Gang's silence, Yang Fengdu turned his gaze to Wu Lao and coldly stated, You have repeatedly sought to trouble me, and I have remained indifferent. Yet, it seems you have not learned your lesson. Perhaps you should find another venue to explain your actions. No sooner had Yang Fendu spoken than the blaring of police sirens echoed outside, followed by the arrival of dozens of uniformed officers who swiftly surrounded the courtyard. Wu Lar and Sun Gang were utterly panicked, while the remaining ruffians cowered in fear, clutching their heads and crouching on the ground. Meng Kaiyu exchanged a few hushed words with one of the leading officers, after which Sun Gang and Wu Lar were apprehended, and the remaining delinquents were escorted away. You, young man, did not even bother to inform us of your resignation. If you strike it rich in the future, do remember your brothers who stood by you through thick and thin. A uniformed officer jested as everything was being wrapped up. Rest assured, Brother Lu. However, I am merely at the beginning of my journey. When the time comes, I shall certainly treat everyone to drinks. Meng Kaiyu replied with a smile. Very well. You attend to your business. I shall return to interrogate them. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me, the officer said, gesturing for his team to disperse. All is well now and it's getting late. Let us head to Mangxianjuan. I shall treat everyone to a meal, old Lu announced cheerfully to the group. Yang Fendu exchanged a few words with Wang Shingen, who quickly followed old Lu and the others as they departed, leaving Yang Fendu and his two companions alone in the courtyard. Shang Mei gazed at Yang Fendu, her face reflecting a newfound understanding, and addressed her companions. Yang Fendu, you must have anticipated that trouble was on the horizon, did you not? With a light chuckle, Yang Fendu nodded and replied, I suppose so. Otherwise, why would I be hosting a grand opening for such a shabby recycling station? I had a hunch that if Wu Tian and Li Jun were aware of this affair, they would certainly cause a ruckus. I never imagined that Wu Lar and Sun Gang would actually show up. Shang Mei could not help but give a thumbs up to Yang Fendu, exclaiming, you truly are impressive. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu could hardly contain himself and quickly remarked, this is the first time I've heard you praise someone of the opposite sex. Shang Demei knew. Move aside. The exchange elicited a shared smile between the two, embodying Shang Mei's true character. Yang Fendu felt a sense of relief at her demeanor. Yang Xiao, do you plan to warn and teach a lesson to Wu Lao Er and Sun Gang, or do you intend to let them languish in there for a few years? Returning to the matter at hand, Meng Kaiyu inquired earnestly. Yang Fendu pondered for a moment before responding. These two must face some consequences. Your former colleagues undoubtedly possess ample evidence against Wu Lao Er, while I can serve as a witness against Sun Gang. I will not easily let go of the incident where he and Cheng Wei bullied my mother and sister. I understand, but I may need your cooperation with my former colleagues later. Understood. Yang Fendu nodded in agreement. Wu Lao Er and Sun Gang, these two petty thugs, are finished. Next, are you not going to deal with Li Jun? Shang Mei glanced at Yang Fendu, her face a mask of curiosity. Yang Fendu, however, mysteriously shook his head, saying, there is no rush to handle Li Jun. He still holds some value for me. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei exchanged puzzled glances. Noticing their expressions, Yang Fendu smiled and suggested, let us go. I'll treat you both to tea, and we can discuss this further. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at a tea house. Throughout the journey, Shang Mei pondered the implications of Yang Fendu's previous remarks, and as soon as they settled in, she eagerly asked, stop keeping us in suspense. What use do you have for Li Jun? Isn't he merely a purveyor of antiques? Yang Fendu lifted his cup of Longjing tea and took a delicate sip, replying, do not forget the replica snuff bottle he possesses. Shang Mei remained somewhat perplexed and pressed further. What do you mean? It's just a fake snuff bottle. There are countless forgers in this trade. Are you suggesting we follow the trail? Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, the antique market is rife with counterfeits. One can only lament their misfortune upon discovering they've been duped. Neither of them grasped Yang Fendu's meaning. He thus elaborated, I have examined that snuff bottle. Its craftsmanship, artistry, and materials are all remarkably refined. Notably, the materials used are sourced from the earth of graves. Do you understand? Meng Kaiyu paused, then suddenly comprehended. You mean to say that behind Li Jun, there is a group specializing in underground dealings? Precisely. Moreover, their forgery techniques are exceptionally sophisticated, surpassing anything seen on the market. This indicates they've been engaged in this endeavor for quite some time, especially considering their ability to replicate an identical item in less than 2 days. Such a skill is not commonly possessed. Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei had essentially grasped the situation and promptly remarked, "So, there exists a formidable organization behind Li Jun, involved in tomb raiding, counterfeiting, and a seamless distribution chain." Yang Fendu nodded slightly and replied, "That seems about right. As we intend to navigate this circle, exercising caution is prudent. Moreover, such conduct is both despicable and shameful. If we could dismantle it together, it would serve to cleanse the antique world of its parasites." Yang Fendu, with a smile, glanced at the two and continued, "For now, let us refrain from confronting Li Jun. However, it is time to settle accounts with Wu Tian." Upon hearing this, the two became instantly animated, their admiration for Yang Fendu's capabilities having grown during their time together. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had already learned of the troubles befalling Wu Lair and Sun Gang, his hand trembling slightly as he held his teacup. If Wu Lair and Sun Gang could not withstand the pressure, they would inevitably betray him, leaving him to face the consequences alone. In a flurry of anxiety, he rushed back to Li Jun's shop, only to find it devoid of his presence and his calls met with silence. The old man had undoubtedly fled. With this thought racing through his mind, Wu Tian hastily returned to the shop, gathering all the money within before hurriedly departing towards his home, where he had stashed several valuable items. Chapter 59. He will be dealt with eventually. It was too late. He had long been targeted. As he stepped out of his home, suitcase in hand, he was promptly blocked. "Wu Tian, accompany us for a moment," declared a uniformed officer, brandishing his credentials along with an arrest warrant. Wu Tian immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. Soon, news of the arrest of Wu Tian, the proprietor of Jichuan Pavilion, spread throughout the antique street, becoming a hot topic among the locals. This news also reached the ears of Su Man, the general manager of Jiatali. Although Wu Tian was a minor player, he had procured numerous items for their company over the years. Seated in her office chair, Su Man fiddled with her phone, her mind heavy with concern. Ultimately, she made the call. "Uncle, have you heard about Wu Tian?" she inquired urgently as soon as the line connected. "Yes, I have been informed. This matter is somewhat related to Yang Fendu. However, I suspect that the real target is Li Jun. Wu Tian is merely a pawn," came the grave response from the other end. Nodding at the serious tone of the voice, Su Man replied, "Uncle, I understand. After all these years, I have the patience to wait. You've endured much, my dear. Remember, do not let Meng Dio sense anything unusual. Rest assured, uncle. I understand." With that, Su Man hung up, her expression laden with thought as she contemplated how to further engage with Yang Fendu. In the Guanyun Villa area, Mu Xiao sat on the sofa, attentively listening to Ning Yu's report. "Miss Wu Tian has been arrested, likely in connection with Yang Fendu," she stated. Mu Xiao nodded, her face impassive. This was inevitable. Yang Fendu's mother and sister are his Achilles' heel. Wu Tian was destined for misfortune. However, I'm not concerned with that. My worry lies with the sandalwood box in his possession. I believe Yang Fendu is as stubborn as a rock in a restroom. You've personally intervened, yet he shows no regard," Ning Yu remarked with a hint of irritation. "This situation requires patience. To obtain what he possesses, we must present a sufficiently enticing offer. Otherwise, he will never relent," Mu Xiao observed, furrowing her brows. Ning Yu bit her lip and suddenly said, "What Yang Fendu values most is the health of his sister. Currently, he has both Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu scouring the world for kidney donors." "Kidney donors?" Mu Xiao's expression shifted momentarily, and she quickly turned to Ning Yu. "Precisely. If we can find a donor before him, Yang Fendu will undoubtedly agree to relinquish the box." "I understand. I will arrange this immediately," Ning Yu responded eagerly. "By the way, how is the investigation regarding his relationship with Xiang Mei progressing?"
Mu Xiao inquired.
Ning Yu nodded, then added, "Although they appear to be mere friends on the surface, the reality may be quite different." Mu Xiao furrowed her brows and asked, "What do you mean?" Ning Yu continued, "They traveled to the provincial city together and even spent the night there. Who knows what transpired between them?" Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua pondered for a moment and then inquired, "What about Xiang Mei's personal circumstances?" The chairman of the Xiang group primarily deals in jewelry. However, The recent situation for the Shang family has been rather precarious, with the Wang family keeping a close watch. The Shang family intends for Shang Mei to marry Wang Hai from the Wang family, yet Shang Mei is opposed to this union. Moreover, Wang Hai confronted Shang Mei regarding her relationship with Yang Fendu, only to be met with a physical confrontation from Yang Fendu. Thus, it seems there is a story behind this. Should Shang Mei truly have ties with Yang Fendu, it would provide us with an additional bargaining chip. A hint of mystery graced Mu Xiaorua's delicate features as she commanded. You must gather all available information on the Shang group and the Wang group at once. Understood. Ningyu responded, promptly turning to leave. Yang Fendu, once I acquire that bargaining chip, we shall see whether you will grant me the sandalwood box. A rare smile flickered across Mu Xiaorua's face. After emerging from the tea bar, Shang Mei went directly to her company, while Meng Kaiyu received a call from a former colleague en route to the hospital with Yang Fendu. Young Master Yang, Sun Gang and Wu Tian have both been dismissed, and all blame is directed at Wu Tian. They have even discovered 2 bronze artifacts classified as second-tier cultural relics in his possession. It seems Wu Tian's fate is sealed. Meng Kaiyu concluded the call, excitement evident as he turned to Yang Fendu. Yang Fendu bore a slight smile and remarked, he deserves it. Undoubtedly, he will implicate Li Jun next. Meng Kaiyu hastily asked, does that mean Li Jun is in trouble as well? Yang Fendu shook his head. Li Jun is quite astute. He may have anticipated all of this. Indeed, that old fox is 100 times more cunning than Wu Tian, but he will eventually face his reckoning, Meng Kaiyu acknowledged. Yang Fendu contemplated for a moment and suggested, Menggu, we should promptly attend to the paperwork for the shop. It won't be long before we are ready to open. What about the shop's location? Meng Kaiyu inquired. Hehe. That will materialize soon enough. Noticing Yang Fendu's reluctance to elaborate, Meng Kaiyu shifted the topic. The paperwork is manageable. I have many connections, but the name of the antique shop is crucial. It must convey both culture and depth. No need to overthink it. Let us keep it simple and straightforward. Let us call it Jubao Lu. Huh? Meng Kaiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Are you joking? That sounds like a scrap collection station. Yang Fendu chuckled and affirmed. Precisely. It signifies gathering treasures from all directions and from the heavens and earth. Easy to understand and auspicious in meaning. Very well, we shall proceed with your choice. But should we venture into other businesses in the future, the name must be chosen with greater care. I can consult a master for insights. This is a matter of metaphysics. Yang Fendu merely shook his head with a wry smile. Before long, Meng Kaiyu had escorted Yang Fendu to the hospital. Just as Yang Fendu was about to exit the vehicle, a thought struck him, and he turned to Meng Kaiyu, saying, I can give you a hint. Once the shop affairs are settled, we might have a significant deal on the horizon. If successful, he trailed off deliberately, leaving an air of suspense. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Meng Kaiyu became intrigued and inquired, what significant business does young Master Yang have? Please do share more. However, no matter how persistently Meng Kaiyu questioned, Yang Fendu remained reticent, having already entered the inpatient building. Brother, you have arrived. Yang Xiaoxiao exclaimed cheerfully as soon as Yang Fendu stepped into the ward. Quite well, though I wish you were around more often. I miss you.
Yang Xiao pouted.
Their mother, Yiyun, cast a tender glance at Yang Xiaoxiao and remarked, this girl mentions you over 100 times each day. Xiaoxiao, your brother has indeed been rather busy lately, but he should be able to stabilize things soon. At that time, I will accompany you in the hospital every day, Yang Fendu said, sitting down in front of Yang Xiaoxiao with a reassuring smile. I don't want to stay in the hospital anymore. I want to be discharged and go home. Yang Xiaoxiao expressed her discontent. Xiaoxiao, I understand that you find the hospital quite dull, but we must treat our ailments, and I have already enlisted the help of friends to find a kidney source. Yang Fendu continued to console her. Fendu, is there still no news regarding the kidney source? Yiyun, standing nearby, voiced her concern. Chapter 60. Only 3 months remain. Yang Fendu was acutely aware of the thoughts of his mother and sister, yet he understood that there was no need for haste in this matter. With a resigned shake of his head, he encouraged his sister, Xiaoxiao, listen to your brother and take good care of yourself in the hospital. Mom believes that a suitable kidney source will surely be found. And didn't the doctor say today that your condition is well controlled? Yiyun gazed at her daughter with deep compassion. Yang Fendu gently caressed Xiao Xiao's forehead, saying, "All right, stop overthinking and get some rest." "Okay." Yang Xiao Xiao obediently responded, closing her eyes. 5 minutes later, confirming that she had fallen asleep, he joined his mother on the sofa. A serious expression crossed Yang Fendu's face as he turned to his mother and asked, "Mom, I've noticed that Xiao Xiao doesn't look well. Is her condition worsening?" Yiyun glanced at Yang Fendu, her eyes glistening with tears as she choked out. "The doctor said your sister's situation is quite concerning. We cannot delay any longer. If we fail to find a suitable kidney source, I fear." "Fear what?" Yang Fendu's expression changed abruptly, urgency filling his voice. Yiyun wiped away her tears and replied, "I fear she is only about 3 months left." A thunderclap echoed in Yang Fendu's mind. For a moment, he felt utterly blank. He had been so preoccupied that he hadn't realized how dire his sister's condition had become. "If we cannot save Xiao Xiao, I don't know how I will face your father," Yiyun said, her face etched with anguish. "Mom, please tell me, what is my sister's background? Are there any relatives in this world who share her blood? I would kneel before them if necessary to plead for a match." Yang Fendu struggled to contain his emotions. Yiyun shook her head helplessly, saying, "The specifics of her background will be revealed to you in due time. Your father only told me that Xiao Xiao has no living relatives, so this avenue is simply not feasible. If there were any relatives, I would have already sought them for a match." A wave of pain surged within Yang Fendu. Yet, seeing his mother in distress, he could only suppress his anguish and comfort her. "Mom, please don't be upset. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow my sister to leave us." "Yes, I believe in you," Yiyun replied earnestly, nodding at her son. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of reliance on him, recognizing that her son had grown into her support. That night, Yang Fendu did not return home. He remained by Yang Xiaoxiao's bedside, dozing off whenever fatigue struck, fearful that she might suddenly slip away from him. Though they were not biological siblings, their bond was deeper than that of blood relations. The following day, Yang Fendu woke early to prepare water for his sister's face wash, bringing joy and excitement to Yang Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Yiyun watched with a smile of gratitude as Yang Fendu skillfully attended to his sister's needs. After breakfast, Nurse Feng Yu arrived to administer and pour to Yang Xiaoxiao. "Good morning, Nurse Feng." Yang Fendu greeted her with a smile, but she merely responded with a curt nod. A sense of helplessness washed over him as he bid farewell to his mother and sister before leaving the ward. Yang Fendu retrieved his electric bike from the hospital's bicycle shed and proceeded to the Jubilee second-hand goods acquisition station. Though it was early in the morning, he observed several scrap collectors arriving in their tricycles, their eyes fixed on the yard. Old Lu and Wang Shingen, upon noticing these individuals, hurriedly stepped outside to commence the collection of recyclables. Yang Fendu watched the two men sorting through the refuse. However, aside from some scrap metal and cardboard boxes, there was little else to be found. "Old Lu, I never imagined you possessed such business acumen." After treating those scrap collectors to a complimentary meal, they were all willing to sell their wares to us, Yang Fendu remarked with a smile upon returning to the steel house. Old Lu, scratching his head in modesty, replied, "These individuals toil hard for their earnings and possess kind hearts. If you treat them well, they will reciprocate in kind. Ultimately, they are merely hoping to earn a few extra coins each day. If we offer them fair prices, they will naturally be inclined to come to us." Yang Fendu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Gentsi, always remember that one should never deceive these laborers at the bottom rung of society. It is a matter of basic humanity." Wang Shingen emphatically nodded, declaring, "Rest assured, elder brother, my time at the second-hand station has imparted profound lessons. I was raised in a village, reliant on the kindness of others, and I have always cherished that gratitude." Yang Fendu chuckled gently, continuing also, "Do not forget the instructions I gave you. Any old items that appear unremarkable or peculiar must be set aside for me. They could very well hold hidden treasures. Fear not, I am aware you are dealing in antiques. While I may not be an expert, I can certainly recognize genuine antiquities," Old Lu asserted with confidence. "Ah, thank you for your hard work," Yang Fendu said appreciatively, just as his phone suddenly rang. "Brother Meng." Young Master Yang, where are you? I've completed all the paperwork and am on my way to find you. Moreover, there is something I need to discuss with you. Upon hearing Meng Kaiyu's urgent voice, Yang Fendu responded with a smile, informing him of his location at the acquisition station. Within half an hour, Meng Kaiyu arrived by car. After Yang Fendu got in, they headed directly to the Sheed Tea Bar, which had become a daily haunt for them, as both favored the tranquility of sipping tea while deliberating matters. Young master, take a look. Here are our documents, all in order, Meng Kaiyu said, handing a file folder to Yang Fendu before proceeding to brew tea for himself. Yang Fendu opened the folder, reviewing the paperwork and, finding everything in order, nodded in satisfaction. Impressive as always, Brother Meng. You completed this so swiftly. There's no other way. I had to navigate some back channels, Meng Kaiyu admitted without hesitation. Yang Fendu took a sip of tea and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Did you not mention you had something to discuss with me? What is it? Oh, Meng Kaiyu, setting down his teacup, said earnestly to Yang Jinto. Last night, my father called me. He is also aware of Wu Tian's arrest, and then he informed me of another matter that I believe will pique your interest. Yang Jinto smiled wryly and replied, Meng, are you beginning to keep us in suspense? Ha ha. Meng Kaiyu laughed heartily before returning to a serious demeanor, saying, The gourd vase that you identified as a replica was, in fact, purchased not long ago from Jada Li. It was not auctioned. I acquired it directly from Meng Dayo. Just yesterday, I discovered that he is an old friend of my father. Upon realizing it was an old piece in a new bottle, my father became increasingly displeased. He then called Meng Dayo, who informed him that the vase was entrusted to Jada Li for auction by Li Jun. Subsequently, Meng Dayo, recognizing the item's quality, showed it to my father, and to everyone's surprise, both my father and Meng Dayo were deceived. Chapter 61. An eye for an eye. After Meng Kaiyu finished speaking, Yang Fendu's expression grew exceedingly grave. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head and remarked, It seems our earlier conjectures were indeed correct. There must be a formidable figure behind Li Jun. The craftsmanship of that gourd bottle is something that ordinary experts would fail to discern. Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe we should deal with Li Jun directly to prevent him from causing further harm. However, Yang Fendu waved his hand and replied, Let us not be hasty. We must keep the matter of the gourd bottle under wraps for now. We need to find a way to uncover those who stand behind him. Even if we cannot locate them, we must ensure that Li Jun receives a decisive blow. All right, I will defer to your judgment. By the way, what about the address for our shop? Have all the formalities been completed? My impatience is getting the better of me. Meng Kaiyu shifted the conversation. Yang Fendu took a gentle sip of tea and said, It will be done soon. One cannot rush through the process of enjoying hot tofu. Especially in our line of work, we must remain composed, or we will inevitably fall victim to other schemes. Meng Kaiyu lamented, Yang Shao, I am rather impatient. With each passing day that the shop remains closed, my heart is in turmoil, and I cannot focus on food or drink. Well, consider it a means of dieting. Yang Fendu chuckled, playfully teasing him. Meng Kaiyu was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only accept this perspective. Observing Meng Kaiyu's demeanor, Yang Fendu couldn't help but chuckle and say, Meng Shao, if you truly have nothing on your plate, how about assisting me in investigating someone? Who? Meng Kaiyu inquired earnestly. The general manager of Jada Art Auction Company. Su Man? Yang Fendu replied after a moment's contemplation. Yang Fendu had long harbored suspicions regarding Su Man's identity. Normally, as the head of an auction house, how could she possibly divulge the information of the consignors? There was only one plausible explanation. Su Man must have intentionally done so, though he could not fathom her motives. Upon hearing Su Man's name, a flicker of curiosity crossed Meng Kaiyu's face as he exclaimed, Wait a moment.
Yang Shao.
Surely you're not interested in her, are you? Perhaps you should reconsider. She is a close friend of Shang Mei, and Shang Mei's feelings for you are quite evident. Are you not playing with fire? Yang Fendu was rendered speechless by this remark. Did Meng Kaiyu's mind revolve solely around such matters? Mengu, could you refrain from jumping to conclusions? I assure you, I have no relationship with Shang Mei, and I am not contemplating such matters at present. My request for you to investigate Su Man is purely out of curiosity. Curiosity? Meng Kaiyu paused, then remarked, "Isn't it often curiosity that sparks romantic interests? Very well, I shall investigate it myself." Seeing that Meng Kaiyu had yet to utter a single sensible remark, Yang Fendu sighed in exasperation. "Just kidding. What specific information do you wish to uncover about her?" Meng Kaiyu hastily smiled apologetically. "The more detailed, the better," Yang Fendu replied, casting a glance at Meng Kaiyu, who still bore an unusual smile. He elaborated, "It is worth mentioning that, as the head of an auction house, why would she disclose the information of the consignors? There must be something amiss." Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "I know the reason. What is it? She is interested in you. Get lost." Yang Fendu spoke with a hint of irritation. "All right, I'm done joking. Didn't you mention yesterday that we have a significant deal to discuss? You only shared half the details, and I have ample time today, so please enlighten me." Yang Fendu cast a sidelong glance at his companion, his face betraying a peculiar smile as he shook his head. "Now is not the appropriate time. Let us discuss it when the moment is ripe." "Goodness! Yang, you truly believe in reciprocity?" Meng Kaiyu responded with an expression of resignation. Yang Fendu chuckled lightly, leisurely sipping his tea. "By the way, why hasn't T. Xiangmei contacted us today? Haven't you heard from her?" Yang Fendu inquired, setting down his teacup, puzzled. Meng Kaiyu shook his head, replying, "I heard that after we confronted Wang Hai, he went completely mad and snatched several major clients from the Shang family. Furthermore, the Wang family visited Xiangmei's home last night with a clear intention to force a marriage. If Xiangmei refuses to marry Wang Hai, the Shang family may truly face ruin." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu's expression darkened. Although he did not harbor romantic feelings for Xiangmei, she was nonetheless his friend, and he would not stand idly by in her time of need. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Shang group, all the board members were seated, with an elderly man, his hair grizzled, occupying the central position. Xiangmei sat at the lower end of the table. The faces of those present were unusually grave, particularly the elder at the head of the table, whose expression was ominously dark as he surveyed the room. His gaze ultimately settled on Xiangmei as he asked, "Xiaomei, can you provide an explanation for the current crises facing the company?" "Grandfather, I have already explained the situation to my father and the board members," Xiangmei responded. "Aside from the malicious competition from the Wang family, we also have our own issues." The elderly man, Shang Yuhai, frowned deeply and pressed further. "What issues do we have?" Xiangmei glanced around at the board members, most of whom were from the Shang family and were considerably older than her. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she articulated, "It's rather simple. We are adhering too rigidly to tradition and are unwilling to take risks. The Wang family has already launched several new products, yet we are still selling outdated models without innovation. How can we compete?" Her words stirred a tempest. "Preposterous. Our products were just launched last year. How can they be considered outdated?" One board member exclaimed. "Indeed, the problem lies with Xiangmei, the one at the helm. We could pursue product innovation, but where is the funding? Where are the raw materials? If it weren't for your clandestine meetings with unfamiliar men, would Wang Hai have targeted us?" The board members immediately turned against Xiangmei, their accusations sharp and pointed. Frustration welled within her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Shang Yuhai's expression grew increasingly severe as he fixed his gaze on Xiangmei, demanding, "What is the truth behind this?" "Grandfather, I've said it before. I will not marry Wang Hai. As for whom I choose to associate with, that is my personal affair and none of their concern." Absurd. Upon hearing these words, Shang Yuhai slammed his fist on the table, seething with rage. "Marriage is not a trivial matter. You cannot take the reins of your own matrimonial fate. Had it not been for the alliance with the Wang family, would I have allowed you to ascend to the position of chairman?" At this revelation, a look of sheer astonishment spread across Xiangmei's face. Now, she comprehended the underlying truth. No wonder Shang Yuhai had fervently advocated for her to assume the chairmanship. It was all for this very purpose. She had indeed become a pawn of the family, or rather a sacrificial offering. Disheartened, she exclaimed, "Grandfather, it is only today that I have come to understand the truth. Very well, I shall no longer pursue the position of chairman." With that, Xiangmei rose abruptly, preparing to depart. "You dare. Shang Yuha's voice thundered, filled with fury. If you take even a single step out of this door today, you will be deemed a traitor to the Shang family. Chapter 62. The threat from Mu Xiao Shang Mei's eyes were rimmed with red as she fought back tears, gazing at the faces of those related to her by blood. In this moment, she felt an overwhelming chill in her heart. Xiao Mei, please take a seat. Grandfather was merely a bit agitated earlier. Let us proceed as you suggested and swiftly develop new products. Observing Shang Mei's distress, Shang Yuha managed to calm his demeanor. His tone considerably softened. As your uncles and aunts, you are all elders. Given the current difficulties facing the Shang family, it is inappropriate to utter any disparaging remarks. We must resolve this crisis promptly, mobilizing all available funds for research and development, and urgently seek quality raw materials. Upon Shang Yuha's command, none present dared to dissent, all nodding in agreement. After the meeting, Shang Mei was retained for a private conversation with Shang Yuha. Xiao Mei, I apologize for my momentary loss of control earlier. It was also a performance for them to witness. When you were chosen as chairman, they were all opposed, you know this well. If you cannot help the company navigate through these perilous waters, or if you abandon your responsibilities halfway, it would only serve to fulfill their desires, Shang Yuha said gravely, his gaze fixed upon Shang Mei. Despite his softened demeanor, a coldness lingered in Shang Mei's heart. Grandfather, it is only today that I comprehend I have always been your bargaining chip. Shang Mei replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. Nonsense. Shang Yuha interjected sharply. I concede that I had such intentions, yet if the company flourishes under your leadership, I would certainly not impede your freedom. However, the circumstances have changed. The Wang family is watching us closely, and a marriage alliance is the only way to resolve this crisis. They have already begun to press for marriage. If we do not respond soon, the Shang family will be doomed. I am your beloved granddaughter. How can you bear to see me wed to someone I do not love? Wang Hai is nothing but a beast. Shang Mei retorted, her face filled with indignation. Alas, being born into the Shang family leaves one with no choice. For now, refrain from venturing outside. Focus on the company's matters, and in your spare time, prepare for your own engagement. Shang Yuha sighed, turning to exit the conference room. Watching his departing figure, Shang Mei could no longer restrain herself and collapsed onto the conference table, weeping bitterly. At the West River City Hospital, Yang Fendu received a call from Wang Jinan the moment he arrived. The latter mentioned he needed to discuss something with him. Half an hour later, they met at a quaint tea house near the hospital. Uncle Wang, did you urgently seek me out for something specific? Yang Fendu inquired while pouring a cup of tea for him. Wang Jinan nodded, saying, Indeed, there is a matter at hand. I initially intended for you and Shang Mei to visit my home, but she has been too preoccupied with the company, so I had to come to you instead. What is it you wish to discuss?
Yang Fendu asked eagerly.
Wu Tian and Sun Gang have been taken in by you? Wang Jinan asked quietly, setting down his teacup. Well, they got what they deserved, Yang Fendu replied with a light chuckle. Wang Jinan nodded, adding, That is true, but 2 hours ago, Li Jun was also taken away. This is indeed new information, and a hint of surprise flickered across Yang Fendu's face. Observing the change in his expression, Wang Jinan reiterated, Li Jun possesses a profound depth. Even if Wu Tian was instigated by him, I believe he has long prepared his excuses. Moreover, I have heard that the revelation regarding the snuff bottle was initiated by you, which makes me worry that the rift between you two will only deepen. Yang Fendu nodded in agreement, responding, Your analysis is astute. However, I, Yang Fendu, do not seek trouble, yet I am not afraid of it. If he does not provoke me, why should I concern myself with him? Wang Jinan, with an expression of concern, cautioned, Fendu, you're merely half a step into this circle. It is prudent to maintain a low profile. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Wang. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I believe I can handle them. The one who should be worried now is him, not me. With that, Wang Jinan could only nod in response, saying, Very well. I came to discuss this matter with you. Just be cautious in all things. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. After bidding farewell to Wang Jinan, Yang Fendu mounted his electric bike and headed to the hospital. Nothing could compare to the importance of caring for his sister, particularly after learning about Yang Xiaoxiao's health condition. he felt an even stronger urge to be by her side. Meanwhile, Ning Yue had gathered ample information regarding the Wang and Shang families, including the situation surrounding Shang Mei. Upon informing Mu Xiao of the crisis facing the Shang family, a flicker of intrigue crossed her face. If there truly existed a romantic entanglement between Shang Mei and Yang Fendu, she had already formed a decision in her heart. "Let us go meet Yang Fendu," Mu Xiao declared, rising and making her way towards the villa's exit. Soon, the two had arrived at the entrance of the hospital, where Mu Xiao retrieved her phone and dialed Yang Fendu's number. Yang Fendu, seated on the sofa and glancing at his phone while his sister slept, noticed Mu Xiao's call. His brow furrowed slightly. He knew little of her apart from her name and her formidable influence. "Hello." After a moment's hesitation, he answered. "I believe it is necessary for us to meet." Mu Xiao's voice resonated through the line. "Apologies, but as I have previously stated, the sandalwood box I possess is not for sale. If you continue to disturb me, I will not hesitate to report you for harassment," Yang Fendu retorted, irritation evident in his tone. A cold glimmer crossed Mu Xiao's face as she replied, "Are you not concerned about your friend Shang Mei?" A blatant threat. Yang Fendu now understood the depths of a woman's malice. His expression hardened as he exited the ward, gritting his teeth and muttering, "First, let me clarify, Shang Mei is not my girlfriend. Secondly, should you threaten me again, do not expect civility." A rare chuckle escaped Mu Xiao as she discerned the seriousness in Yang Fendu's tone. "Even if she is not your girlfriend, she is still a friend, is she not? Shouldn't a friend be concerned in times of need?" "Where are you?" Yang Fendu asked, his face taut with anger. "At the entrance of the hospital," she responded. Yang Fendu abruptly ended the call and hurried towards the hospital's entrance. Bang! 3 minutes later, Yang Fendu entered Mu Xiao's car with a heavy slam of the door, his voice icy as he demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Noticing the chill in Yang Fendu's expression, Mu Xiao felt an inexplicable surge of tension, pondering why the man's gaze, when angered, was so fearsome. "Do not adopt such an attitude. We are here to discuss business. Your friend, Shang Mei, is currently beset by dire challenges, caught between a ferocious tiger and a famished wolf. The Shang group is in turmoil, and Wang Hai from the Wang family is relentlessly pressing forward. As a friend, I trust you would not remain indifferent," Mu Xiao responded, steadily regaining her composure. Yang Fendu was taken aback by Mu Xiao's thorough investigation into Shang Mei, which spoke volumes about her capabilities and cunning. However, that was not the crux of the matter. It was evident that she was using Shang Mei as leverage against him. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fendu coldly inquired, "What exactly do you want?" Chapter 63. A guaranteed profit. It is quite simple. If you relinquish the sandalwood box in your possession to me, not only will you have the liberty to name your price, but I shall also assist your friend Shang Mei in resurrecting her company, perhaps even elevating it to the status of the largest jewelry enterprise. Mu Xiao, uncharacteristically straightforward, addressed Yang Fendu directly. Yang Fendu, already aware of this outcome, allowed a fleeting smirk to cross his face. "Miss Mu, your calculations are rather astute. The more you assert this, the more I am inclined to believe that the sandalwood box conceals something extraordinary. Could it truly be a treasure?" Mu Xiao's heart sank at his words. She had inadvertently revealed her eagerness, and he had deduced her intentions. However, being a woman of considerable emotional intelligence, she quickly shook her head and replied, "You are overthinking it. It is merely an ordinary mechanism box. My desire to purchase it stems from my grandfather's particular fondness for it." Yang Fendu recognized her deception immediately. He was already privy to the contents of the sandalwood box. "Miss Mu, it appears you lack genuine sincerity. This transaction is not worth pursuing. Though you are the most beautiful and intelligent woman I have encountered, I must say, your method of intimidation severely tarnishes your reputation, especially for someone from a prominent family. Truly disappointing." With that, Yang Fendu opened the car door and exited, striding towards the hospital. His words left Mu Xiao in a state of shock, and by the time she gathered her senses, he had vanished from sight. "Yang Fendu, you scoundrel!" Mu Xiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with anger. "Miss, I suggested a more direct approach with such a crude fellow. Should I go and teach him a lesson? I refuse to believe we cannot obtain the box," her companion interjected. Silence, drive.
Muciao commanded coldly to Ningyue.
As they departed, Yang Fengdo reappeared in the courtyard, having concealed himself behind a stone pillar. His expression was one of concern, particularly regarding Xiang Mei's situation. He had refrained from acquiescing to Mu Xiao, partly to gauge her true intentions, and partly because he could not reach Xiang Mei for clarity on her circumstances. It was prudent to await more information before making any decisions. Yang Fengdo sat on the steps outside the inpatient department, deep in contemplation. He retrieved his phone to call Xiang Mei, only to find her line busy. After a brief wait, he tried again, but her phone had inexplicably shut off. Reluctantly, he rose and made his way into the inpatient department. Meanwhile, Mu Xiao and Ningyu arrived at a CAF, securing a table before ordering 2 cups of coffee. Shortly thereafter, another woman entered the CAF, scanning the room, only to find Ningyu rising to approach her. Miss Xiang, our young lady awaits you over here. The newcomer was indeed Xiang Mei. Having previously released her emotions through tears, she was now on a quest for jade rough stones when she unexpectedly received a call from an unfamiliar number. The other party expressed their willingness to assist the Xiang family, prompting Xiang Mei to hasten her arrival. Hello, did you seek me out? Xiang Mei inquired as she took a seat opposite Mu Xiao, only to be momentarily taken aback by Mu Xiao's presence. She had always considered herself one of the most beautiful women in Shihe, yet in the company of Mu Xiao, she felt diminished in beauty, figure, and aura. Mu Xiao's allure was such that it could inspire envy in women and admiration in men alike. Greetings, I am Mu Xiao, she said with a gentle smile. Are you from the Mu family in Kyoto? Xiang Mei could not help but ask, only to be met with silence. I have heard that Miss Xiang is troubled regarding her family business, Mu Xiao stated directly. Xiang Mei was puzzled by how Mu Xiao knew about her family's affairs, yet she was already aware of the formidable reputation of the mysterious Mu family in Kyoto, so she refrained from inquiring further. However, her curiosity was piqued regarding the reason Mu Xiao sought her out. Miss Mu, as far as I recall, our Xiang family has never had the opportunity to engage with you. I am curious as to why you wish to speak with me, Xiang Mei said with a furrowed brow, smiling. That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I have a favor to ask of you. If you assist me in this matter, my Mu family can certainly revive your Xiang family and ensure its future prosperity. Mu Xiao replied without any preamble. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. A thought crossed Xiang Mei's mind, and she smiled with renewed curiosity. With your capabilities, Miss Mu, I wonder what you could possibly need my assistance for? You are friends with Yang Fengdo, aren't you? Mu Xiao asked directly, catching Xiang Mei off guard. Xiang Mei's expression shifted, a hint of concern washing over her. How does that pertain to our conversation? She hurriedly inquired. Mu Xiao regarded her and said, I perceive that you are a straightforward person, so I will speak plainly. I am interested in the sandalwood box in Yang Fengdo's possession. If you could persuade him to sell it to me, I would be able to aid your Xiang group in overcoming its current difficulties. Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei bowed her head in silence, stirring her coffee with a spoon, the swirling liquid resembling a vortex. She felt akin to a fragile vessel caught in that whirlpool, on the verge of being engulfed. She was well aware of the sandalwood box, having acquired it for nearly 10,000 yuan at an auction. Why would the esteemed Mu family be interested in such an item? Though she could not fathom the reason, she sensed that there was more to this situation, and she surmised that Mu Xiao must have approached Yang Fengdo prior, only to have the negotiation fall through, which led her to seek Xiang Mei's assistance. With these thoughts in mind, Xiang Mei devised a response. Miss Mu, I believe you may have misunderstood. I cannot claim to be friends with Yang Fengdo. At best, he has occasionally assisted me in appraising items, for which I have compensated him. Therefore, I fear I am unable to help with this matter. Mu Xiao's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated such a response from the outset. Miss Xiang, if I had not done my homework thoroughly, why would I seek you out? I am aware that your relationship with Yang is not merely one of friendship. You harbor feelings for him. With a single remark from Mu Xiao, Xiang Mei's expression shifted once more. When a person's innermost thoughts are inadvertently exposed, it is only natural for their visage to betray them. Despite Xiang Mei's earnest attempt to suppress her emotions, The fleeting, subtle change in her countenance did not escape Mu Zhao's keen observation. As their gazes locked, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, with each beauty concealing her own thoughts. After a few moments, Xiang Mei regained her composure and said, "Miss Mu, I believe you are truly mistaken. My relationship with Yang is not as profound as you presume. Regrettably, I cannot assist you in this matter, and I must take my leave as I have other commitments." With that, she picked up her bag and prepared to depart. "Miss Xiang, I harbor no ill intentions, and this favor could be accomplished with but a word from you. Consider this. Should you assist me, your Xiang group could navigate through this crisis effortlessly. This is a venture from which you would gain significantly." Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei halted in her tracks. Chapter 64. Because I disdain. Upon witnessing this, Mu Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile as her beautiful eyes gazed at Xiang Mei, mistakenly believing that Xiang Mei had acquiesced. Xiang Mei, however, slowly turned around, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as well. "Miss Mu, as friends, the most fundamental quality should be trust. I assume you have already sought out Yang Fengdou and encountered obstacles. If I were to assist you in finding him, it would, in my view, amount to betraying a friend, something I, Xiang Mei, cannot do. To delve deeper, if I genuinely harbored feelings for him, I would be even less inclined to assist you." This declaration stirred something within Mu Xiao. She recognized the validity of Xiang Mei's words and found herself in agreement. Nevertheless, her current pursuit of the box rendered her actions justifiable in her eyes. "Miss Xiang, you may have misunderstood. This hardly constitutes betrayal. It is merely a small favor." Mu Xiao paused before clarifying. "I apologize, but if we were truly good friends, I would gladly lend a hand, as we are indeed friends. However, for you to request this of me upon our very first meeting feels like betrayal to me. My Xiang group is undoubtedly facing a crisis, yet I refuse to resolve it in such a manner, for I disdain it." With that, Xiang Mei turned and departed. Mu Xiao stood there, momentarily stunned, while Ningyu, with a look of displeasure, remarked, "That woman has quite the sharp tongue. Honestly, she deserves her company's downfall. Do not speak so carelessly. We were indeed the ones who overstepped this time," Mu Xiao replied, rising to follow her outside. Xiang Mei did not leave immediately. Instead, she sat in her car, perplexed. What could Mu Xiao possibly want with that box? After much contemplation, she decided that it would be prudent to inform Yang Fengdou, but upon checking the time, she realized it was too late and resolved to call him the following day. However, come the next day, as Xiang Mei busied herself with company affairs, the matter slipped her mind entirely. The following day, in the hospital ward of Shihe City, Yang Fengdou was up early, attending to his sister Yang Xiaoxiao, by combing her hair and washing her face. Yang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, relishing the sight of her brother each morning for 2 consecutive days, her heart brimming with happiness. "Brother, if only you could comb my hair and wash my face for the rest of your life," she exclaimed with delight.
Yang Fengdou chucklet.
"What nonsense are you spouting? Once you grow up and start dating, you will surely find me tiresome." What was initially a jest suddenly cast a shadow over Yang Xiaoxiao's face. "Brother, do you think that day will ever truly come?" Yang Fengdou halted the comb in his hand, understanding that her words were not about dating but rather about her concern that she might not live to see that day. Nearby, Yiyun, who was preparing breakfast, felt a pang in her heart and quickly approached them, saying, "Why wouldn't that be possible? Our Xiao Xiao is so beautiful. She will surely attract a Prince Charming for our mother in the future." "Mom, I'm afraid I won't live to see that day." As Yang Xiaoxiao spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Yiyun felt a rush of sorrow, gently embracing her daughter to offer comfort. "Silly girl, why would you say such ominous things? Our Xiao Xiao is destined for a long and prosperous life." Yang Fengdou, too, felt a wave of bitterness, forcing a smile despite the ache in his heart. "Silly girl, your condition is currently stable, and your brother will surely help you find a kidney source, so you will recover. Is that true?" Yang Xiaoxiao asked Yang Fengdou after calming her emotions. Of course. Both Yang Fengdou and their mother replied in unison. Yang Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded, saying, "If that is indeed the case, I will seek a man just like my brother." "All right, whatever my daughter says goes. Let us eat first," Yiyun said affectionately. After dinner, Feng Yu came to administer an 4 to Yang Xiaoxiao. Yang Fengdou intended to stay with her, but Meng Kaiyu called him. He had no choice but to inform his mother and sister before leaving the hospital. Young Master Yang, the latest news is that Wu Tian is confirmed to be finished. Everything in his shop has been moved and sealed by my former colleagues, and Li Jun has been released due to insufficient evidence. As soon as Yang Fendu got into the car, Meng Kaiyu excitedly relayed the information. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Yang Fendu's lips as he remarked, "An opportunity has arisen. Let us head to the antique street." Meng Kaiyu, puzzled, started the car and drove towards the antique street. Upon their arrival, Meng Kaiyu curiously asked Yang Fendu, "Young master, you mentioned an opportunity. What exactly is this opportunity?" Yang Fendu turned and glanced at him, perplexed. "Do you still not understand?" Meng Kaiyu could only awkwardly scratch his head. Seeing this, Yang Fendu explained, "Did you not say there were no vacant shops on the antique street? Now that Wu Tian is finished, doesn't that create availability?" "Ah, haha. I see now. No wonder you were so calm. You were waiting for this opportunity." Meng Kaiyu realized. Yang Fendu shook his head with a wry smile, his eyes scanning the wares on the stalls, but nothing caught his eye. "Young master, stop dawdling. We have plenty of time to look at things later. Right now, let us quickly secure a shop. Otherwise, someone else will snatch it away," Meng Kaiyu urged anxiously. Yang Fendu, however, shook his head with a smile, saying, "Don't worry. No one will take it. Why not? The shops on the antique street are highly sought after. Countless people are eager to rent," Meng Kaiyu exclaimed. Yang Fendu turned to him and asked, "People in the antique trade are particular. Do you think anyone would still want to rent after what happened to Wu Tian? When opening a shop, everyone is hoping to make a fortune. Who would want to associate with such misfortune?" Meng Kaiyu pondered, then slapped his forehead and said, "You're right. Even choosing a shop name requires consulting someone. How much more so for a shop like this?" After saying this, Meng Kaiyu's expression suddenly changed. "If there are such taboos, then why are we renting it?" Yang Fendu displayed a confident smile, saying, "Because we are Wu Tian's nemesis. Doing business in his former shop will undoubtedly bring us prosperity. I must say, young Master Yang, I am increasingly impressed by you. Should I bow to you in worship?" Meng Kaiyu exclaimed as he hurried to catch up with Yang Fendu. As the two individuals arrived at the entrance of the Jiquan Pavilion, they observed a handful of people engaged in animated discussions. The plaque of the Jiquan Pavilion had been removed and carelessly discarded, left for others to trample upon. "That scoundrel Wu Tian has truly put me in a dire predicament. With such a scandal, who would still wish to lease my establishment?" Inside the shop, a solitary figure was sweeping the floor, muttering to himself as he worked. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu exchanged knowing smiles and stepped into the shop. "Good sir, I've heard that your establishment is available for rent?" Yang Fendu inquired, surveying the shop with an affable demeanor. Upon realizing that someone was interested in renting, the landlord's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly replied, "Indeed, this shop has just become available. The previous tenant thrived here, making a fortune. They have since retired early, taking their earnings back home to enjoy a leisurely life." Upon hearing these words, Yang Fendu could not help but chuckle and remarked, "You truly are the proprietor of an ancient martial arts street shop. While you may not have mastered other skills, you've certainly learned how to spin a good yarn like those antique dealers." Chapter 65. Gathering Chi, gathering wealth in an instant, the landlord's expression shifted dramatically. He had initially presumed that these two individuals were unfamiliar faces, and he could effectively promote his establishment. Little did he anticipate that they were already aware of the circumstances surrounding the previous proprietor. Cursing Wu Tian inwardly, the landlord hastily responded with feigned enthusiasm, "Oh, what are you two saying? My establishment is indeed thriving." While Yang Fendu continued to assess the shop, Meng Kaiyu could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Let us speak plainly. We are well aware of what transpired with the former owner, Wu Tian." As he spoke, Meng Kaiyu cast a sidelong glance at the shop, continuing, "Thus, I believe this establishment carries a certain ill fortune. Young Master Yang, I suggest we reconsider. Renting such a place might adversely impact our business." Before Yang Fendu could respond, the landlord, visibly anxious, quickly pivoted, plastering a smile on his face as he addressed them. "Ah, this is merely a coincidence. Wu Tian brought this upon himself. Just look at my shop, though it may not be the largest, it occupies the prime spot in the antique street, attracting ample foot traffic and enjoying excellent lighting. Meng Kaiyu chuckled softly and replied, that may not be entirely accurate. In the antique trade, we are particularly superstitious about such matters. If we were to lease it for another type of business, it might be acceptable, but since we intend to engage in the antique business, we must be cautious. Noticing Meng Kaiyu shifting toward the door, the landlord's urgency intensified, and he quickly interjected, how about this? Typically, similar shops here command a monthly rent of at least 18,000. If you decide to rent, I can offer it to you for 15,000. That's sincere, isn't it? Meng Kaiyu felt a stir of interest. He was well aware of the rental prices on the antique street, and this offer was indeed reasonable. However, the final decision rested with Yang Fendu. After surveying the shop, Yang Fendu approached the landlord with a smile, stating, the incident involving Wu Tian is common knowledge in the antique street, and your establishment will inevitably be affected. Anyone aware of the situation would be reluctant to rent your property. I estimate it will take at least a few years for you to recover. The landlord, fully aware of the truth yet adamant, retorted, you speak too definitively. Shops here are in high demand. I could rent it out within 3 days. Yang Fendu shook his head with a smile, responding, our city, Shiha, is not like those first-tier cities where every inch is precious. If you are unwilling to rent, that is your choice, we are in no rush. With that, Yang Fendu gestured to Meng Kaiyu, who understood and began to head toward the exit. Seeing the two prepare to leave, the landlord grew frantic, hastily running to block their path, exclaiming, how about this? 13,000 a month, the lowest price I can offer. The landlord had lowered the price once more, and Meng Kaiyu felt a surge of joy, recognizing this as an unprecedented low. However, Yang Fendu furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. I examined the layout of this shop, and to be honest, Wu Tian's predicament is somewhat tied to this property. If it lacks the ability to gather wealth, problems will inevitably arise. Upon hearing these words, without delving into the shop owner's demeanor, Meng Kaiyu observed the earnest expression on his face and couldn't help but ponder whether Yang Xiao was merely speaking nonsense, or if there were indeed some truth to his claims. The landlord, with a face etched in despair, quickly asserted, brother, the rent for this property is already at its lowest. If I lower it further, I would be unable to lease it out. If you are unwilling to rent, so be it, but there is no need for unfounded statements.
Yang Fendu,
his gaze fixed on the landlord, replied with a smile, I am not speaking in vain. This shop appears to be nearly 90 square meters, yet the entrance is rather diminutive, lacking grandeur. Regardless of the quality of the items within, few would be inclined to step inside. Most shops here have entrances like this, the landlord retorted, visibly displeased. Anticipating such a response, Yang Fendu continued, but do take a look at what lies directly across the street. It is merely a narrow alley, where vendors occasionally set up stalls, the landlord countered. Yang Fendu, with an air of mystery, remarked, that is precisely the distinction. Where there is a gathering of energy, there is wealth. Where energy dissipates, fortune fades. Ultimately, that alley serves as a wind tunnel, dispersing the financial prospects of your shop. Not only will it fail to generate profit, but unforeseen misfortunes may also occur. Upon hearing this, the landlord's expression shifted to one of anxiety. Yang Fendu smirked slightly and continued, if I am not mistaken, when you purchased this shop, it must have been at a lower price than others, correct? His words struck a chord with the landlord, whose face oscillated between shades of green and red, as he lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Meng Kaiyu, having listened to Yang Fendu's serious assertions, began to believe in his words, reflecting on how this young man seemed to possess knowledge of feng shui, concluding that the shop would likely remain unrented. While the door should invite auspicious energy, this location bears signs of dissipating energy. What a pity.
Yang Fendu sighed,
shaking his head in resignation as he prepared to exit the shop. Suddenly, the landlord, who had remained silent until now, intercepted him, saying, brother, it appears you possess insight into feng shui. You are indeed correct. I purchased this shop at a considerably lower price. I had no idea it held such significance. Could you assist me in resolving this? Observing the landlord's earnestness, Yang Fendu displayed a hint of reluctance, stating, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but the relationship between a property and its owner must be harmonious. I sense a dissonance in your connection with this shop, making it challenging to remedy, unless what? The landlord pressed, sensing Yang Fendu's hesitation. To be blunt, rather than struggle to rent this shop, it may be wiser to sell it to someone else and use the proceeds to acquire another property for leasing, Yang Fendu suggested, casting a scrutinizing glance at the landlord. To be honest, I have long contemplated selling this property, yet I have encountered numerous buyers unwilling to meet the asking price. Following the recent incident involving Wu Tian, I fear no one will dare to purchase it now, lamented the shop owner. At this, a smile flickered across Yang Fendu's lips as he proposed, "Then how about you sell this property to us?" Upon hearing this, the landlord's expression shifted dramatically, sensing something amiss, and quickly responded, "Brother, surely you are not trying to deceive me?" Meng Kaiyu, standing nearby, also felt that Yang Fendu's statement was rather inappropriate, as any reasonable person would recognize it as a ploy. I previously mentioned that your connection with this shop is insufficient, and moreover, your energies do not align. However, since you choose to disregard my words, let us pretend I have said nothing. Yang Fendu chuckled lightly and stepped out of the store, with Meng Kaiyu hastily following suit. Suddenly, as the two emerged from the shop, a crisp sound echoed within. The trio turned to witness a mirror on the wall unexpectedly plummeting to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The landlord's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that this young man was right? Is this truly a sign of incompatible energies? The landlord's eyes darted rapidly before he strode out of the shop, blocking Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu's path. After all, I have long wished to sell this store. Selling to anyone is still selling. Since you both are interested, let us discuss the price inside. Chapter 66. An acquaintance comes knocking. The landlord changed his mind, and Yang Fendu exchanged a glance with Meng Kaiyu. They both nodded slightly and returned to the shop. I won't hide it from you. When I purchased this shop, the price was 7,000 per square meter. Given the current market value, it should be around 15,000 per square meter. You needn't negotiate. The price is a flat 13,000 per square meter. If you agree, we proceed. If not, then forget it. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu chuckled lightly and said, "Since the landlord is straightforward, I won't haggle. It's a deal." After concluding the agreement, Yang Fendu turned to Meng Kaiyu and instructed, "Meng, please take the landlord to handle the transfer procedures." "All right," Meng Kaiyu replied readily and led the landlord out of the shop. Once the two had left, Yang Fendu cast a sweeping glance around the shop, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He had finally established his foothold in this antique street. "Is the landlord around? I heard you are looking to rent this shop. Let's discuss the price." Suddenly, a voice interrupted Yang Fendu's thoughts, causing him to frown as he walked toward the outer hall. There stood a familiar figure at the entrance. Yang Fendu, the person initially beaming, froze upon seeing him. "What are you doing here?" It was Li Jun. Upon seeing Li Jun, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Fendu's face, but he quickly responded with a smile. "Why can't it be me?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Jun regained his composure, his expression darkening as he coldly stated, "So, you've already rented this shop?" Yang Fendu shook his head with a smile. "Not rented. I've purchased it." Li Jun nearly spat blood at this revelation. He had been hoping to secure the shop quickly, but hadn't anticipated Yang Fendu's swift move. "You truly are calculating. After bringing Wu Tian down, you effortlessly snatched his shop. Your timing is ruthless," Li Jun remarked with a cold demeanor. Yang Fendu's expression hardened slightly as he replied, "Mr. Li, you should watch your words. You know better than anyone how Wu Tian ended up in his predicament. I acquired this shop legally from the landlord. I've also heard that you, Mr. Li, took a little trip yourself. Otherwise, I doubt I would have been able to purchase this shop." Though his words were not harsh, they struck at the heart. Li Jun's face flickered between shades of blue and red as he gritted his teeth. "Don't speak nonsense. I only went in to provide some evidence. How was I to know what Wu Tian and Sun Gang were up to?"
"Ah, Mr. Li.
You truly are calculating. I admire your cunning," Yang Fendu replied with a smile. At that moment, Li Jun was seething with rage but had no choice but to suppress it. Despite his youth, Yang Fendu's methods were ruthless enough to earn respect. In their first confrontation, Li Jun had suffered a complete defeat. Not only did he fail to secure the shop, which he had hoped would expand his business, but it was now snatched away by Yang Fendu. Observing Yang Fendu's triumphant demeanor, Li Jun's eyes shifted, and he suddenly adopted a different expression.
Yang Xiao.
It must be said that there has never been any real conflict between us. All of this has stemmed from mere misunderstandings. Wu Tian sought my assistance, and at that time I was utterly oblivious to the myriad stories entangled with the snuff bottle. Hence I helped him locate a buyer in the provincial capital. Ultimately, it was Wu Tian, that old rogue, who deceived me. Observing Li Jun's feigned sincerity, Yang Fendu played along, smiling as he remarked, "Li boss, it is best to maintain a cordial atmosphere. After all, we will be conducting business on this very street, and we should not allow misunderstandings to mar our harmony." Indeed, Li Jun chuckled, we will inevitably have numerous opportunities to collaborate in the future. Besides, I am an old friend of Wang Jinan. With our connection, we ought to support one another. Your words hold true, as I am new in town and will rely on your guidance. Yang Fendu replied, equally beaming. Rest assured, when you open for business, I shall personally come to congratulate you, Li Jun added promptly. Then I thank you in advance, Li boss. As you can see, my place is rather untidy, and I have nothing to offer you, Yang Fendu expressed with a hint of helplessness. Oh, do carry on with your work. I shall take my leave for now. There will be plenty of opportunities for tea in the future, Li Jun said, smiling as he clasped his fists in farewell. Once Li Jun exited the shop, a chill expression overtook his face as he muttered through clenched teeth. Just wait, young man. If you dare to conduct business right under my nose, be prepared for misfortune. Watching Li Jun's retreating figure, Yang Fendu smirked, returning to his shop to pick up a broom and begin sweeping. Such individuals would not affect his mood. An hour later, the shop had been tidied up considerably, with heaps of clutter swept into a pile. Just as he intended to venture out to the street stalls, Meng Kaiyu dashed back, brimming with excitement. Yang Xiao, the paperwork is all in order. This shop now belongs to the two of us. Ha! This is merely the first step. By the way, I have the payment for you, Yang Fendu said as he reached for his phone. However, Meng Kaiyu appeared displeased, stating, "Brother, we are in this business together now. Why would you count every penny? The property rights belong to you, so consider the money as my investment. Save your funds for your sister's treatment." Touched by his earnestness, Yang Fendu nodded with a smile. "Thank you, brother. Rest assured, our capital will be returned in no time. I trust your judgment," Meng Kaiyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Let us seize the moment while the stalls are plentiful. Perhaps we can find a hidden gem," Yang Fendu suggested, glancing at him. Yet, Meng Kaiyu shook his head, saying, "This moment isn't crucial. I have something very important to ask you." "What is it?" Yang Fendu inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he turned towards the inner room. Meng Kaiyu settled onto a dust-covered sofa, curiosity evident in his expression. "About what you discussed with the landlord earlier, were you just speaking nonsense? Or is there truly something to it? Turns out this is the matter at hand." Yang Fendu suddenly smiled and retorted, "So, do you believe what I said is true or false?" Meng Kaiyu earnestly nodded and replied, "I believe your words are quite plausible. It must be true. I never realized, young Master Yang, that you possess knowledge of feng shui." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu slowly took a seat, his expression gradually turning serious as he said, "Truth and falsehood intertwine. To be frank, this location is indeed not particularly favorable. Yet it is not as mystical as I previously suggested. However, I must correct myself. On my way back, I specifically researched this online, and you are absolutely right. Feng shui is of great significance. One cannot dismiss it," Meng Kaiyu hurriedly asserted. Yang Fendu sighed, shaking his head. The saying goes, life, fortune, and feng shui. Life refers to our physical and mental states, while fortune pertains to our interactions with others. As for feng shui, it is about the harmony between ourselves and our surroundings. Ultimately, regardless of what we undertake, we must not be swayed by superstitions. It is humanity that holds the key, and success lies in our own efforts. Meng Kaiyu, filled with admiration, remarked, "My goodness. This is indeed profound knowledge. I genuinely thought this matter was rather sinister. However, the dark alley facing the shop's entrance certainly does evoke a sense of discomfort. Chapter 67. Treasure hunting at the antique stall. To Meng Kaiyu's surprise, he remained entangled in this matter. Yang Fendu chuckled and remarked, "In truth, as soon as I entered the room, I observed the landlord closely. From his tone, I discerned certain nuances. By reading his expressions and understanding his disposition, everything fell into place seamlessly. Your wisdom is enlightening." Meng Kaiyu clasped his hands in gratitude. Yang Fendu paused momentarily before continuing. As for the size of the shop's entrance and its orientation, such considerations are trivial. We must return to our core values. As long as we conduct our business with integrity and uprightness, fortune shall naturally follow. However, if there are lingering doubts in your heart, we should hang a large gourd at the entrance. Meng Kaiyu straightened his posture, perplexed. What purpose does hanging a gourd serve? Yang Fendu replied with a smile. The concept of feng shui, as I comprehend it, is that wind symbolizes energy and water represents wealth. The airflow from the alley opposite signifies fortune, and the gourd has been traditionally believed to attract prosperity while dispelling negative energies. Regardless of its authenticity, if it brings you peace of mind, it is effective. Haha. Meng Kaiyu laughed heartily, finding resonance in Yang Fendu's words. He nodded, declaring, "Leave this matter to me. I shall select a gourd that is both large and exquisite." Yang Fendu nodded in agreement. "Very well, Meng, you will oversee the shop's renovation. Just remember, we are an antique store, so it should not be overly lavish. A design that embodies simplicity and a sense of history would be ideal." Meng Kaiyu acknowledged, "I have already enlisted a friend to prepare the design plans. Within 3 days, our shop will be ready for business." Yang Fendu, confident in Meng Kaiyu's capabilities, responded, "Excellent. In 3 days, we shall officially open. You will handle the renovations, while I will procure the merchandise. Otherwise, an empty shop would not bode well." Meng Kaiyu expressed a hint of concern. "Is 3 days enough time to gather sufficient stock for such a large space?" Yang Fendu laughed. "The items displayed outside are generally commonplace and easily obtainable. The truly exceptional pieces, however, are seldom exhibited. They are kept hidden to avoid damage and to deter prying eyes." Meng Kaiyu enlightened. "I see. Another lesson learned." After finalizing their plans, Meng Kaiyu departed to arrange for the renovations, while Yang Fendu locked the shop door and made his way to the street stalls. His intent was not merely to seek a bargain but to acquire items to display in their shop. As noon approached, the foot traffic diminished considerably. Yang Fendu strolled leisurely, surveying the stalls on either side. After a while, he arrived at a stall selling porcelain, approximately 3 square meters in size, showcasing an array of exquisite ceramic wares. The vendor, an elderly gentleman, noticed Yang Fendu crouching down and eagerly began his sales pitch. "Young man, all the porcelain here is genuine and of exceptional quality. Take this Meiping vase in your hand. It is a masterpiece from the Qing dynasty's Qianlong imperial kiln. I haven't made a sale all morning. If you are interested, you can take it for 30,000. Yang Fendu shook his head with a smile, clearly perceiving that the vendor mistook him for a simpleton. A blue and white Qianlong vase priced at 30,000 yuan was indeed an outrageous claim. However, Yang chose to remain silent. As a newcomer to this street, it would allow the vendors to lower their guard, facilitating his opportunity to discover genuine treasures. He set the vase down and picked up a brush washer, examining it closely. This particular piece was from the Ru kiln, and its value surpassed that of the vase, commanding a price of 50,000 yuan. The old man glanced around furtively and raised 5 fingers, as if fearing detection. This was a common tactic employed by vendors to instill a sense of authenticity in their claims. Yang remained reticent, picking up several more items, each time met with the old man's extravagant praise. A novice might easily be swayed by his flattery. In truth, these antique vendors possessed keen insight. They might not always discern the quality of the items, but they were adept at reading people, quickly identifying whether someone was a fool or not. Maintaining an air of curiosity, Yang continued to handle each piece, his unfamiliarity ensuring the vendor was convinced he was indeed a simpleton. During this charade, Yang discreetly assessed the vendor's expression and, upon confirming that the old man had not recognized his expertise, smiled and remarked, "To be honest, these items are quite remarkable. If they are indeed as you say, it would be even better. The old man, sensing an opportunity, became increasingly animated, exclaiming, "Young man, I can tell we share a special connection. Choose any pieces you like, and if you buy multiple items, I can certainly offer you a discount. Whether for gifting or collection, they are all excellent choices." Yang smiled and nodded. "I too sense our connection. I shall select a few pieces." As he spoke, he feigned a serious and cautious demeanor while examining the items. Most of the wares at this stall were modern crafts of negligible value. However, 2 pieces piqued Yang's interest. One was a Republic-era porcelain bowl imitating the Qianlong style. Despite its mass production, the quality of its clay and glaze was commendable, and its form was intact, likely worth around 5,000 yuan. The second piece was particularly noteworthy, a Republic-era snow-scene porcelain vase, which the old man had carelessly relegated to a corner. Instantly recognizing its value, Yang casually inspected the base, where he found the Qianlong mark. With the assistance of his enhanced vision, he discerned additional characters beneath the mark but chose not to scrutinize further, placing it aside. These vendors were astute. Lingering too long could provoke suspicion. Subsequently, Yang selected a few more items, ultimately choosing 5 in total. "Boss, I will take these 5. Please provide your price," he said, brushing off the dust from his hands and smiling at the vendor. The vendor glanced at the items Yang had chosen, feigning surprise. "Young man, you have a discerning eye. These 5 pieces are indeed the finest in my collection. Given our connection, I will offer you a special price of 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu chuckled and remarked, "Boss, you truly excel in commerce. If I were to choose any of these other items, you would undoubtedly claim they are the finest in your collection." The old man awkwardly smiled, taken aback by the youth's unexpected cleverness. "All right, let's be friends. You can take them for 80,000. Yang Fendu shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Noticing this, the old man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then how much do you propose?" Yang Fendu, grinning, slowly extended a single finger. "What? 1,000? That's far too low. Young man, you don't negotiate like this. Others would cut the price in half. But with your offer, it feels as though I'm losing my trousers." The old man's expression was one of shock, his head shaking vigorously. However, he had misinterpreted the situation. Yang Fendu then clarified, "I meant 1,000 for all 5 items. I would take them in one go." "What? Young man, are you jesting? At that price, I wouldn't even be able to cover my costs. This is impossible." The old man was genuinely taken aback by the audacity of Yang Fendu's offer. Chapter 68. A battle of wits. Yang Fendu remained silent, confident that the old man had not recognized the sea bowl and snow scene vase as valuable items. Otherwise, his demeanor would not have been so indifferent. Typically, such modern replicas would not cost more than 200 yuan combined. Yang Fendu offered 1,000, fearing that the old man might discern that he was not a fool. In essence, it was a contest of psychological endurance and perceptive acuity. As long as the vendor remained oblivious, all was well. Observing the old man merely shaking his head and refusing to sell while not retrieving his items, Yang Fendu understood the situation. "Alas, it appears that fate has not favored us. Since you are unwilling to part with it, I shall explore other stalls," he remarked, casting a glance around to find that the area was nearly devoid of patrons. With a sigh, he stood up, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. He was certain that, within 10 steps, the old man would call him back. "Young man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let us negotiate the price once more. I sincerely wish to do business." The old man's voice suddenly echoed as Yang Fendu took his 6th step. Turning back with a smile, Yang Fendu replied, "The price is as I stated, 1,000 yuan. I am genuinely interested, but if you find it unsatisfactory, then let us leave it at that." Seeing that there was no room for further negotiation, the old man lowered his head in contemplation, as if making a significant decision. With a stamp of his foot, he declared, "Very well, I shall take the loss today. Were it not for my earnest desire to befriend you, I would never part with it at this price." Returning to the stall, Yang Fendu chuckled, "Isn't business just a matter of becoming familiar with one another? Next time I visit, do grant me a better price." "Better? At this rate, I might as well give away my undergarments," the old man replied, packing the items Yang Fendu had chosen into a box. After transferring 1,000 yuan via his mobile phone, Yang Fendu happily accepted the items from the old man and left. That lad is quite the fool, the old man muttered to himself, watching Yang Fendu's retreating figure with a sense of self-satisfaction as he began to tidy his stall. With 5 items and packaging costing him merely 100 yuan. He had netted a profit of 900 yuan, a reason to celebrate as he closed up shop. Little did he know the true fool was he himself. Just as the old man was finishing up, another customer approached his stall. The old man looked up and, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, "Boss Li, what brings you to this humble stall today?" The newcomer was none other than Li Jun, the proprietor of Junlai Tang. Initially intending to dine out, he had spotted Yang Fendu receiving items from the vendor from a distance. After avoiding Yang Fendu, he hurried to the stall. "Oh, I was just about to go out for a meal. Old Zheng, it seems business has been good for you this morning," Li Jun remarked with a smile. Old Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "It's just enough to make ends meet. I cannot compare to your Junlai Tang, where you handle substantial transactions. I merely operate on a small scale." Li Jun, shaking his head, responded, "I just saw someone purchase several items from you at once." Upon hearing this, Old Zheng quickly replied, "You know the items at my stall? I only sold 5 pieces for 1,000 yuan. This was somewhat unexpected for Li Jun. Wasn't Yang Fendu reputed for his keen eye? The items at this stall amounted to merely a couple of 100 yuan. What was Yang Fendu intending to do? Misjudge the value? Li Jun pondered for a moment, then inquired with a smile, "What items did he purchase from you?" Old Zheng, bewildered by Li Jun's interest in his merchandise, nonetheless divulged all the items Yang Fendu had acquired. Satisfied, Li Jun nodded and engaged in a brief conversation before making his way out of the antique street. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised Yang Fendu's intentions must be related to stocking up for his shop's opening. Humph, the lad certainly knows how to play the game, flipping some trinkets from a street vendor to pass off as genuine in his shop. Just wait, if I don't see you stumble, I'm not Li Jun. As he walked, Li Jun's thoughts continued to churn. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu had returned to his shop, shut the door, and headed straight to the inner room, intending to examine the 2 items he had acquired, when suddenly, Meng Kaiyu dashed in from outside. "How did you return so quickly? Weren't you out for renovations?" Yang Fendu asked, curiosity evident on his face. What can I say? I have many friends. Everything is ready, and they'll come over to work this afternoon." Meng Kaiyu replied with a smile as he settled onto the sofa. Yang Fendu genuinely admired his friend's extensive network. "Did you just acquire these?" Meng Kaiyu asked in astonishment, noticing the 5 boxes atop the coffee table. "Indeed, I just bought them from a street vendor," Yang Fendu affirmed with a nod. Meng Kaiyu, eager to delve into the contents, hastily opened the boxes and examined the 5 items. Despite being somewhat knowledgeable, he furrowed his brow upon seeing them. "Young Master Yang, can these even be classified as antiques? They are clearly modern replicas." Hearing this, Yang Fendu chuckled lightly. "Your eye is sharp this time. However, these 2 pieces are quite remarkable and suitable for display on a multi-treasure shelf." As he spoke, he nudged the sea bowl and snow-scene porcelain vase towards Meng Kaiyu, casually placing the other 3 items back in the boxes. Meng Kaiyu frowned and picked up the snow-scene porcelain vase for a closer inspection. Noticing the markings on the bottom only deepened his frown. "What is this? It lacks any structure, and the markings on the base appear utterly counterfeit." Yang Fendu smiled mysteriously. "What you see depicted are the mountains extending upwards from the vase's mouth. It is a snowy scene from the mountains. Don't just focus on the mountains, observe the vase as a whole. That vast expanse of blank space represents the pristine snow." His words were like a revelation, prompting Meng Kaiyu to extend his arms and create some distance, his expression transforming to one of surprise. "Wow! What a splendid depiction of a snowy mountain scene. Had you not pointed it out, I truly would not have recognized it," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "Hee."
Yang Fendu chuckled softly,
choosing not to elaborate further and instead admired the sea bowl adorned with blue and white patterns. "But wait, young Master Yang, this marking cannot be genuine either." Soon, Meng Kaiyu furrowed his brow once more. Yang Fendu took the bottle and remarked, "This mark was not created during the firing process. Rather, it was inscribed later. Initially, it was likely regarded as a modern imitation, which is why the Qianlong mark was added, attempting to deceive collectors. However, I must inform you that although this is a piece from the Republic of China era, it was crafted by a renowned artisan, thus its value cannot be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu quickly responded, in recent years, porcelain from the Republic of China has gained popularity. Even mass-produced pieces can fetch prices ranging from 3 to 5,000, or even upwards of 10,000. This is Meng Kaiyu's strength. He possesses an acute understanding of the market trends for antiques and collectibles. In response, Yang Fendu handed the sea bowl to Meng Kaiyu, stating this piece is indeed mass-produced, yet it exhibits commendable attributes, particularly its excellent preservation, so it should be valued at around 5,000. Meng Kaiyu examined the sea bowl carefully before gently placing it back in the box. His gaze returned to the snow-scene porcelain vase, and he urged Yang Xiao, please do not keep me in suspense. Do tell me, what is the true worth of this vase? Chapter 69. Serendipity. Every time Yang Fendu observed Meng Kaiyu's impatient demeanor, he could not help but chuckle. Noticing Yang Fendu's continued amusement, Meng Kaiyu, with a look of distress, remarked, Young Master Yang, you are being rather excessive, deliberately tantalizing me. Yang Fendu shook his head, replying, no, I merely wish for you to maintain your composure. In our line of work, if you cannot steady your mind and allow your intentions to be discerned, how will you acquire valuable items? Furthermore, you are always at risk of being deceived. With others present, I am cautious. Now it is just the two of us, Meng Kaiyu hurriedly stated. Go to the convenience store and fetch a bottle of camphor oil. I shall perform a trick for you, Yang Fendu suggested, glancing at the bottle's inscription. Reluctantly, Meng Kaiyu rose and jogged outside, returning in less than 5 minutes with a bottle of camphor oil. Yang Fendu opened the bottle, pouring out a small amount to evenly apply on the inscription. After waiting a few minutes, he took a cloth and vigorously wiped the inscription, revealing that the original Qing dynasty mark had vanished, replaced by the true inscription before their eyes. Upon seeing the inscription, a smile crept onto Yang Fendu's lips. Su Ren's work? Meng Kaiyu stared at the inscription, perplexed, and inquired who exactly is Su Ren. Unable to contain his laughter, Yang Fendu responded, you are correct. This Su Ren is indeed a noteworthy figure. What? Young Master Yang, are you jesting with me? What is this Su Ren known for? This item clearly appears to be a craft. I fear you may have misjudged, Meng Kaiyu said, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, ignorance is truly daunting. Brother Meng, I believe you should spend more time reading in the future. Are you familiar with the 8 Friends of Zhu Mountain?
Yang Fendu asked.
Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu shook his head once more. Su Ran is one of the 8 Friends of Zhu Mountain, a master of ceramic art, particularly renowned for his snowy landscape paintings. Thus, although this porcelain vase hails from the Republic era, it bears the mark of a master, significantly elevating its value. Wait a moment, I understand that porcelain from the Republic era can be exceedingly valuable if crafted by a master. I recall several pieces auctioned in recent years fetching over 1 million, with one even surpassing 3 million, Meng Kaiyu remarked, his understanding dawning upon him. Hee. Yang Fendu shook his head, offering a wry smile. Young master, how much do you believe this Su Ren piece could sell for? Meng Kaiyu pressed on. This piece is not from his peak period, and many still do not recognize Republic porcelain. If it encounters a true collector, it should fetch around 3 to 500,000. Of course, at a normal price, it would start at 200,000. How much did you spend on these 5 pieces? Meng Kaiyu inquired eagerly. 1,000 yuan. Goodness! Young Master Yang, even at 10,000 yuan you would have scored a remarkable bargain. To acquire something valued at 3 to 500,000 for merely 1,000 is truly astonishing. I am utterly impressed, Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, his composure once again slipping away. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Fendu smiled and remarked, well, these things are serendipitous. Today has truly been a stroke of luck. I had little hope, yet unexpectedly, I stumbled upon a treasure. Meng Kaiyu, hearing this, became even more exhilarated. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. To find a gem without even seeking it. Imagine if you had been actively searching. You would have struck it rich. Yang Fendu quickly shook his head, replying, I must emphasize that such occurrences are purely fortuitous. If one fixates on finding a treasure, they are bound to overlook it, for a restless heart alters one's perception. Therefore, maintaining a tranquil mind is paramount. Do you understand? Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement, comprehending the wisdom. Yang Fendu then reassured him, Brother Meng, our shop will commence renovations this afternoon. Leaving these items here poses a risk of damage, and my home is somewhat insecure. Please take them back for safekeeping, and once the renovations are complete, you may bring them back. Understood. Meng Kaiyu readily agreed, carefully packing the 2 items. Just then, Yang Fendu's phone suddenly rang. Noticing it was Shang Mei calling, he promptly answered. Shang Mei, are you alright? He had been unable to reach her the previous day, which had caused him some concern, and amidst the day's busyness, he had neglected to call her.
Iemme perfectly fine.
Moreover, the crisis at Shang's is about to be resolved. Where are you? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Shang Mei's voice revealed her elation. I'm with Brother Meng. Please send me your location, and we'll head over immediately. Alright. Shang Mei hung up and sent the location to Yang Fendu. Let us go. Shang Mei is treating us to dinner. Yang Fendu informed Meng Kaiyu as he stood up and headed outside. Meng Kaiyu, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly followed, cradling the 2 boxes. After locking the shop with a new chain purchased by Meng Kaiyu, they made their way out to the antique street. I believe Shang Mei's invitation for dinner indicates she is in high spirits. Likely due to some good news? Meng Kaiyu commented as he started the car. Yang Fendu nodded. She mentioned that the crisis at Shang's is nearing resolution. Shortly, they arrived at the entrance of a private dining establishment, parked the car, and walked inside. Shang Mei was already waiting for them. Upon their arrival, she greeted them with a radiant smile and a cheerful wave. Miss Shang, you seem to have some delightful news. Meng Kaiyu remarked curiously as he took a seat. Humph, you're quite astute. Shang Mei responded with a playful glare at Meng Kaiyu, then turned her gaze to Yang Fendu, saying, Our company is about to embark on designing a new product line. Yang Fendu smiled and congratulated her. How wonderful! Just a few days ago you mentioned a lack of funds and raw materials. How has it been resolved so swiftly?
Shang Mei nodded.
My grandfather has instructed the company to allocate all liquid assets towards the new product design, and this morning, we received a call confirming the arrival of a batch of raw materials. Haha, that is indeed splendid news. Congratulations. Yang Xiao and I also have good news to share with you, Meng Kaiyu joyfully announced. Shang Mei furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, What good news is this? Meng Kaiyu, unable to contain his excitement, replied straightforwardly, Yang Xiao and I have purchased a shop on Antique Street. Renovations will commence this afternoon, and we will officially open 3 days from now. I wanted to inform you ahead of time, so don't forget to prepare a generous gift. Is that true? Shang Mei was skeptical of Meng Kaiyu's words. She had never been one to hold her tongue, and she trusted only Yang Fendu. Thus, her beautiful gaze fixated intently on him. Yang Fendu, with a resigned smile, nodded and confirmed, Indeed, we plan to open in 3 days. Shang Mei's charming face displayed a hint of surprise as she exclaimed, Didn't they say there were no vacant shops on Antique Street? How did you manage that? Meng Kaiyu quickly explained, Yang Xiao had anticipated this. He predicted that Wu Tian would fail, and indeed, the landlord reclaimed the shop with the items seized. Consequently, we were able to acquire the shop without issue. Shang Mei gazed at Yang Fendu with admiration before turning her attention back to Meng Kaiyu, saying, Since you both have such wonderful news, this meal is on you. Oh dear, I should have waited until you settled the bill before speaking. Now I'll end up treating you. Meng Kaiyu lamented, patting his mouth in regret. The group was filled with joy as they shared their meal, but the cheerful atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the ringing of Shang Mei's phone. After answering, she stood there in shock, slowly lowering her phone, her beautiful eyes fixed on the 2 men. What's wrong? Yang Fendu inquired, sensing her distress. Shang Mei, still in a daze, replied, The raw stone we just received has encountered an issue. Chapter 70. Something amiss. Meng Kaiyu drove swiftly, carrying Yang Fendu and Shang Mei to the storage park on the outskirts of Shihe City. Noticing the distressing expression on Shang Mei's face, filled with palpable tension, Yang Fendu hurriedly reassured her, Shang Mei, do not be anxious just yet. Let us first ascertain the situation. Shang Mei merely nodded, speechless. At that moment, A crowd had already gathered at the entrance of the Shang family's raw stone warehouse. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Shang Mei hastily maneuvered through the throng and rushed forward. What is happening? What seems to be the issue? She inquired coldly, directing her ire at the person responsible for the procurement of the raw stones. The individual, head bowed, murmured, "Only a few dozen of these stones are genuine. The rest are all counterfeit." In a fit of rage, Shang Mei, having lost her composure, struck him across the face. Who could remain rational under such circumstances? This batch of raw stones had cost nearly 80 million. A significant portion of the Shang family's liquid assets had been invested in them. To discover that they were all fraudulent was a devastating blow. Shang Mei, this is the outcome of your reckless ambition. Your insistence on developing a new product has led us to this predicament. What do you intend to do now? Several board members began to voice their accusations against Shang Mei. At that moment, Shang Yuhe and Shang Mei's father, Shang Mingcheng, rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Shang Mei, what were you thinking? Why did you not supervise such a substantial shipment personally? Shang Yuhe glared at the raw stones with fury directed at Shang Mei. You have brought ruin upon the Shang family, lamented Shang Mingcheng, his face etched with sorrow. In that instant, Shang Mei felt utterly desolate, for she had never before concerned herself with the procurement of raw stones, trusting that the responsible individual was loyal. Yet, this time, she had unwittingly invited catastrophe upon the Shang family. Grandfather, I acknowledge my negligence in this matter. Fear not. Regardless of the cost, I shall find a resolution. With determination, she turned her gaze back to the procurement officer, her voice icy. Tell me, from whom did you acquire these stones? Chairman Shang. I initially intended to procure them from Rueli, but due to your pressing demands, I ended up purchasing this batch from an individual from Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Shang Mei comprehended the gravity of the situation and demanded, "Where is he? Have you managed to contact him?" "The phone has been deactivated. We cannot locate him," the officer replied, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Shang Mei's heart sank. It was clear they had fallen victim to a deceitful scheme. What day is it today? Why is everyone from the Shang family here at the warehouse? Have they discovered the Imperial Green? Just then, several individuals approached them. How did that scoundrel Wang Hai arrive here? Meng Kaiyu, who had been observing from the back of the crowd, gritted his teeth. Let us remain silent and assess the situation. It seems someone is deliberately orchestrating a trap to harm the Shang family. Yang Fendu whispered urgently to Meng Kaiyu. Wang, it is truly disgraceful. Every piece of raw stone we acquired for the Shang family is counterfeit.
Shang Mingchen, visibly angry, at the Wang Hai, unso Shang.
Please do not be angry just yet. Could there be some misunderstanding? The Shang family would never commit such a grave error. He let out a deep sigh. Grandfather Shang, could this situation be true? Despite the shock on Wang Hai's face, his heart was elated, and he turned his gaze back to Shang Yuhe, inquiring once more. Young Master Wang, I apologize for the embarrassment this has caused you. Shang Yuhe replied with a sense of resignation. What you say, Grandfather Shang, is unfounded. The troubles of the Shang family reflect poorly on our Wang family as well, considering the impending union between our two families has become common knowledge in our circle.
Wang Hai feign sympathy. Silencer. Wang Hai.
Shang Mei, already simmering with anger, exclaimed as she heard his nauseating voice. Xiao Mei, what is this? I merely came to see if there was any way I could assist. If you continue like this, I will take my leave. Wang Hai retorted, his eyes glinting mischievously. Meng Kaiyu struggled to contain his fury, thinking, this scoundrel, I wish I could kick him to death. Is he not taking advantage of our misfortune? However, Yang Fendu shook his head, advising, let us remain calm. There is something amiss here. He focused intently on Shang Mei and the others, his hands clenched tightly into fists, unnoticed by them. Xiao Mei, mind your tone. Do you not see the gravity of our situation? Young Master Wang is genuinely concerned for us, and your attitude is uncalled for. Shang Yuhe reprimanded her. To be candid, young Master Wang, our Shang family finds itself in dire straits. If we cannot resolve this, we may face catastrophic consequences, he continued, his face etched with pain. Wang Hai furrowed his brow, responding, Grandfather Shang, it cannot be that dire. It is merely a case of purchasing counterfeit raw stones. The sky is not falling. 80 million, just like that, gone, Shang Yuhe lamented sorrowfully. Observing Shang Yuhe's distress, Wang Hai felt a surge of satisfaction and remarked, "Grandfather Shang, our Wang family could indeed assist you in overcoming this crisis. But what?" Shang Yuhe, grasping at hope, eagerly pressed. But this arrangement lacks legitimacy. I and Xiao Mei." Wang Hai purposely paused, leaving the sentence unfinished. Shang Yuhe quickly grasped his implication and declared, "This matter is under my authority. If you can aid our Shang family, I will immediately arrange for Xiao Mei to marry you." "Grandfather!" Shang Mei began to protest, but Shang Yuhe silenced her with a fierce shout. "Grandfather Shang, perhaps it would be wiser for us to marry first, and then our Wang family will extend assistance to your Shang family," Wang Hai suggested, a determined glint in his eyes. "Wang Hai, dream on. Even in death, I would never wed you," Shang Mei retorted coldly, her anger palpable. Wang Hai's gaze lingered on Shang Mei, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he declared, "You said it yourself. Do not regret it later, for when the time comes, even if you kneel and beg, it will be of no use." As soon as Wang Hai's words fell, 3 vehicles approached, and upon seeing them, the faces of the crowd were filled with palpable tension. One was from the Industry and Commerce Department, while the other 2 belonged to the police station. What on earth is happening? Meng Kaiyu observed this scene with astonishment. He recognized most of the uniformed individuals, yet they did not spare him a glance, instead making their way directly into the throng. "Who is the head of the Shang group?" One of them scanned the crowd sharply and inquired. All eyes turned to Shang Mei, who had no choice but to step forward and announce, "I am Shang Mei, the chairperson of the Shang group." The individual regarded her for a moment before nodding and stating, "We have just received a report alleging that your company has been producing high-end jewelry using counterfeit jade. Furthermore, it has been claimed that you have acquired fake raw stones from fraudsters. We require you and the person responsible for purchasing the raw stones to accompany us for an investigation." Chapter 71. A wise choice. As the words fell, the colleagues behind this individual moved forward to apprehend Shang Mei and the person responsible for procuring the raw stones, leading them away from the crowd. What was disheartening was that not a single person from the Shang family spoke up. Even Shang Mingcheng merely sighed. Meanwhile, the officials began to seal off the Shang family's raw stone warehouse. "Hey brother, I assure you on my honor that she has been wronged. At the very least, take the person in charge of the raw stones back first." Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendu quickly intervened as they saw Shang Mei being taken away. The officers in uniform recognized Meng Kaiyu, and one of them hurriedly pulled him aside to speak quietly. "Young Master Meng, I truly have no power to intervene this time. The situation has escalated significantly, and now the media in Shihe is buzzing about it. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously, so I can only handle it according to protocol. Please don't make it difficult for my colleagues." Hearing this, Meng Kaiyu could only nod in resignation, saying, "All right, brother, I trust what you say. Rest assured, young Master Meng. You know the process. Taking her back is merely for a routine inquiry. She won't suffer, I assure you." "Thank you." Yang Fendu's gaze remained fixed on Shang Mei's face. Their eyes met, and tears glistened in Shang Mei's eyes. Yet Yang Fendu managed to muster a smile. "Do not be afraid. Both Meng Gu and I will certainly help you clarify this matter. Just cooperate with their investigation." Shang Mei nodded earnestly. Soon, she was taken away in a vehicle. "Grandfather Shang, it seems we can no longer proceed with the wedding. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. I can no longer intervene in the affairs of the Shang family," Wang Hai remarked, preparing to turn away with his companions. Seeing this, Shang Yuhe hurriedly approached, saying, "Wang Xiao, do not be angry. This matter is not entirely in her control. I will take charge. Once she clarifies the situation, we will arrange your wedding immediately." Upon hearing this, Wang Hai ceased his pretense, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face as he chuckled, "Grandfather Shang, it is not that I, Wang Hai, am being unreasonable. Without proper legitimacy, I truly cannot assist you. However, with your assurance, I feel more at ease. Once I marry Xiao Mei, I will help the Shang family through this crisis." "Marry? Have you lost your mind?" At that moment, a chilling voice interrupted. Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu had approached Wang Hai. Upon seeing them, Wang Hai instinctively stepped back 3 paces, and his bodyguards immediately positioned themselves in front of him. Shang Yuhe and Shang Mingcheng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting simultaneously. Shang Mingcheng stepped forward to block Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendu. "Xiao Yu, what are you trying to do?" Shang Mingcheng coldly inquired, fixing a glare on Meng Kaiyu. Meng Kaiyu met Shang Mingcheng's gaze, suppressing his anger as he stated, "Uncle Shang, why is your family so foolish? This incident is clearly a scam. Someone is deliberately trying to bring down the Shang family. Do you not understand?" Upon hearing these words, Shang Mingcheng's expression turned icy as he retorted, "Xiao Yu, cease your prattling. The affairs of the Shang family are not for you to meddle in. Furthermore, Xiaomei is soon to wed young Master Wang. It would be prudent for you to limit your contact with her to avoid igniting gossip." Meng Kaiyu, exuding a sense of helplessness, replied, "Uncle Shang, you truly are becoming senile. Do you believe that marrying Xiaomei to this scoundrel will secure the Shang family's safety?
Yes, sur you.
Soon the entire Shang group will fall under the Wang family's dominion." Silence. Meng Kaiyu, do you wish for me to discipline you on behalf of your father? Shang Mingcheng interjected, his face flushed with anger. At that moment, a cold smile flickered across Wang Hai's lips as he declared, "Meng Kaiyu, you should quickly remove yourself from this situation. The matters between the Wang and Shang families have nothing to do with you." Already seething with frustration, Meng Kaiyu did not expect Wang Hai to provoke him further, and his gaze turned icy towards him. Observing this, Yang Fendu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly grasped his arm and shook his head. Yang Fendu's gaze settled on Wang Hai, a smirk crossing his face as he said, "Wang Hai, do not become too complacent. Do you truly believe your actions are without flaw?" Wang Hai gritted his teeth and replied, "Yang Fendu, remember this. The previous incident is far from over. Once I marry Shang Mei, I will settle the score with you." With that, he hurled a threatening remark before hastily retreating towards his vehicle. Haunted by the psychological scars left by their previous altercation, and wary of Meng Kaiyu's father's influence, departing was indeed the wisest course of action. Yang Fenda then turned his attention to Shang Mingcheng and Shang Yuhe, stating calmly, "Greetings, I am Yang Fendu, a friend of Shang Mei. I believe it would be prudent for you to cease lingering here and instead devise a plan to rescue Shang Mei. Meng Xiao is correct. This situation is clearly a setup aimed at undermining your family." Shang Yuhe's face hardened as he glared at Yang Fendu and coldly replied, "So, you are Yang Fendu? Very well. I advise you to keep your distance from Shang Mei. Our family is not one you can aspire to associate with. Should you dare to harass her again, do not expect the Shang family to be courteous." With that, Shang Yuhe flicked his sleeve in indignation and turned to leave, with the rest of the Shang family hastily following suit. Watching their retreating figures, Yang Fendu shook his head in disappointment. "Young Master Yang, please do not be vexed. Shang Yuhe is merely an old fool," Meng Kaiyu said, noticing Yang Fendu's expression. Yang Fendu, however, shook his head and offered a slight smile, saying, "Those who are arrogant and obstinate will inevitably bring ruin upon their entire clan." Meng Kaiyu, taken aback, quickly responded, "Indeed, but it is Shang Mei who suffers." Speaking of Shang Mei, Yang Fendu's gaze shifted back to Meng Kaiyu as he urged, "Regardless, we cannot remain passive regarding Shang Mei's predicament. You have connections. Think of a way to extricate her." Meng Kaiyu's expression turned troubled as he confessed, "I just spoke with a former colleague. The commotion surrounding this incident is substantial, and they are powerless to assist. I fear I will have to contact my father." "Very well, then perhaps you should give it a try." Yang Fendu nodded in agreement. Meng Kaiyu hurriedly retrieved his phone to call Meng Liang, but within a minute, he hung up with a look of helplessness. He sighed towards Yang Fendu, explaining that the old gentleman had his own difficulties and could not intervene in the matter. However, he urged them to investigate thoroughly, as something felt amiss. Meng Shu's concerns were indeed valid. It was best for them to devise their own solutions. "Let us first go to the tea house and calm our minds," Yang Fendu suggested. With that, the two drove away from the storage park. Meng Kaiyu was at the wheel while Yang Fendu lowered his head, scrolling through his phone, inundated with news about the counterfeit jade from the Shang group. In a matter of moments, the Shang Group found itself engulfed in an unprecedented crisis. As Shang Yuhe and his associates arrived at the company's entrance, they were besieged by dozens of media outlets. Furthermore, rumors circulated online claiming that all the jade jewelry sold by Shang Group was also counterfeit. Customers from both within Shiha City and from other regions overwhelmed the stores, returning their purchases in droves. Chapter 72. The nature of humanity at present. The entire company building is in disarray. The directors of the Shang family, mostly relatives, are eager to claim their shares when profits are at stake, yet none possess the fortitude to withstand adversity. In his desperation, Shang Yuhe has no choice but to turn to the Wang Group for assistance, as they are now his only hope. On another front, Wang Hai is reveling in delight, seated in a private room at the club, toasting with red wine alongside Li Jun in celebration. Boss Wang, you are truly formidable. The Shang family is now engulfed in panic, and the Shang Group is within our grasp. Wang Hai remarked with a sinister smile directed at Li Jun. Li Jun, equally beaming, promptly clinked his glass with Wang Hai's and complimented. I cannot compare to young Master Wang. It is your prowess that has ensured such smooth sailing. Without your behind-the-scenes maneuvering, none of this would be possible. Ha ha! Wang Hai threw back his head and laughed coldly, casually tossing a card to Li Jun. This is the payment for your batch of goods. Upon receiving the bank card, Li Jun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he replied, Then I shall not be modest, young Master Wang. In that moment, Li Jun felt an exhilarating sense of vindication. He had finally exacted his revenge and made a substantial profit. He naively believed that without the support of the affluent Shang Mei, Yang Fendu was nothing more than a worthless pauper. Next, he intended to devise a way to deal with Yang Fendu. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. Rest assured, once I have Shang Mei and the Shang Group in my grasp, I will assist you in dealing with that scoundrel Yang Fendu. Thank you, young Master Wang, Li Jun said, raising his glass once more in a toast. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu had arrived at the tea bar, their minds preoccupied with their phones rather than enjoying tea. The headlines screamed, Shang Group enveloped in scandal over counterfeit goods. The Shang Group accused of using fake jade in jewelry, resulting in various degrees of poisoning among consumers. The beautiful chairwoman of Shang Group imprisoned for manufacturing and selling counterfeits. Damn it! These media outlets will write anything without restraint. Upon seeing these headlines, Meng Kaiyu angrily cast his phone aside and took a large sip from his cup of tea. Yang Fendu, however, calmly remarked, such sensational writing is intended to capture attention. Yet it is evident that someone has orchestrated this media frenzy. Meng Kaiyu quickly interjected, there is no need for speculation. It must be that scoundrel Wang Hai behind this. I never imagined he would resort to such despicable tactics. Yang Fendu nodded, stating that everything must be substantiated by evidence. The pressing matter at hand was to find a way to extricate Shang Mei. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. He then proceeded to call a friend. After expressing his intentions, Meng Kaiyu picked up his phone and began dialing incessantly. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu's countenance appeared somewhat grave. Given his current capabilities, he was less adept at networking and establishing connections than Meng Kaiyu. Thus, he could only place his hopes in Meng Kaiyu. As he sipped his tea, he awaited the call. After finishing an entire pot, Meng Kaiyu finally set down the phone, his expression one of resignation as he glanced at Yang Fendu. The situation has escalated significantly. My friends are either powerless or unwilling to get involved. I have even heard that the bank has sent personnel to the Shang family group. Throughout history, many have been eager to add embellishments to a flourishing situation, yet few have been willing to provide timely assistance in times of need. Yang Fendu had long recognized this truth. When the walls crumble, the crowd is quick to push them down. Such is the nature of humanity. At this moment, Meng Kaiyu found himself at a loss, sitting in a rattan chair, brooding in frustration, astonished that none of his friends could offer help in this critical hour. Certainly, some truly were powerless to assist, but the majority chose to maintain their distance. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a friend. Suddenly, the monotonous atmosphere was pierced by the ringing of a phone. Yang Fendu retrieved his mobile device and answered casually, Hello? Is this Yang Fendu? This is Su Man. You are aware of the situation regarding Shang Mei, correct? Came Su Man's voice from the other end. Yang Fendu furrowed his brow and replied directly, "What do you mean? Where are you? I'll come to find you. Perhaps I can devise a way to get Xiang Mei out." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu's eyes lit up, and after glancing at Meng Kaiyu, he quickly added, "Let us have tea." Noticing the change in Yang Fendu's expression, Meng Kaiyu straightened up and inquired, "Yang Xiao, what is going on?" Yang Fendu furrowed his brow in confusion and said, "Su Man called, stating she can help get Xiang Mei out." With a loud slap to his forehead, Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten about this woman? She is Xiang Mei's close friend and has more connections in Shihe than I do. She might indeed have a solution." Yang Fendu's expression grew more serious as he turned to Meng Kaiyu and asked, "Meng Go, didn't I ask you to gather information on Su Man? How is that progressing?" "Goodness. Blame me, blame me. I've been so busy with our shop's matters these past few days that I completely forgot about this," Meng Kaiyu hastily explained, then sent an electronic document to Yang Fendu's phone. Continuing, "This is what I had my colleague investigate. Take a look." Yang Fendu nodded with a smile and opened the document on his phone. He quickly skimmed past the introductory information that did not pique his interest and moved on to the background details. Su Man's father, Su Wenhua, had once served in the Shihe City Cultural Relics Bureau but had gone missing along with a batch of artifacts following a catastrophic fire at the bureau. After graduating from university, Su Man had studied abroad in the United States and subsequently joined the Jiatali Auction Company, where she has remained ever since. As Yang Fendu absorbed the information presented in the document, he felt a stir of emotions within him, his mind wandering back to memories from his childhood. The name Su Wenhua was familiar to him. He remembered that both he and his father had been esteemed connoisseurs at the Cultural Relics Bureau, with Su Wenhua being particularly skilled in the authentication of calligraphy and paintings. He had even visited their home once. Yang Fendu gently closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously, and soon a hazy outline of a little girl appeared in his mind. The girl was a few years older than him, and they had played house together. Su Man. Could she be that little girl from back then? A thought flickered through Yang Fendu's mind. Across the way, Meng Kaiyu observed Yang Fendu's demeanor and could not help but display a hint of concern, promptly inquiring, "Are you all right, young Master Yang?" As his thoughts were interrupted, Yang Fendu regained his composure and shook his head in response to Meng Kaiyu, saying, "I'm fine. I simply didn't expect that Su Man is actually a returnee." Meng Kaiyu chuckled softly, then suddenly adopted a mysterious expression and remarked, "That's all mere triviality. I possess a piece of insider information regarding her. Would you care to know?" "What information?" Yang Fendu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Lowering his voice as if fearful of being overheard, Meng Kaiyu whispered, "The reason Su Man, at such a young age, is able to serve as the general manager of Jiatali is due to her connection with." Just then, at a crucial moment, a series of knocks on the door abruptly interrupted Meng Kaiyu's words. The waiter entered, accompanied by a stunning woman clad in professional attire. Chapter 73. Do I have a choice? Upon seeing the impeccably dressed Su Man, Meng Kaiyu felt a sudden surge of anxiety. His gaze intentionally averted. He inwardly lamented, "Thank heavens she didn't tea over here. Otherwise it would have been disastrous. The exquisite Su is here so soon. Please take a seat," he muttered, hastily rising to offer his greetings. Su Man's beautiful eyes rested upon Meng Kaiyu, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, "Meng Xiao, you appear somewhat unwell, as if harboring ulterior motives." "Ah!" Meng Kaiyu exclaimed in surprise, quickly responding, "Su de Mei, you jest. I am merely worried about Xiang Mei. It has left me somewhat distracted." At that moment, Yang Fendu's gaze remained fixed on Xiang Mei. Observing the capable and attractive Su Man before him, he found it difficult to reconcile her with the young lady he once knew. The only resemblance lay in Su Man's pair of enchanting, watery eyes. As Su Man sat down and was about to speak, she suddenly noticed Yang Fendu staring intently at her, causing her delicate features to shift slightly in confusion. "Yang Xiao, is there something on my face?" "Oh. No, I apologize. I was momentarily lost in thought," Yang Fendu quickly replied, forcing a sheepish smile. Meng Kaiyu, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, quipped, "A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's attention. Yang Xiao must surely be captivated by your beauty." Yang Fendu was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Man seemed accustomed to such compliments, merely responding with a polite smile. Meng Xiao, you have quite the sense of humor. Regaining his composure, Yang Fendu focused on the pressing matter concerning Xiang Mei. He set aside his own concerns to seriously inquire, Su Zong, did you mention over the phone that you could facilitate Xiang Mei's release? Su Man nodded without hesitation, saying, rest assured, I inquired during my journey here, and a friend is already assisting with the matter. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Xiang Mei should be out shortly. Ultimately, she merely needs to cooperate. It's nothing overly serious, so you need not be so anxious. Originally, both men had been troubled by the situation, but Su Man's nonchalant demeanor suggested that it was trivial to her. Meng Kaiyu's astonishment was palpable as he curiously asked, Su Zong, you are truly remarkable. I've reached out to every contact I could, but they were all unable to help. How is it that a single call from you resolves everything? Yang Fendu shared the same question in his mind, pondering the extent of Su Man's capabilities. Su Man's gaze fell on Meng Kaiyu once more, and with a slight smile, she stated, Meng Xiao, I believe that true friends are not measured by quantity but by the quality of their support in times of need. Those who merely indulge in camaraderie but scatter when trouble arises are mere fair-weather friends. Meng Kaiyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Man's words to be sharper than Xiang Mei's. With a resigned expression, he remarked, Su Zong, such candid truths can be rather hurtful. Su Man regarded him with a hint of a smile, adding, I typically reserve my honesty for those I deem worthy of friendship. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu's previously awkward demeanor transformed. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, So, does this mean that Su Mei considers me a worthy friend? Su Man smiled but remained silent. A smile also flickered across Yang Fendu's face. He could not deny that Su Man possessed an exceptionally high emotional intelligence. The first remark had caused Meng Kaiyu to feel somewhat embarrassed, yet the second discreetly provided him with an escape. Meng Gu, Su Zong is right. Friends are meant to assist one another, not to exploit each other. There lies a fundamental distinction between the two. Upon hearing Yang Fendu's words, Meng Kaiyu nodded and responded, Actually, I understand in my heart. Let us not dwell on this. We should focus on how to assist Xiang Mei. Ding ding. As soon as Xiang Mei was mentioned, Su Man's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. After reading it, a hint of joy illuminated her fair face. She set her phone down and eagerly addressed the two. Xiang Mei has already come out. That was quick. Meng Kaiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Even Yang Fendu appeared somewhat unsettled. Regaining his composure, he quickly turned to Su Man and said, Su Zong, please call Xiang Mei and have her come to the T-bar first. She should not return home. Indeed, the Xiang group is currently in utter chaos. Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. Su Man acknowledged this and promptly picked up her phone to call Xiang Mei. Within half an hour, Xiang Mei arrived at the T-bar. After just a few hours apart, she looked considerably haggard. Upon noticing this, Su Man furrowed her brows and quickly rose to embrace Xiang Mei. In that moment, surrounded by her friends, Xiang Mei could no longer contain her tears and began to sob quietly. Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu exchanged glances, both displaying a trace of helplessness, and could only wait in silence. After a few minutes, Xiang Mei's emotions began to settle. Su Man, filled with compassion, gently guided her to sit at the tea table. None of us wished for this situation to arise, but since it has occurred, let us find a way to resolve it, Su Man said earnestly, glancing at the others. Hearing this, Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendu both nodded in agreement. Xiang Mei, do you have any thoughts? Yang Fendu inquired, looking at her thoughtfully. Xiang Mei lifted her head to meet Yang Fendu's gaze. A wave of grievance surged within her. At that moment, she genuinely longed to be enveloped in his embrace. After all, this man had evoked her first feelings of excitement and warmth. However, with so many people around, she could not allow herself such vulnerability. Gathering her composure, she firmly stated, apart from Wang Hai, I cannot think of anyone else. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu quickly interjected, Our thoughts align on this matter, but currently, we have no evidence whatsoever. Yang Fendu nodded in agreement, adding, The situation is quite complex. Your Xiang family has been thrust into the spotlight. If this matter is not resolved promptly, it may prove to be quite troublesome. Xiang Mei, upon hearing this, suddenly lifted her gaze to Yang Fendu, an expression of bittersweet resignation crossing her features. I understand. Everything now hinges on my stance. If I concede to their terms, the Shang group may be able to avert disaster. Shang Mei, are you out of your mind? If you marry that scoundrel Wang Hai, it would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Meng Kaiyu expressed his displeasure. Do I have any choices? With that, silence enveloped the group. Across the table, Yang Fendu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon Shang Mei's face. By a stroke of coincidence, Shang Mei gazed at him, their eyes meeting, and Yang Fendu felt somewhat uneasy. He steadied himself and remarked, however, if you choose to be with him, the Shang family will inevitably face the same consequences. Shang Mei's eyes brimmed with tears once more, rendering her momentarily speechless. At present, both the media and the public eagerly awaited the unfolding drama, so it would be wise for you to avoid appearing in this state. As Yang Fendu spoke, his gaze fell upon Su Man. After a brief hesitation, he said, Sister Man, your sole responsibility is to stay by her side while I devise a solution. With that, he rose and made his way towards the exit. Now it was Su Man's turn to be taken aback. The term Sister Man caused her delicate face to change instantly, a title she had not heard since childhood. She couldn't help but ponder why Yang Fendu would address her in such a manner. Do not act impulsively. Neither Meng Kaiyu nor Su Man can assist. What could you possibly do? Shang Mei feared that Yang Fendu might confront Wang Hai, worrying that he could land himself in trouble. I have a plan. Chapter 74. Resolving matters in one day. Yang Fendu remarked casually and shot a glance at Meng Kaiyu, who immediately rose to follow him. Brother Meng, please take me home briefly. I need to fetch something, Yang Fendu stated as they exited the tea house. Observing Yang Fendu's composed demeanor, Meng Kaiyu was filled with confusion. Young Master Yang, are you jesting? Do you truly possess a means to assist Shang Mei? When have I ever joked? Start the car, Yang Fendu replied, lapsing into silence thereafter. Reluctantly, Meng Kaiyu complied and ignited the engine. Half an hour later, Meng Kaiyu parked the vehicle along the roadside in front of Yang Fendu's residence. Yang Fendu exited the car and headed home while Meng Kaiyu waited inside. Upon returning home, Yang Fendu retrieved the sandalwood box he had acquired at the auction from beneath his bed. Indeed, his plan was to seek out Mu Xiao, for he was confident that her abilities could undoubtedly aid Shang Mei. Initially, he had contemplated using the box to entice Mu Xiao, yet time was of the essence, and for the sake of a friend, Yang Fendu was determined to exhaust every effort. This endeavor was worthwhile. Certainly, Yang Fendu was convinced that Mu Xiao valued the contents of the box. Now that it was in his possession, the box itself was merely an ordinary sandalwood mechanism. Presenting it to her was inconsequential. By the time Mu Xiao grasped the full situation, the matter would likely be resolved. Even if she sought retribution later, Yang Fendu would have ample justifications at his disposal. After contemplating thoroughly while seated at the edge of his bed, he extracted his phone and dialed Mu Xiao. The moment she answered, Yang Fendu stated directly, "Let us meet to discuss." "All right, I will send you the location," Mu Xiao replied crisply. Once Yang Fendu departed from his home and entered the car, he received the location Mu Xiao had sent. "Brother Meng, take me to September CAF," Yang Fendu instructed calmly. "Understood," Meng Kaiyu said as he started the engine, instinctively glancing at Yang Fendu, whose expression remained placid, betraying no thoughts. Curiously, he inquired, "Young Master Yang, are you making a deal?" "Indeed," Yang Fendu nodded. "When we arrive, you should head to Antique Street first. The workers will come to renovate in the afternoon, and you need to oversee the process." As he spoke, Yang Fendu handed the shop keys to Meng Kaiyu. Upon reaching the designated location with Su Man, Yang Fendu alighted, while Meng Kaiyu drove back to Antique Street. Entering the CAF, Yang Fendu immediately spotted Mu Xiao and Ningyu in the corner and approached them. "Have you brought the items?" Mu Xiao inquired, casting a glance at Yang Fendu. A smile flickered on Yang Fendu's lips as he replied, "You anticipated that I would engage in a transaction with you, did you not?" Mu Xiao shook her head. "I lacked absolute certainty, but I did not expect someone to inadvertently lend me assistance." "Wang Hai," Yang Fendu countered, prompting Mu Xiao to pause momentarily before nodding. "Indeed, the Wang family has coveted the Shang family's assets for quite some time. they aspire to dominate the Shiha jewelry business. Yang Fendu's gaze settled upon Mu Xiao as he smiled and said, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries and discuss your sincerity." Agreed. Mu Xiao displayed a hint of admiration, saying, "It is indeed commendable to go to such lengths for a friend. To be candid, I sought out Shang Mei yesterday, hoping she would convey a message to you and agree to hand over the box to me. But she too declined my request." This revelation took Yang Fengdu by surprise, as Shang Mei had not mentioned this matter to him at all. Even in her most challenging times, when she desperately needed assistance, she never resorted to using her friends as bargaining chips. Shang Mei truly is a friend worth cultivating. Noticing Yang Fengdu's silence, Mu Xiao rarely smiled and remarked, "Regardless of whether I reach out to you or you to me, I shall not put you in a difficult position. I can reveal the Wang family's dark history and the evidence of Wang Hai's crimes, and I can arrange for a prominent figure in the jewelry industry to collaborate with the Shang family. I am certain that the Shang family will soon become the largest jewelry company in Shiha City." Time? Yang Fengdu nodded slightly and inquired. 3 days. Yang Fengdu shook his head, slowly extending a single finger and said, "No more than 1 day. The situation must be reversed by tomorrow morning, and I intend to ensure the complete downfall of the Wang group." Mu Xiao furrowed her brows, biting her lip, but ultimately nodded and replied, "All right, I agree." A faint smile appeared on Yang Fengdu's lips as he produced the sandalwood box, placing it on the table and gently pushing it towards Mu Xiao. "This is the very box that was photographed at that time. How can I be sure you haven't swapped it?" Yang Fengdu began to rise to leave when Mu Xiao suddenly called out to him. Turning back with a smile, he replied, "This is genuine. The item originated from Jada Li. If you have doubts, you may have it authenticated." "I believe you." Mu Xiao thought for a moment before continuing, "I simply wish to purchase this box. I harbor no ill intentions." For some reason, Mu Xiao felt anxious that Yang Fengdu might misunderstand her. No need for explanations. The more you explain, the more it seems like you're trying to conceal something," Yang Fengdu remarked with a knowing smile before departing, leaving Mu Xiao's heart stirred. Once Yang Fengdu exited the CAF, Ningyu quietly suggested, "Miss, should I go to Jadali to verify the item?" Surprisingly, Mu Xiao shook her head and said, "No need. I trust him." Ningyu looked curious, sensing that the lady before her was not the same person she had always known. "Have you gathered all the evidence?" "Yes." "Find a way to submit it, but remember to keep our identities concealed." "Understood." With that, the two of them rose and left the CAF. Upon returning to the villa in Guanyun Pavilion, Mu Xiao had already spent half an hour studying the sandalwood box, perspiring profusely yet still unable to open it. Reluctantly, she set it aside and picked up her phone to make a call. "Grandfather, I have obtained the sandalwood box." "Is that so? That is wonderful. Hurry back." The voice on the other end brimmed with excitement. Mu Xiao's brows knitted together as she replied, "Grandfather, please do not rush. I acquired it through a deal with Yang Fengdu, and I must assist him in return, which may involve Juqian jewelry." On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before he hurriedly replied, "It's all right. We won't suffer any losses. Let's proceed as you suggest, but do return as soon as possible. I must discuss the matter regarding Yang Fengdu with you." Mu Xiao nodded earnestly and responded, "Understood, Grandpa. I will return immediately after resolving this issue." After hanging up, Mu Xiao bit her red lips and contemplated for a few moments before dialing another number. "Uncle Li, I will send you the information on the Shang family jewelry in Shiha City. Please come to Shiha early tomorrow to discuss a collaboration with them." "Understood, Mississippi." Once the call ended, Mu Xiao's gaze fell once more upon the rosewood box. Unyielding, she settled onto the sofa and began to manipulate the mechanisms atop it. Originally, Yang Fengdu had intended to scour the antique street for treasures during these days, but with the developments concerning Shang Mei, he had to set that aside and prioritize resolving her situation first. After leaving the CAF, he returned to the Sheed tea house, where Shang Mei's emotional state had significantly improved. She had attempted several times to return to the Shang group, but Su Man had yet to agree. Upon entering, Yang Fengdu glanced at the two women and spoke first. "There's no need for concern. Everything has been taken care of and resolved within a day." At his words, both ladies exhibited expressions of astonishment. Chapter 75. Worthy of friendship, Xiang Mei composed herself and urgently asked, Yang Fendu, speak to me truthfully. How did you manage this? I must warn you, do not act recklessly. The Wang family harbors no good intentions. Su Man, equally anxious, interjected, indeed, you must exercise caution. Yang Fendu, upon hearing these words, chuckled lightly and shook his head, responding, you are overthinking this. I have no desire for legal troubles. I merely sought assistance from a friend. What friend? Xiang Mei's heart raced at the inquiry, suddenly recalling Mu Zhao's earlier approach. Initially, she intended to inform Yang Fendu of this encounter, but following the recent events involving her family, she decided against it to avoid burdening him with unnecessary concerns. Well, you wouldn't recognize them anyway. The important thing is that they can assist you, Yang Fendu remarked with a smile. Xiang Mei furrowed her brow, on the verge of mentioning Mu Xiao. Yet considering Su Man's presence, she ultimately refrained. Perhaps Su Man sensed her unease and promptly stood, addressing them. Yang Fendu, you stay with Xiang Mei for now. I have some matters to attend to at the auction house. I must return. Call me once you have news. Understood, Yang Fendu replied with a nod. Su Man offered a few words of comfort to Xiang Mei before exiting the private room. Once Su Man had departed, Xiang Mei returned to the tea table, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Fendu. He sat there calmly, savoring his tea as if nothing had transpired. You sought out Mu Xiao, didn't you? With no one else present, Xiang Mei finally voiced her suspicion. Yang Fendu set down his teacup and smiled at her. This woman has approached you, hasn't she? Why would you do this? Given her status and position, she could not possibly be interested in an ordinary box without reason. Xiang Mei did not directly answer his question, yet the implication was clear. Yang Fendu, with a playful shake of his head, remarked, no matter how valuable an object may be, it pales in comparison to the worth of friendship. Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei's expression shifted subtly. She bit her lip and inquired, is it truly worth it? Yang Fendu nodded earnestly. For a friend, it is worthwhile. It is not solely about you. If Meng Kaiyu were in trouble, I would act similarly. Otherwise, I would not be deserving of the title friend. Just a friend? Xiang Mei mused internally, as a flicker of warmth she had felt moments ago dissipated entirely. Nonetheless, she remained grateful to Yang Fendu. Noticing her silence, Yang Fendu chuckled softly and picked up his phone to browse. Mu Xiao had not deceived him. The situation had taken a dramatic turn. Take a look at the news, he said, lifting his phone and flashing a mysterious smile at Xiang Mei. Confused, she took the phone and began to read. Within mere seconds, her expression transformed from shock to exhilaration. Indeed, the negative reports regarding the Xiang family had seemingly evaporated, while a plethora of dark histories surrounding the Wang family emerged, particularly the misdeeds committed by Wang Hai over the years. Xiang Mei could no longer contain her overwhelming emotions. She abruptly rose and approached Yang Fendu, and before he could react, she threw herself into his embrace. Yang Fendu's face flushed deeply, reaching all the way to his neck, for this was his first experience of such intimate contact with a girl. To be honest, with Xiang Mei pressed closely against him, the sensation was both subtle and pleasurable. Thank you, Yang Fendu, Xiang Mei whispered softly in his ear. At that moment, he felt her body tremble slightly, followed by the sound of her quiet sobs. These tears were born of excitement. All right, you can return to the company now, Yang Fendu said hurriedly, pushing Xiang Mei away, fearing he might lose control, his voice awkward. Xiang Mei looked at Yang Fendu's flustered expression and instantly broke into a smile, saying meaningfully, okay, I will handle the company's matters first, and I will come to find you afterward. Before Yang Fendu could respond, Xiang Mei had already dashed out of the private room. The plot twist was astonishing. Just when it seemed that the Xiang family was on the brink of collapse, how had it turned into a triumph for Wang's jewelry? Who knows? The world of business is indeed ever-changing. It seems the Xiang group has been ensnared by Wang's machinations. As Xiang Mei exited the tea house, she overheard several waitstaff whispering together, a flicker of excitement crossing her face as she hurried outside to hail a taxi heading toward the Xiang group. Coincidentally, the car's radio was also broadcasting news about the Xiang group. Inside the private room, after sipping a cup of tea, Yang Fendu finally managed to calm himself. Truth be told, he had nearly made a mistake. Fortunately, reason prevailed. Since he felt no attraction to Xiang Mei, he absolutely could not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Otherwise, he might lose even the friendship they had. The once chaotic Xiang group was now filled with cheers, and Xiang Yuhe's face radiated excitement. Truly, heaven is on my side. Heaven will not forsake the Xiang family, he exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Indeed, it is the head of the family who is formidable. Had it not been for your steady hand at the helm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yes, the head of the family is truly impressive. The people around him, lacking in other talents, excelled in flattery. Haha, your contributions are significant as well, Xiang Yuhe replied, basking in the praise. At that moment, Xiang Mei swiftly entered the company, all eyes turning to her. How dare you show your face here? After being released from the police station, you ignored calls and did not return to the company. Now that the crisis has passed, you choose to appear. Upon seeing Xiang Mei, Xiang Yuhe's demeanor shifted instantly as he spoke in a stern tone. The family board members present began to murmur and point fingers, and Xiang Mei's lips curled into a cold smile as she questioned, "Grandfather, do you truly believe that the Xiang group's safety is solely due to your efforts? I wish to ask what you have done besides seeking assistance from Wang's?" Indeed, Xiang Mei's words rendered Xiang Yuhe's face a deep shade of red. He had merely sought Wang's help. However, now that it was confirmed that Wang's had conspired against the Xiang family, how could they possibly assist the Xiang family? Nonsense. Do you know who you are speaking to? Xiang Yuhe emitted a cold snort, indignantly retorting, "Do you still have the audacity to question me? While we are all striving to address the company's crisis, where have you been? Indeed, I perceive Xiang Mei as evading responsibility. Patriarch, Xiang Mei is utterly unworthy of holding the position of chairperson of the Xiang family. I propose we elect a new chairperson." In an instant, the collective gaze of everyone present turned towards Xiang Mei. Upon hearing this, a hint of a cold smile graced Xiang Mei's lovely face as she inquired of Xiang Yuhe, "Grandfather, do you also believe I am unfit to be chairperson?" Xiang Yuhe's expression shifted, and he coldly replied, "Indeed, you currently lack the qualifications to serve as chairperson. Return home and engage in some serious self-reflection." As he spoke, Xiang Yuhe gestured towards Xiang Mingcheng, who, being inherently weak and ineffectual, hastily approached to pull Xiang Mei away as he noted his father's anger. However, Xiang Mei forcefully shrugged off Xiang Mingcheng's hand and addressed Xiang Yuhe, "You appointed me chairperson merely to forge a connection with the Wang family. Now that the Wang family is in turmoil, you no longer require that connection, do you? It is truly laughable, considering you are all my closest kin." With that, Xiang Mei turned and departed. Observing her retreating figure, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Xiang Yuhe's aged countenance. At this moment, Yang Fendu had already arrived at the antique street. With Xiang Mei's matter resolved, he felt significantly more at ease. As he reached the exterior of the shop, he was greeted by the sounds of renovations within, soon followed by the sight of Meng Kaiyu rushing out from inside. Chapter 76. A heavy burden on a long journey. Goodness. Yang Xiao, you truly are remarkable. There has indeed been an incident at the Wang family. I have just received credible news that their warehouse is filled with counterfeit jade stones, and half of their finished products are also fraudulent. The person in charge of the Wang family has already been taken away, but that scoundrel Wang Hai has mysteriously disappeared. Observing Meng Kaiyu's excited demeanor, Yang Fendu chuckled lightly and remarked, "Karma is inevitable. The downfall of the Wang family is a foregone conclusion." However, Meng Kaiyu shook his head, curious, and inquired, "I want to ask, who exactly did you find? The results have come so swiftly." "Well, let us take a look at the renovation." Yang Fendu deftly diverted the topic and stepped into the shop. "Oh, come now, it's just the beginning of the renovation. What are you looking at? You ought to tell me, or I won't be able to sleep at all," Meng Kaiyu said with a troubled expression as he caught up with Yang Fendu. Nevertheless, Yang Fendu ultimately refrained from revealing the truth. After all, Meng Kaiyu's tongue was sometimes as loose as a drawstring on pajama pants. Should he let slip any information, could draw attention to Yang Fendu's precious sandalwood box. After all, the true treasure within remained securely in his possession. "Enough of your inquiries. When the time comes, I shall tell you. For now, let us venture to the market and find some interesting items." "Very well." Seeing that Yang Fendu was unwilling to divulge anything, Meng Kaiyu nodded and followed him to the street vendors. Initially reluctant, Meng Kaiyu grew increasingly excited as Yang Fendu uncovered 2 fine items, even venturing off on his own to search for treasures. It was inevitable that when he returned, exhilarated with a blue and white jar in hand, Yang Fendu merely glanced at it and shook his head in resignation. Clearly, there was much for Meng Kaiyu to learn. The road ahead was long and arduous. Seeing Yang Fendu's disapproval, Meng Kaiyu felt an urge to smash the jar in frustration, but having spent several $1,000s on it, he could not bear to do so. By evening, both returned laden with their finds. Yang Fendu had spent over 2,000 yuan on 13 items, 10 of which held some value, while the remaining 3 were intentionally purchased replicas to prevent the vendor from becoming suspicious. Once the renovation workers had finished for the day and departed, the two, undeterred by the dust, settled down in the inner hall. Yang Fendu intended to impart some knowledge about antiques to Meng Kaiyu. All 10 items were mass-produced ceramics from the Republic of China, each valued at several thousand yuan. After all, the chances of stumbling upon a genuine treasure at the stalls were exceedingly slim. Acquiring these was already quite fortunate. By 8 in the evening, Yang Fendu had completed his explanations on the items before him. However, he felt gratified that Meng Kaiyu grasped the concepts quite well and understood them with relative ease. Yang Xiao, quickly check your phone. The upper echelons of the Wang Jewelry Group have mostly been apprehended. It seems they are truly facing ruin this time, Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, picking up his phone and suddenly bursting forth with excitement. Indeed, the various departments of Shihe City had launched a joint operation, sealing off all cash and real estate belonging to the Wang family. The sales and inventory have all been confiscated, and it feels as though a great earthquake has struck the jewelry circle of Shihe City. Within mere hours, some of the city's most prominent jewelry enterprises have plummeted to this lamentable state. Not even the Wang family can comprehend how their esteemed house could collapse so abruptly. They will likely remain oblivious until their dying breath that Wang Hai has entangled himself with a young man named Yang Fendu. Moments later, Yang Fendu put away his phone, leaning heavily against the sofa, his expression grave as he voiced his concern. The Wang family is finished, yet Wang Hai is still on the run. This presents a significant risk. Meng Kaiyu, however, waved his hand dismissively and remarked, from my experience in handling cases, he will not escape. Yang Fendu shook his head, his serious demeanor unwavering. A cornered dog will leap over the wall, and a frightened rabbit will bite. We must remain vigilant. With the Wang family's misfortune unraveling, another individual could no longer sit idly. This person was Li Jun. After all, the counterfeit jadeite had been supplied to Wang Hai by him, and having collaborated with Wang Hai over the years, he would be doomed should the investigation lead back to him. Just as he sat anxiously in his shop contemplating strategies, the door was suddenly kicked open, and before he could react, a shadow had already entered the inner hall. Clad in a long black trench coat and wearing a mask, the figure was initially unrecognizable. Who are you and what do you want? Li Jun asked, his face betraying his anxiety. A glint of malice flickered in the stranger's eyes before he removed his hat and mask, gritting his teeth as he said, Boss Li, you've caused me significant trouble this time. Wang Xiao. The very thing he feared materialized. Just seconds before, he had been contemplating matters concerning the Wang family, and now Wang Hai had come knocking. Young Master Wang, please have a seat. I'll brew you some tea, Li Jun rushed to say, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. Li Jun, you seem rather at ease, still thinking of tea while my family is facing utter ruin. What do you intend to do about this? Wang Hai sat down, his tone chilling. This is unjust. Young Master Wang, I have been worried for you all along. However, this incident is largely disconnected from me. It is merely the past transgressions of your family being unearthed. Li Jun lamented, his face a mask of despair. Humph, if it weren't for your ill-conceived suggestions, would my family be in such dire straits? My accounts are frozen, my properties seized. I am now akin to a rat scurrying in the streets. Wang Hai bellowed, his ferocity eclipsing the former composure of a privileged heir, now resembling a madman at the end of his rope. Ultimately, this predicament was concocted by Shang Mei and that scoundrel Yang Fendu. If you truly seek vengeance, they are your targets, Li Jun quickly interjected, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Humph, procure funds for me. I shall deal with that wretched pair tonight. Having plummeted from grace to despair, Wang Hai had completely lost his sanity. Young master, I possess but a meager sum. This is merely a small business. Li Jun hastily attempted to explain. Humph, are you feigning poverty with me? Do you believe I won tea deal with you first? As Wang Hai spoke, he suddenly produced a knife from his person, forcefully driving the blade into the redwood tea table with a swift motion of his wrist. Gazing at the glimmering blade before him, Li Jun felt a tremor in his heart and collapsed to his knees. Young Master Wang, please, do not be anxious. I shall procure the money for you immediately. Wang Hai coldly gestured, prompting Li Jun to hurriedly approach the safe and heap the more than 100,000 in cash upon the tea table. Humph, at least you possess some sense. Remember to answer my calls. Otherwise, I assure you, your fate will be dire, Wang Hai remarked, swiftly packing the money into his bag before exiting the shop. Li Jun, shaken and disoriented, slumped to the ground. He was merely a dealer in antiques. No matter how shrewd or cunning he might be, when confronted with real threats, he was but a trivial figure. After a few moments of recuperation, Li Jun hastily seized his phone and dialed a number. Hello, brother Wang Wu. Wang Hai has gone mad. He just robbed me of 100,000. If he reveals my involvement, I will be utterly ruined. Over the years, I have assisted you in acquiring goods. You cannot abandon me in my time of need. Humph, look at your lack of ambition. Go home and sleep soundly. Second master has already made arrangements. You shall not be implicated, came the cold response before the call was abruptly terminated. Li Jun, now devoid of any inclination to rest, found himself too weak to stand. As Wang Hai exited the antique street and reached the roadside, he suddenly noticed a car parked not far away. A graceful figure emerged, locking the door and making her way towards the antique street. Fortune smiles upon me. I never expected that you, wretched woman, would deliver yourself so willingly. Wang Hai thought to himself with a sinister smile as he strode towards her. Chapter 77. Shang Mei's abduction. Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu had initially planned to dine out, but they received a call from Shang Mei. She expressed her intention to visit them and check on the shop. Consequently, they remained in the store awaiting her arrival. An hour elapsed, and given the circumstances, Shang Mei should have arrived by now, yet there was no sign of her. Meng Kaiyu, growing somewhat impatient, remarked, "Could she have fallen into a well? My stomach is growling, and she still hasn't shown up." A flicker of concern crossed Yang Fendu's face as he responded, "Something feels amiss." While speaking, he took out his phone to call Shang Mei, only to discover that the device was turned off. Yang Fendu's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly said to Meng Kaiyu, "This is not good. Something might have happened." Meng Kaiyu's face mirrored Yang Fendu's alarm. Although lacking in appraisal skills, he possessed a keen insight in such matters. After a brief moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "It must be Wang Hai." Their thoughts aligned in unison. Just then, Yang Fendu's phone rang unexpectedly. It was an urgent call from Shang Mei. "Hello, Shang Mei. Where are you?" He answered hurriedly. "Haha. Did you not expect this?"
Wang Hai?
Yang Fendu's expression darkened instantly. "You depraved couple have brought ruin upon my family. If you wish for Shang Mei to live, you must come to the rooftop of Wang's building within 15 minutes. If you are even a second late, I shall take her life." The sound of Shang Mei's muffled cries reached Yang Fendu's ears, chilling him to the bone. Just as he was about to respond, the line went dead. With Shang Mei in Wang Hai's grasp, he had a mere 15 minutes to act before the threat became reality. Without delay, Yang Fendu raced outside, while Meng Kaiyu, having witnessed many similar events, dialed a former colleague as they ran. "Yang, don't panic. Shang Mei will undoubtedly be fine." In the face of such turmoil, Meng Kaiyu maintained an unusual calm, a skill honed during his time in the system. Yang Fendu, however, was increasingly anxious. The Wang family is finished. He has become a cornered dog. In this state, he is capable of anything. On the rooftop of Wang's building, Shang Mei was gagged with a cloth and bound tightly, curled up on the ground in agony, while Wang Hai crouched nearby with a sinister grin. "You think you're so clever? Why not send me in there too?" Shang Mei, unable to articulate her thoughts, gazed up with tear-filled eyes, a mix of terror and anger evident in her expression. With a sudden slap, Wang Hai struck her, coldly declaring, If you won't let me live in peace, then you shall not live at all. When that bastard Yang Fendu arrives, I will ensure you both become a pair of tragic lovers. Time flew by. 13 minutes had passed since the call ended, and Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu were nearing the base of Wang's group's building. Wang Hai, meanwhile, stood up, moving towards the edge of the rooftop. Peering down from the 20th floor, he spotted a car parked below. A glimmer of cold malice flickered in Wang Hai's eyes as he turned to Xiang Mei, declaring, Yang Fendu has arrived, but there remains but a minute. If he does not reach the rooftop within this time, you shall descend to meet him. Upon hearing these words, terror immediately washed over Xiang Mei's face. Just as Wang Hai pivoted to approach her, his body suddenly stumbled, pitching backward with alarming swiftness. Before Xiang Mei could react, Wang Hai plummeted from the rooftop. A chilling scream echoed, receding into the distance. As Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu disembarked from their vehicle, a former colleague of Meng's hurriedly approached. However, before they could take action, a sudden thud startled the crowd. Yang Fendu's heart sank as he rushed forward, witnessing Wang Hai lying motionless on the ground, a grotesque mixture of red and white fluids seeping around him. Secure the area, he commanded. By the time the crowd began to mobilize, Yang Fendu had already dashed into the building, with Meng Kaiyu and several former colleagues hot on his heels. Upon reaching the rooftop, they discovered Xiang Mei, bound tightly and unconscious. Yang Fendu hurriedly lifted her, tearing away the cloth from her mouth and untying her restraints. Xiang Mei. His voice was laced with urgency. Slowly, she opened her eyes, gazing at Yang Fendu with a faint smile, whispering weakly, Is it really you, Yang Fendu? It is I. You are safe now, do not worry, he reassured her swiftly. Moments later, Xiang Mei finally comprehended her surroundings and leaned against Yang Fendu, weeping. As everyone was occupied with the scene, a shadow swiftly vanished into the night. Meanwhile, far away at the antique street, Li Jun received a phone call. Brother Wang Wu. Li Jun answered, his voice trembling with anxiety. The matter has been resolved. You may rest easy now. A cold voice responded from the other end. Is that so? Splendid news. Li Jun exhaled in relief. Humph, were it not for your years of aiding the second master, he would not have bothered with this triviality. You know what to do moving forward, correct? Wang Wu retorted with a snort. Understood, understood. Whenever you have goods, feel free to bring them. I remain loyal to the second master, Li Jun replied, and the call ended abruptly. With the tension finally easing from his features,
Li Jun relaxed.
Once the scene was cleared, Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu accompanied the shaken Xiang Mei to give their statements, emerging in the early hours. Initially, they intended to escort her home, but Xiang Mei shook her head, leading them to take her to a hotel for rest instead. Lying in the hotel suite, Xiang Mei rested while Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu sat outside, both wearing grim expressions. Yang Fendu furrowed his brow in deep contemplation before turning to Meng Kaiyu and inquiring, Brother Meng, with your experience in handling cases, do you believe Wang Hai's fall was accidental? Meng Kaiyu shook his head and remarked, There is no absolute answer to this. However, most bodies are found face down. If one is lying on their back, it may indicate a deliberate act of self-harm, or perhaps an unforeseen circumstance that left no opportunity for reaction, suggesting a push from another party. After a brief pause, Meng continued, Yet, Xiang Mei claims to have seen no third party, which makes this situation rather perplexing. We can only await the investigation and evidence collection to draw conclusions. Upon hearing Meng Kaiyu's analysis, Yang Fendu nodded slightly, his expression betraying a degree of gravity. The counterfeit jadeite from the Shang group appears to be the work of Wang Hai alone. Now that he is deceased, the clues have effectively been severed. In many respects, jadeite is highly esteemed among antique enthusiasts. Therefore, Yang harbored a persistent feeling that Wang Hai's situation was not as straightforward as it seemed, as if an unseen hand were subtly influencing events behind the scenes. He even felt an ominous premonition that this invisible hand might have its sights set on him. Chapter 78 Their contributions at 9 o'clock in the morning. Xiang Mei finally awoke. Seeing Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu keeping vigil by her side warmed her heart considerably. How are you feeling, Xiang de Mei knew? You truly frightened both of us. Meng Kaiyu teased, feigning a light-hearted tone upon noticing her consciousness. Understanding that Meng Kaiyu was attempting to console her, Xiang Mei managed a faint smile and replied, "Thank you both. I am fine now." Relieved, the two of them exhaled deeply just as Su Man's phone call came through. The news of Xiang Mei's abduction and Wang Hai's fall had already spread. As her close friend, Su Man was understandably worried about Xiang Mei. The internet was rife with speculation. Some believed Wang Hai had committed suicide out of guilt. Others thought it was an accidental fall, and there were those who suggested he had been pushed. At that moment, Yang Fengdu's phone rang as well. Upon seeing the caller ID, he frowned and hurried into the restroom, turning on the tap before answering.
Is Xiang Mei all right?
Mu Zhao's voice came through. "She is fine." "I did not expect things to unfold this way," Yang Fengdu replied, his tone neutral. "Well, as long as you don't hold me accountable, that is what matters. I had no ill intentions. You need not worry about the Shang group. Someone will be addressing it shortly." "Thank you." For the first time after numerous interactions, Yang Fengdu expressed gratitude to Mu Xiao, albeit over the phone. Mu Xiao felt a sense of contentment at his acknowledgement. "I am about to return to Kyoto. Regardless of our circumstances, if you need my assistance, do not hesitate to call. Keep my business card safe," Mu Xiao said, standing in the airport lounge, lightly biting her crimson lips, feeling compelled to convey this to Yang Fengdu. She wished for him to understand that her card was not merely a formality. Two worlds may never cross paths again. Safe travels. With that, Yang Fengdu abruptly ended the call. Listening to the dial tone, Mu Xiao felt an inexplicable twinge of melancholy. Although Yang Fengdu appeared to be an ordinary individual, she sensed an aura of mystery surrounding him, something she could not quite articulate. Perhaps returning to Kyoto would provide her with some clues. Emerging from the restroom, Yang Fengdu spotted Meng Kaiyu sitting alone in the outer hall, engrossed in his phone, while Xiang Mei's room remained closed. Without uttering a word, he took a seat directly across from Meng Kaiyu. "Yang Xiao, the internet has exploded with sensational news regarding the Wang family, all of which seems to be official. I truly wonder who is leaking such information," Meng Kaiyu remarked, his gaze fixed on Yang Fengdu. Without needing to ponder, Yang Fengdu discerned the implication behind Meng Kaiyu's words. Given that he had been the one to resolve the Shang family's predicament, it was natural for Meng Kaiyu to suspect him. Yang Fengdu offered a wry smile and said, "Meng Go, your professional instincts are quite evident. Do you perceive me as the instigator? If I possessed such influence, do you think I would lack the means to cover my sister's hospital expenses?" Yang Fengdu's words elicited a hint of embarrassment on Meng Kaiyu's face, prompting him to hurriedly wave his hand and say, "I apologize, young Master Yang. You know that was not my intention. I was merely contemplating that the online discourse lacks any mention of counterfeit stones, leading me to believe that only Wang Hai possessed knowledge of this matter. Now that Wang Hai is deceased, the investigation into the origins of the counterfeit stones has come to an abrupt halt. It is rather chilling to consider that the true mastermind behind the counterfeit stones may very well be the one who orchestrated Wang Hai's demise. If this line of reasoning holds, then Wang Hai's death is undoubtedly suspicious." Upon hearing this, a flicker of admiration crossed Yang Fengdu's face. Although he had already contemplated these thoughts, he was somewhat taken aback by Meng Kaiyu's analysis. "Brother Meng, I truly believe you should not resign," Yang Fengdu remarked. In response, Meng Kaiyu quickly shook his head, laughing, "I prefer antiques over solving cases. It is far more liberating and relaxed." Yang Fengdu then countered, "In truth, dealing with antiques can sometimes resemble solving a case. Once you set your eyes on an item, you must consider numerous factors. Beyond the item's inherent information, you must ponder its origins and whether there are any underlying stories. Haha. Those are your concerns. My only interest lies in knowing the price," Meng Kaiyu replied with a smile. At that moment, Xiang Mei emerged from the room. The two men's gazes fell upon her, momentarily taken aback. After a meticulous transformation, she had once again exuded her former brilliance. Uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Xiang Mei furrowed her brows and asked, "Why are you staring at me? Do I have something on my face?" Yang Fengdu awkwardly chuckled and quickly averted his gaze. However, Meng Kaiyu jested, "Miss Xiang, you are a strikingly cold rose. With this makeover, you've transformed into the aloof chairwoman of the Shang family." Xiang Mei shot Meng Kaiyu a glare and stated, "From now on, I am no longer the chairwoman of the Shang group. Both Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu were taken aback by her declaration, particularly Meng Kaiyu, whose face displayed astonishment as he inquired, "Are you still half asleep? Or are you having a fit?" "You are the one having a fit," Shang Mei retorted with displeasure. "When I returned to the family yesterday, they directed all their ire towards me and conspired to oust me." Meng Kaiyu, exasperated, responded, "How could your family behave this way? Don't forget, if it weren't for you, how would young Master Yang have come to your family's aid?" Shang Mei's gaze shifted to Yang Fendu as she continued, "If only my family were somewhat rational, would we have encountered such significant issues? When I returned home yesterday, they shamelessly claimed credit for the crisis, asserting that it was all due to their efforts." "How ridiculous!" Meng Kaiyu, feeling indignant, exclaimed. If young Master Yang hadn't intervened, the Shang group would have been consumed by the Wang family by now. Despite her deep-seated resentment towards her family, Shang Mei still harbored some affection for them. Meng Kaiyu's words were somewhat unwelcome, prompting her to interject, "All right, no more of that. I have decided that starting today, I shall follow you in the antique business." Meng Kaiyu wore an expression of helplessness, yet he refrained from uttering further words. He turned his gaze toward Yang Fendu and suggested, "You might want to consult young Master Yang about this matter." Shang Mei's enchanting eyes fell upon Yang Fendu, who had remained silent with his head bowed. He finally lifted his gaze and, with a smile, inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind?" Shang Mei nodded, affirming her decision. "I am determined to partner with you in opening an antique shop." Her intentions were clear. While the pursuit of antiques was merely a pretext, her genuine desire was to be in close proximity to Yang Fendu. Since he was not taking the initiative, she decided to set aside her lofty demeanor and approach him directly. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is like a veil separating them. After the recent events, Shang Mei became more aware of her feelings and resolved to win over Yang Fendu. Yang Fendu shook his head and chuckled. "I fear that even if you have made your decision, your family will not approve. The Shang group would collapse just the same without your presence." Shang Mei's lovely countenance shifted slightly as she pressed, "What do you mean by that?" Yang Fendu merely shook his head, responding, "It's nothing. The hour is late. Shall we go check on the progress of the renovations at the shop?" With that, he stood up and headed toward the exit, prompting Meng Kaiyu to glance at Shang Mei before hastily following after him. Watching Yang Fendu's retreating figure, Shang Mei bit her lip and muttered, "Humph, even if you cast me aside, I shall traverse 1,000 miles to pursue you." However, as the trio emerged from the hotel, Shang Mei's expression suddenly changed. There, not far from the entrance, stood her father, Shang Mingcheng, waiting for her, accompanied by more than a dozen individuals, all appearing quite anxious. Chapter 79. What should I do? The trio halted, and the gazes of Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu fell simultaneously upon Shang Mei. "Haha, I must have guessed correctly," Yang Fendu chuckled softly, casting a glance at Shang Mingcheng and his companions. Shang Mei, with a frosty demeanor, muttered, "Even if they plead with me, I shall not return." Meng Kaiyu shook his head, smiling as he remarked, "Your biological father has come, and it seems you have no choice." Shang Mei shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, Shang Mingcheng hurried over, a concerned expression etched on his face. "Xiao Mei, are you alright? I heard you were kidnapped by Wang Hai. I couldn't sleep a wink all night," he exclaimed. In response, Shang Mei forced a bitter smile and retorted coldly, "I was the one kidnapped, yet you merely lost sleep. I truly wonder if I am your biological daughter." Shang Mingcheng's expression stiffened as he quickly replied, "I misspoke. Your mother and I were genuinely worried and have been inquiring about your situation. Isn't it evident that we came to fetch you first thing in the morning?" Shang Mei responded, "I suspect my mother was preoccupied with playing mahjong all night." Hearing this, Shang Mingcheng instinctively glanced at Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendu, his face shifting from pale to flushed, as if he had exposed family grievances before outsiders. Observing the change in his demeanor, Yang Fendu subtly signaled to Meng Kaiyu, and they both made their way towards a nearby vehicle. "I recall Uncle Shang was not like this before. He and my father were classmates and shared a particularly close bond. After my father embarked on his political career, he returned home to manage the family business. Yet our families have always maintained ties," Meng Kaiyu expressed, perplexed. People do change, Yang Fendu replied nonchalantly. At this moment, father and daughter locked eyes, both wearing expressions of discomfort. With a sigh of resignation, Shang Mingcheng said, Xiao Mei, you should understand your father. Many matters are beyond my control. Even though you are the chairwoman of the Shang Group, all the family members, including your grandfather, harbor their own thoughts. It is not solely your exceptional ability that has earned you this position. Hearing her father's words, Shang Mei felt a chill in her heart and coldly replied, Ultimately, even my parents doubt my capabilities. How can I establish authority in the company under such circumstances? But now, it seems you have failed in your plans to exploit me, and I have been dismissed. I have never felt so liberated. After saying this, she turned to walk towards Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu, but as she descended the steps, Shang Mingcheng hurriedly blocked her path. Xiao Mei, regardless of the past, it has already passed. Your grandfather now deeply regrets the situation and hopes you will return to resume your role as chairwoman, sincerely and without ulterior motives. After the company's turmoil, she genuinely felt the warmth and coldness of human relationships, evolving from disappointment to despair. Her heart had grown cold. A glimmer of icy resolve crossed her delicate features. You may return and inform him that I shall not return to the company. From this moment forth, I will no longer be at your mercy. I shall live for myself. Indeed, through this ordeal, Shang Mei had gained clarity about many individuals and circumstances. Most importantly, she came to understand what a woman ultimately needs. Shang Mingcheng discerned Shang Mei's thoughts and instinctively glanced at Yang Fendu, who was not far away, before turning back with a cold remark. Regardless of what you say or how you feel, you will always be a member of the Shang family, and many matters are not for you to decide. With a bitter smile, Shang Mei responded, Is this truly your genuine sentiment? So, I shall sever all ties with the Shang family. You dare. Shang Mingcheng retorted with a chilling scoff. Let me inform you that Li Hong, the owner of Jotian Jewelry Group, is currently at our Shang family, specifically requesting to collaborate with you, which means you must return to assume the role of chairman. Jotian Jewelry Group? Upon hearing this name, Shang Mei's heart stirred involuntarily. Who in the jewelry industry was unaware of Jotian's reputation? It is one of the foremost jewelry conglomerates in the nation, and it is rumored to have recently ventured into the international market with a commendable reputation. However, why would this titan of the jewelry realm suddenly seek to partner with the relatively obscure Shang family? Setting aside her intrigue, Shang Mei's expression returned to its previous coldness as she remarked, How amusing. It appears you wish to exploit me after all. No matter your thoughts, you must return with me today. Shang Mingcheng's expression darkened as he grew increasingly impatient. Just as Shang Mei was about to refuse, a car pulled up in front of the hotel, and soon, Shang Yuhe emerged slowly from it. Yang Xiao, this doesn't bode well. Shang Yuhe has arrived. Could it be that the Shang family is in trouble again? Meng Kaiyu observed the scene, his face etched with concern. Yang Fendu replied with a mysterious smile. For others in the Shang family, good fortunes may turn into troubles, but for Shang Mei, this is undoubtedly a stroke of good luck. Meng Kaiyu, already bewildered, was left even more perplexed by Yang Fendu's words. What was happening? Father. Grandfather. Shang Mingcheng called out respectfully upon seeing his father, while Shang Mei, though uncomfortable, could not help but address Shang Yuhe. With a stern expression, Shang Yuhe glared at Shang Mingcheng and coldly remarked, You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Step aside. Startled, Shang Mingcheng quickly retreated a few steps. Shang Yuhe then shifted his gaze to Shang Mei, instantly adopting a kinder demeanor, and said with a warm smile, Xiao Mei, the family has made mistakes in the past, but now the Shang family faces a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Wang family has collapsed, and if we collaborate with Jotian, our family will surely gain prominence. Shang Mei glanced at Shang Mingcheng and replied coolly, He just told me that he is sorry. I will not be returning. Noticing that Shang Mei was still upset, Shang Yuhe maintained his smile and continued, Jotian's conditions are quite simple. You are to become the chairman of the Shang family. If you refuse to return, our family may truly face ruin. Are you prepared to watch your family perish? Experience often speaks volumes. Shang Yuhe's words struck at the very core of Shang Mei's concerns. Though she verbally expressed her reluctance to return, deep down, she harbored no desire to see her family falter. Upon witnessing a subtle shift in Xiang Mei's expression, Xiang Yuha's aged face momentarily brightened with a hint of a smile as he continued, "Little Mei, your grandfather understands that you have been wronged this time. My approach to resolving issues was misguided, and I sincerely apologize. I am truly sorry, little Mei. I acted too impulsively." This display of heartfelt sentiment was undeniably compelling. Xiang Mei furrowed her delicate brows, gazing at the elderly man with silver hair across from her, feeling a twinge of compassion. Nevertheless, she chose not to respond, instead dashing towards Yang Fendu, who was not far away. Just as Shang Mingcheng was about to pursue her, he was halted by a firm admonition from Shang Yuha. Xiang Mei's beautiful eyes fell upon Yang Fendu, and she found herself in a quandary, pondering, "What should I do?" Chapter 80. Arrogant Xiang Mei was eager to hear Yang Fendu's opinion. Meng Kaiyu, noticing her troubled expression, blurted out, "Is there any need for contemplation? Of course. You should return to become the chairperson. Just think about it, you will be collaborating with Zhu Tian. Do you believe just anyone can do this?" Xiang Mei disregarded Meng Kaiyu entirely, her gaze still fixed on Yang Fendu. Yang Fendu smiled and said, "We all heard the conversation earlier. Meng Gu is correct, you should go back. The fact that you sought our counsel indicates that you already possess an answer within you. If you refuse and something were to happen to the Shang family, you might never forgive yourself." Xiang Mei paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You are right. I have lost hope in many members of my family, yet I do not wish for any misfortune to befall them. However, if I return, I fear I will still be nothing more than a puppet, unable to be my true self." Yang Fendu shook his head. "It is different this time. The conditions were set forth by Zhu Tian. If any family member harbors ill intentions towards you, you can expel them directly. You may also sign an agreement with the family. They are merely motivated by financial gain. No one would be foolish enough to oppose you while the enterprise is flourishing." Beside them, Meng Kaiyu eagerly gave Yang Fendu a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. "Wow, Yang Xiao, that was truly brilliant." With this, Xiang Mei shifts from being passive to proactive. Yang Fendu smiled silently. Xiang Mei found herself in agreement with his words, yet she sought something beyond these reassurances. Observing Yang Fendu's silence, she eventually expressed her slight disappointment. "All right, I understand." With that, she cast a complex glance at Yang Fendu and turned to walk towards Shang Yuhi and the others. "Grandfather, I will return with you, but it cannot be as before. I demand full authority to manage the company. Regardless of any matters, I shall have a decisive vote, and even you shall not interfere." Her words caused Shang Yuhi's expression to change dramatically. He turned and coldly glared at Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu in the distance. Finally, he turned back with a serious nod. "Very well. I agree." There was no choice. The primary condition for the collaboration with Zhu Tian Jewelry was that Xiang Mei must be the chairperson, and their patience was limited. If she did not agree, they would walk away. Shang Yu he could not afford to miss such an opportunity. After agreeing, Xiang Mei promptly entered the vehicle. Shang Mingcheng personally drove her back to the Shang group, while Shang Yu he approached Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu. Old Master Shang Meng Kaiyu smiled in greeting. Shang Yu he acknowledged him with a slight nod, his gaze then fixing on Yang Fendu as he coldly remarked, "Regardless of your relationship with Xiang Mei, or her own thoughts, I advise you to keep your distance from her. With your standing, you are not even worthy to cross the threshold of the Shang family." In response, Yang Fendu laughed rather than becoming angry. "If it were not for your status as Xiang Mei's grandfather, I would truly like to berate you for being such a narrow-minded old fox." With that, Yang Fendu opened the car door and got in. Meng Kaiyu, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. With a cold huff, Shang Yuha glanced at the bodyguard beside him, contemplating an opportunity to evade Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu, intending to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he truly did not realize the extent of his folly. "Indeed, I must say, young Master Yang, you were truly magnificent just now. That old man's words were infuriating. I wanted to berate him, but you know the relationship between my father and Xiang Mei's father. If this were to reach my father's ears, I would be in for it," Meng Kaiyu remarked, steering the car while speaking to Yang Fendu. Calmly, Yang Fendu replied, "If he does not change, he will not have a favorable outcome." Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. "Exactly, he is far too arrogant. Yang Fendu turned his gaze to the window, his expression remaining placid, devoid of any discernible emotion. After a brief moment, he suddenly turned to Meng Kaiyu and said, "Brother Meng, please refrain from calling me young Master Yang in the future. I am not some privileged heir. I am merely an ordinary person. You may call me by my name or simply Fendu." Taken aback by Yang Fendu's abrupt statement, Meng Kaiyu hesitated momentarily but then nodded in agreement. "You are right. Calling you young master feels distant. We are good brothers now, so I shall call you Fendu, and you need not address me as brother. Simply refer to me as Lao Meng." Having reached a consensus, the two of them shared a laugh, as if there were treasures awaiting their discovery ahead. Meanwhile, as they headed towards the antique street, Xiang Mei had returned to her family estate. To be honest, speaking face-to-face with industry magnates made her somewhat anxious and uneasy. It felt almost surreal. "Shang Dong, please take a look at this contract," Li Hong said after exchanging a few pleasantries, pushing the document towards Xiang Mei. Respectfully, Xiang Mei picked up the contract and began to peruse it. At first glance, it appeared fair and unremarkable, but the last two clauses stood out conspicuously. The penultimate clause, as previously mentioned by Shang Yuha, stipulated that the cooperation contract would only be signed if Xiang Mei served as the chairwoman of the Shang Group. However, the final clause was unexpectedly striking. It stated clearly that if, during the cooperation period, Xiang Mei were to cease her role as chairwoman, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, the Jiutian Group would immediately terminate the contract and hold the Shang Group accountable for breach of contract. Gazing at this line, Xiang Mei found herself perplexed. This clause seemed specifically designed to protect her from other members of the Shang family. She lifted her gaze to Li Hong, who smiled at her with an air of refinement, and she returned a polite smile in acknowledgement. Handing the contract to Shang Yuha, the other board members gathered to examine it. Upon reaching the last clause, their expressions shifted noticeably. Shang Yuha furrowed his brow and, with a respectful demeanor, inquired of Li Hong, "Director Li, what does this final clause mean?" Li Hong glanced back at him with a cold stare, replying, "Is my writing not clear enough?" "Oh no, no." Shang Yuha quickly waved his hands. "Please do not take offense. That was not my intention at this juncture." Xiang Mei furrowed her brows and turned to Shang Yuha, asking, "Should we sign this contract?" Xiang Mei acted with intention, eager to gauge Shang Yuha's reaction. As anticipated, upon hearing her words, Shang Yuha furrowed his brow, and the other directors displayed their reluctance. Once this contract was signed, they would indeed be beholden to Xiang Mei. However, the prospect of collaborating with the Jiutian Jewelry Group was an extraordinary opportunity that the Shang family had cultivated over generations. Despite his inner discontent, Shang Yuha dared not outwardly express it. He felt it prudent to establish a relationship with Jiutian before addressing other matters. Observing the expressions of Shang Yuha and the other directors, Xiang Mei felt a surge of satisfaction. She turned her gaze to Li Hong and smiled, inquiring, "Before we finalize the contract, I have a question to pose to you, Director Li." Li Hong promptly smiled and gestured for her to proceed. His demeanor towards Xiang Mei stood in stark contrast to that towards Shang Yuha. After carefully gathering her thoughts, Xiang Mei asked, "Given the magnitude of the Jiutian Group, why would you choose to collaborate with the Shang family? Furthermore, I find the last two clauses of this contract somewhat contrived." In truth, Li Hong was equally perplexed by the rationale behind this arrangement. It was all orchestrated by Mu Shaoan, who had expressly instructed him not to mention her. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hong replied with a smile, "It's quite simple. We are in search of partners for collaboration, and your remarkable capabilities have naturally come to our attention. As for the clauses, they are quite straightforward. We are partnering with you, not merely the Shang Group." This explanation was reasonable enough, prompting Xiang Mei to think no further on the matter. She swiftly signed and sealed the contract, while behind her, Shang Yuha and the others appeared somewhat embarrassed, as Li Hong's words implied that the Shang Group was merely a secondary consideration. Meanwhile, Yang Fendu and Meng Kaiyu had unearthed a few ordinary trinkets in the antique street. As they approached their shop's entrance, Yang Fendu inadvertently caught sight of several stalls in a small alley across the way. Pausing for a moment, a mysterious smile flickered across his lips. Chapter 81. 10 yuan is considered expensive. Meng Kaiyu returned the items to the shop, only to discover that Yang Fendu had not followed him. He hurriedly rushed outside to take a look. There he saw Yang Fendu heading towards a small, dark alley across the street. "Fendu, where are you going?" Meng Kaiyu called out, but Yang Fendu merely waved his hand without turning around. Could it be that this fellow has spotted another treasure? With this thought flashing through his mind, Meng Kaiyu, filled with excitement, chased after him. The stalls in this narrow alley were few, appearing to be mostly makeshift, as the vendors along the main street were typically established. As Yang Fendu ambled about, hands behind his back and head bowed, Meng Kaiyu caught up to him. "Fendu, are you hiding another gem?" Although his voice was soft, it made Yang Fendu's heart tighten. He quickly turned his head to give Meng Kaiyu a knowing glance. The latter understood and promptly lowered his head, refraining from saying anything further. Yang Fendu could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed that Meng Kaiyu had much to learn. Fortunately, it was midday, and the few stall owners were either eating from their lunchboxes or lying on the ground asleep, so no one paid much attention to Meng Kaiyu's earlier comment. After wandering around the stalls for a while, Yang Fendu squatted down at a small general goods stall on his right. What a curious little stand it was, though small. It was brimming with an assortment of items: porcelain pillows, stone mortars, ceramic pen holders, bronze statues of Guan Yu, and bronze incense burners, among others. "Boss, you truly have a diverse collection here," Yang Fendu remarked casually as he picked up a few items to examine, addressing the middle-aged stall owner who was busy devouring his lunch. The owner set down his lunchbox, wiped his mouth with his hand, and smiled, saying, "These are just trinkets, a small business unlike those big vendors on the main street. If you fancy anything, just let me know. I'm flexible on prices." Yang Fendu chuckled without replying, and Meng Kaiyu also squatted down, picking up one item after another, examining them intently. Yang Fendu quickly discerned the situation. All the porcelain was crafted by the same individual, and while the aging techniques differed, together they resembled siblings. As for the bronze items, it was even more evident that the green patina had been artificially applied, with some merely being cast iron coated in copper. However, Yang Fendu's interest did not lie in these items. Amongst them was something that, at first glance, appeared to be an ordinary charcoal-like object the size of a small cigarette case. Yang Fendu discreetly picked it up and inquired, "What is this?" The stall owner glanced at it and replied, "I'm not quite sure. Some say it's a piece of ink, but I don't know much about it. When I acquired it, it was more defined, but after being kept with these other items, it's lost its shape." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu felt a pang of regret. It seemed the stall owner genuinely did not understand the item's value and was far more honest than the vendors on the main street, who often spoke deceitfully. The owner was indeed correct. This was ink, but not just any ink. It was an ancient ink cake, albeit in a state where its true quality was hard to discern. Although the ink slab exhibited some signs of wear and even cracks, its impact was not as significant as that of porcelain. Yang Fendu did not linger on it for long. He casually picked up the porcelain figure pen holder and remarked, "I will take these 2 items. Please quote a price." Hearing this, Meng Kaiyu instinctively glanced at the items Yang had selected, ultimately focusing on the pen holder, believing it to be a valuable find. "Give me 300 yuan. I spent half a day on this transaction alone. Had I known better, I wouldn't have listened to those people's misleading advice about making money at the antique market. I'd rather sell toys at the park entrance," lamented the vendor, displaying a face full of regret. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu became increasingly convinced of his initial impression. The vendor was not a seasoned trader of such items and lacked understanding of the intricacies of the antique market. Indeed, every profession can yield profit. One must choose what suits them best. Yang Fendu jested, handing 300 yuan to the vendor. "You are right, young man. I will pack up and head home. I will not return to this place again. There isn't even a proper stall here, and the draft in this alley is chilling. Catching a cold would be even more of a loss," the vendor replied. Yang Fendu smiled at him and walked outside, with Meng Kaiyu hurriedly following, feeling too anxious to speak after nearly saying something inappropriate, fearing Yang Fendu's reprimand. "Old Meng, shut the door," Yang Fendu instructed as he stepped into the shop. "Oh," Meng Kaiyu responded quickly, hastily closing the shop door. Once settled in the inner room, a mysterious smile appeared on Yang Fendu's face as he said, "Old Meng, let us test your eyesight." Meng Kaiyu momentarily froze, then excitedly sat across from Yang Fendu, hastily examining the porcelain figure pen holder. A minute later, he set it down and picked up the ink slab, only to furrow his brow in distaste and promptly place it on the coffee table. Should I share my thoughts? Meng Kaiyu asked curiously, looking up. Yang Fendu nodded with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Meng Kaiyu replied, I will share. You must value this pen holder. Although there's nothing distinctive about it, the shape is quite nice, and the figure painted on it is appealing. It should be similar to what we collected before mass-produced porcelain from the Republic era. Afterward, Meng Kaiyu glanced again at the ink slab and admitted, to be honest, I can't discern much about this one, but I recognize it as an ink block. However, its condition is too poor. I suspect you bought it hastily, fearing the owner would wake up. Upon hearing Meng Kaiyu's assessment, a smile involuntarily graced Yang Fendu's lips. Noticing this, Meng Kaiyu pressed, Fendu, did I guess correctly? Yang Fendu, caught between laughter and exasperation, sighed. What are you talking about? Huh? Meng Kaiyu was instantly taken aback. This pen holder is merely a craft. Even 10 yuan would be overpriced. Yang Fendu's words jolted Meng Kaiyu back to reality, and he quickly picked up the ink block, astonished, and exclaimed, Fendu, are you saying you are interested in this piece of ink? Yang Fendu remained silent, merely nodding slightly before taking the ink block into his hands, examining it closely. Allow me to enlighten you, he remarked, this is not merely an ink block. It is referred to as an ink ingot. He paused for a moment, casting a glance at Meng Kaiyu, who appeared visibly perplexed, prompting him to continue. To be honest, it is indeed somewhat regrettable that the vendor lacked discernment. The ink block has suffered considerable wear. Originally, it should have been a rectangular shape with sharp edges, undoubtedly an authentic antique ink ingot. Meng Kaiyu still bore a look of confusion and inquired, even if this item is of exceptional quality, isn't it merely a consumable? Moreover, its current state diminishes its value as a collectible. Yang Fendu's gaze returned to the ink ingot, and he shook his head gently, replying, often, what we perceive with our eyes may not convey the entire truth. Chapter 82. Your vision is limited. Meng Kaiyu, utterly bewildered, inquired, what do you mean? Yang Fendu, with a mysterious smile gracing his face, replied, Old Meng, please fetch me that utility knife from the windowsill. Without hesitation, Meng Kaiyu sprang to his feet and retrieved the knife. Yang Fendu accepted the blade, casting a careful glance at the inkstone, a smile briefly flickering at the corners of his mouth. With great caution, he began to etch into the inkstone, the knife deftly slicing away fragments from its surface. Meng Kaiyu watched intently, aware that Yang Fendu had undoubtedly discovered something remarkable. Seconds turned into minutes as he held his breath, fearful of disturbing Yang's concentration. After 10 minutes had elapsed, Yang Fendu finally ceased his task, nodding in satisfaction. He then brushed aside the shavings and dust he had removed from the inkstone, lifting it delicately and blowing gently upon it. Coughing abruptly, Meng Kaiyu was caught off guard by the sudden cloud of dust, his face flushing crimson as he covered his mouth and asked, Fendu, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a pristine inkstone before him. Goodness! Is this what a true inkstone looks like? He exclaimed, pointing at it in disbelief. Yang Fendu smiled and nodded, affirming, indeed, and this is a genuine lacquer smoke inkstone. Although Meng Kaiyu was unfamiliar with lacquer smoke ink, he could discern from Yang Fendu's tone that it was undoubtedly a treasure. After scrutinizing the inkstone from all angles, Yang Fendu's expression subtly shifted. Fendu, do tell me, have we struck gold this time? Meng Kaiyu asked eagerly. Yang Fendu nodded. In fact, when he first laid eyes on the stall in the alley, his discerning gaze had already hinted at its uniqueness. However, upon reaching the stall, he refrained from using his special vision, relying instead on his keen observation to identify the inkstone's extraordinary qualities. Calming his excitement, Yang Fendu explained to Meng Kaiyu, lacquer smoke ink, as the name suggests, is primarily made from raw lacquer, with the addition of lard, musk, borneol, gold leaf, and other materials to create a type of writing ink. The ancients claimed that one could write 1,000 characters without exhausting 3 parts of ink, referring to lacquer smoke ink. Furthermore, its hues can vary greatly, making it highly favored by scholars and poets. Meng Kaiyu, unable to contain his enthusiasm, carefully took the inkstone, examining it closely. The front was adorned with cloud patterns, while the back bore the inscription Meha Sanrin. Who is this Meha Sanrin? He furrowed his brow and asked. Yang Fendu, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips, replied, Allow me to share with you a little tale that has been passed down through the streets. Meng Kaiyu sighed, realizing that even amidst such excitement, Yang Fendu was inclined to indulge in storytelling. Yang Fendu disregarded Meng Kaiyu and directly stated, It is said that the renowned painter Jia Shibiao from the early Qing dynasty had an immense passion for collecting ink cakes, particularly those made from lacquer soot. His friends, aware of his prized ink, devised various strategies to obtain some from him. However, Jia was famously frugal with his ink, prompting them to wrap inferior ink around the prized cakes, dissuading their pursuit when they perceived his ink as subpar. Listening intently, Meng Kaiyu suddenly grasped the implication and exclaimed, So, this Meha Sanrin is actually Jia Shibiao? Yang Fendu nodded with satisfaction and remarked, At last, you've had a moment of enlightenment, Lao Meng. Let me tell you, Jia Shibiao is one of the 4 masters of Sinan in the early Qing dynasty. Not only are his paintings priceless, but his ink collection is also of considerable value. When it comes to value, Meng Kaiyu found himself in familiar territory. With a proud expression, he recounted, Speaking of ink cakes, it reminds me of an auction in Kyoto a few years ago, where an ink cake from the Qianlong era fetched nearly 100,000. There were also several that ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Although these items have collectible value, their market value is relatively weaker, which is why I didn't pay much attention. Given the current price trends, I wouldn't dare to make any predictions. Yang Fendu chuckled, conservatively estimating it would be above 300,000. 300,000? Meng Kaiyu was somewhat taken aback. Selling for 30 times the initial price truly exemplified the adage of 3 years without business, and then a bountiful harvest. Fendu, I suddenly have an idea. After pondering for a moment, Meng Kaiyu eagerly spoke to Yang Fendu. Yang Fendu nodded. What is it? Meng Kaiyu, with an air of mystery, proposed. Once our shop opens, let us leisurely stroll through the streets, and if we manage to acquire just 1 piece a day, we will surely amass a fortune. Yang Fendu immediately wore a helpless expression and replied with a wry smile. Lao Meng, do you think this is mere refuse that can be easily found? Let us not even talk about picking up bargains. Once our shop opens, do you think the street vendors won't recognize us? I hadn't considered that, Lao Meng admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Observing this, Yang Fendu felt compelled to clarify. Over the past few days, I've been wandering around the stalls, primarily to find some items to display in our shop during the lull before opening, ensuring it won't appear desolate. Do you really think that merely reselling items is sufficient to establish ourselves in the antique market? If you hold such narrow views, that is truly limited. But it's not small. The shop is 90 square meters. Meng Kaiyu expressed his astonishment. I meant your perspective is limited.
Yang Fendu sigit in exasperation.
Now he understood that mere enthusiasm and passion would not guarantee success. There was an immense amount for Meng Kaiyu to learn. Of course, Meng Kaiyu possessed his own strengths. Yang Fendu decided to collaborate with him partly because Meng Kaiyu was a decent person, and also due to his previous status and connections. Now, he was officially stepping into the antique circle, and when the time was right, he could begin investigating his father's matters. Upon observing the fleeting discomfort on Meng Kaiyu's face, Yang Fendu quickly interjected with a smile, Old Meng, in comparison to many others, you are already quite commendable. At least you possess a solid foundation. It is merely that your exposure and experiences have been limited. There will be ample opportunities for you to learn in the future. Meng Kaiyu nodded earnestly in agreement. Noticing this, Yang Fendu shifted the conversation. Well, time is of the essence. Let us tidy up and venture out for a meal. Then we shall prepare for the grand opening in 2 days. Meng Kaiyu promptly replied, We are nearly ready. The signboard has been custom-made. Tomorrow morning, we'll focus on the renovations, and in the afternoon all the furniture and other essentials will arrive. The 2 men locked the shop door and casually sought out a restaurant on Antique Street to grab a bite. Just as Yang Fendu was about to visit the hospital to see his sister, he received a call from Su Man, who expressed a desire to meet with him. Having deduced her true identity, he had initially planned to seek her out after attending to his current affairs, yet it seems Su Man was now proactively seeking him. It appeared that his casual address of Sister Man had sown the seeds of doubt in her mind, which was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Fendu, permit me to offer you a word of caution. While Su Man may appear more attractive than Shang Mei, do not be easily enticed, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. Chapter 83. Untroubled conscience. A seemingly innocuous remark from Meng Kaiyu caused Yang Fendu to halt abruptly, his expression turning serious as he inquired, "What are you thinking? She must have something to discuss with me." However, Meng Kaiyu shook his head mysteriously. After glancing around, he whispered, "While I was gathering information about Su Man, I stumbled upon a rumor. The owner of Jada Li, Meng Dao, is actually Su Man's godfather. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Fendu's face. The implications of a godfather were not lost on him, and he could glean much from Meng Kaiyu's expression. If there were indeed a romantic involvement between them, his feelings for Su Man would undoubtedly wane. "I intended to tell you yesterday, but when Su Man arrived, I refrained from mentioning it," Meng Kaiyu added, noticing the shift in Yang Fendu's demeanor. Yang Fendu shook his head, responding, "Old Meng, it's best not to take such rumors at face value." Meng Kaiyu quickly countered, "But surely, there must be some truth to it. You should remain vigilant. Meng Dao is not an insignificant figure. Enough. You should spend more time studying. I must take my leave. Call me if you need anything," Yang Fendu said with a hint of impatience, hailing a taxi and departing. As he watched the cab disappear into the distance, Meng Kaiyu shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself, "The stunning beauty of Shang is infatuated with you. How can that not be enticing?" Men. Half an hour later, at Jada Li Auction Company, Yang Fendu sat in a chair, gazing at Su Man in the boss's chair across from him, his face betraying no emotion. In contrast, Su Man maintained an air of curiosity, her eyes constantly assessing Yang Fendu, lost in her own thoughts. "Su, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Yang Fendu finally broke the silence, sensing the atmosphere was amiss. Su Man snapped back to reality, a playful smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Why have you stopped calling me Sister Man? It seems inappropriate." Fendu, are you testing me?" As she spoke, Su Man rose gracefully and circled around the desk, approaching Yang Fendu. A subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He looked up to meet her familiar gaze and shook his head. "Su, you are overthinking this, though if you do not mind, I shall call you Sister Man from now on." Yang Fendu's nonchalant remark caused Su Man's expression to momentarily stiffen, before she quickly laughed. "Well then, you may call me Sister Man. I quite like that title." With that, Su Man gracefully seated herself on the sofa and beckoned, "Fendu, come and have some tea." Yang Fendu rose and took a seat opposite her. Su Man skillfully brewed a pot of tea, pouring him a cup before finally lifting her gaze to meet his. "Fendu, you remind me of someone I knew in my childhood." As Yang Fendu raised the teacup to his lips, he paused momentarily at her words, and the next moment, he hastily drank the tea, a smile fleeting across his face as he replied, "Many have said the same. Perhaps it is due to my common features." Although Yang Fendu's brief moment of distraction was fleeting, Su Man observed every detail. "Well, let's not dwell on that for now. You must have sought out Mu Xiao to assist Shang Mei in overcoming her difficulties, right?" Su Man seamlessly shifted the topic. This matter was hardly a secret, and Yang Fendu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I sought Mu Xiao." Upon receiving this confirmation, a hint of gravity crossed Su Man's face as she remarked, "I feel it necessary to remind you once more that Mu Xiao is not an ordinary individual. It would be prudent to limit your interactions with her." Chuckling softly, Yang Fendu replied, "To me, all of you possess extraordinary identities. I am merely an ordinary person with modest aspirations. Running a small shop to earn enough to treat my sister and lead a simple life is more than sufficient." Despite several attempts to probe, Yang Fendu revealed little. Su Man bit her lip and suddenly became serious. "All right, since you wish to remain silent, I shall refrain from asking. The purpose of inviting you here today is to present you with a gift." After saying this, Su Man rose and returned to her desk, bending down to retrieve a small booklet from the drawer. She returned to the sofa and handed the booklet to Yang Fendu. He accepted it without much thought and began to peruse its contents, while Su Man took a sip of tea, her gaze fixed on him as she observed. Indeed, after flipping through just a couple of pages, A look of surprise crossed his face. The booklet contained detailed information about various merchants, their names, phone numbers, addresses, and even the antique items they possessed. While this information might hold little value for others, it was undoubtedly a treasure for those in the industry. Closing the booklet, Yang Fengdu raised his head, his expression one of confusion. Sister man, this is highly confidential information from your auction company. What do you mean by this? Noticing the change in his demeanor, Su Man smiled softly. Fengdu, do not overthink it. This is not company property. It is a collection I have gathered over the years. Although some belong to our clients, the items they possess are of little value and not worthy of auction. After a brief pause, she continued, now that you are opening your own shop, consider this my gift for your grand opening. Though such an explanation seemed plausible, Yang Fengdu found it somewhat forced. With a wry smile, he shook his head and inquired, Sister man, what are your conditions? No conditions, just a matter of affinity. Su Man replied without hesitation. Yang Fengdu chuckled. Last time, you mentioned that providing me with merchant information was conditional, and now you say this booklet is merely a matter of affinity. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Anticipating his skepticism, Su Man's expression turned serious, and after a moment's hesitation, she said, whether you believe it or not, you must understand one thing. We can only be friends. We will never be enemies. Yang Fengdu's expression shifted slightly as his gaze met Su Man's. Her eyes reflected a sincerity that was hard to dismiss. How can I trust you? He asked. As he looked at her earnest face, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossed Su Man's countenance, and her eyes appeared to glisten with unshed tears. Years ago, a devastating fire at the Cultural Relics Bureau of Shiha City resulted in the mysterious disappearance of 2 treasure appraisal experts along with dozens of artifacts. One of these experts was named Su Wenhua, who happens to be my father. After Su Man recounted this incident, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed Yang Fengdu's face. He then gradually rose to his feet and addressed Su Man, saying, Sister man, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Su Man remained silent, acutely aware that Yang Fengdu was grappling with inner turmoil. As he reached the door, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to turn back and inquire of Su Man, Sister man, what is your relationship with Mengdiu? Su Man offered a wry smile and replied, he may slander me as he wishes. I am at peace with my conscience. Yang Fengdu nodded in understanding and turned to leave. Chapter 84. A request for assistance upon exiting the Jiatali auction company. Yang Fengdu exhaled a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, when Su Man mentioned the fire incident at the Cultural Relics Bureau from years past, he could distinctly feel his emotions beginning to overwhelm him. He paused in his stride, tilting his head to gaze at the heavens, where the sun was peeking through a veil of dark clouds. Indeed, the clouds cannot obscure the sun, and the truth will eventually be unveiled. He was now fairly certain that Su Man was not an adversary. However, he could not yet openly acknowledge his identity as Yang Jincheng's son. He remained uncertain whether Su Man's approach was genuinely for the sake of truth, or if there were ulterior motives at play. Regaining his composure, Yang Fengdu made his way to the roadside and hailed a taxi, directing the driver towards the West River City Hospital. Every movement he made on the ground floor was observed clearly by Su Man, who stood at the office's floor-to-ceiling windows. With her brows furrowed and arms crossed, one hand resting on her cheek, she appeared deep in thought, her expression grave. After a considerable pause, Su Man returned to her desk and picked up her phone to make a call. Uncle, I have revealed my identity to Yang Fengdu and mentioned the fire incident at the Cultural Relics Bureau. As the call connected, Su Man spoke slowly. What was his reaction? She shook her head. There wasn't much of a response, which is somewhat expected. However, he should have inferred that I recognized him, yet he refrained from confirming it. There's no need for him to acknowledge it outright. It's better this way. If he remains silent, do not press him for answers. Engage with him more, and when necessary, offer him protection. It's not just you who is watching Yang Fengdu. Others who are genuinely concerned for him will soon reveal themselves. The voice on the line conveyed a hint of worry. I understand. He has already entered the antique business, and I plan to assist him in his rapid growth, which will facilitate our quest for the truth. Su Man nodded in agreement. Let things unfold naturally. We shouldn't divulge all the clues we possess at once. A gradual infiltration is more prudent. Consider it a test for him while simultaneously ensuring his safety. Rest assured, I have waited patiently for many years. The more critical the moment, the more composed I must remain. Good child. Remember, this matter must not reach Meng Dio, for it would bring trouble to both you and Yang Fendu. After uttering these words, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. Setting down her phone, Su Man sat in her office chair, deeply contemplative, her mind flooded with memories of her childhood alongside her father. Father, where are you now? At the West River City Hospital, Yang Fendu purchased some fresh apples at the entrance, knowing they were Yang Xiaoxiao's favorite. As he approached the ward with apples in hand, he heard bursts of laughter emanating from within, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he pushed open the door. Fendu, you're here. Your friend has come to see Xiaoxiao. His mother, Yiyun, exclaimed with a smile upon seeing him enter. My friend?
Yang Fendu muteret.
Only to find Xiang Mei had already turned her face towards him. Taken aback, he asked, what brings you here? He was somewhat taken aback that Xiang Mei would visit the hospital. Xiang Mei cast a sidelong glance at Yang Fendu and retorted, why shouldn't I come? When I called you, your phone was off. Meng Kai, you mentioned you were at the hospital, so I decided to come by and also check on Xiaoxiao. Yang Fendu pulled out his phone and indeed found it had run out of battery, offering a wry smile as he admitted, I forgot to charge it. Fendu, don't keep Xiao Mei standing. You two should sit down and chat. She has been waiting for you for quite a while, Yun urged her son. Yang Fendu was rendered speechless. When had his mother and Xiang Mei become so familiar, even affectionately referring to her as Xiao Mei? Ah, it's fine, Mom. I'll talk to her outside, Yang Fendu stammered in explanation. Auntie, I'll take my leave now. I'll come visit Xiaoxiao another day, Xiang Mei said, turning to Yiyun with a sweet smile. All right, take care. Goodbye, Sister Xiao Mei, Xiaoxiao chimed in, her face beaming. Yang Fendu could hardly fathom how, in just a short span of time, he had transformed into an outsider in the situation. As fate would have it, the moment they stepped out of the ward, they encountered Feng Yu, who was there to administer and for to Xiaoxiao. Noticing Yang Fendu and Xiang Mei exiting together, Feng Yu's expression soured slightly. Yang Fendu forced an awkward smile and attempted small talk. Nurse Feng, are you giving Xiaoxiao her for? What else would it be for? To give it to you? Feng Yu snapped curtly before striding back into the ward. Xiang Mei's expression shifted slightly. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Yang Fendu for a full 5 seconds. Does this nurse have a crush on you? She inquired. Women's intuition is indeed quite uncanny. You're being ridiculous, Yang Fendu retorted, hastening toward the stairwell. However, Xiang Mei wore a smirk of triumph. Compared to this nurse, she held an undeniable advantage and felt sufficiently confident. After administering the four to Xiaoxiao, Nurse Feng exited the room, merely delivering a few professional remarks before departing. Yiyun and Xiaoxiao exchanged instinctive glances. Yiyun, having experienced similar situations, could easily discern Feng Yu's intentions. Xiaoxiao, however, was eager for gossip, asking, Mom, one is a wealthy beauty of high standing and the other is a suitable match. Which would you prefer as your daughter-in-law? You little rascal, always daydreaming. Besides, your brother is grown now. He can manage his own affairs, so I won't worry about it, Yiyun replied, although inwardly she harbored the same question. Yang Fendu and Xiang Mei ventured to the September CAF, each ordering a cup of coffee. Have you finalized the collaboration with Zhou Tian Jewelry? Yang Fendu inquired after taking a sip of his coffee. Yes. Xiang Mei responded thoughtfully before suddenly lifting her head to ask, what exactly did you do to persuade Mu Xiao to assist my Shang group? Not only did she handle the Wang family for us, but she also secured a partnership with the jewelry giant Jotian Group, specifically stating in the contract that it is to collaborate solely with me. Xiang Mei? Upon hearing this, Yang Fendu shook his head in resignation. It's just that sandalwood box I have. As for how Mu Xiao assisted you, I am not privy to the details. Xiang Mei, with a visage full of perplexity, remarked, I cannot believe this. You must have consented to other terms, for how could an utterly mundane box compel Mu Xiao to act in such a manner? Are you attempting to deceive me? I have inquired, and while Li Hong is indeed the nominal head of the Juchen group, the true authority lies with the Mu family. Observing Xiang Mei's demeanor, Yang Fendu offered a wry smile and replied, I speak nothing but the truth. Do you truly believe my achievements stem from sacrificing my integrity? Please, maintain a serious demeanor. Meng Kai has led you astray, Shang Mei interjected, her cheeks flushed upon hearing his words. Yang Fengdou, slightly exasperated, responded, now that everything has transpired, you ought to cast aside your worries. Focus on your role as chairperson and collaborate earnestly with Zhoutian. Your presence is vital for the enduring prosperity of the Shang family. Can I truly set aside my thoughts? Can I genuinely be at ease? Your assistance only serves to. Shang Mei hesitated, her words trailing off. What do you mean? Yang Fengdou inquired, bewildered by her expression. Have I inadvertently misstepped in my efforts to assist you? It will only make me fall in love with you. Chapter 85. An unexpected occurrence. Shang Mei's emotions surged, her final words clearly resonating at a higher decibel. In an instant, the surrounding couples cast envious and congratulatory glances towards her.
Shang Mei's delicate face flușet crimson,
accompanied by a wave of warmth enveloping her. Yang Fengdou was equally taken aback by Shang Mei's declaration, awkwardly clasping his hands in apology to those around him. However, this only elicited approving thumbs up from many. Shang, my dear beauty, you've gone too far with your jest. I mentioned this is merely a friend assisting. Please do not make any promises of devotion, as I truly cannot bear such a weight. Upon hearing this, a sense of grievance welled up within Shang Mei. Yang Fengdou was the first male to stir her heart, and she had taken the initiative to confess her feelings. It was unexpected for him to respond in such a manner. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her expression earnest as she declared, I am not joking. I have genuinely fallen for you. Yang Fengdou was not made of stone. The heartfelt confession from such an exceptional girl stirred both gratitude and emotion within him, yet his feelings remained unchanged. As he regarded Shang Mei across the table, his demeanor grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, he replied directly, I am not jesting either. I do not love you. He was not one to vacillate or drag matters out, especially concerning romantic feelings. Since he did not reciprocate Shang Mei's affection, it was imperative to convey this truth. With her confession met with rejection, a look of hurt shadowed Shang Mei's face, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yang Fengdou felt a pang of compassion and attempted to clarify, I am sorry. I do not wish to complicate our friendship to the point where we cannot even be friends anymore. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. As Shang Mei watched Yang Fengdou's resolute figure depart, she could no longer contain her sorrow and collapsed onto the table in tears. The couples who had once gazed at them with envy now displayed expressions of sympathy and pity. To outsiders, Yang Fengdou appeared heartless. Yet he understood that a swift resolution was the most prudent course of action, particularly regarding matters of the heart. Upon exiting the CAF and calming his emotions, Yang Fengdou felt a sense of relief. The situation with Shang Mei had been thoroughly clarified, and it was time to devote himself fully to his own matters. The pressing concern was his sister's illness. Thus far, there had been no news regarding a suitable kidney donor, and he could not help but feel a sense of urgency. He had initially intended to return to the hospital to keep his sister company, but a call from Wang Shengzhen interrupted his plans, mentioning that he had received some old items worth inspecting. Consequently, he decided to visit the antique procurement station first. In Kyoto, at the Mu family villa, the living room exuded a quintessential ancient style. The decorative ornaments adorning the walls were predominantly traditional Chinese paintings. At the center of the room stood a corner redwood leather sofa, with a vast ebony tea table nestled in between. To the north of the tea table loomed a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-high folding Nanmu screen, intricately carved with cloud patterns and embellished with scattered pieces of jade. Even the hinges at the folding joints crafted from pure silver. Every piece of furniture in the living room was an antique treasure. At this moment, several individuals were seated around a tea table. The elder among them, with hair graying and a ruddy complexion, exuded an aura of righteousness with every gesture. He was meticulously examining a sandalwood box brought by Mu Xiao, wearing reading glasses. This was Mu Xiao's grandfather, Mu Yitang. To his left sat a middle-aged man, Mu Xiao's father, Mu Yuanzheng. Beside Mu Xiao was a handsome young man, her brother, Mu En. All eyes were fixated on the sandalwood puzzle box held by Mu Yitang. With a soft click, as Mu Yitang moved his fingers, the lid of the box sprang open. Excitement filled the faces of the onlookers. With the mechanism unlocked, Mu Yitang cautiously placed the box on the solid wooden tea table and, under their watchful gaze, opened it. However, disappointment washed over their expressions as they discovered the box was completely empty. Mu Zhao's emotions were particularly complex. Having traded for the box from Yang Fengdou, she never anticipated it would yield nothing. How could this be? Had Yang Fengdou solved the mechanism and beaten her to it? Furrowing her brows, Mu Xiao spoke anxiously. Xiao Xiao, remain calm and take another look, Mu Yitang urged, his expression grave as he waved his hand. He picked up the box again, along with a mini flashlight nearby, to examine the interior carefully. Indeed, he discovered a fine, hair-like seam at the bottom of the box, perfectly aligned. With his extensive knowledge, Mu Yitang immediately recognized it as an inner lining. In less than 5 seconds, he spotted a tiny indentation the size of a grain of rice.
Li Hua.
Please fetch me a toothpick from the kitchen, Mu Yitang said, a smile breaking across his face as he called to a middle-aged woman bustling in the kitchen. Here is your toothpick, Dad. The woman, by Li Hua, Mu Zhao's mother, respectfully handed the toothpick to Mu Yitang upon entering the living room. With a gentle pressure, the toothpick tapped against the indentation, producing a faint sound as the inner lining popped up. Witnessing this, the others once again felt a surge of excitement, and Mu Zhao's anxious heart finally began to ease. Had she returned with an empty box, it would have been quite an embarrassment. However, unexpected disappointment struck again as the lining remained hollow. Dad, what is going on? Mu Yuanzheng looked at Mu Yitang, puzzled. Just smile. It seems you've misjudged this time, Muin said with a helpless expression, glancing at his sister. Muin, be quiet. You're so annoying, Mu Xiao retorted, already feeling anxious. She perceived her brother's words as mocking. Muin could only smile wryly, clearly cherishing his sister, and refrained from provoking her further. Grandpa, I've been deceived by Yang Fengdou. Though reluctant to admit it, she had to acknowledge the truth, her face a mix of frustration and indignation as she spoke to Mu Yitang. Leaning back on the sofa, Mu Yitang remained silent, his expression serious as if pondering something deeply. After a considerable time, Mu Yitang finally regained his composure. His gaze landing upon Mu Xiao, and with a grave expression, he remarked, Xiao Xiao, the possibility you mentioned does exist. However, there is another possibility. This box may very well be an empty vessel. Regardless of which scenario prevails, the emergence of this object is no mere coincidence. It is evident that someone has deliberately orchestrated these events from the shadows. Upon hearing this, the others were left in a state of confusion, uncertain of what Mu Yitang truly meant. Mu Yuan cast a puzzled glance at his father and cautiously inquired, Father, what exactly is concealed within this box? Why does Mu Xiao go to such lengths to obtain it? Mu and hurriedly interjected, regardless of what lies within that box or who may be manipulating events behind the scenes, it is of no concern to our Mu family. As for Xiao Xiao, she was merely misled by misplaced trust in others, which may have led her to be deceived. Brother, be quiet and allow grandfather to speak. Mu and initially intended to defend Mu Xiao, but was taken aback to find her unappreciative of his words. He resignedly settled down on the sofa, sipping his tea in silence. After some contemplation, Mu Yitang turned his attention to the group, stating solemnly, a few days ago, I received credible information that within this sandalwood puzzle box that has surfaced in Shiha City lies a treasure map. Chapter 86. I was played by him. Treasure map? The words of Mu Yitang caused the countenance of those present to shift dramatically. At that moment, Mu Xiao finally understood why her grandfather insisted she obtain the box at any cost. Yet she was taken aback by the outcome. Furrowing her brows in contemplation, she hastily inquired, Grandfather, what kind of treasure map are we speaking of? Mu Yitang shook his head, stating, the specifics of this treasure map are unclear. The information we received does not elaborate, but it is likely genuine. Noticing the grim expression on Mu Yitang's face, Mu Yuanzheng, seated nearby, addressed his father, saying, Father, this treasure map is a rare opportunity, and fortune often plays a pivotal role. One could say that our family has not been destined to possess this item, so there is no need for disappointment. Mu Yitang, however, shook his head, his expression grave. You do not comprehend my intentions. My greatest wish in this lifetime is to recover what our family has lost. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in death. Moreover, this item could potentially bring catastrophic consequences upon our clan. At his words, the faces of the others shifted once more. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Yuanjing asked, "Father, do you mean that this treasure map may contain the information and clues we seek?" Mu Yitong nodded, affirming, "It is indeed a possibility. Grandfather, did you not mention that the information regarding the treasure map was deliberately released by someone? If that is the case, then the individual must harbor ulterior motives. I believe it unwise for us to pursue this matter hastily. It seems disconnected from the treasures our family has lost." At that moment, Muin, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke with a serious demeanor, analyzing the situation. Leaning back on the sofa, Mu Yitong pondered for a moment before responding, "Shaoan, we must seek the item. Our family holds a unique position within the antique community. Since news of this nature has emerged, we cannot remain passive. Even if there are schemes at play, we must uncover the truth." Mu Xiao, unable to contain her restlessness, interjected, her lovely countenance shifting with displeasure. If the mastermind has a scheme, they would not simply present an empty box. What purpose would that serve? Thus, I am convinced that Yang Fendu has taken the treasure map. That brat is far too clever. I have been outsmarted. Chuckling, Muin remarked, "How rare. I never imagined that the renowned beauty and intellect of the capital could be so easily deceived. My curiosity about Yang Fendu grows ever deeper." Mu Xiao, already in a foul mood, bristled at her brother's teasing and snapped, "Muin, you are not my brother." Her indignant demeanor contrasted sharply with her usual poise. Surprised by her reaction, Muin quickly offered a wry smile, attempting to clarify, "Sister, please do not be upset. I am merely standing up for you. When I meet Yang Fendu, I shall certainly confront him and see what audacity he possesses to deceive my sister. Enough! You cannot blame your sister for this incident, and since the matter remains unclear, I advise you not to provoke her further." Mu Yuanzheng cast a tender glance at his daughter and admonished Muin gently. Mu Yitong noticed the unusual expression on Mu Zhao's face, a hint of concern crossing his own. He gradually rose to his feet and said, Xiao, please accompany your grandfather to the study." Mu Xiao nodded, standing up to support Mu Yitong as they made their way to the study. Upon entering, Mu Xiao hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I messed things up this time." Mu Yitong slowly turned around, shaking his head with a loving smile. "Do not blame yourself. You encountered a true adversary this time." At these words, Mu Zhao's delicate features shifted slightly, and she inquired, "Could it truly be the doing of Yang Fendu?" Mu Yitong nodded gravely, stating 90% certain. "Our earlier analysis was correct. If there is indeed a conspiracy at play, the orchestrator must have released some bait. Otherwise, how could others become involved?" Hearing Mu Yitong's assessment, Mu Xiao wholeheartedly agreed, a flicker of concern crossing her face. "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will go to Shiha City immediately and retrieve the treasure map from Yang Fendu." However, Mu Yitong shook his head, slowly placing his hands behind his back. His gaze solemnly fixed on the exquisite blue and white porcelain jar on the bookshelf. This jar, the blue and white general's jar, was a replica obtained during the auction at Jadali. "Do you know why I asked you to take this blue and white general's jar to Shiha?" Mu Yitong, with his back turned to Mu Xiao, asked earnestly. Mu Xiao paused, her beautiful eyes also falling upon the jar, and nodded, "I understand. You wish for me to test whether anyone in Shiha City can recognize that it is a replica, rather than a genuine item meant for auction." Mu Yitong turned to Mu Xiao, giving a slight nod. "Precisely. However, in the entire realm, the only ones capable of discerning that this blue and white general's jar is a replica are the Mu family and the Yang and Chen families." At this revelation, Mu Zhao's expression changed, and she quickly asked, "Are you referring to the Yang and Chen families, who were once of equal standing with the Mu family?" Mu Yitong slowly approached the window, his aged eyes gazing out at the scenery, his mind flooded with memories of the past. "The young man who recognized the replica is named Yang Fendu. I have come to a conclusion that he is likely a descendant of the Yang family. The Yang and Chen families faced misfortunes in the past. The Chen family was annihilated, while the Yang family is left with only a few survivors, who later secluded themselves in Shiha City. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao suddenly comprehended, realizing why she always sensed a mysterious aura surrounding Yang Fendu. Clearly, his background was not ordinary. Grandpa, I have shared everything I know about Yang Fendu. What should I do next? Should I continue seeking the treasure map from him in Shiha? Mu Xiao asked, a hint of confusion on her face as she turned to Mu Yitong. No. Mu Yitong turned, his expression serious. Our goal is to find the descendants of the Yang family. With Yang Fendu now confirmed, our next step is to observe and test this young man. The matter of the treasure map is merely a subplot. What do you mean by that? Mu Xiao inquired, still unclear about Mu Yitong's intentions. If the treasure map is in Yang Fendu's possession, he will undoubtedly seek the treasure. In that case, you should collaborate with him, Mu Yitong stated directly. Mu Xiao displayed a hint of hesitation, responding helplessly, Grandfather, you are unaware of Yang Fendu. He is far from being as straightforward as he appears, and he always maintains a demeanor that keeps others at arm's length. Upon hearing this, Mu Yitong could not help but chuckle, saying, Isn't my eldest granddaughter also perpetually like that? Grandfather. Mu Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha. Mu Yitong laughed lightly and continued, If Yang Fendu is indeed a descendant of the Yang family, he will exercise extraordinary caution in all his endeavors, making it difficult for him to trust others. This is quite understandable. At this juncture, Mu Yitong's expression suddenly revealed a trace of melancholy as he sighed. Speaking of which, among so many members of the Mu family, the only ones with true capability and strength are you and your brother. However, since Mu Anshin is not inclined towards antiques, it falls upon you to bear the burden. Consider this trip to Shiha as an opportunity for your personal growth.